Upon hearing this, Zhong Liang immediately frowned, looking puzzled at Wang Beihai. These are bloodthirsty demons. Why doesn't Brother Beihai kill them? Half an hour ago, they were all human. Wang Beihai's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness, and he continued, I believe they feel worse than us in this state. I have a way to restore them, but it will take some time. Please keep a strict watch on them during this period. Understood. Zhong Liang nodded, and then gave Wang Beihai an approving look. Go ahead. Wang Beihai nodded and leaped from the window, landing among the crowd. In an instant, an even more terrifying aura spread out, causing all the surrounding vampires to bow down, their eyes filled with fear. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, all beings are equal. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and then activated the Hunyuan technique. In a moment, hundreds of vampires below let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. Phew! Wang Beihai's face turned pale instantly, feeling a wave of dizziness in his head. It seems attacking so many at once is still a bit taxing. Wang Beihai muttered to himself and then looked up at the window where Zhong Liang and Zhong Momo stood, their eyes wide and mouths agape, clearly stunned by Wang Beihai's move. Uncle, you can open the door now. Wang Beihai waved at them. Zhong Liang finally snapped out of it, giving Wang Beihai a thumbs up before clapping his hands. The door of the treasure-gathering pavilion immediately opened, and armed enforcers rushed out, under Zhong Liang's command, binding the unconscious vampires with chains. Brother Beihai's skills are truly impressive. It's been a while since we last met, and indeed, heroes are born young. Zhong Liang walked up to Wang Beihai, giving him a meaningful look. The Wang Beihai of today was vastly different from the one in Jiangbei 2 years ago, his strength naturally incomparable. Uncle, you flatter me. Wang Beihai modestly smiled and then glanced at Zhong Momo, who was carrying a large sniper rifle, giving her a thumbs up. Just a hobby. Zhong Momo blushed slightly and then, with flickering eyes, looked at Wang Beihai and said thank you. It's nothing. Wang Beihai waved it off, and then briefly explained the situation to Zhong Liang. After listening, Zhong Liang immediately frowned. According to you, the vampires appeared in the night market at the same time as they did in the black market. It seems these two places erupted simultaneously. Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. That's strange. The enemy chose the night market because of the crowd, but why the black market? Regardless of the reason, it's clear they are targeting my treasure-gathering pavilion. Zhong Liang's eyes showed a cold intent. At that moment, Wang Beihai's phone rang again. He picked it up and heard Zhu Lingji's voice on the other end. From the noise coming through the receiver, it was evident that Zhu Lingji and his group were also under attack by vampires. After hanging up, Wang Beihai's eyes immediately sharpened. He briefed Zhong Liang and then headed towards Zhu Lingji's location. Seeing Wang Beihai leave, Zhong Liang and the others felt a chill in their hearts as they looked at the direction he disappeared. It seems the situation is far more serious than we thought. Momo, take these monsters to the dungeon first. No one is allowed near without my permission. Understood. Zhong Momo nodded and then quickly left. Zhong Liang adjusted his glasses and looked at Elder Lin beside him. No matter what, protect the item in the room. It's crucial for my Zhong family's future. Not even Momo should know about it unless absolutely necessary. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin nodded immediately and then, with a solemn expression, walked into the treasure-gathering pavilion. Beihai, this calamity can only depend on you. Zhong Liang looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. At that moment, a dark shadow rapidly descended from the sky. Zhong Liang's eyes widened, and he was about to retreat into the pavilion when the figure had already reached his side. Li Yishuan. Zhong Liang was stunned, looking at the person in front of him in surprise. Hee, long time no see, Uncle Zhong. How have you been? Li Yishuan gave a cold smile and continued. I underestimated that country bumpkin. Uncle Zhong, could you do me a favor and hand over that item? It would save us some pain. As he spoke, Li Yishuan grinned, revealing sharp fangs. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the armed forces in Longquan County, Zhu Lingji and Zhu Lingfeng were fully armed, struggling to fend off the vampire attacks. When Wang Beihai arrived, the number of vampires had swelled to over 1,000. "Are you guys all right?" In the sky, Wang Beihai waved his hand, knocking back the vampires surrounding Zhu Lingji and his son. "We're fine." Zhu Lingfeng shook his head, his gaze solemn as he looked at the dark mass before them. The morning sun rose in the sky, and under its light, the vampires surged forward like a tide. Chapter 305, Breaking Dawn. There are too many of them. Faced with the sea of vampires surging towards them, many in the guard squad felt a wave of retreat even before the enemy was close. This won't do. Collapse of morale is a major military taboo, Zhu Lingfeng thought, glancing at the expressions of those around him. He frowned and then pulled Zhu Lingji to the front line, shouting at the crowd, "Are these just monsters? What is there to be afraid of? Where has your courage gone? We are the last line of defense, and behind us are our families. Imagine, if we retreat here, what will await them? Is there anything more important than a man's, a husband's, a father's duty?" Zhu Lingfeng's words, spoken with fervor, indeed ignited the courage within the hearts of the crowd. "Let's fight them to the end. Even if we die, we'll be reborn as heroes in 18 years, Zhu Lingji exclaimed, raising his hand and shouting loudly. Encouraged by the calls, the morale of the crowd reached its peak, and the fear in their eyes gradually transformed into determination. Seeing this, Wang Beihai nodded in admiration at Zhu Lingfeng, then turned his gaze to the approaching vampire army. With a frown, he leaped into the air, flying over the heads of the crowd to stand at the forefront of the formation. Then, Wang Beihai's eyes glowed with blue-red electric light. With a glare, the pressure of a Saint Realm expert erupted instantly. The vampire army, sensing this immense power, immediately halted their advance, hesitating on the spot and unable to move forward. Zhu Lingfeng and the others were both surprised and awed by the sight of a single person intimidating thousands of vampires, a scene of extraordinary grandeur. Roar! At that moment, a roar erupted from the vampires. Hearing it, the vampires' eyes became dazed, and they managed to withstand the pressure, once again charging towards the crowd with their fangs bared. Capture the leader first. Realizing his pressure had failed, Wang Beihai was not surprised. Instead, he smirked and leaped high, flying towards the direction from which the roar had come. Got you! In the air, Wang Beihai spotted a woman with red eyes, distinct from the other vampires. Seeing Wang Beihai approach, the woman's face showed panic. She let out another roar, and the vampires around her immediately stopped and surrounded her for protection. Meanwhile, the vampires in the front had already clashed with Zhu Lingfeng's guard squad. Although Zhu Lingfeng and his men were slower and weaker than the vampires, their disciplined training and superior equipment allowed them to temporarily hold the line under Zhu Lingfeng's command. This isn't a solution. Lingji, how about joining your father in a great battle today? Zhu Lingfeng said, his eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. He exchanged a glance with Zhu Lingji, who nodded, his own fighting spirit ignited. The two then discarded their guns, roared, and charged into the vampire horde with bare fists. It must be said that after practicing the techniques given by Wang Beihai, Zhu Lingfeng's cultivation had soared. In just 2 years, he had reached the peak of Earth Realm, only half a step away from the Heaven Realm. Zhu Lingji, though less talented, had also reached the Earth Realm. Once they entered the fray, they immediately sent the vampires into disarray. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai, despite the many vampires protecting the leader, easily dispatched them with a single punch due to the vast difference in strength. Seeing this, the woman's eyes filled with fear, and without thinking, she turned and ran. It's too late to run now. In midair, Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold. He pointed, and Qi Shao instantly flew out, turning into a red light that pierced through the woman's chest. The woman fell to the ground without even a scream, turning into a pile of ash. So it is. It seems this woman has been a vampire for some time. Most likely, she was among the infiltrators this time, Wang Beihai thought, narrowing his eyes. He wouldn't show mercy to the masterminds. As the woman turned to ash, the hundreds of vampires she had turned, like losing their main power source, instantly froze in place. With several hundred fewer attackers, Zhu Lingfeng's group's predicament eased significantly. That's a good move. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's eyebrows rose, and he immediately had a plan. Closing his eyes, his consciousness instantly covered the vampires. Soon, Wang Beihai sensed the powerful aura among the thousands. Opening his eyes, his gaze sharp, he tapped the ground and his figure disappeared. Attack! Break through them and take this place. From now on, Longquan County will be ours. In the vampire army, a burly man stood in the middle, issuing orders. However, before he could finish, Wang Beihai's smiling face appeared before him. The man was startled, then roared and punched at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai dodged the punch and turned to see a large crater in the ground where he had been. Strong but slow, Wang Beihai said, dusting off his clothes, then lightly stepping forward to stand before the man. Kill them all. The man's heart raced. He quickly grabbed two nearby vampires to block Wang Beihai's attack. Seeing this, Wang Beihai flashed his figure, and a clone grabbed the man's neck from behind. Tell me, what is your conspiracy here? Wang Beihai coldly asked, expecting the man to reveal something useful. The man immediately sneered, showing no intention of telling Wang Beihai anything. Instead, his eyes turned fierce, and he lunged to bite Wang Beihai. Stubborn to the end. Wang Beihai snorted coldly, then exerted force. A snap echoed, and the man's neck was broken. With his death, hundreds more vampires ceased their actions. Following this method, soon all the vampires with red eyes were killed by Wang Beihai. As the red-eyed vampires fell, the once fierce vampire army stopped their advance. Seeing this, Zhu Lingfeng and Zhu Lingji exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Both then collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The rest of the guard squad, though suffering some losses, had managed to avoid major casualties. At that moment, the sun fully rose, its rays illuminating the ground. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces filled with relief at surviving the ordeal. Hashtag Chapter 306, True Intentions. Thanks to you. Upon seeing Wang Beihai's arrival, Zhu Lingfeng promptly saluted him, which was the highest form of affirmation and gratitude for a soldier. Seeing this, everyone else also saluted Wang Beihai. They knew that without his presence today, the outcome might have been entirely different. Not only would there have been minimal casualties, but they might have been completely swept away. For a moment, the gazes of the crowd towards Wang Beihai carried a bit more respect and admiration. Wang Beihai, moved, returned the salute, and then turned to look at Zhu Lingfeng. It's strange, these vampires seem to only attack specific locations. Wang Beihai had long harbored doubts about this issue. Although he had previously dispatched the dragon-slaying team for precautionary measures, they had not reported anything. Longquan County, despite its vast area and numerous buildings, would not have missed any anomalies under the dragon-slaying team's search. Since the dragon-slaying team hasn't reported anything, it means that apart from the government entrance, the black market, and the night market, there are no signs of vampires appearing elsewhere. Hearing this, Zhu Lingfeng was startled. Zhu Lingji, standing beside him, exclaimed in surprise, "If that's the case, these vampires must have come prepared." First, they expanded their forces at the night market, then directly attacked the government, aiming to capture the highest authority to threaten and thus control Longquan County with minimal casualties. Well said, young Master Zhu. You've got it. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, and he immediately gave Zhu Lingji a thumbs up. Compared to before, Zhu Lingji now exuded more maturity and wisdom, faintly resembling Zhu Lingfeng. Like father, like son. Secretary Zhu, having young Master Zhu is indeed a blessing. Wang Beihai smiled slightly. Zhu Lingfeng patted Wang Beihai's shoulder and said with satisfaction, "You, don't praise him too much. Compared to you, he still has a long way to go. But this child has indeed grown up recently." Though Zhu Lingfeng said so, his expression showed that he was quite satisfied with Zhu Lingji, who gratefully glanced at Wang Beihai. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I completely forgot that an hour has passed." With that, Wang Beihai quickly briefed Zhu Lingfeng on the follow-up matters and then hurried away. Meanwhile, in the black market, inside the tower of the treasure pavilion, Li Yixuan, with Zhong Liang in his grip, strutted into the hall. Seeing this, the guards of the treasure pavilion immediately aimed their rifles at Li Yixuan. TSK, TSK, TSK. So many guns. I'm so scared. As he spoke, Li Yixuan tightened his grip on Zhong Liang's neck, turning his face red. Don't blame me for not warning you. I have a short temper. If any of you accidentally misfire, I'll wipe out your treasure pavilion today. Hearing this, everyone shuddered. Seeing Li Yixuan's bloodthirsty expression, it seemed he could really carry out his threat. Lower your guns, they're useless against him. Knowing he couldn't match Li Yixuan, Zhong Liang ordered the guards to lower their weapons. Just then, Zhong Momo, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Seeing Zhong Liang held captive by Li Yixuan, her beautiful eyes immediately flared with anger. She lifted the sniper rifle on her back and fired a shot at Li Yixuan's head. Li Yixuan's head jerked back, and after a few seconds, he slowly raised it, revealing that the sniper rifle bullet had been caught in his mouth. Seeing this, everyone around gasped in shock. Li Yixuan spat out the bullet and then shook his teeth, his eyes flashing with a cold light. I must say, Miss Zhong, you're quite ruthless. With that, Li Yixuan's figure flashed, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Zhong Momo. Before Zhong Momo could react, she was grabbed by Li Yixuan. Li Yixuan sniffed Zhong Momo's neck and then immediately showed a look of enjoyment. What a unique fragrance. Zhong Liang has indeed raised a good daughter. Your blood must be delicious. With that, Li Yixuan opened his mouth wide as if to bite down. Wait. At this moment, Zhong Liang, anxious for his daughter, shouted loudly to Li Yixuan, "Let go of my daughter, and I'll give you what you want." Hearing this, Li Yixuan stopped his action, licked Zhong Momo's fair neck, and then revealed a triumphant smirk. Thank you for your cooperation, Pavilion Master Zhong. After that, Li Yixuan released Zhong Momo, and with a flash, appeared in front of Zhong Liang. Please, Pavilion Master Zhong, don't blame me for warning you. If you dare to play tricks, I'll be the first to kill your daughter. Hearing this, Zhong Liang was startled, clenched his fists tightly, then relaxed them, nodding helplessly. He then slowly walked to an inconspicuous vase in the hall and gently turned it. Soon, a mechanical sound rang out, and a crystal platform descended from the ceiling of the treasure pavilion. In the center of the platform, a golden short sword was encased in toughened glass, embedded with 7 blood-red gems, their arrangement subtly matching a constellation pattern. The moment the treasure appeared, Li Yixuan's eyes immediately revealed piety. Ignoring everything else, he threw Zhong Liang aside and leaped onto the crystal platform. It's it. Li Yixuan excitedly extended his hands to touch the golden short sword. At that moment, fine silver wires appeared on the crystal platform, instantly forming a cage that trapped Li Yixuan inside. Humph, a mere iron cage. What can it do to me? Li Yixuan snorted coldly, reaching out to grab the silver wires. Immediately, a hissing sound was heard, and white smoke rose from Li Yixuan's hands. Li Yixuan groaned in pain, releasing his hands. Looking closely, his hands were already charred black. Damn it! You actually made the cage out of silver. Were you always on guard against us? Li Yixuan glared viciously at Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang coughed a few times, then pushed his glasses and remained calm as ever. In life, one must always leave some room for maneuver. Although you don't know when it might be useful, it can be crucial in critical moments. With that, Zhong Liang didn't waste time and clapped his hands. Lin Lao's figure flew down from the ceiling, holding a silver long sword, directly slashing towards Li Yixuan's head. Li Yixuan's eyes narrowed, gritted his teeth, and pressed his body against the cage. Immediately, white smoke rose from his back, and Li Yixuan's face contorted in pain. Even so, one of his arms was severed by Lin Lao's sword. Li Yixuan groaned in pain, and Lin Lao kicked him into the hall. You bastard, you're really despicable. Li Yixuan, weak, glared at Zhong Liang. If looks could kill, Zhong Liang would have died 1,000 times. But now, Li Yixuan had no strength to fight back. Well done, Lin Lao. Zhong Liang glanced at the crystal platform and then looked at Li Yixuan, saying calmly, calculating everything. Did you ever think you'd fall into a trap? Heh, calculating everything? It's not clear who fell into the trap yet. Li Yixuan, trembling, had no trace of disappointment in his eyes, only mockery. Humph, you're just being mysterious. I think you're just at your wit's end, trying to scare. On the crystal platform, Lin Lao disdainfully snorted. The next second, his eyes suddenly widened, his expression frozen. Zhong Liang and the others widened their eyes, seeing a slender hand pierce through Lin Lao's chest. Lin Lao coughed up blood and fell from the platform, revealing a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Chapter 307. Vengeance? Hee, in your land of the divine, there is a saying about the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It seems I am that oriole, the figure on the crystal platform chuckled, speaking in broken divine tongue as he elegantly wiped the blood from his hands with a handkerchief. Upon seeing this person, Li Yixuan immediately prostrated himself on the ground, respectfully saying, Great Master Van Jins, your servant has done his best. Please punish me for my failure. No need. You've done well, Van Jins smiled, then drew a dagger from his waist, slicing his finger to let a drop of golden blood flow out. With a squint, he flicked his hand, sending the drop of blood towards Li Yixuan. Li Yixuan's eyes lit up with joy as he swallowed the blood. Soon, a red glow enveloped him, and with a roar, his severed arm flew back to reattach itself to the stump. His previous burns also rapidly healed. In just a few breaths, Li Yixuan's injuries were completely restored, much to the astonishment of those present. Thank you, Great Master, for your grace. Li Yixuan immediately knelt and kowtowed to Van Jins. Rise. You've performed your task admirably. Though you've lost me many capable aides, I've obtained what I sought. That drop of sacred blood is your reward, Van Jins said, causing Li Yixuan to kowtow again with joy in his eyes. At that moment, Van Jins reached out towards the glass case, shattering the hardened glass and revealing the short sword within. The blade of Apollo, I've finally found you, he said, his emerald eyes filled with reverence as he clasped his hands in prayer before the sword. Suddenly, someone turned off the lights in the treasure hall, plunging it into darkness. Flames and gunfire erupted, with bullets flying everywhere. Master Van Jins. A red light flashed, and Li Yixuan leapt to shield Van Jins. Trifling tricks, Van Jins snorted, his eyes glowing green as the lights flared back on. Li Yixuan stood before him, riddled with bullet holes. Damn it, it hurts, Li Yixuan shook, his wounds slowly closing, then glared at the guards who had fired, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The guards retreated, some even dropping their guns in fear. Zhong Liang watched Van Jins from a distance, knowing his fate was sealed. He pulled out a remote control and told Zhong Momo, I'll activate the self-destruct sequence. We'll hold them off while you escape. Find Wang Beihai. Only he can save you now. As Zhong Liang prepared to press the button, he found his finger frozen, unable to move. Hee, good plan, Zhong, but you shouldn't have said it so loudly. Van Jins descended, snatching the remote and crushing it. Zhong Liang retreated, shouting, Momo, run. He ordered his guards to open fire. Master, let me block these bullets. Li Yixuan stepped forward, but Van Jins pulled him back. These are specialized bullets, not friendly to vampires. A bullet grazed Li Yixuan's eye, causing white smoke to rise. Ah! Li Yixuan screamed, wary of the onslaught. Van Jins extended his hand, creating a transparent barrier that halted the bullets. Zhong Liang frowned, sending elite warriors to attack Van Jins. Now, Momo, go, he urged, but Zhong Momo hesitated. With a sigh, Zhong Liang dragged her out of the hall. As they fled, Zhong Liang heard the screams from within, his heart aching for his lost warriors. He drove Zhong Momo to the parking lot and sped out of the black market. At the entrance, they found Li Yixuan waiting. Zhong Liang accelerated, but Li Yixuan stopped the car with his hands. Zhong Momo fired her gun, but Li Yixuan flipped the car. Bloodied, Zhong Liang roused Zhong Momo, but Li Yixuan lifted the car, pulling them out. Van Jin sniffed Zhong Momo and declared, "You are my destined one. Marry me." Chapter 308. An Unexpected Wedding. What? Upon hearing Van Jin's words, Father Zhong and his daughter's eyes widened instantly. Zhong Momo, who was still dazed from the crash, immediately snapped awake. Even Li Yixuan was shocked, his mouth agape, staring incredulously at Van Jin's. "There's no mistake. Your blood has a unique scent, and that scent belongs to my destined one." Van Jin's eyes sparkled as he pulled Zhong Momo into his embrace, gazing deeply into her eyes. Momo frowned and, with a dark expression, raised her hand to slap Van Jin's. Before he could react, Van Jin's was struck hard across the face. "You scoundrel, how dare you treat her this way?" Seeing this, Li Yixuan raised his hand to teach Momo a lesson, but Van Jin's caught his wrist. "What do you think you're doing to my woman?" Van Jin's eyes glowed with a cold green light, sending a chill down Li Yixuan's spine. He immediately retracted his hand. "I know this is hard to explain, but believe me, marry me, and I'll make you happy." As he spoke, Van Jin's waved his hand, producing a bouquet of flowers. He then knelt on one knee, presenting himself in a proposal stance. "You're insane. I have no interest in you." Momo narrowed her eyes and flatly rejected Van Jin's. At that moment, Van Jin's eyes flashed with cold light. He reached out and grabbed Father Zhong by the neck. "Darling, I really don't want to do this. Don't force my hand." Van Jin's opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. He tightened his grip, causing Father Zhong to feel a choking sensation. Seeing her father's plight, Momo grew anxious. "Let go of my father." Momo glared coldly at Van Jin's. "Oh, that's simple. Just agree to marry me, and I'll let him go right now. I promise my minions won't harm your family anymore." Van Jin's loosened his grip slightly, and Father Zhong's complexion improved. "Daughter, don't agree to him." Father Zhong, recovering slightly, looked weakly at Momo. "That's not very nice of you." Hearing this, Van Jin's narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip again, causing the choking sensation to return. "I agree. Let go of my father." Seeing her father's eyes rolling back, Momo couldn't hold back any longer. She bit her lip and shouted, causing Van Jin's face to light up with triumph as he released Father Zhong. Father Zhong collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading. His peripheral vision caught Van Jin's taking Momo's hand and flying away. Then, he blacked out. After an unknown period, Father Zhong heard someone calling his name. He slowly opened his eyes to see Wang Beihai leaning over him, repeatedly calling his name. "Uncle Zhong, you're awake?" Seeing Father Zhong open his eyes, Wang Beihai smiled and removed the silver needles from his head. "Beihai," Father Zhong mumbled, then suddenly sat up, scanning the surroundings anxiously, as if searching for something. "Uncle Zhong, what are you looking for? What happened? Where's Momo?" Seeing this, Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. "Right, Momo." Hearing this, Father Zhong struggled to stand up, but his legs gave way, causing him to fall backward. Wang Beihai quickly caught him. Father Zhong grabbed Wang Beihai's hand, pleading, "Beihai, hurry, go save Momo. She's been taken away." Wang Beihai frowned and comforted. "Don't worry, uncle. Take it slow. Who took Momo and where were they taken?" "Li Yixuan, Van Jin's, they took Momo." Father Zhong clutched Wang Beihai's hand tightly, knowing that only this man could save Momo now. "Li Yixuan." Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. He had searched the black market earlier but hadn't seen him. Now he realized why. Thinking about it, Wang Beihai asked again, "Uncle Zhong, do you know where they took Momo?" Father Zhong frowned and tried to recall. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Before I blacked out, I faintly heard Van Jin say he was taking Momo to the highest point in the city." Hearing this, Wang Beihai was taken aback. The highest point in the city was the top floor of his own Emo Fei group. With that thought, Wang Beihai hoisted Father Zhong onto his back and dashed back to the treasure pavilion. Seeing the lifeless bodies of the guards on the ground, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, noting the brutal methods of the killers. Placing Father Zhong on the ground, Wang Beihai patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, uncle. Rest here. I'll do my best to rescue Momo." With that, Wang Beihai left, sprinting towards his company. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Mo Fei group, 3 figures descended. "Halt! Who are you?" "This is a private area of Mo Fei group. No trespassing allowed." Lao Kuei, with a few dragon slayers, was guarding the rooftop. Upon seeing intruders, he stepped forward to inquire. Van Jin's frowned, ready to act, but Momo quickly grabbed his hand and smiled at Lao Kuei. "It's me, a friend of Beihai. There have been too many incidents in the city lately. My treasure pavilion was attacked, so Beihai asked me to stay here temporarily." Lao Kuei recognized Momo and immediately smiled. "Oh, it's Miss Zhong. My apologies." With a wave of his hand, Lao Kuei led his team downstairs. As soon as they descended, Lao Kuei's expression darkened. He quickly dialed Wang Beihai's number. After a brief conversation, Lao Kuei locked the rooftop door and summoned more dragon slayers, ready for battle. "You just saved them." Seeing Lao Kuei leave, Van Jins narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. Momo didn't respond. Van Jins chuckled and waved his hand. "Well, today I obtained the Blade of Apollo and met you. It's all part of the Master's plan. Out of respect for the Master, I'll let it slide, but no next time." Van Jins gave Momo a threatening look. Momo stiffened. At that moment, Van Jins smiled and waved his hand, summoning numerous vampires carrying wedding decorations. In no time, the rooftop of the Mo Fei group transformed into a wedding venue. A few minutes later, Momo was dressed in a beautiful white wedding gown, radiant under the sunlight. Her glance made all the flowers pale. Van Jins couldn't help but smile at Momo's beauty, then gracefully extended his hand. "All right, my love. Now we stand at the highest point of this city, letting everyone witness our wedding." "You're dreaming." Suddenly, Momo's eyes hardened, and she leaped off the rooftop. "Goodbye, Beihai." A tear fell from Momo's eyes as her body plummeted rapidly downward. Chapter 309. The Death of Li Yixuan. From atop the high-rise building, Zhong Momo leaped resolutely, while Fan Jin stood at the rooftop, his eyes filled with surprise and heartache. Just as Fan Jin was about to jump down to save Zhong Momo, he felt a sudden premonition and looked forward, only to see a black dot rapidly enlarging in his vision. Wang Beihai. Upon seeing the arrival, Li Yixuan narrowed his eyes, immediately revealing a cold glint. Wang Beihai ignored the two standing on the rooftop. From afar, he had already sensed Zhong Momo with his divine consciousness. Feeling her rapid descent, Wang Beihai immediately sped up. As Wang Beihai approached, he exchanged a glance with Fan Jins before swiftly descending. While falling, Zhong Momo heard a rushing sound from above and looked up to see Wang Beihai rapidly approaching under the colorful rays of the setting sun. "Am I dreaming?" Zhong Momo was stunned, then bit her lip and smiled. Well, dreaming is not bad either. With that thought, she closed her eyes, afraid that when she opened them again, the scene would disappear. After a while, Zhong Momo's eyebrows furrowed slightly as the expected pain did not come. After pondering for a while, she couldn't help but open her eyes. A handsome face appeared before her, the eyes like stars, filled with tenderness. "Am I dead?" Zhong Momo reached out in disbelief, touched Wang Beihai's face, and felt the warmth of his skin. Seeing Wang Beihai's face gradually turn red, she suddenly jumped out of his embrace. "Don't worry, I'm here, you'll be fine." Wang Beihai scratched his head, and just as Zhong Momo was about to land, he caught her. "Thank you." Zhong Momo glanced at the ground beneath her feet and then at Wang Beihai, her eyes flashing with disappointment. "You're welcome. I promised your uncle I wouldn't let you come to harm." Wang Beihai patted Zhong Momo's head, then looked at the rooftop and clapped his hands, summoning several dragon slayers from the entrance of the Ma Fei group building. "I'll go up first, they'll protect you." "Wait." Hearing this, Zhong Momo stopped Wang Beihai and hesitated before saying, "Be careful." "Got it." Wang Beihai smiled slightly, leaped, and flew straight towards the rooftop. Watching Wang Beihai's back, Zhong Momo sighed deeply, then her eyes showed a trace of resentment. "Is it just because of my father's request?" Thinking about it, she looked up again and shivered. Looking at it this way, it's really high. With that, Zhong Momo followed the dragon slayers into the building. On the rooftop, every intimate move between Zhong Momo and Wang Beihai was observed by Fanjins. "Damn it, daring to flirt with my woman in front of me. Unforgivable, unforgivable." Fanjin's eyes glowed green, and with a sudden force, he twisted the steel railing into a tangled mess. Seeing this, Li Yixuan narrowed his eyes and immediately stepped forward. "Master, this man is named Wang Beihai, known as the top talent among the younger generation. Previous plans were hindered by him." Hearing this, Fanjin's eyes immediately showed murderous intent. Seeing Fanjin's anger, Li Yixuan's heart rejoiced and he continued to fan the flames. "As I know, Miss Zhong has a good private relationship with Wang Beihai. Though others say they are just ordinary friends, I don't think so, and you just saw their actions." As Li Yixuan spoke, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine and instinctively looked up to see Fanjins glaring angrily at him. In the next second, Fanjins grabbed Li Yixuan's neck with his hand. "Your life is mine to give, and I can take it back any time. Stop your useless tricks. Miss Zhong is mine." With that, Fanjins threw Li Yixuan aside. Li Yixuan coughed a few times, slightly disheveled, but his face showed a triumphant smile. At least the goal was achieved. At that moment, a rushing sound was heard, and Wang Beihai's figure appeared on the rooftop. "You are Wang Beihai?" Before Wang Beihai could speak, Fanjins coldly asked. Wang Beihai smirked. "That's your grandpa." "Himph, sharp-tongued. Let's see what skills the top talent of the younger generation has," Fanjins said, narrowing his eyes, transforming into a black mist flying towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai didn't dare to be careless, summoning Qi Xiao in his hand and slashing a sword towards the mist, which instantly split in two and then recombined, revealing Fanjin's figure again. "Having a sacred weapon, indeed you have some capital to be arrogant." Saying that, Fanjins waved his hand, and countless bats appeared in the air, their eyes glowing red, bearing fangs towards Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Wang Beihai wielded his sword, his figure flickering, and a circle of cyan energy surged around him. As the energy gathered, Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened. 10 steps to kill one, thousands of miles without a trace. The Qinglian sword technique reappeared, but this time, its power was significantly greater. A cyan lotus bloomed in the air, and in the next second, countless bats instantly dispersed. Fanjins was stunned, then revealed a bloodthirsty smile. "Good, very good. Killing so many of my darlings. You are worthy of my attention." With that, Fanjin's golden hair instantly grew longer, his eyes turning green, sharp teeth protruding from his mouth, and his face becoming pale. "Lord, take his sinful soul." Fanjins clasped his hands together, then opened his eyes, his figure teleporting behind Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai was startled, a red-blue electric glow appearing on his body. Fanjin's claw swipe only tore Wang Beihai's clothes, leaving no scar and causing a numb sensation in his arm. "There's something strange." Fanjins narrowed his eyes, teleporting again to distance himself, then emitting a peculiar sound, causing the low-level vampires on the rooftop to immediately bow down. As the sound spread, the dragon slayers who were hiding behind the door preparing for a surprise attack felt their heads hit by a boulder, rolling down the stairs while clutching their heads. Magic sound? Wang Beihai was slightly surprised, feeling his blood boil involuntarily, and frowned. "What strange music? Let me break your magic sound." Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, sitting cross-legged in the air, and chanting a purification spell, immediately covering Fanjin's sound. Those affected also regained their composure. Fanjin's eyes showed a look of shock. Why? How could a lowly person from the Middle Kingdom resist the commands of our superior beings? Superior beings? A bunch of half-human, half-ghost creatures, dare to boast. Wang Beihai sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, Fan Jin's face darkened instantly, cursing and changing form again. Chapter 310. The Blade of the Sun. Lowly people of Shenzhou, you can die content knowing you've pushed me to this extent. Today, I shall redeem you in the name of the Master. As Fan Jin spoke, a dark cloud suddenly drifted over, and the sky above the Mo Fei group began to crackle with lightning. Countless bats emerged from the clouds, swarming around Fan Jin's. Wang Beihai frowned, sensing Fan Jin's aura growing stronger. I'm not a fool, Wang Beihai muttered, narrowing his eyes before slashing his sword towards Fan Jin's. At that moment, Li Yixuan gritted his teeth and charged forward, taking Wang Beihai's strike head-on. Li Yixuan groaned in pain, a gruesome wound appearing on his chest. So strong. Li Yixuan clutched his chest painfully, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he glared at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai, even if I die today, I won't let you disturb my lord. Once he completes his evolution, your end will come. Li Yixuan's eyes flashed with madness. Li Yixuan, even now, you remain stubborn, Wang Beihai said, frowning at the once human Li Yixuan who had lost his humanity. Stubborn? Wang Beihai, don't play the saint with me. My current state is all thanks to you. Longquan was meant to be my Li family's domain, but you destroyed my life. From the moment you severed my legs, I was already dead. Now before you stands only a vengeful spirit. Li Yixuan snarled at Wang Beihai, his voice nearly a roar, his expression growing increasingly deranged. Alas, Wang Beihai sighed, shaking his head. Resentment has blinded your eyes. Let me help you find release. In an instant, a bolt of lightning flashed in Wang Beihai's eyes, and a silver light pierced through the sky, directly impaling Li Yixuan's chest. Li Yixuan's eyes widened. This strike had shattered his heart. As he lay dying, Li Yixuan's eyes returned to normal, and he looked at Wang Beihai with a faint smile, whispering a thank you before his body went limp and his life ebbed away. Rest in peace, Wang Beihai murmured, his heart heavy with an indescribable sorrow. At that moment, a mighty roar echoed, and the bats enveloping Fan Jin's transformed into black energy, merging into his body. In an instant, Fan Jin's body doubled in size, enveloped in a sinister black energy. 2 pairs of red horns sprouted from his forehead, and a pair of enormous black wings grew from his back. He looked like a demon from the depths of hell. Seeing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Fan Jin's aura had now surpassed the saint realm. Beihai, prepare to die, Fan Jin's rumbled, his voice low and guttural. He then vanished, reappearing before Wang Beihai with a massive hand descending. This time, Wang Beihai didn't dare to be careless, quickly raising his arms to block. The hand struck, creating a crack in the air with its force before slamming into Wang Beihai's arms. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt a searing pain in his arms, and his entire body was sent flying. What terrifying power! Wang Beihai thought, hastily stabilizing himself in midair. Looking at his hands, he saw the impacted area was charred black. Without the protection of the Azura's indestructible body, that strike would have turned me into mincemeat. Wang Beihai's eyes hardened, and he swiftly summoned the dragon's heart spear from Li Yixuan's body. Holding both sword and spear, Wang Beihai gazed solemnly at Fan Jin's. In the next instant, Fan Jin's vanished once more. This time, Wang Beihai was prepared, his spiritual senses fully activated. He soon felt Fan Jin's energy and, with a roar, thrust his spear forward. A dragon's roar echoed, and a white dragon's silhouette appeared in the sky, forcing Fan Jin's out of the void. The strike left numerous wounds on Fan Jin's. Another sacred weapon, Fan Jin's roared, glaring resentfully at the spear in Wang Beihai's hand. Wang Beihai twirled his sword and spear, smirking at Fan Jin's. Strength insufficient, equipment to the rescue. I'm just here to bully you, Wang Beihai laughed, causing Fan Jin's face to turn livid with rage. Himph, who says I don't have one? Fan Jin's retorted coldly, pulling out a golden short sword from his embrace. As soon as the sword appeared, the surrounding clouds dispersed, and sunlight directly bathed the sword, which immediately emitted a golden glow and transformed into a golden long sword. Van Jins grasped the sword, his hand immediately smoking. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Van Jins pointed the sword at Wang Beihai. "Let's see how long your trash sacred weapon can last against my sunblade, Apollo." Van Jins sneered, raising the sword. A beam of light from the sun shot down, merging into the sword, which began to glow red. The red light slowly formed a line, spreading towards several stars on the sword's surface. Each time the red line reached a star, the sunlight above intensified, and soon flames ignited on Van Jin's back. Enduring the excruciating pain, Van Jins continued to let the sword absorb the sun's energy. By the time it reached the third star, Van Jin's arm was a bloody mess. "Die!" At that moment, Van Jin's eyes hardened, and he slashed the sword down towards Wang Beihai. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a fierce wind swept through Longquan County. A scorching sword light tore through the sky, heading straight for Wang Beihai, leaving behind spatial rifts in its wake. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. Quickly stowing away his red cloud and dragon's heart, he formed a complex hand seal with his hands. Instantly, the sky darkened, and a massive spell formation appeared behind Wang Beihai. Energy from all around began to converge rapidly. Soon, a giant hand seal materialized behind Wang Beihai, this time infused with not only lightning but also spatial laws. "Go!" Wang Beihai said, his face paling as he struck out with the hand seal, which flew towards the sword light. The two powerful energies collided, and a blinding flash lit up the sky. The resulting shockwave spread, shattering the windows of buildings within 100 meters, causing the entire Longquan County to tremble. Many watched the sight of the collision, their faces filled with shock, clearly beyond their comprehension. As the storm subsided, a spatial rift appeared at the point of collision, large enough to fit a door. As Wang Beihai was flung away, through the rift, he glimpsed a massive eye filled with destruction and evil, sending a chill down his spine. The rift took a long time to close, while both Wang Beihai and Van Jins were thrown into nearby buildings by the impact. Wang Beihai was covered in wounds, his flesh torn, while Van Jins lay blackened and broken, his limbs twisted unnaturally, on the verge of death. Chapter 311. From the West. "Damn it, if it weren't for the sun blade being incompatible with my power, just one more star and I could have burned you to ashes." On the ground, Van Gils spat out dark green blood, his face filled with reluctance as he glared at Wang Beihai from a distance. In the sky, the sun blade reverted to its short sword form, descending slowly from above. The sturdy walls were effortlessly sliced through by the blade, which then embedded itself into the wall. "Hee, that's really unfortunate for you," Wang Beihai said with a smirk, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body flickered with faint green light, and his wounds healed visibly. From a distance, Van Gil's eyes widened in shock as he watched Wang Beihai. "Impossible, the legendary immortal saint body. How could you possibly possess the immortal saint body?" In Van Gil's incredulous gaze, Wang Beihai struggled to stand up from the rubble, then stretched his body, cracking his bones. Soon, Wang Beihai had recovered almost completely. "Though I don't know what you mean by the immortal saint body, my recovery is indeed much faster than yours." Wang Beihai grinned, walking straight to the sun blade. He squinted at the short sword embedded in the wall, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. As Van Gils had said, if he had been allowed to gather more power, that sword strike would have been enough to kill him. Thinking this, Wang Beihai gave Van Gils a sinister smile. "Such a good thing. Consider it your compensation to us." At this, Van Gil's eyes widened immediately. "Vile human, you dare?" Ignoring Van Gil's roar, Wang Beihai slowly bent down, gripped the hilt with a sudden burst of strength, and pulled the short sword out. He examined the sword in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. "Bastard, I traveled thousands of miles to the divine land just to obtain this divine sword. You're seeking death." Seeing Wang Beihai holding the short sword, Van Gils roared in anger. Instantly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, not only bats but also lightning. The group of vampires crouching on the rooftop exploded into a mist of blood. The blood mist converged into Van Gils' body, and soon his charred skin turned pale, and even his wings were restored. Van Gils roared again, and the dark clouds rumbled with lightning. His back bulged, and with a loud crack, 2 pairs of black wings sprouted from his back. "Disgusting," Wang Beihai muttered, wrinkling his nose at the transformed Van Gils, who now resembled a giant bat. Indeed, Van Gils' eyes were covered in a ghostly green light, making it impossible to see his pupils. He bared his fangs at Wang Beihai, growling in his throat, "Return my sword." Van Gils roared, then disappeared from his spot. This time, his speed was incredible. Wang Beihai didn't even have time to react before he was struck by Van Gils' claws. Wang Beihai groaned, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, and spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying away. "Let's see how long you can sustain this state," Wang Beihai shouted, clutching his chest. He activated the Azura indestructible body, and, with a powerful leap, his body was enveloped in lightning, transforming instantly. "Return my sword." Van Gils roared again, and with a flap of his wings, his speed increased even further, almost teleporting in front of Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he quickly placed his hand in front of his chest to block Van Gils' claws. Despite this, the force of Van Gils' claws exceeded Wang Beihai's expectations, and he felt as if he had been hit by a small mountain, spitting out another mouthful of blood. "No, I'll be crushed at this rate." Wang Beihai squinted, then glanced at the sun blade in his hand, suddenly coming up with a plan. "Since I can't dodge, let's face it head-on. Let me see what's so special about this so-called divine sword." Wang Beihai's eyes hardened as he raised the sun blade above his head, mimicking Van Gils' earlier stance. Instantly, the clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the sun's outline. Inhale. Wang Beihai gripped the short sword tightly, and a beam of sunlight shot down, causing the sword to elongate. A fierce heat traveled from the tip to the hilt. Wang Beihai took a deep breath, his expression becoming complex. This power is too overwhelming. No wonder that monster only lasted until the 3rd star. Wang Beihai frowned. The temperature at the hilt had reached an alarming level. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been incinerated by this heat. "Return my sword." Van Gils' voice echoed again, but Wang Beihai ignored it, taking a heavy blow from Van Gils' head-on. Pfft. Wang Beihai immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, some of which landed on the sword's blade. Instantly, the blade trembled, emitting a dazzling red light. Several gems on the sword began to shake, flying into the air to form the pattern of the Big Dipper. In an instant, the sun's energy converged on the gems, but this time, there was no intense burning sensation. Instead, Wang Beihai felt a refreshing coolness. Is this the power of the sun? Soon, Wang Beihai's eyes opened wide, glowing like a blazing sun, as if to scorch everything in the world. "I borrow the power of the sun god to slay demons and eradicate evil." In an instant, Wang Beihai's entire body emitted a golden light. The 7 gems in the sky fell, attaching themselves to Wang Beihai, making him as dazzling as the sun. Seeing this light in the sky, Van Gils, who had lost his sanity, covered his eyes and let out a heart-wrenching scream. In a blink, Van Gils returned to his original form, his body disintegrating in the white light. No, impossible, a mere mortal. How could he gain the divine sword's recognition? This must be fake, fake. Van Gils' words were filled with resentment. At that moment, Wang Beihai pointed at him, and Van Gils was instantly turned to dust in the white light. After vanquishing Van Gils, the 7 gems flew up again. As they left Wang Beihai's body, he returned to normal, and the sun blade reverted to its short sword form, falling into Wang Beihai's hand. Looking at the golden short sword in his hand, Wang Beihai was startled. What is the origin of this thing, to have such power? As he spoke, Wang Beihai felt his body weaken, a wave of fatigue hitting him. Not thinking much, Wang Beihai sat down on the ground, slowly recovering his strength. As he meditated, the voice of the Book of No Words echoed in his mind. If I remember correctly, this thing should come from the West. Chapter 312, Alchemy. Western, do you recognize this thing? Wang Beihai's eyes widened at the question. Yes. At that moment, the Tian Shu emerged from Wang Beihai's body, emitting a bright light that enveloped the short sword. However, as soon as the light touched the sword began to hum on its own, causing the light barrier to shatter. What's going on? Wang Beihai stared at the Tian Shu in astonishment, his eyes filled with surprise. This was the first time he had seen Tian Shu's methods fail. Clearly, the sword's action had thoroughly angered the Tian Shu. With a hint of anger, Tian Shu said, "You foreign thing. What are you so arrogant about? I existed long before you did. Behave yourself, or I'll refine you in a flash." As Tian Shu spoke, it emitted a white light that immediately calmed the sword. Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes. Is this for real? Of course it is. Tian Shu nodded proudly and then said arrogantly, "Even if you're a dragon, you have to lie down when you're in the land of Shenzhou." Hearing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but give Tian Shu a thumbs up. "Come, let Grandpa check you out." Tian Shu seemed to be acting out of character, speaking in a commanding tone before emitting another light barrier. This time, although the sword trembled slightly, the barrier did not break. "It really is you." After a while, Tian Shu retracted the barrier and flew back into Wang Beihai's body. "How is it, Tian Shu?" Wang Beihai looked at the short sword in his hand and asked eagerly. "You, Beihai, are exactly the same as the previous King Wang. Even your luck is so good it's ridiculous." As Tian Shu spoke, it projected an image of a long sword into Wang Beihai's mind, which was exactly the same as the transformed form of the short sword in his hand. "This time, you've really struck gold. This sword is called Apollo. It's the legendary sword of the Western Sun God. The material of the sword is special, capable of cutting through iron like mud. The 7 gems on the sword are ancient divine artifacts. Their energy comes from the sun, and as long as there's sunlight, this sword can reach its maximum potential." Hearing this, Wang Beihai's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly admired the short sword, feeling extremely pleased. "I wonder when this happened. This sword was a real divine artifact in the West, yet it ended up in Shenzhou. A divine artifact? How does it compare to my Qi Xiao and Longdan?" Wang Beihai asked curiously. "There's no comparison. Your Qi Xiao and Longdan may not be of the highest grade, but after going through so much with you, they're growing at an incredible speed. Although they're still at the level of spiritual artifacts now, who knows, they might become divine artifacts in the future." Wang Beihai nodded. After all this time, he had developed a deep bond with Qi Xiao and Longdan. "All right, Qi Xiao and Longdan are great, but now we have a divine artifact in front of us. We shouldn't pass it up. Besides, you've seen the power of Apollo. With this in hand, defeating ordinary saints won't be a problem." With that, Tian Shu's voice faded away. Wang Beihai's eyes flickered as he stored the long sword in his spiritual ring. Just then, Zhong Imo arrived with a group of dragon-slaying team members. Upon seeing Wang Beihai, Zhong Imo immediately ran over and threw herself into his arms. "Ahem, Imo, what's wrong?" Wang Beihai's face turned red, and he coughed lightly to remind her. "I'm fine, thank you." Zhong Imo stayed in Wang Beihai's arms for a couple more seconds before separating from him. "It was just a small effort." Wang Beihai scratched his head and gave a silly smile, which left Lao Kuei and the others dumbfounded. A small effort? They looked around at the destroyed houses and swallowed hard. "Is this what you call a small effort?" Zhong Imo smiled and then laughed out loud. "If this is a small effort, what should we call our efforts?" "Well, as long as everyone is safe." Wang Beihai turned his eyes and replied. Seeing Wang Beihai's shy expression, Zhong Imo couldn't help but smile and whispered into his ear, "You saved me. If you want, you can do anything to me." Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and his face turned as red as an apple. I have something to do. I'll go first. Remember to say hello to Uncle Zhong for me. With that, Wang Beihai hurriedly gave instructions to Lao Kuei and the others before leaping and disappearing among the buildings. He's still that little kid. Zhong Imo narrowed her beautiful eyes, revealing a charming smile that made Lao Kuei and the others' heads spin. As for Wang Beihai, he didn't rush back to the Mo Fei group. Instead, he flew through the skyscrapers for a full 15 minutes before landing breathlessly in front of the Mo Fei group. That was exhausting. Wang Beihai fanned his face and took a few minutes to calm down before slowly entering the Mo Fei group. Wang Beihai went straight to the room where Lin Feng and the others were being held. Upon entering, he found them unconscious on the ground. It seems that once the virus spreader dies, they stop moving on their own. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and then took out his phone to call Li Zhenshi. After a conversation, he hung up and sat beside Lin Feng, patting his shoulder and saying, "Don't worry, brother. No matter how difficult it is, I'll save you." That evening, Li Zhenshi and Peng Hao arrived at the Mo Fei group with a batch of medicinal herbs. Upon seeing Wang Beihai, they were so excited that they cried out, "Master, Master," completely losing their usual dignified demeanor. "All right, you've worked hard these days. These herbs were not easy to find." Wang Beihai smiled, nodding at the herbs in front of him. "It's a small matter. If it helps you and those in need of treatment, we can find the herbs no matter how difficult it is," Li Zhenshi casually said, and Wang Beihai gave him an approving look. Then, without further ado, Wang Beihai had a large cauldron brought into the room, lit a fire inside, and with a wave of his hand, all the herbs flew into the cauldron. As the fire refined the herbs, a refreshing medicinal fragrance soon wafted from the cauldron. "Master, do you know how to refine pills?" Li Zhenshi sniffed the fragrance and then stared at Wang Beihai in disbelief. Chapter 313. The 9-turn rebirth pill. Isn't alchemy something anyone can do with their hands? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, looking as calm and composed as ever. Li Zhenshi, seeing this, couldn't help but cover his face and give Wang Beihai a thumbs up. "Master, you really know how to humble brag." Li Zhenshi gave Wang Beihai a profound look before continuing. "Being an alchemist isn't that easy. As far as I know, to become an alchemist, it's not just about mastering pharmacology. You need to be extremely proficient in controlling the heat, understanding the properties and reactions of herbs, and there can't be the slightest deviation during the process." As he spoke, Li Zhenshi squinted and glanced at the liquid in the cauldron. Although Wang Beihai seemed indifferent, the flames in the cauldron maintained a relatively stable temperature. In all of Shenzhou, only the Dan King, my equal in fame, can achieve this. It seems master skills are truly profound. Li Zhenshi was astonished, and even Peng Hao, who had little understanding of alchemy, widened his eyes at Wang Beihai's incredible control. Watch closely. Wang Beihai's expression turned serious as he extended a hand, releasing energy that instantly made the flames in the cauldron wild. Li Zhenshi and Peng Hao exclaimed in surprise as the heat spread throughout the room. "Master, be careful. Such haste can cause the essence of the herbs to dissipate, and even worse, it could cause the cauldron to explode." Li Zhenshi backed away in fear as he spoke. "Remember, following the rules won't get you anywhere." Wang Beihai smirked, then with a stern look, he reached out and formed a vortex in the cauldron. The wild flames, guided by the air vortex, formed a small flame tornado in the cauldron. The tornado wrapped around the herbs, which melted into droplets at a visible speed. "This control is amazing," Li Zhenshi and Peng Hao both gasped, seeing the wild flames obediently controlled by Wang Beihai. "Stop with the flattery. Watch closely. This is how you refine the pills." Wang Beihai's expression was solemn. Li Zhenshi and Peng Hao immediately widened their eyes, staring intently at the cauldron and Wang Beihai, not daring to blink. Wang Beihai took a deep breath, then flipped his wrist. The liquid of the herbs, under the high temperature, slowly merged in the cauldron. Soon, Wang Beihai shouted, "Disperse." The flames subsided, leaving only a clump of purple liquid in the cauldron. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed as he shouted again, "Split!" The liquid instantly scattered into thousands of droplet-sized portions. "Congeal!" Wang Beihai clenched his hand, and the temperature in the cauldron rapidly dropped, causing all the droplets to fall into the cauldron. "It's done." Wang Beihai smiled slightly. Li Junshi and Peng Hao immediately rushed to the cauldron, looking inside to see a pile of purple pills at the bottom, emitting a strong fragrance. Li Junshi took a whiff and immediately looked blissful. "This scent, it's like medicinal fragrance, but not quite." Peng Hao squinted, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. "Let's open it and take a look." Li Junshi couldn't resist his curiosity and directly lifted the lid of the cauldron. Instantly, a small fire dragon emerged from the cauldron, and Li Junshi's face was blackened by the heat. "I was just about to warn you." Wang Beihai stifled a laugh as he looked at Li Junshi. Li Junshi coughed out some white smoke, then, regardless of his appearance, eagerly reached into the cauldron and carefully took out a pill. "Is this the so-called elixir?" Li Junshi reverently looked at the pill in his hand. The purple pill was wrapped in wisps of white smoke, shimmering with a captivating luster under the light. "The 9-turn rebirth pill." Wang Beihai reached out, and the pill in Li Junshi's hand flew into his own. "This pill is useless to you, but for someone deeply poisoned, it has an absolute miraculous effect. If it's the right fit, it can pull someone back from the brink of death. Even bringing them back from the dead isn't out of the question." "Is this thing really that powerful?" Peng Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the pill in Wang Beihai's hand. "Yes, this thing." Wang Beihai smirked, then clapped his hands. Lao Kuei and a few others immediately carried the unconscious Lin Feng into the room. They placed Lin Feng on a chair, and Lao Kuei looked at him with concern. "Don't worry, he'll be fine." Wang Beihai patted Lao Kuei's shoulder, then without hesitation, placed the pill into Lin Feng's mouth. Everyone nervously watched Lin Feng, with Lao Kuei and the others clenching their fists. Initially, Lin Feng showed no reaction, but after a few minutes, his body began to convulse. Then, the unconscious Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, now red. "What's happening?" Lao Kuei immediately looked at Wang Beihai. "Don't worry, it's fine." Wang Beihai placed a hand on Lao Kuei's shoulder, calmly watching Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng stopped convulsing, and the red in his eyes began to fade. A few minutes later, Lin Feng calmed down, and in the shocked gazes of everyone, a black mist slowly emerged from his body. The mist, as if alive, quickly rushed towards the others as soon as it left Lin Feng's body. "Die!" Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold as he pointed a finger, a red light shooting out from his hand and hitting the mist. The mist immediately emitted a shrill scream before dissipating in the room. "It's done," Wang Beihai smirked, just as Lin Feng on the chair began to retch, vomiting a foul liquid. "Beihai, Lao Kuei, why are you here?" Lin Feng weakly raised his head, spoke a sentence, then collapsed back onto the chair, unconscious again. "All right, barring any accidents, he'll be fine. Take him down and let him rest for a few days." Wang Beihai waved his hand, and Lao Kuei and the others immediately helped Lin Feng up. "Thank you." Lao Kuei walked up to Wang Beihai, his eyes firm as he nodded deeply, truly grateful to Wang Beihai. "As long as he's fine." Wang Beihai patted Lao Kuei's shoulder, then continued, "Since it works, bring up the others who were infected." With that, Lao Kuei immediately obeyed and left. At that moment, far to the west, in an ancient castle, a luxurious wooden coffin suddenly opened, and a dried-up corpse inside instantly opened its eyes. Hashtag Chapter 314. Return to Wulong Village. A day later, Wang Beihai used the 9-turn revival pill he had concocted to cure the vampirized villagers one by one. He then arranged for them to recuperate at the Jishir Hall without charging a single cent. This act of Wang Beihai not only moved everyone at Jishir Hall, but also deeply touched Zhong Liang and his companions. After completing all the tasks, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, people gradually woke up and, upon learning about the events, revered the anonymous Wang Beihai as the guardian deity of Longquan County. Some wealthy families even commissioned statues of Wang Beihai at Jishir Hall to be erected in their own homes. While everyone was curious about the identity of the mysterious hero, Wang Beihai took Yang Li and headed straight for Wulong village. After so long, I'm finally home, Wang Beihai said, gazing at the familiar scenery outside the window with a melancholic expression. You finally know to come home, Yang Li teased, giving Wang Beihai a playful glare. You have no idea how much the villagers have been waiting for you, especially Xiaofeng. She always asks about you whenever she comes back. At this, Wang Beihai's eyes softened, and he smiled slightly. No matter what, that place is always my home. I have to go back. After I return from the spirit realm, I'll settle in Wulong village, open a clinic, and live freely as a small medical god. As he spoke, Wang Beihai rolled down the car window, resting his head on his hands with a relaxed expression. You're still so young, yet you act like an old man, Yang Li said with a sigh, then turned her gaze out the window. But such a life does sound nice. By the time they reached the entrance of Wulong village, Wang Beihai's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this Wulong village? He rubbed his eyes, seeing that the village was now surrounded by small villas, each with a courtyard and a swimming pool. The former back mountain had been transformed into a tourist hot spring town. Wulong village now resembled a high-end residential area. Don't stare so much. This is all thanks to you, Yang Li said with a smile, gently patting Wang Beihai's head before leading him forward. Wang Beihai shrugged and followed. As they approached the village entrance, he spotted the old Chinese scholar tree that had been there before. It's still here, Wang Beihai said with a smile, then heard a commotion. Turning around, he saw the old village doctor happily dancing with a group of elderly women. Upon seeing Wang Beihai, the doctor slipped and fell, even knocking out his false teeth. Wang Beihai hurried over to check on him. Upon closer inspection, he frowned. What's wrong? Are you okay? Yang Li asked, concerned as she saw Wang Beihai's expression. It's nothing, Wang Beihai replied, then gently tapped the doctor's ankle. The doctor's painful expression immediately eased, and he stood up, jumping a few times before hugging Wang Beihai excitedly. Beihai, you're back. We've missed you so much. Your medical skills are incredible. Just a touch and my old ailment is gone. Amazing, truly amazing. The surrounding villagers also gathered around warmly. Beihai, it's been so long. You've become even more handsome. Have you found a girlfriend? I have a niece who's about to graduate from university. She's quite a beauty. Get lost. Your niece is as big as our family's Sao. Don't mess with Beihai. Beihai, look at my daughter. She's tall and slender, perfect for you. Nonsense, Beihai, look at mine. The crowd of aunties surrounded Wang Beihai, while some with sons turned their attention to Yang Li. Wang Beihai felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, a melodious laugh rang out from outside the crowd. Beihai Gidge, you're back. Wang Beihai turned to see a slender figure pushing through the villagers and rushing towards him. It was Li Xiaofeng. She sprinted to Wang Beihai, and seeing the old doctor clinging to him, she glared and pushed him away before clinging to Wang Beihai herself. Beihai Gidge, I missed you so much. Xiaofeng rubbed herself against Wang Beihai, her unique scent filling his nostrils. Wang Beihai smiled and patted her back. Xiaofeng, there are so many people here. Realizing the situation, Xiaofeng quickly jumped down, her fair face turning crimson. Ahem! Wang Beihai awkwardly cleared his throat, then looked over Xiaofeng, secretly amazed. This girl must have had a good life or proper nutrition. She's grown so much more beautiful than before. Wang Beihai's gaze lingered on Xiaofeng's chest, noticing her significant growth. Seeing Wang Beihai's stare, Xiaofeng's face turned even redder, and she muttered, hateful, before running off. Wang Beihai scratched his head, looking innocently at Yang Li, who also glared at him. Pervert! She scolded before turning and walking away. Wang Beihai quickly shook off the villagers and chased after her. Soon, they arrived at the small earthen house where Wang Beihai had once lived. It was still in its original state, unchanged. I was afraid you'd feel out of place, so I kept the house as it was, Yang Li explained, seeming to read Wang Beihai's thoughts. It's fine. I like it this way, Wang Beihai replied with a smile, following Yang Li into the house. Everything was just as he remembered. The courtyard, the kitchen, the 2 bedrooms, each detail evoking memories. Wang Beihai and Yang Li prepared a simple meal, chatting and laughing as they ate in the courtyard, reminiscent of their old life. They talked until late into the night, Yang Li's eyes heavy with sleep. Wang Beihai carried her to bed, covered her with a blanket, then walked out to the courtyard, sipping wine and gazing at the sky. At that moment, Wang Beihai's ears twitched, and the familiar melody he had once heard echoed in his ears. Without hesitation, his eyes flashed, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Chapter 315, The Harpist. Wang Beihai followed the sound of the harp, his figure agilely weaving through the forest. Before long, he arrived at the halfway point up the mountain. With a leap, he soared onto the treetops, glancing around. The harp music continued, and Wang Beihai followed the faint notes, looking around. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a vague silhouette under the hazy moonlight. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, lightly tapped his foot, and his figure disappeared into the night, reappearing 100 meters away. But when he reached the spot where he had seen the silhouette, it had already moved far away. Strange, I don't believe I can't find you. Wang Beihai frowned, then became intrigued, quickening his pace and searching the area again. This time, he used his divine sense, but strangely, within the range of his divine sense, he couldn't sense any presence. Just as Wang Beihai was feeling frustrated, a hearty laugh suddenly came from the sky. The bright moon shines through the pines, clear springs flow over the stones. Brother, no need to search. I'll wait for you by the small pond to share a drink. The voice disappeared as quickly as it came, and the surroundings fell into silence once more. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, tapped his foot, and in a few breaths, he was by the pond at the halfway point of the mountain. Indeed, by the pond sat a man in green, cross-legged, holding a wine jug in one hand and a guqin in the other. His long black hair cascaded down to his waist, and under the moonlight, a perfect profile was revealed. Finally here, the man smiled slightly, turning to face Wang Beihai with eyes full of mirth. Come sit. The man smiled, waving his hand, and the stone in front of him instantly transformed into a stone table and stools. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Without saying much, just this feat alone showed that the man in front of him was extraordinary. Who are you? Wang Beihai strode to the stone table and sat down directly, his movements casual but his heart filled with vigilance. Haha, indeed formidable. At such a young age, you've already reached the saint realm. The younger generation is truly impressive. Li Yuanhao's casual remark sent shockwaves through Wang Beihai's heart. He had always hidden his aura, yet this man still sensed it easily. Who exactly are you? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, his spiritual energy surging, ready to strike at any moment. Ah, don't get so excited, young man, the man said, lightly plucking a string of the guqin. Wang Beihai felt his head grow heavy, and his spiritual energy couldn't be mobilized at all. What did you do to me? Wang Beihai glared, silently chanting the clear mind mantra. After a moment, the feeling dissipated. Hee, quite formidable. The man chuckled, then grabbed Wang Beihai's hand. Brother Bei, if one day you were to shoulder the burden of saving the world, would you be willing to rescue the people of Shenzhou from the flames? What are you saying? Wang Beihai frowned, startled by the man's words, which were identical to those of the king. Hee, no need to rush your answer. Your eyes have already told me, the man said, pulling out a wine cup from somewhere, filling it and handing it to Wang Beihai. Would Brother Bei do me the honor of sharing a drink with me? Why not? Wang Beihai looked at the wine in his hand, then downed it in one gulp. Aren't you afraid I poisoned it? The man asked with a smile. No, my intuition tells me you wouldn't. Wang Beihai replied with a smile. The man was slightly taken aback, then laughed heartily, finishing his wine in one go. Good, well said. I truly didn't misjudge you. With that, the man plucked a string of the guqin, and Wang Beihai felt his spatial ring tremble. The dragon-shaped token he had previously found flew into the man's hand. A token of the martial alliance, a good item. The man said meaningfully, then casually tossed the token back to Wang Beihai. Take good care of it, it will be useful. With a smile, the man plucked the string again, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Wang Beihai immediately stood up, looking around, but could no longer sense the man's presence. Haha, Brother Bei. My name is Li Yuanhao. Today's drink was not enough. I will definitely drink with you until we're both drunk. The questions in your heart will be answered when we meet again. Work hard. The future of Shenzhou depends on you. Li Yuanhao's voice echoed from the sky, and Wang Beihai frowned, looking down at the token in his hand. Though he had countless questions, he couldn't find answers at the moment. The next day, as the sky began to brighten, Wang Beihai left his home, walking along the familiar paths of the village. He found the changes in the village to be enormous. Most of the village's farmland had been transformed into agritourism spots. By mid-morning, the villagers who used to start their day early in the fields were now leisurely practicing Tai Chi in their courtyards. As Wang Beihai walked, the villagers greeted him warmly, knowing that without him, they wouldn't be where they are today. Wang Beihai responded to each greeting and soon arrived at the village committee office. I wonder how Bai Yi is doing? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, then leaped over the wall as he was accustomed to doing. The courtyard of the village committee had been completely renovated, and at that moment, Bai Yi was doing morning exercises. Seeing Wang Beihai jump in, she was startled, then pouted, angrily addressing him. What's wrong with you? You're a billionaire now. Why can't you change this bad habit? Bai Yi glared fiercely at Wang Beihai. Habit, hee. Wang Beihai scratched his head, then looked curiously at Bai Yi. By the way, I'm puzzled. With Zhu Xiao here, you should have gone to the county seat long ago. Why are you still staying in Wulong village? Go away. Who wants to be transferred out? Bai Yi looked disdainfully at Wang Beihai, her eyes like those of looking at an idiot. Wulong village is thriving now, wherein the city can be as enjoyable here. You don't know how many people want to get jobs here through connections, but can't find a way in. Those who went to see Zhu Xiao could line up all the way to the capital. As she spoke, Bai Yi stuck her tongue out at Wang Beihai. They chatted for a while, until the sun was high in the sky, and Wang Beihai left. It seems there's nothing to worry about in the village for now. The only shortcoming is the lack of a good hospital. On the way back, Wang Beihai pondered, then slapped his head, rushing home to tell Yang Li about his idea to set up a Jisher hall in the village. Yang Li naturally agreed with both hands. After a busy morning, Wang Beihai received a call from Zhong Momo. After a conversation, Wang Beihai hurriedly left Wulong village. Chapter 316. The Martial World. In the afternoon, Wang Beihai had a casual meal at the treasure-gathering pavilion. After tea and snacks, Zhong Liang invited Wang Beihai to the rooftop observatory. Seated in a room surrounded by glass, they looked out at the surrounding scenery, giving the impression of wielding power over the world. How do you like this spot? Zhong Liang asked with a smile, looking at Wang Beihai. The view is excellent, and the lighting is perfect. It's indeed a great place to enjoy the scenery, Wang Beihai replied with a calm smile. Yes, Mr. Lin and I often had tea and chatted here. But now, I'm the only one left, Zhong Liang said wistfully, his eyes revealing a hint of melancholy. Wang Beihai paused for a moment, then said, Please accept my condolences, Pavilion Master Zhong. Well, life and death are common occurrences in the human world. Leaving early might not be a bad thing, Zhong Liang said with a helpless shake of his head, then adjusted his glasses and turned his gaze to Wang Beihai. But you saved the entire Longquan County on your own. You could have capitalized on this opportunity to gain fame and fortune, yet you chose to remain anonymous. That's not the standard for a businessman. Hearing this, Wang Beihai smiled. Fame and fortune are like floating clouds to me. I prefer tranquility and not too much excitement. Haha, I see, Zhong Liang laughed heartily, then patted Wang Beihai on the shoulder and said earnestly, You are so young, yet your cultivation and mentality are the best among the younger generation I've seen. Now, remember what I'm about to say. Although you agreed to help us in the tournament for Momo's sake, if you have no confidence, you can withdraw. Zhong Liang's eyes showed a complex expression as he continued. Compared to victory, I hope for a bright future for Jiangnan and Longquan County. At this, Wang Beihai frowned and asked, Pavilion Master Zhong, I don't understand. What kind of competition is it that you value so much? And when I heard Mo talk about it, it seemed like the consequences of losing would be dire. Haha, that little girl, Zhong Liang said with a wry smile, pondering for a moment before explaining, it's nothing much, just a competition that has been passed down in the martial world of China. A martial competition? Wang Beihai exclaimed, his eyes widening as if he had discovered a new continent. Yes, it's about the martial world. You haven't been in the martial arts for long, so it's normal that you don't know about this, Zhong Liang said, leading Wang Beihai to a secret chamber. Upon turning on the lights, Wang Beihai saw the room filled with various weapons, armor, and stacks of martial arts books. In ancient times, China revered martial arts. Throughout history, in the martial world, the strong have always been at the top of the pyramid, while the weak have only been destined to be swallowed up, Zhong Liang said, caressing the armor beside him with a complex look in his eyes. Nowadays, with the development of modern technology, more and more people have abandoned martial arts. After all, its utility is too limited in the present. But more importantly, the spiritual energy in the world has been diminishing over time, making martial artists a rare commodity. Turning to Wang Beihai, Zhong Liang continued, but rarity doesn't mean absence. On the contrary, martial arts emphasize heritage. The martial heritage of China has never been interrupted, and every 10 years, the martial world holds a First Under Heaven martial arts tournament. The First Under Heaven martial arts tournament? What's that? Wang Beihai asked in astonishment, realizing he might never have come across this information without Zhong Liang's revelation. It's simple. In ancient times, people called it the Wulin Assembly. Zhong Liang said with a smile. Wow, the Wulin Assembly. This actually exists. Wang Beihai exclaimed, his mouth agape. I always thought it was just something from martial arts TV shows, but it turns out it really exists in reality. Of course, remember, all art is derived from real life, Zhong Liang said, patting Wang Beihai on the shoulder before frowning and continuing. Every 10 years, all martial factions gather together, selecting the elite among the younger generation to compete. Naturally, there's also an element of gambling involved. The winning side receives rich rewards, while the losing side faces consequences ranging from bankruptcy to losing their life, all depending on the stakes set at the beginning. At this, Zhong Liang's eyes closed slightly as he looked at Wang Beihai. Last time, I won the competition, which is why the treasure-gathering pavilion has achieved today's success. But after that, I was betrayed by a treacherous person, nearly losing my life. Fortunately, I was saved by a benefactor and had to dissipate my cultivation to survive. Unfortunately, my cultivation has been stuck at the peak of the Earth realm ever since, unable to make a breakthrough. Zhong Liang's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Wang Beihai, upon hearing this, frowned and without hesitation grabbed Zhong Liang's arm, closing his eyes to sense the situation. After a moment, he opened his eyes in shock. Your meridians are in a terrible state. After sensing Zhong Liang's chaotic meridians, Wang Beihai looked at him with a complex expression. At your current state, you have at most 3 more years to live. Wang Beihai looked at Zhong Liang, unable to believe that he appeared to be a man on the verge of exhaustion. Heh, life is just a matter of long or short. My only hope now is my daughter, Mo. Do you know what my bet was 10 years ago? Zhong Liang asked, his eyes dim. Wang Beihai, seeing Zhong Liang's expression, had a guess in his mind and directly voiced his thoughts. Was it your daughter? Not quite, Zhong Liang said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. The bet I took that day was my own life. That's simple. You could just hide and not show up, Wang Beihai said, frowning in confusion. Is a bet really that important? Not so, Zhong Liang shook his head. The rules of the martial world state that once a bet is accepted, it must be honored, or else you will be pursued by all martial practitioners. In 3 years, I might as well die, but Mo is innocent. And if I lose now, she will lose all her support. Without my protection, she will face endless darkness. The various pavilion masters of the treasure-gathering pavilion are not easy to deal with. As Zhong Liang spoke, his excitement grew, and the pressure on Wang Beihai's shoulder increased. If that's the case, why did you tell me to concede defeat, Pavilion Master Zhong? Wang Beihai asked in surprise. I admit that at first, I had the idea of using you to get through the crisis, but your talent and mentality are unparalleled. I believe that given time, you will reach a realm that no martial artist has ever achieved. The future of the martial arts in China lies with you. How could I, for my own selfish interests, hinder the entire martial world? Zhong Liang sighed deeply, his eyes revealing helplessness. Forget it, I'll go arrange other matters for Imo. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Beihai smiled. The martial arts tournament sounds interesting. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I plan to take a look. Chapter 317, Martial Sects. You. Zhong Liang looked at Wang Beihai in disbelief, only to find that Wang Beihai's eyes were not showing any fear, but instead, they were filled with intense fighting spirit. Right, Uncle Zhong? Who are the people who have participated in the martial arts assembly over the years? From what you say, it seems they are all very formidable. After a moment of silence, Wang Beihai turned to look at Zhong Liang, his face full of curiosity. Are you really determined to participate? Zhong Liang pushed his glasses and asked again. How could I miss such a fun event? Wang Beihai grinned and then looked up with an expression of interest. All right, I'll tell you then. Since you've decided to participate, you will be a representative member of our treasure pavilion from now on. It's fine to tell you these things. However, the content involved is quite detailed, so let's go over there and talk while drinking tea. Zhong Liang said, leading Wang Beihai to a tea table, where he sat down and slowly poured a cup of tea for Wang Beihai. After taking a deep breath, he began to speak. In fact, when it comes to the martial arts of the Divine Land, it can be traced back to ancient times, even before the emergence of the Yellow Emperor and Yin Emperor. Zhong Liang spoke seriously, and Wang Beihai seemed to be drawn into a completely unknown world by Zhong Liang's narrative. In this world, chaos reigned, and a figure wielded an axe, splitting the heavens and earth apart. Life began to emerge, and with it, a wisp of purple chi scattered across the land. With the emergence of apes, that wisp of purple chi was absorbed by them. The apes that absorbed the purple chi gained intelligence, rapidly transforming into the appearance of ordinary humans. Their physical strength and intelligence far surpassed those of their peers. These were the first martial practitioners, and that wisp of purple chi is the legendary spiritual energy. Zhong Liang finished his tea and looked at Wang Beihai again, only to find him in a daze, as if he had entered a profound state. Go on. However, just a few seconds after Zhong Liang stopped, Wang Beihai said indifferently. Zhong Liang took another sip of tea and continued. After that person absorbed the spiritual energy and awakened, he traveled to every corner of the world, absorbing all the collected spiritual energy. Then, a golden light appeared in the sky, and that person ascended on the spot, stepping into the realm of immortals. And then? Hearing this, Wang Beihai's thirst for knowledge grew even stronger. Zhong Liang was startled. Wang Beihai seemed to have changed into a different person. Later, legends say that demons and monsters appeared in the world, causing widespread destruction. The person in the immortal realm saw the suffering of the human world and couldn't bear it, so he left his immortal body and condensed the purple chi in his body into a spiritual avatar to descend to the mortal world. The avatar entered the world, not only pacifying the demons and monsters, but also staying behind to teach and impart knowledge, returning all the spiritual energy he carried to the people. Later, this led to the historical period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in our county, and the so-called Xinyuan and Qiyu were his disciples. What was that person's name? Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, and an imposing figure instantly appeared in his mind. That person had no name, but according to records, people called him the king. Zhong Liang pushed his glasses, and his tone became extremely respectful when mentioning this name. The king, indeed. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Even though he had guessed it before, hearing the name from Zhong Liang's mouth still made his heart stir. Do you know him? Zhong Liang looked at Wang Beihai in surprise. Not really, just heard about him in some places. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes slightly and then looked at Zhong Liang. Go on. Oh. Zhong Liang came back to himself and continued. After Xinyuan, the divine land entered a period of full bloom in martial cultivation. With the birth of martial practitioners, many powerful ones began to establish sects and recruit disciples. Then, according to different techniques, they formed different sects, gradually giving rise to the concept of sections. However, the law of the world is still the survival of the fittest. Even without disasters, with the emergence of sects, many powerful figures began to question each other. There was a period when various sects fought against each other, and within a year, countless martial practitioners fell into the river of history. Zhong Liang said, his eyes showing a trace of sorrow. Later, people organized this so-called martial arts competition to reduce sect conflicts, thus ending the century-long sect disputes. Over the past 1,000 years, with the decrease in the world's spiritual energy, many people can no longer reach the threshold of martial practitioners. The sects that have survived to this day in the river of history are only a handful, with Kunlun, Amei, Huashan, Wudong, and Shaolin being particularly strong. Later, scattered martial practitioners also formed organizations. As he spoke, Zhong Liang glanced at Wang Beihai and smiled slightly. I'll tell you this. Our treasure pavilion was formed by these so-called scattered martial practitioners, and there are a few other major forces like ours. I see. After listening to Zhong Liang's words, Wang Beihai showed a look of enlightenment. Then, he thought of the person who had appeared earlier playing the qin and asked, what about the martial alliance? Hearing this, Zhong Liang was startled and stared at Wang Beihai with wide eyes. You actually know about the martial alliance? There's no need to be surprised. I happened to encounter it. Wang Beihai said indifferently. At this, Zhong Liang nodded and said softly, the martial alliance has existed for 1,000 years, and no one knows who created it. All we know is that there are many experts in the martial alliance, and even super sects like Kunlun dare not confront it. It's strange. Although the martial alliance exists, it not only does not participate in sect conflicts, but also restricts various sections. This martial arts assembly is organized by them. I see. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, secretly shocked. I didn't expect the martial alliance to be so powerful. That's a given. It's said that martial practitioners who perform exceptionally well in the martial arts assembly are selected by the martial alliance to join them. Zhong Liang said, his eyes full of longing. If I hadn't been wronged by a traitor on that day, perhaps I could have entered the martial alliance. He said with a bitter smile, maybe even received guidance from the leader of the martial alliance, Li Yuanhao. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was startled and grabbed Zhong Liang's arm. What did you say? Who is the leader of the martial alliance? Li Yuanhao. Zhong Liang smiled, full of reverence. He's a monster who emerged 20 years ago. In terms of talent, he's basically on par with you. If you could receive his guidance, your strength would surely grow rapidly. However, Wang Beihai didn't hear a word of what Zhong Liang said next. His heart was already filled with shock. Chapter 318. Offering oneself in marriage. Li Yuanhao. When Wang Beihai heard this name, his eyes widened immediately. Wasn't this the very person he had seen that day? Thinking of this, Wang Beihai continued to probe. What did he look like, and what is his current level? Upon hearing this, Zhong Liang was taken aback and then awkwardly laughed. This man is eccentric, fond of traveling and sightseeing. Even the high-ranking elders of the martial alliance are unaware of his whereabouts. He didn't show up at the last martial arts conference, a typical enigmatic figure who appears and disappears like a dragon. Moreover, it is rumored that his cultivation is extremely high, having withstood the 9-day tribulation with just an ancient qin, thus achieving the Saint Realm. Zhong Liang spoke with admiration on his face, while Wang Beihai frowned and said, Saint Realm? The leader of the martial alliance, I'm afraid, is not merely at the Saint Realm, right? Hearing this, Zhong Liang was stunned, and then looked at Wang Beihai, spreading his hands. Actually, there is an unwritten saying in the martial world. To attain sainthood through martial arts is to be the best in the world. If one wishes to go further, they must seek the legendary path of cultivation. If you say that, the saint realm should be a rare existence, but when I went to the capital earlier, I encountered more than a dozen saint realm cultivators. Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, not doubting Zhong Liang's words, but what he had seen earlier was indeed real. With a population of over 1 billion in the vast divine land, think about it, a mere few dozen saint realm cultivators among such a large group, how could they not be outstanding? Zhong Liang smiled faintly, and with that one sentence, Wang Beihai instantly understood. Seeing this, Zhong Liang nodded and continued, and according to the news from the Martial Alliance, the spiritual energy in this world has recently increased, and many martial artists have broken through their bottlenecks without realizing it. Even so, those who reach the saint realm are all monsters, let alone Li Yuanhao, who achieved sainthood at just over 30. Over 30? Wang Beihai pondered for a moment, then smiled knowingly. If Zhong Liang knew he had already reached the saint realm, he wondered what expression Zhong Liang would have. What's wrong? Seeing Wang Beihai smile, Zhong Liang asked curiously. Nothing, Uncle Zhong, in your opinion. How do I compare to that Li Yuanhao? Wang Beihai looked at Zhong Liang with interest. Zhong Liang furrowed his brows, deep in thought for a long time before slowly saying, "This is really hard to say. Li Yuanhao's cultivation is unfathomably deep, and I don't know what level he has reached now. As for you, your talent is astonishing, almost monstrous. Your greatest advantage is that you are younger than him. Even if you are not yet his equal, as long as you persist and strive, I believe within 10 years, you will surely stand at the pinnacle of the divine land." Seeing Zhong Liang's incredibly confident gaze, Wang Beihai's heart stirred, and he smiled. "Uncle Zhong, look." Saying this, Wang Beihai extended a finger, and a spark of electricity appeared not far away. Then, with a grasp of his hand, a ping-pong ball-sized electric orb appeared in front of the two. Is this a martial skill? Zhong Liang widened his eyes, looking at Wang Beihai. No, it came naturally. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, and his simple words stirred up 1,000 waves in Zhong Liang's heart. Martial arts naturally, able to summon the power of nature with a mere gesture. You have reached the saint realm. Zhong Liang's face was no longer calm, and the tea he was pouring overflowed from the cup. Wang Beihai smiled faintly and nodded gently. After a moment of shock, Zhong Liang let out a long sigh and looked at Wang Beihai with an astonished expression. Monster. A complete monster. You're only in your early 20s, a saint realm cultivator at such a young age. It's simply insane. Zhong Liang was no longer calm, and his gaze towards Wang Beihai changed slightly. I've decided, this martial arts conference, I will stake everything of the Zhong family on you. Seeing Zhong Liang's excited expression, Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. Decided, not backing out? Haha, a saint realm cultivator at 20, what do I have to fear? In the past 100, even 1,000 years, I've never heard of any martial artist breaking through to the saint realm at the age of 20. Wang Beihai, you are truly a monster. If you can win at the martial arts conference, I will take the liberty of arranging for Mo to marry you. Zhong Liang became more and more excited, eventually giving Wang Beihai a huge shock. Seeing this, Wang Beihai shook his head like a spinning top, repeatedly saying, "That won't do, Uncle Zhong. Marriage is not something that can be decided by parental words and matchmakers alone." Is that so? I understand. Zhong Liang let out a soft sound, then clapped his hands. Behind the screen, Zhong Imo walked out with lotus steps, her cheeks flushed. What do you think, Imo? What's your opinion? Zhong Liang winked at Zhong Imo, whose face instantly turned even redder. Miss Zhong, this is a matter of marriage. It can't be taken lightly. Seeing Zhong Imo's expression, Wang Beihai hurriedly whispered to her, occasionally giving her meaningful glances. You've said it several times. Call me Imo. Zhong Imo glared at Wang Beihai, then looked at Zhong Liang. Just as Wang Beihai thought Zhong Imo would refute Zhong Liang, she buried her head in her chest and whispered to Zhong Liang, "I will follow my father's arrangements." This. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he stuttered, unable to speak for a long time. "No, I already have someone in my heart." In a moment of urgency, Wang Beihai blurted it out, and time seemed to freeze. The expressions on Zhong Liang and Zhong Imo's faces instantly froze. Realizing the awkward atmosphere, Wang Beihai shrank his neck, thinking about how to break this impasse, when Zhong Imo suddenly covered her face and ran out, crying, "Uncle Zhong, this?" Wang Beihai looked at the departing Zhong Imo, feeling very uncomfortable but not knowing what to do, so he turned his gaze to Zhong Liang. "Ah." Zhong Liang glanced at Wang Beihai, then sighed deeply. Imo has been strong-willed since she was young, having lost her mother early. She buries everything in her heart. Even if she knows the outcome, she still wants to try, even if the result is not what she desires. "Beihai, you're a smart person. Can't you tell if Imo likes you?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned. Looking at the direction Zhong Imo had left, his expression complicated. "Forget it. Let it be. Since ancient times, the hardest thing to resolve is love. The most important thing now is the martial arts conference. As for the girl, don't worry. I believe she will come to terms with it after some time." Zhong Liang waved his hand and then slowly sat down. Despite his words, Wang Beihai could still see a hint of melancholy in Zhong Liang's eyes. "I'm sorry, Uncle Zhong," Wang Beihai said apologetically. "No need to apologize to me. As you said, we're all adults. This kind of thing is about mutual feelings. Forcing a melon won't make it sweet." Saying this, Zhong Liang poured another cup of tea for Wang Beihai, gesturing for him to sit down. "Let's talk about the main issue. The destination this time is the main venue of the martial arts conference. We'll set off in a month." Hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned. "Isn't there still a long time?" Zhong Liang smiled. "We'll take it slow, and along the way, I'll show you the so-called martial arts world." "Where are we going?" Wang Beihai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "We are heading to Huashan to engage in a sword discussion with heroes from all over." Chapter 319. Before departure. 3 days later, Wang Beihai had settled all his affairs, and Lin Feng and the others had also recovered. To be on the safe side, Wang Beihai dispersed the members of the dragon-slaying team to various city outposts. Before leaving, he also imparted the techniques for refining elixirs to Li Zhenshi and Peng Hao. The moment they received the book, the two of them burst into tears, and in the end, they were so afraid that Wang Beihai might change his mind that they even hid the book carefully. "During my absence, study diligently. Although the elixirs are small, the principles they contain are extremely complex," Wang Beihai said, looking at Li Zhenshi and Peng Hao with a mixture of emotions. Both of them were outstanding in both medical skills and ethics within their profession. If given the time, Wang Beihai would have been willing to impart his medical knowledge to them fully. Li Zhenshi and Peng Hao nodded. At that moment, Yang Li walked over with a look of resentment. "You're leaving again. Can't you stay?" Yang Li twisted her clothes nervously, trying hard to hide her reluctance. Seeing this, Wang Beihai sighed deeply and then stepped forward to give Yang Li a big hug. "I'm sorry, Sister Li. I also want to live a peaceful life for a while, but my heart just can't settle down." "I understand," Yang Li said, leaning against Wang Beihai for a moment before gently pushing him away. "A good man's ambition lies in the world. Beihai, wherever you go, be careful." Yang Li's eyes were firm. She knew that the man before her was no longer the boy who used to smile foolishly even when someone threw cow dung at him. "Take care, Sister Li." Wang Beihai bowed deeply to Yang Li, then entrusted a few more words to Li Zhenshi before turning and leaving resolutely. At the gate of Jishitang, Yang Li placed her hands on her chest, watching Wang Beihai's retreating figure with a mix of worry and reluctance. Even after Wang Beihai disappeared at the end of the corridor, Yang Li still maintained that posture. Sister Li," Peng Hao immediately stepped forward and patted Yang Li's shoulder. Yang Li suddenly came to her senses. "Sister Li, you like Beihai? Why don't you tell him?" Peng Hao blinked and voiced his question directly. As soon as Peng Hao spoke, Yang Li's face turned red, and she quickly retorted, "Go away, you little kid. What do you know? I'm Beihai's big sister, how could I?" Although she said this, her voice became softer and softer. Anyone with eyes could tell what she was thinking. Loving someone doesn't require many words. A glance, a gesture, is enough to show it, Peng Hao said with a bitter smile. His mind filled with the image of Xiao Linger, and a strong longing welled up in his heart. At that moment, Li Zhenshi standing beside him knocked on Peng Hao's head, causing him to wince in pain. "You little kid, stop talking nonsense," Li Zhenshi said, angrily pulling Peng Hao's ear. "Come with me, let's study Master's elixir refining secrets." With that, Li Zhenshi smiled at Yang Li and dragged Peng Hao away. Seeing their comical appearance, Yang Li couldn't help but smile charmingly. She made a decision, and her eyes gradually became firm. As for Wang Beihai, after leaving Jishitang, he walked through the streets, thinking about whether he had forgotten anything. After a careful consideration, Wang Beihai confirmed that everything was in order. When he looked up again, he realized he had unconsciously arrived at the building where Ruoying International used to be. Looking up, the words Ruoying International were still hanging on the building, and the LED screens around the building repeatedly played Ling Ruoying's photo shoots. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and the figure of Ling Ruoying appeared before him, along with her playful voice in his ears. "Ruoying, are you all right?" Wang Beihai's eyes filled with longing. Then he turned and left. 10 minutes later, Wang Beihai returned to the building of Ruoying International. This time, he was dressed in a sharp suit and carrying the best liquor and tobacco under his name. Taking a deep breath, Wang Beihai walked into the lobby of Ruoying International. However, as soon as he entered, he was stopped by a security guard. "Halt, who are you?" the guard asked sternly. Wang Beihai smiled slightly. "My name is Wang Beihai. I'm here to see your Mr. Ling." "You're Wang Beihai?" The guard scrutinized Wang Beihai, his eyes full of doubt. Wang Beihai didn't mind and just nodded with a smile. You call yourself Wang Beihai, and I could call myself Wang Beihai too. Don't think you can impersonate someone just because you're dressed up. Who doesn't know that Wang Beihai is the richest man in Longquan County and a good friend of our CEO Ling? "You're probably here to negotiate a deal with the CEO, the guard said, placing his electric baton in front of him. Annie has instructed that no one can see the CEO without an appointment. Seeing the guard's serious expression, Wang Beihai shook his head and smiled bitterly, but he didn't make things difficult for the guard. Instead, he nodded in approval. Then, Wang Beihai took out his phone, thought for a moment, and decided not to call Ling Tianxian but dialed Wu Annie instead. After a brief conversation, Wang Beihai hung up the phone. Soon, a woman in a professional outfit ran into the lobby, and upon closer inspection, it was the same Wu Annie from the past. "Mr. Wang, you're here. Why didn't you say so in advance?" Wu Annie said with a smile, which stunned the guard beside her. You really are Wang Beihai." "No, Mr. Wang," the guard said, his eyes filled with panic, realizing his previous disrespect and trembling involuntarily. Seeing this, Wu Annie immediately interceded for the guard. "Mr. Wang, Xiao Yu is new here, and he hasn't done everything perfectly. Please don't take it to heart. His daughter has cancer, and losing this job would break him." Hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned, then looked at the panicking guard and smiled slightly, patting the guard's shoulder. "What's your name?" The guard seemed to be in a daze, and only after Wang Beihai asked the third time did he reply slowly, "I am Yu Bing, Mr. Wang. It's my fault for not recognizing you. Please be magnanimous and don't fire me." As he spoke, Yu Bing was about to kneel, but Wang Beihai acted quickly, using his foot to stop Yu Bing, then smiled and took out a drop of blood lotus essence from his spiritual ring, placing it in a jade bottle and handing it to Yu Bing. "Take this back, mix it with water to make enough for 9 days, and let your daughter drink a little each day. After 9 days, your daughter will be cured." Yu Bing took the jade bottle, feeling its warmth, and his eyes immediately moistened. When he looked up again, Wang Beihai had already disappeared from the spot. Chapter 320. The Crisis of the Ling Family. Gone? Yu Bing's eyes were filled with complex emotions as he looked at Wu Annie beside him. Wu Annie nodded, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed in the direction Wang Beihai had left. After a moment of silence, Wu Annie turned to Yu Bing. "You, I've told you before, don't be so stubborn. Luckily, this time you met Mr. Wang." "I know, Sister Annie, but what about this medicine?" Yu Bing held the jade bottle in his hand, asking skeptically. "You, meeting Mr. Wang is a blessing from your ancestors. Mr. Wang is the most skilled doctor in Longquan County. You know Ji Shirtang, right? It's his establishment. And the famous medical sage Li Zhenshe is his disciple. If the medicine he gave you can't save your daughter, then no one can save her. Remember, be smart." With that, Wu Annie ran into the hall. Yu Bing held the medicine in his hand, thinking about what Wu Annie had just said, his heart filled with mixed feelings. After a moment of contemplation, he knelt down on both knees and kowtowed 3 times in the direction Wang Beihai had left. At the moment Yu Bing kowtowed, Wang Beihai in the elevator shuddered, feeling an inexplicable sense of clarity. It seemed as if an unknown force had been bestowed upon him. Strange. Wang Beihai glanced at himself in the mirror, but found nothing unusual. Shrugging, he stepped out of the elevator as it reached the floor where Ling Tianquan was. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Wang Beihai frowned, closing his eyes and then opening them again, revealing a flash of purple. His gaze was met with an extremely dense aura of death emanating from the end of the corridor. What's going on? Wang Beihai was startled, his figure instantly appearing at Ling Tianquan's office door. Why such a dense aura of death? Wang Beihai wondered, reaching for the doorknob but finding the door locked. In a rush, he didn't hesitate and kicked the door open. The sight inside the office made Wang Beihai gasp. Ling Tianquan sat listlessly at his desk, his eyes dull and lifeless. It seemed he hadn't eaten for a long time, his body emaciated, his face pale and unhealthy. "Mr. Ling," Wang Beihai exclaimed, stepping forward. Ling Tianquan was now unconscious. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, pulling Ling Tianquan's hand and feeling the weak pulse. He sighed in relief. "Luckily, I had taught Mr. Ling some techniques before. Otherwise, anyone in such a state of starvation would have died long ago." Wang Beihai congratulated himself, then took a drop of blood lotus essence from his spiritual ring and dripped it directly into Ling Tianquan's mouth. Instantly, the powerful vitality of the essence spread throughout Ling Tianquan's body at a visible speed. Within a minute, Ling Tianquan's complexion began to recover, his breathing becoming stronger. Cough, cough. As the energy was absorbed, Ling Tianquan's eyes gradually regained their luster, and he suddenly sat up, coughing violently. "Beihai, why are you here?" Ling Tianquan came to his senses, seeing Wang Beihai. He was first surprised, then his eyes filled with guilt. "Why save me?" Ling Tianquan looked at Wang Beihai sorrowfully. "Now Ruiying is missing. My son Tianyu is missing. My daughter-in-law has gone mad and is in a mental hospital. I failed to protect them. I have no face to see my ancestors. Only death can atone for my sins. Uncle Ling is missing? When did this happen?" Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Ling Tianyu's last disappearance was due to the Black Gold Society, but this time there was no warning. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai frowned and looked at Ling Tianquan. "Mr. Ling, why do this? You must live to have a chance to see them. Don't worry about Ruiying. I will bring her back when the time is right. I will also visit her mother. As for Uncle Ling, I will have someone look for him. As long as he is still in this world, I will do everything to bring him back." Hearing Wang Beihai's words, Ling Tianquan's eyes lit up, and he looked at Wang Beihai gratefully. Just as he was about to stand up to thank him, Wang Beihai pressed him back into the chair. "Mr. Ling, you haven't eaten or drunk for days. Your body is weak, just sit." Saying this, Wang Beihai placed the cigarettes, alcohol, and dishes on the table. "Today, I came to chat with you. If you don't eat, you'll be wasting my good wine and food." Ling Tianquan looked at Wang Beihai sheepishly. With Wang Beihai's assurance, he had hope. Seeing the good wine and food on the table, his stomach began to rumble. Good Beihai, it's been so long, and you finally brought me your wine. With Wang Beihai's assurance, Ling Tianxuan's appetite surged. After teasing Wang Beihai, he began to drink and eat heartily, his manner quite intimidating. Wang Beihai shook his head at the sight. Slow down, no one is going to steal from you. Ling Tianxuan, however, paid no attention, continuing to eat and drink until he finished a bottle of wine and a chicken. You Beihai are really not fair. With such good wine and cigarettes, you move them to the northern district. I've been wanting a taste for a long time. Hearing this, Wang Beihai realized that he had later shifted the focus of his business to the northern district, and the southern district's business had not been updated or promoted. Ling Tianxuan's words had indeed awakened him. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai laughed heartily and looked at Ling Tianxuan. It had been a long time, and the old man had aged considerably. It seems the Ling family's affairs have hit him hard. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and raised a glass of wine. Cheers, thank you for all this time. Ling Tianxuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly and drank with Wang Beihai. Perhaps due to the long separation, Wang Beihai and Ling Tianxuan drank until late into the night. The next day, before dawn, Wang Beihai left alone. His destination was the treasure pavilion. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, Wang Beihai met Zhong Liang. Instead of immediately discussing the martial arts tournament, he spoke about the Ling family's situation. Zhong Liang, upon hearing this, immediately dispatched people to investigate Ling Tianyu's disappearance, even postponing their departure by a day. After a busy morning, they received no news about Ling Tianyu. Wang Beihai thanked Zhong Liang and rushed to the Longquan County Mental Hospital, where Ling Tianxuan had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Chapter 321. Entering the Jianghu. Ruo Ying's mother is inside. Ling Tianxiao led Wang Beihai through a dark, eerie corridor, eventually arriving at a narrow door. Upon opening it, a dark tunnel appeared before Wang Beihai's eyes. What's her situation, and why is she kept here? Wang Beihai looked at Ling Tianxiao with confusion. I'm not entirely clear about the specifics. I only know that last month, they went on a trip to the west. My son didn't return, but she did. After coming back, she fell ill and couldn't get up. Then one day, she suddenly recovered, but her eyes were vacant, and she was muttering something in an unknown language. At first, I thought she had been traumatized, so I called in many psychiatrists. The doctors could only shake their heads, unsure of what had happened. Then one day, she suddenly became violent, harming herself with sharp objects. Under such circumstances, I had no choice but to bring her here. Ling Tianxiao spoke with a look of sorrow in his eyes, as the only person who might know the whereabouts of Ling Tianyu was the mentally unstable Morong Xiaoxiao. Let's go in and see. Wang Beihai frowned and descended, with Ling Tianxiao following closely behind. The two walked one after the other in the dimly lit passage. After a while, Wang Beihai saw a glimmer of light and upon approaching, noticed a tastefully decorated room. However, on the bed inside, a woman with a terrifying expression was bound. This woman was Morong Xiaoxiao. Her eyes were chaotic, and to prevent her from biting her tongue, a specially made cotton ball was stuffed in her mouth. Wang Beihai approached and saw Morong Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly turn fierce, her body violently struggling with such force that the iron bed beneath her shook. Help me hold her down. Wang Beihai frowned, not daring to administer acupuncture without knowing the condition. Ling Tianxiao hesitated for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and channeling his internal energy to restrain Morong Xiaoxiao. Despite being a martial artist with internal energy, Morong Xiaoxiao's strength was abnormally powerful. Hurry, I can't hold her for long. Ling Tianxiao's face turned red from the immense pressure, straining every muscle to keep Morong Xiaoxiao restrained. Hearing this, Wang Beihai no longer hesitated, placing his hand on Morong Xiaoxiao's wrist. Soon, he revealed a look of surprise. What's going on? She's been poisoned. Poisoned? At this, Ling Tianxiao widened his eyes in shock. It seemed she was harmed by someone. Ling Tianxiao furrowed his brow, then added doubtfully, "This is strange. Although my Ling family has some unscrupulous methods, our enemies wouldn't go to such lengths against us. Moreover, they were out of the country when the incident happened. Even if they wanted to target my family, they wouldn't need to go to another place. That's beyond my knowledge. Wang Beihai withdrew his hand and shrugged. For now, the priority is to detoxify Andy. With that, Wang Beihai produced a drop of crimson liquid, the essence of the blood lotus. He dripped the essence into Morong Xiaoxiao's mouth, then waved his hand, signaling Ling Tianxiao to hold her down firmly. Next, Wang Beihai conjured a silver needle, observing for a moment before piercing it into Morong Xiaoxiao's brow. Morong Xiaoxiao immediately broke free from Ling Tianxiao's grip, sitting up violently on the bed and letting out a chilling scream. Seeing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, stepping on Morong Xiaoxiao with one foot and sending 2 more silver needles flying. This time, Morong Xiaoxiao let out a muffled groan and instantly collapsed on the bed. Wang Beihai let out a long sigh, then called Ling Tianxiao to help him prop Morong Xiaoxiao up. With rapid movements, Wang Beihai sent several silver needles into Morong Xiaoxiao's body with each flick of his hand. As the final needle was inserted, Wang Beihai shouted, "Wuxing Pasha!" Immediately, white smoke rose from Morong Xiaoxiao's back, and a black gas coalesced above her brow. "Get out of her!" Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened as he pointed at Morong Xiaoxiao's brow. Instantly, the lights in the basement flickered, and a bizarre scream filled the room. This scream was so eerie that even Ling Tianxiao felt a chill run down his spine. As the scream echoed, a black gas was pulled out of Morong Xiaoxiao's body by Wang Beihai. Hee, Wang Beihai, long time no see. The gas, upon leaving her body, did not dissipate immediately, but instead emitted a strange voice towards Wang Beihai before quickly disappearing into the air. Wang Beihai clapped his hands, then gently struck Morong Xiaoxiao's chest with a palm. A faint green light emanated from her body, and her wounds began to heal visibly. "It's done." Wang Beihai sighed, then retrieved the silver needles with a wave of his hand. "Is it over? What about that voice just now?" Ling Tianxiao rubbed his eyes, looking at Wang Beihai in astonishment. "It's nothing, probably my enemies coming after me, inadvertently involving you." Wang Beihai frowned, puzzled. Most of his adversaries with such capabilities had already been eliminated. As he pondered, Morong Xiaoxiao coughed and slowly regained consciousness. Tianyu. Morong Xiaoxiao sat up abruptly, her eyes filled with panic. After glancing around and seeing Ling Tianxiao and Wang Beihai, she calmed down. "Xiaoxiao, what exactly happened? What about Tianyu?" Ling Tianxiao immediately stepped forward, anxiously asking Morong Xiaoxiao. "I don't know. I remember we were on our way back, passing through Yingzhou, just one day away from returning to Shenzhou. Then a mysterious boy appeared, speaking strange words before taking Tianyu away. I tried to chase after them, but the boy struck me, and I don't remember anything after that." Morong Xiaoxiao shook her head, her face showing a trace of pain, indicating her mind was not fully recovered. "A boy." Wang Beihai frowned, thinking of Miyamoto Takashi from Yingzhou, then asked Morong Xiaoxiao, "What did the boy look like?" Morong Xiaoxiao's eyes were hazy as she shook her head. "I only remember he wore black, with long straight hair, and his appearance was quite handsome. But I don't remember the specifics." "That's enough." Wang Beihai waved his hand, already certain in his mind that it was Miyamoto Takashi. "It seems this is mostly because of me." Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, not expecting Miyamoto Takashi to go to such lengths to trouble the Ling family because of him. He glanced at Ling Tianxiao and said, "The boy is likely targeting me. This way, your son's life should be safe, though I'm not completely sure it's him. During my absence, you need to go to Yingzhou. The treasure pavilion will assist you. The person you need to investigate is a boy named Miyamoto Takashi." Wang Beihai then handed Ling Tianxiao a contact number for Pang Hu. "When you arrive in Yingzhou, this person will assist you. He might know something about Miyamoto Takashi." Ling Tianxiao took the number and looked at Wang Beihai with gratitude. Wang Beihai waved it off. "Since the incident started because of me, I naturally have to take responsibility. After I finish my business, if there's no news, I'll go to Yingzhou myself." After saying this, Wang Beihai checked the time and gave Ling Tianxiao a few more instructions before hurriedly leaving. The next day, as the sky began to brighten, Wang Beihai, along with Zhong Liang and others, set off on the path to the martial world. Hashtag Chapter 322, A Different World. Before setting off, Zhong Liang handed Wang Beihai a black long gown, which seemed to be the sect attire of the treasure pavilion. The gown was made entirely of silk, and its texture was exceptionally good to the touch. Wang Beihai put it on, and instantly, he exuded an air of mystery. Wow, this is more grand than celebrating the new year, Wang Beihai remarked, glancing at the others who were uniformly dressed. His heart couldn't help but be slightly startled. Naturally, the martial arts assembly is held only once every 10 years. For those in the martial arts world, it is an incredibly grand event, Zhong Liang said, stepping forward to examine Wang Beihai from head to toe, his eyes revealing a hint of delight. By the way, I haven't seen Momo these past few days. What's up with her? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering that he hadn't seen her since he rejected her that day. Oh, that girl. She was probably heartbroken after you turned her down. She left early yesterday. Don't worry, she's like that. Don't take it to heart, Zhong Liang said with a laugh, patting Wang Beihai on the shoulder. Wang Beihai gave an awkward smile. Although Zhong Liang said so, he still felt a bit guilty in his heart. Don't think about it. Let's get going. I guarantee you'll see a different world on this journey. Zhong Liang laughed loudly upon seeing Wang Beihai's expression, then led the group to depart by car. By the afternoon, they had arrived in Longling County, neighboring Longquan County. All right, let's stop here for today. Zhong Liang ordered the group to park the cars, then took them to dinner and arranged for accommodation. By the time everything was settled, the sky had darkened. That night, Wang Beihai was sitting cross-legged in his room when a knock came at the door. He got up to open it and found Zhong Liang standing outside. Get dressed. I'll take you to see the martial artists gathering place in Longling, Zhong Liang said, and then took the elevator down to the lobby. Martial artists gathering? Interesting, Wang Beihai thought, feeling bored, so he quickly dressed and joined Zhong Liang in the lobby. Under Zhong Liang's guidance, the two soon arrived at an abandoned old mansion. Impressive, Wang Beihai said, his eyes glowing with purple light. He could clearly sense numerous powerful auras beyond the mansion. Oh, I haven't even opened the door yet, and you already know? Zhong Liang looked at Wang Beihai in surprise, then walked to the door and rhythmically knocked on the iron ring. Who goes there? A cold voice soon came from within the mansion. I come from the treasure pavilion, seeking the path of martial arts, Zhong Liang whispered, then took out a golden token from his bosom and placed it at the door. Instantly, the tightly shut door creaked open, and an old man with a hunched back holding a lantern stepped out. Follow me, the old man said, glancing at Zhong Liang and Wang Beihai before turning and leading them into the mansion, through the courtyard and straight into the main hall. The old man then stopped, gesturing with his hand. Zhong Liang skillfully took out a few high-quality jade stones from his bosom and placed them in the old man's hand. The old man didn't show much surprise, just lightly weighed the jade stones, then walked to a painting in the main hall, making a strange hand seal. Instantly, the painting glowed with golden light, sucking Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang into it. This is a spatial formation, Wang Beihai exclaimed, looking around as he entered the world within the painting. A bustling market appeared before him, with many vendors setting up stalls and calling out their wares. Wang Beihai took a step forward, seeing people selling weapons, martial arts techniques, and even medicinal pills. How is it? This world is quite different from what you imagined, isn't it? Zhong Liang suddenly appeared behind Wang Beihai, patting his shoulder with a smile. Indeed, it's amazing to use spatial power to create a world within a painting. This ability is truly remarkable, Wang Beihai said, curiously looking around, feeling as if he had entered a world of cultivation. Let's stroll around. Most of the items on the dark web come from these martial artist markets. If you're lucky, you might even find some treasures, Zhong Liang said with a smile, and the two began to wander through the streets. As they passed a stall, Wang Beihai's mind suddenly heard the voice of the Book of No Words. Beihai, buy the old book on the left stall for me. Wang Beihai stopped, raising an eyebrow, then looked at the stall, spotting a tattered book among the miscellaneous items. What's up, Beihai? Found something you like? Zhongliang asked, looking at the items on the stall. Yeah, I'll take a look. Wang Beihai nodded, then crouched down, pretending to rummage through a pile of broken copper and iron, picking up a dry ginseng beside the old book. How much is this? Wang Beihai asked. Hearing someone inquire about the price, the drowsy boss immediately perked up, seeing Wang Beihai's young face and feeling a surge of joy. What do you want to buy? The boss asked, shaking his round head and glaring at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. It was obvious to anyone that the man was trying to intimidate him. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai smirked, releasing a terrifying aura. I'm asking, how much is this? The voice, mixed with powerful pressure, reached the boss's ears, making his face change, and sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. He glanced at the ginseng in Wang Beihai's hand and stammered, T10,000. What? 10,000? This thing is worth at most 5,000 outside. You can't be this dishonest. Zhongliang angrily stepped forward, pushing his glasses and coldly staring at the boss. The boss was immediately stunned, his hair standing on end, cursing his bad luck inwardly, then meekly said, Sir, you have a good eye. If you say 5,000, then it's 5,000. Wait. At this moment, Wang Beihai spoke again, making the fat boss's heart tighten. He looked at Wang Beihai with a wronged expression. Little brother, I've given you the price as your friend said. What else do you want? Nothing. Since you tried to cheat me first, as compensation, can you give me this book? Wang Beihai smiled, then waved his hand, and the tattered book instantly flew into his hand. Seeing this, the fat boss, though reluctant, still breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand, saying, Just an old book. Take it. Take it. Hearing this, Wang Beihai smiled, then took out a stack of money and handed it to the boss. The boss immediately showed a fawning smile. Wang Beihai, however, ignored him and turned to leave. If you wanted the ginseng, you could have told me. I have plenty of it at home. It's not worth much, Zhongliang said, looking at Wang Beihai with confusion. Wang Beihai smiled, placing the ginseng in a beggar's bowl beside him, then waved his hand, storing the old book into his spatial ring. Seeing Wang Beihai's action, Zhongliang's doubts deepened, but he didn't ask further. At that moment, the Book of No Words appeared within the spiritual ring, emitting a beam of light that shot towards the tattered old book. The book glowed with golden light, instantly becoming brand new, then flew towards the Book of No Words, merging with it in the light. Chapter 323. The Corpse Raiser. The next day, Wang Beihai and his companions set off again. This time, Zhongliang led the group to a mountain in Longling County. From here on out, we'll be hiking. Zhongliang smiled at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai was taken aback. Hiking? Through the mountains? Exactly. Zhongliang chuckled and then walked to an ancient tree at the foot of the mountain, placing a special token of the treasure pavilion into a niche on the tree. Instantly, the surrounding trees began to change, and soon a path appeared among the woods. This is the layout of an 8 trigrams formation, Wang Beihai exclaimed in surprise. Who could possess such formidable means? Zhongliang shrugged. I don't know. These matters are too ancient. This path has existed since I was a child. With that, Zhongliang led the group onto the path. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, suppressing his doubts for the time being, and hurried after them. As they walked, the path was rugged, but for the group of cultivators, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. However, the monotony of the flowers and trees made them feel bored after a while. Does this path lead straight to the venue of the martial arts assembly? At noon, Wang Beihai approached Zhongliang to ask. Not quite. What we're walking on is just one of many paths. Eventually, all the small paths will converge into one main road. That's when teams from different factions will meet, marking the beginning of the martial world. Zhongliang adjusted his glasses, his eyes brimming with anticipation. So, we won't encounter anyone until we reach the main road? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Zhong Liang smiled faintly. If we don't encounter anyone, that would be the best. At this, Wang Beihai was puzzled and asked, "Why do you say that?" "Well, the road we're on is part of the old Xiangxi region. Legend has it that a special group of people, the corpse raisers, might appear on this path. If we don't meet them, all is well. But if we do and don't avoid them in time, it could lead to minor misfortunes or even death. So, there really are corpse raisers in this world." Wang Beihai stroked his chin, deep in thought. "All right, let's rest a bit and continue our journey. I wonder where Imo is. I've tried contacting her several times but couldn't reach her. It's strange. At our pace, we should have caught up with her by now. I hope she hasn't run into any trouble." Zhong Liang muttered to himself, shaking his head as he walked to the side. Imo. Wang Beihai frowned slightly, extending his spiritual sense to monitor the surroundings. After about 15 minutes of rest, Wang Beihai and his group set off again. This time, Zhong Liang, worried about Imo's situation, instructed everyone to pick up the pace. As evening fell, Wang Beihai and his group arrived at a cliff, where the terrain began to get treacherous. Looking ahead, Wang Beihai saw that the forest had disappeared, replaced by a narrow path alongside a cliff, with a sheer drop on one side and a barren mountain on the other. The only way forward was a precarious plank road less than a meter wide. There really is such a path in the world. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, recalling Li Bai's poem, The Difficulty of Shu Road. It's indeed challenging for ordinary people, but for martial artists, it's no different from any other path. Zhong Liang smiled, then waved his hand, and the treasure pavilion guards behind him began to run forward along the plank road. "Let's catch up. We need to cross this plank road before nightfall." Zhong Liang glanced at Wang Beihai, and then leaped forward. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Within his spiritual perception, a very sinister aura appeared ahead. Although it was well hidden, it couldn't escape Wang Beihai's detection. "Let's see what kind of monster you are." With a cold glint in his eyes, Wang Beihai stepped forward, his figure instantly rushing ahead. As he sped along the plank road, Wang Beihai suddenly stopped. Zhong Liang was standing still, trembling slightly. "What's wrong?" Wang Beihai approached and saw Zhong Liang's pale face. "Listen," Zhong Liang whispered, and Wang Beihai listened carefully, hearing the sound of a bell. "What is that?" Wang Beihai frowned. "Corpse raisers. It seems we've really encountered them." Zhong Liang's eyes flickered with fear. "Then what are we waiting for? Call the others back." Wang Beihai exclaimed immediately. "It's no use. We've lost contact with them." Zhong Liang shook his head helplessly. Seeing this, Wang Beihai was shocked. At that moment, a white mist began to drift from ahead. "Let's go." Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, grabbing Zhong Liang and running back. The white mist seemed to sense Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang's presence, speeding up and spreading from all directions. "This mist is strange." Zhong Liang tugged at Wang Beihai's clothes. Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and a red light shot out. He caught the red cloud sword and leaped, pulling Zhong Liang onto it. The two soared above the mist, looking down to see a long procession of figures hopping along the plank road. "This is the corpse-raising procession." Zhong Liang's eyes showed a hint of fear. Wang Beihai's eyes glowed with a purple light as he looked down. The leader of the procession was an old man in a yellow Taoist robe, followed by a group of corpses in Qing dynasty official robes and hats, their heads covered with yellow talismans, resembling the zombies in TV shows. So, there really are corpse raisers? Wang Beihai was puzzled. At that moment, a familiar aura appeared in his perception, flickering past. Wang Beihai widened his eyes. "There's Mo's aura among them." Wang Beihai frowned, glancing at Zhong Liang. "What?" Zhong Liang exclaimed in surprise, quickly covering his mouth. He glanced at the procession below, which hadn't stopped, and then relaxed, looking at Wang Beihai with nervous eyes and whispering, "Are you sure?" Wang Beihai nodded, The aura is faint, but it's definitely MOMO. What should we do now? Zhong Liang clenched his fists, looking down again to find the corpse-raising procession had vanished. How could this be? Zhong Liang looked up at Wang Beihai in confusion. In the next second, his pupils contracted, and he quickly covered his mouth, pointing at Wang Beihai's back. Wang Beihai frowned, seeing in Zhong Liang's eyes a terrifying dried corpse standing behind him. Chapter 324, The Valley of Joy. At this moment, the dried corpse was extending its sharp claws, reaching towards Wang Beihai's head. Wang Beihai immediately let out a furious roar, and a silver light shot out from his body, striking the dried corpse instantly. The corpse let out a shrill wail and then disappeared into the thick fog. Seeing this, Zhong Liang felt a chill rise within him. Could it be that we have encountered the legendary ghost wall? Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned and shook his head, saying calmly, "Impossible. This must be man-made, and the person behind it has an extremely profound understanding of formations." Formations? How could this be a formation? Zhong Liang looked around in disbelief, his gaze suddenly fixed on a direction in the mist, pointing with trembling fingers. Wang Beihai followed Zhong Liang's pointing direction and saw a group of zombies floating out from the white fog. "Uncle Zhong, please bear with it for a moment." Seeing Zhong Liang in panic, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and struck a palm strike on his back. Zhong Liang let out a muffled groan and then fell unconscious. Seeing this, Wang Beihai waved his hand and put Zhong Liang into his spiritual ring. After doing this, Wang Beihai frowned, and suddenly, a horrifying face appeared in front of him, eyeing him directly. Wang Beihai was startled. Despite his strong psychological resilience, he couldn't help but feel nauseous at the sight of this face. Roar! The dried corpse let out a wail at Wang Beihai, and a foul stench immediately assailed his nostrils. Wang Beihai covered his nose and mouth, delivering a heavy kick to the dried corpse's chest. The corpse's chest caved in, and it let out a wail as its body retreated explosively. "Damn it! Stinks to high heaven." Wang Beihai couldn't help but curse, then frowned as he watched the dried corpse disappear. At that moment, the sound of fluttering clothes rang out, and a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Wang Beihai looked up to see dozens of zombies dressed in Qing Dynasty official robes descending from the sky, their sharp nails slashing towards Wang Beihai. "Hmph, playing tricks with ghosts and monsters." Wang Beihai sneered, instantly activating the Azura indestructible body. A blinding red light shot out from his body, transforming into a massive Kuanping in the air. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Kuanping in the sky immediately let out a cry. A sudden gale arose within the cliff, and the Kuanping's momentum directly repelled the group of zombies, dispersing much of the fog on the ground. "You actually have the soul of a Kuanping." In the fog, a man in a Taoist robe rose into the air, stroking his beard, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Wang Beihai. "Emph, what is your intention by playing tricks with ghosts and monsters here?" Wang Beihai frowned, sensing that the man in front of him was only at the heaven realm. "What do you mean by playing tricks with ghosts and monsters? You, a naive brat, don't spout nonsense if you don't understand." The Taoist's eyes flashed with panic, then he retorted, "I am from the Shangxi lineage. The art of corpse driving is our heritage. Where does the notion of playing tricks with ghosts and monsters come from? It's you, who refuse to avoid the mainland, and even interrupt my journey. Do you want these deceased to never find peace?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai burst into laughter. "Deceased? How laughable. I admit that your understanding of formations is profound, even surpassing mine, but after all, your cultivation is limited. No matter how well you hide, you can't mask the aura of all of them." With that, Wang Beihai's aura erupted, blowing away the talismans on the heads of the zombies. As the talismans flew away, the zombies' faces began to wriggle, soon transforming into the visages of beautiful young women. Among them was Zhong Momo. Seeing this, Wang Beihai didn't hesitate. With a slight leap, his figure flashed rapidly, first putting Zhong Momo into his spiritual ring, then in a few more flashes, putting the others into the ring as well. Seeing this, the Taoist let out a furious roar. "You brat, ruining my livelihood. You're asking for death." As he spoke, the Taoist made a hand seal, and the surroundings turned pitch black. In the darkness, a few green ghost fires flickered, then transformed into a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. A group of black-robed death knights, holding scythes, appeared before Wang Beihai. The dark slaughter formation. The Taoist's mouth curled into a sinister smile, and countless black-robed figures charged at Wang Beihai with scythes. Wang Beihai's mouth curled up in confidence as he stood still, not dodging. Only when the Death Knight's scythes approached did Wang Beihai move, taking out a piece of jade from his spiritual ring and striking it at a spot in the darkness. Instantly, the surrounding darkness shattered. Seeing this, the Taoist revealed an incredulous expression. "Impossible, impossible. How could you so easily break my dark slaughter formation? You must have guessed it, guessed it." As he spoke, the Taoist bit his finger, taking out an old map from his robes, dripping blood onto it, and then offering the map to the sky. Instantly, a massive formation appeared in the sky, with countless profound talismans emerging from it. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, surprised to find his spiritual power rapidly dissipating. No matter how high your cultivation is, in the face of my devouring ancient formation, all cultivation is but a cloud. Brat, just obediently die." The Taoist revealed a sinister smile, and his heaven realm cultivation instantly erupted, charging at Wang Beihai with a long sword. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, summoning the dragon's heart and blocking the Taoist's attack. The Taoist frowned, revealing an incredulous expression. "How is that possible? Without cultivation, you're just an ordinary person. How did you block my heaven realm peak sword strike?" Wang Beihai slowly raised his head, revealing a disdainful smile. "A mere frog at the bottom of a well. How could you possibly know my methods?" With that, Wang Beihai leaped, his sheer physical strength causing a sonic boom in the air behind him. What terrifying physical strength! Seeing this, the Taoist felt a surge of fear and wanted to escape, but Wang Beihai had already charged at him with a spear. "Pierce the army!" Wang Beihai shouted, his spear thrusting like a dragon. Without any spiritual power enhancement, the spear still left after images, and a dragon's roar echoed from the weapon. In the next second, the Taoist's eyes widened, and his body was instantly struck to the ground by Wang Beihai, his flesh torn and a horrifying blood hole in his chest. "Speak. Why are you playing tricks with ghosts and monsters here?" Wang Beihai landed from the sky, placing the spear horizontally, its tip gleaming with cold light, directly on the Taoist's neck. The Taoist clutched his chest, his eyes filled with fear, stuttering, I didn't want to, but my master's cultivation is at a critical juncture, needing many young women. I had no choice but to do this." "Your master? Who is he?" Wang Beihai's killing intent surged, the spear tip piercing the Taoist's skin. "My master is the head of the Valley of Joy, Qing Huandauren." Feeling the threat of death, the Taoist immediately revealed without hesitation. "Where is he?" Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and continued to ask. I heard recently that there is some martial arts competition. My master is participating." "Oh." Wang Beihai was taken aback, then continued to ask, 2 final questions. "Where's the Valley of Joy? And how long have you been doing this?" Between life and death, the Taoist no longer hid anything, pointing to a small mountain not far away with trembling fingers. "Our sect is on the mountain. We've been doing this for 3 years. Saying this, the Taoist, fearing Wang Beihai would strike, quickly added, "The sect is protected by formations. Sir, spare my life, and I'll take you." Before he could finish speaking, a flash of red light appeared in Wang Beihai's eyes, and the Taoist instantly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "I'm sorry, but people like you are nothing but trouble if left alive." Wang Beihai sheathed the dragon's heart, and then glanced in the direction the Taoist had pointed. With a leap, he summoned Qi Shao in midair, and, with a single foot on it, sped towards the location of the Valley of Joy. Chapter 325. Fury Unleashed. Wang Beihai, riding Qi Shao, sped like a bolt of lightning, swiftly arriving at the direction indicated by the previous Taoist. Circling the mountain peak, he found no trace of any sect. Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, his eyes then glowing with a purple aura. Instantly, an invisible barrier appeared before him. This illusionary array is quite well crafted. Wang Beihai smirked, then flicked his finger. Qi Shao beneath his feet shot out, piercing straight into the barrier. Empowered by Wang Beihai's spiritual energy, the barrier shattered into fragments. A grand temple then materialized before Wang Beihai. Landing at its entrance, he saw the words Haohuan Valley inscribed on the gate, incongruous with the imposing temple. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, about to step inside when footsteps echoed, followed by a group of young Taoist monks rushing out. They stared at Wang Beihai in surprise, then assumed defensive postures, their faces filled with vigilance. "Who are you? How dare you intrude into our Haohuan Valley?" asked the eldest among them. "I am sent by the heavens to uphold justice," Wang Beihai replied coldly, sensing the lust in their eyes, indicative of their cultivation of the yin-yang absorption technique. The young monks snorted collectively, quickly taking positions and activating a luminous array, forming an impenetrable shield before them. Another array. Wang Beihai mused, noting their lesser proficiency compared to the previous Taoist he had slain, yet confirming Haohuan Valley's reliance on arrays. This realization filled him with rage. Array techniques require purity of heart, something you beasts can never comprehend, Wang Beihai declared, no longer wasting words. He pointed, and the air transformed into blades, striking the leader dead. With the array's keystone gone, their defensive formation crumbled. Seeing their leader lifeless, the monks scattered in panic. "A bunch of rabble," Wang Beihai sneered, his eyes narrowing. Qi Shao transformed into a crimson glow, and in an instant, the fleeing monks were slain. Wang Beihai's gaze remained cold. He saw no need for mercy. As he entered Haohuan Valley, he passed through the courtyard, witnessing middle-aged Taoist men frolicking with scantily clad women. The indecent scene made Wang Beihai frown. Observing closely, he saw the women's dazed expressions, some with traces of struggle. Wang Beihai clenched his fists. These women have been ensnared by illusions, not by choice. These beasts deserve no mercy, he thought, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The chilling aura startled the men, who turned to face Wang Beihai's wrathful expression. They were initially stunned, then enraged. "You brat, who are you? Don't you see I'm enjoying myself?" A burly man nearest to Wang Beihai shouted, pulling his clothes together and charging at Wang Beihai with a punch. Wang Beihai stepped forward, meeting the punch with a forceful blow. The man's fist shattered with a crunch. As he howled in pain, Wang Beihai delivered another punch to his chest, crushing it, and the man collapsed. "You brat, who are you?" The remaining men panicked, pointing at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai remained silent, his icy gaze fixed on them. "How many innocent women have you harmed?" he asked. The men laughed derisively. "Brat, are you mad? We're helping them ascend to immortality, not harming them. If you want to join our sect, we'll make an exception. No need for violence. These women can be your initiation gift," sneered a tall, thin man, pushing the women towards Wang Beihai. As the women neared, the man's eyes flashed with malice, forming a hand seal. The women's eyes widened in pain, their bodies exploding into a bloody mist. Wang Beihai was engulfed in the blast. "Ha ha, that was exhilarating," the man said coldly, uncaring. "Arrogant brat, now you know my power. No one who causes trouble in Haohuan Valley leaves unscathed." Just then, Wang Beihai's voice emerged from the fog. "Such disregard for life, such cruel methods. Haohuan Valley deserves annihilation. If the natural order cannot punish you, I shall become its instrument." The wind dispersed the mist, revealing Wang Beihai in black, drenched in blood, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, like a demon from hell. "Impossible!" the man exclaimed, panicking and reaching for a nearby woman. But in the next moment, Wang Beihai was before him. Without hesitation, he seized the man's neck and snapped it with a twist. The others, realizing they were no match, fled. Don't rush to escape. Today, Hahuan Valley will be eradicated, Wang Beihai declared, summoning the absorption array he had acquired. The massive formation enveloped Hahuan Valley. Fleeing men felt their spiritual energy draining, panic setting in. Wang Beihai then leaped into the air, his eyes cold as he gazed at the structures below. He formed another massive array behind him. Within 10 breaths, a colossal hand appeared in the sky. Wang Beihai grasped, pulling the fleeing men back into the courtyard. With a fierce downward strike, the hand crushed them into paste. "Who dares to kill my disciples?" roared an enraged voice from the temple, followed by a white figure soaring into the sky. Chapter 326, The Annihilation of the Sect. Wang Beihai looked up at the figure in the sky. Although the voice was mature, the person's appearance was that of a young teenager. Kain Buyong, Fan Lao Huan Tong. Feeling the intruder's aura, Wang Beihai clenched his fists, his eyes cold and hard. "You've got some skill, brat, but we have no grievances. Why did you come to my Baihua Valley to cause trouble while my disciple was away?" The man looked puzzled at Wang Beihai, but secretly gathered his strength, waiting for Wang Beihai to be distracted. "Humph, nonsense. It's the duty of warriors to eradicate your kind of evil. But your Baihua Valley has done so many heinous deeds. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" Wang Beihai pointed at the man in front of him, but instead of showing remorse, the man sneered contemptuously. "Humph, divine retribution? Cultivation itself defies the will of heaven. A little shortcut here and there. What's the harm? Besides, any so-called retribution has already been borne by those women. What's a few sacrifices for us cultivators who strive for the heavens?" With those words, Wang Beihai could no longer contain his fury. He roared and dashed towards the man in the sky, his figure turning into a blur. "Humph, kid. Don't think you can do anything to my Baihua Valley with just brute strength." The man snorted coldly, then took out a small chessboard from his hand and threw it into the air. With a point of his finger, a golden energy instantly infused into the chessboard. "Be careful. It's the Celestial Emperor's chessboard. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of such a person." As soon as the chessboard appeared, Tian Shu's voice echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. He stopped his charge and looked up at the sky. The chessboard instantly enlarged, enveloping Wang Beihai within. In an instant, Wang Beihai felt a force of heaven and earth binding him. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. "What's going on?" Wang Beihai was startled, and at that moment, Tian Shu's voice came again. "He wants to compete with you in formations." "Compete in formations? How?" Wang Beihai was puzzled. Before he could finish speaking, a square chessboard appeared in front of him, with a box of white chess pieces by his side. "Go!" Wang Beihai's pupils contracted. Then, the man's figure appeared before Wang Beihai. "This chess is called formation chess. We will use chess pieces to lay out formations until one's formation defeats the other. Win and live, lose and die." With a wave of his hand, the man sent dozens of chess pieces flying, which instantly formed a killing formation on the chessboard. A silhouette of a ferocious beast appeared behind the man. "Tiger killing formation." The man pointed at Wang Beihai with a triumphant look, as if Wang Beihai was already a dead man. "Emph, something so simple won't stump me." Wang Beihai snorted, took out a few white chess pieces from the box beside him, and without hesitation, threw them onto the chessboard. Immediately, a dragon's roar echoed, and a giant dragon's silhouette appeared behind Wang Beihai. "Break!" Wang Beihai smirked, and the dragon's silhouette charged out, tearing the beast behind the man to pieces. With a poof, the man spat out a mouthful of blood, and the chess pieces on the chessboard shattered into dust. How is this possible? The man widened his eyes, unbelievingly staring at Wang Beihai. "How could you know the method to break the tiger-killing formation?" I don't believe your formation skills are superior to mine." Saying this, the man threw more chess pieces. Instantly, a chilling aura rose from the chessboard, and countless soldier silhouettes appeared. The soldiers attacked, shattering the dragon. And Wang Beihai frowned, clutching his chest, feeling as if his heart had been pierced by a blade. Emph! How does it feel to be pierced by 1,000 swords? Next, I'll let you slowly bleed to death with this feeling. The man sneered, thinking Wang Beihai was just a slightly skilled youngster, completely guessing at formations. Unknown to him, Wang Beihai had deduced many small formations under the guidance of teleportation array runes in the ruins. So, he had considerable achievements in formation techniques, though he had never had the chance to show them, not even knowing his own level. Seeing the army behind the man slowly advancing with spears, Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, and quickly threw a few more pieces onto the chessboard. 9 Wings Divine Thunder Formation. Wang Beihai shouted, and suddenly, the sky above them darkened, with golden light flashing under the clouds, as if brewing something. 9 Wings Divine Thunder Formation? Haha, kid, do you really not know, or are you pretending? Seeing this, the man laughed hysterically instead of being afraid. Formation techniques borrow the power of heaven and earth. The 9 Wings Divine Thunder is such a noble entity that even cultivators at the Saint Realm might not summon it. How could you, with just a formation, borrow such a divine force? It seems you've lost this contest. The man gloated over Wang Beihai, then waved his hand and threw a few more chess pieces onto the chessboard. Instantly, the sound of warhorses neighing echoed around, and the man's army grew larger. The spears were about to pierce Wang Beihai's neck. At that moment, Wang Beihai smirked and threw his chess piece onto the center of the chessboard, the Tian Yuan position. With a thunderous boom, the sky was instantly illuminated by golden lightning. The lightning struck the army summoned by the man, and in an instant, the thousands of soldiers vanished without a trace. The man's eyes widened. Despite being just a silhouette, the power it emitted made his hair stand on end. Impossible! How could you summon the divine thunder from the sky with just a formation? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. The man almost went mad, staring at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai remained unmoved, coldly looking at the man. Perhaps even heaven disapproves of your evil deeds and lent me the divine thunder to destroy you. As Wang Beihai spoke, his aura erupted and golden lightning surrounded him. Seeing this, the man's pupils shrank. 9 Wings Divine Thunder. How can you have the 9 Wings Divine Thunder? And your cultivation? How can someone so young have such powerful cultivation? Impossible. I've spent my whole life taking shortcuts. How can I be inferior to someone like you? The man glared at Wang Beihai with a ferocious expression, roaring from his throat. Wang Beihai closed his eyes slightly, then flicked his finger, sending a golden lightning bolt into the man's forehead. The man's eyes widened, his body stiffened, and the next second, he fell backward, already a corpse. Wang Beihai waved his hand, and everything around returned to normal. A scan of his divine sense revealed that throughout the entire Baihua Valley, apart from the harmed women, all other disciples had lost their lives. Wang Beihai looked up at the sky. The clouds had parted, and a ray of sunlight shone down. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes, feeling a sense of great relief. The Baihua Valley was completely annihilated. Chapter 327, Birds of a Feather. As evening approached, Wang Beihai roused everyone from the spirit ring. Upon learning the details of the incident, Zhong Liang couldn't help but feel a surge of fear, slapping himself twice in the face. How could I be so foolish? To think I, who have been wise all my life, would fall for such a petty trick and almost send my own daughter to her doom. Zhong Liang spoke with deep regret, glancing apologetically at Zhong Momo. Zhong Momo shook her head, clearly not holding any grudge against her father. How are you feeling now? At that moment, Wang Beihai stepped forward, stammering as he asked. Zhong Momo looked at Wang Beihai with wide eyes, noticing his nervousness and recalling his previous rejection. She couldn't help but smile. Then, pretending to be angry, she said to Wang Beihai, "What's it to you how I am?" As expected, Wang Beihai's face turned red with embarrassment, and he stood there, unsure of what to do. Little brat. Seeing Wang Beihai's reaction, Zhong Momo burst out laughing and patted his head. All right, I was just teasing you. My marriage isn't up to my old man to decide, but the man I choose, I won't give up on until the very end. With that, Zhong Momo blinked her big eyes, about to step forward, but her legs suddenly gave way, causing her to fall forward into Wang Beihai's arms. Wang Beihai was startled and hurriedly tried to push her away, but his hand accidentally landed on her chest, feeling an unexpected softness. Both Zhong Momo and Wang Beihai were shocked, their faces instantly turning red. This time, Zhong Momo pushed Wang Beihai away and covered her blushing face with her hands, feeling the heat on her cheeks. How could you do that? Pervert! Zhong Momo glared at Wang Beihai before running off to the side, covering her face. Wang Beihai looked helplessly at Zhong Liang, who first shrugged, then adjusted his glasses, giving Wang Beihai a cold stare and threatening, "You scoundrel! You dare to take advantage of my daughter? Don't you want to live?" Seeing this, Wang Beihai's heart skipped a beat and he quickly stood up. I'll go check on the others." With that, Wang Beihai bolted away like his feet were on fire, heading towards another part of the area. Zhong Liang watched Wang Beihai's retreating figure with a satisfied smile. After all, as a father, it would be a delightful thing if Zhong Momo could end up with Wang Beihai. After the evening's events, the three of them barely spoke. Wang Beihai went out once, retracing their steps along the wooden walkway to search for the missing treasure pavilion guards, but found nothing. However, he did notice some traces on the walkway, indicating that under the influence of the illusion, these guards had fallen off the cliff. Returning to the temple, Wang Beihai informed Zhong Liang of the situation, causing Zhong Liang's mood to plummet. Seeing this, Wang Beihai didn't know how to console him, so he just patted Zhong Liang's shoulder and began treating the other women. After a night of non-stop treatment, the dozens of women in the temple slowly recovered. As dawn broke, all the women woke up, learning that they had been saved by Wang Beihai. They all expressed their gratitude, with some even clamoring to repay him with their bodies. Wang Beihai was overwhelmed by the women and, in a desperate move, promptly took off on his sword, Red Cloud, flying out of the temple. This action was both elegant and impressive, earning him the admiration of many women. After some discussion, Zhong Momo was left behind to help some of the weaker background women return home, while Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang continued their journey towards Mount Hua. Along the way, many women followed closely behind the two men, much to the embarrassment of even Zhong Liang, the seasoned fox. "Can't you find your own families?" Wang Beihai stopped and looked at the group behind him. Judging by their attire, they didn't seem to be from powerless families. The women, upon hearing Wang Beihai's words, looked at him with eyes full of grievance. Just as Wang Beihai was feeling overwhelmed, a graceful, classically dressed woman stepped forward. "You misunderstand, sir. We're not trying to cling to you. Our destination is Mount Hua, where we are disciples of a sect. Only by going there can we reunite with our elders. If you find us troublesome, we'll walk ahead." Hearing this, Wang Beihai felt a bit embarrassed inside, taking out a few water bottles from his spirit ring and handing them to the women. "Drink some water. You can follow, but don't get too close." With that, Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang quickly moved forward. Seeing this, the women also quickened their steps and followed. After 3 more days of travel, a small town finally came into view. Upon seeing the town, several women immediately showed joy, taking advantage of Wang Beihai's moment of drinking water to rush forward, kiss him on the cheek, thank him, and then run towards the town hand in hand. In an instant, Wang Beihai was kissed by 3 women in succession, leaving him stunned on the spot. What is this all about? Wang Beihai looked bewildered at Zhong Liang, who was glaring at him with clenched teeth, as if ready to devour him. It was their idea. Wang Beihai wiped his face and, with a twinkle in his eye, pointed to the town in the distance and asked, "Where is that?" Hearing this, Zhong Liang turned to look and then let out a hearty laugh. "Let's go see for ourselves." With that, Zhong Liang quickened his pace, and Wang Beihai shrugged and followed. Soon, they reached the town gate, where the words Jianghu were written above the entrance. At this sight, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Just the name sounds very Jianghu. Zhongliang adjusted his glasses and looked at Wang Beihai with a smile. It's not just the name. Entering the town is like stepping back into the ancient martial world, filled with various factions and sections. We've suffered heavy losses, so we should keep a low profile and avoid revealing our strength. Avoid revealing our strength? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, then glanced at the three women behind him with a sidelong glance. With them around, there's bound to be no shortage of trouble. Wang Beihai and Zhongliang exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. Hashtag chapter 328. Unexpected. Let's go. We should find a place to rest first. It seems like you all need a shower too. Wang Beihai shook his head and looked at the three behind him. They glanced at their own dirty clothes and nodded in agreement. The woman who had been speaking to Wang Beihai earlier extended her slender finger towards a nearby ancient building. I know there's an inn over there. It's quite nice. With that, the woman volunteered to lead the way. Following her, the group soon arrived at the inn's entrance. Wang Beihai looked up and saw that the inn's door indeed had the words Yujia Inn written on it. This owner, quite clever. Wang Beihai chuckled and then entered the inn. Indeed, compared to the hotels outside, this inn in the small town was decorated and staffed like an ancient establishment. Interesting, Wang Beihai mused, glancing around. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, feeling a subtle gaze upon their group. Wang Beihai frowned and released his divine sense to scan the entire inn, but found nothing unusual. Could it be that I'm mistaken? Wang Beihai retracted his divine sense. In that instant, two elderly men in the upstairs loft and the main hall seemed to sense something and opened their eyes simultaneously to look at Wang Beihai, their eyes filled with shock. Though no anomalies were found, Wang Beihai remained vigilant, booking only 2 rooms for the 5 of them, one for mutual support and to avoid anyone being left alone. All right, get some rest, Wang Beihai said as he escorted the 3 women to their room, then turned to leave. At that moment, the woman who had led them here grabbed Wang Beihai's arm. What's the matter? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. The woman smiled gracefully. No, nothing. By the way, I am a disciple of Ma sect. My name is Lu Piapiao. After saying this, the woman turned and returned to her room. Lu Piapiao. Wang Beihai murmured her name and then shrugged, entering his own room. The room's furnishings were clean but still in an ancient style, mostly wooden items, and even the toilet was an old-fashioned chamber pot. The bathroom was merely a screen. Seeing this, Wang Beihai widened his eyes. Wow, this really is like being in the martial world, he exclaimed. Zhongliang laughed. I told you, this is the real martial world. The two rested in the room until late afternoon when suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs. Wang Beihai's eyes snapped open, and he exchanged a glance with Zhongliang before rushing out of the room. They knocked on the neighboring room where Lu Piapiao and the others were, but found the door tightly shut. Wang Xie, don't think just because you're a disciple of the 5 Poison sect, you can act recklessly. To do such despicable things in broad daylight, aren't you ashamed? Lu Piapiao's voice echoed from the main hall. Wang Beihai immediately frowned and looked downstairs. A slovenly young man in purple robes leered at Lu Piapiao, who and the other 2 women were being held captive by a group of purple-robed men, kneeling on the ground. Apart from Lu Piapiao, the other 2 women were weeping, clearly having been mistreated. What should we do? Zhongliang frowned. If we act now, we'll surely expose our strength, and they're from the 5 Poison sect, the second-ranked evil sect. Their poison techniques are terrifying. Their strength is formidable. 5 Poison sect? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes but didn't make any immediate move. Heh, little girl from Ma sect, your master isn't here now, and with your insignificant strength, why not submit to me, North Lord, and become the lady of the 5 Poison sect? Wang Xie leered, reaching out towards Lu Piapiao. She bit his hand, causing Wang Xie to quickly withdraw it in surprise. Bitch, you don't know how to appreciate a good thing, he spat, slapping Lu Piapiao hard across the face. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, showing how forcefully Wang Xie had struck her. Pfft, Wang Xie, how many women have you defiled? Even if I die, I won't submit to you. Seeing Lu Piapiao's indignant expression, Wang Xie sneered and lunged forward, pinching her mouth. I hate your Ame sect the most, always acting so high and mighty. As he raised his hand to strike again, a clear voice rang out from the crowd. Stop. Wang Beihai, who had been about to act, paused and looked with interest towards the crowd. A man in black and white Taoist robes stepped forward, holding a long sword. I am Li Hao Yuan, one of the Kunlun 3 heroes. I hope you'll give me some face and release these young ladies, he said, bowing slightly. Pfft. Wang Xie spat disdainfully at Li Hao Yuan. Who do you think you are? If you want to play the hero, call your master. Hearing this, Li Hao Yuan felt his pride wounded and angrily drew his sword. Himph! All you evil sects are the same. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. With that, Li Hao Yuan charged forward with his sword. Is that all? Wang Xie sneered, waving his hand. A purple shadow darted out and clashed with Li Hao Yuan. Li Hao Yuan reacted quickly, striking out with a palm and meeting the purple shadow, both quickly retreating. Li Hao Yuan steadied himself, feeling a sharp pain in his hand. Looking down, he saw his hand had turned a purplish black. Frowning, Li Hao Yuan immediately circulated his internal energy to expel the poison. Despicable, using such underhanded tactics. Li Hao Yuan glared at Wang Xie. Wang Xie snorted, looking at Li Hao Yuan with contempt. Do you righteous sects always have to act so righteous? If you can't win, just admit it. We're the 5 Poisons sect, what else would we use but poison? Wang Xie's words elicited laughter from the crowd. Li Hao Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and he clenched his teeth, swinging his sword furiously. Soon, Li Hao Yuan's eyes flashed with determination, and his sword strike was swift as lightning, aiming at Wang Xie. Wang Xie didn't dare to take it head-on, commanding the purple shadow to block the attack, which was sent flying far away. Not bad. It seems you've learned about 70 to 80% of Kunlun's Thunderbolt sword technique. Unfortunately, you're not quite there yet. Wang Xie glanced at the purple shadow lying far off, smirking at Li Hao Yuan before flicking his fingers, sending several poison needles flying. Li Hao Yuan's pupils shrank, and he hastily swung his sword to deflect the needles. Just as Li Hao Yuan was about to sheath his sword, Wang Xie's figure appeared before him. Die! Wang Xie's face twisted into a sinister smile as he struck a palm onto Li Hao Yuan's chest. Li Hao Yuan coughed up blood and was sent flying, crashing into a nearby table. Bastard! Li Hao Yuan groaned, clutching his chest as he struggled to stand. Just as Wang Xie was about to attack again, a voice entered Li Hao Yuan's ears. Next, listen to me. Chapter 329, The Master. Hearing the sudden voice, Li Hao Yuan frowned immediately. Before he could think further, Wang Xie's attack was already upon him. Duck your head. At that moment, the voice came again. Li Hao Yuan subconsciously obeyed, narrowly dodging Wang Xie's attack. Step back 2 paces, then thrust forward with your sword. Although reluctant, Li Hao Yuan still followed the instruction. Wang Xie, having missed his attack, was puzzled when a sword suddenly thrust towards him. The timing was perfect, and Wang Xie's pupils contracted. He didn't have time to dodge and was directly struck in the shoulder. Li Hao Yuan was overjoyed and quickly pulled his sword back, drawing a line of blood. Wang Xie staggered back a few steps, his eyes cold as he glared at Li Hao Yuan. How could a brat who can't even hold a sword steady injure me? Wang Xie said viciously, quickly scanning the crowd in the inn. Seeing his successful strike, Li Hao Yuan puffed out his chest and laughed at Wang Xie. Hee hee, do you think the Kunlun 3 sons are pushovers? Release those 3 girls now, or you'll regret it. I was just careless and got injured by you. You don't even know who I, Wang the young master, am. How could I be scared by your empty threats? Let's go again. Wang Xie snorted coldly, then covered his wound with his hand. Immediately, purple-black smoke emerged from the wound. As the smoke spread, veins bulged on Wang Xie's neck. Under his ferocious expression, the wound that had been struck by the sword slowly healed. Seeing this, Li Hao Yuan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a chill down his spine. Hee hee, I'd like to see what kind of trash Kunlun has trained. Wang Xie said, pulling out a pitch-black pill from his waist and swallowing it with a laugh. In the next instant, a purple-black glow enveloped Wang Xie's entire body. After the light dissipated, Wang Xie's lips were jet black, and a chilling aura radiated from his entire being. This is the Five Poison Sect's Five Poison skill. On the upper floor, Zhongliang widened his eyes at the sight. Is the Five Poison skill that powerful? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, looking at Wang Xie in the hall with a cold gleam in his eyes. For some reason, Wang Beihai felt an instinctive discomfort towards Wang Xie. The Five Poison skill is the top technique of the Five Poison sect, requiring years of survival under the attacks of 5 venomous creatures. Few can succeed in mastering it. This brat has reached such a level, truly impressive. I see. Wang Beihai pondered for a moment, glancing at Wang Xie on the first floor, then couldn't help but smirk. Even so, this battle has just begun. It's not certain who will win or lose. With that, Wang Beihai ignored Zhong Liang's puzzled expression and turned his gaze towards the downstairs. Clearly, among the onlookers in the inn were disciples of various sects who recognized the Five Poison sect's supreme technique. After Wang Xie's appearance changed, there were exclamations of surprise, as if some couldn't believe Wang Xie's cultivation. In contrast, Li Haoyuan, one of the Kunlun 3 talents, seemed somewhat inferior. Hmph. Today, I'll show you what it means to break the heavens with a single sword. Li Haoyuan's expression darkened as he swung his sword towards Wang Xie. Hmph. Trifling skills dare to show off here? Wang Xie sneered, grabbing Li Haoyuan's sword with his hand. Immediately, a black energy emerged from Wang Xie's palm, rapidly spreading along the sword. Let go of the sword and kick, then create distance. At that moment, the previous voice came again. Li Haoyuan narrowed his eyes and quickly obeyed, releasing the sword and kicking forcefully at Wang Xie. Wang Xie frowned. Although his demonic arts protected him, Li Haoyuan's kick didn't cause much damage, but Li Haoyuan used the recoil to create distance. Who is guiding you? Wang Xie coldly stared at Li Haoyuan. Your practical experience isn't enough to react so quickly, and your moves are too abrupt. Tell me, who is it? Hearing this, Li Haoyuan was startled, then puffed out his chest. Emph, if you can't win, just admit defeat. What's the point of talking nonsense? Seeing Li Haoyuan's arrogant demeanor, Wang Xie's anger flared. He waved his hand forcefully, and instantly, centipedes and snakes appeared on the ground and the ceiling. The martial artists in the inn retreated a few steps. Go! Wang Xie waved his hand, and countless venomous creatures rushed towards Li Haoyuan. Li Haoyuan's eyes narrowed. His sword had already fallen, and his lack of skill in hand-to-hand combat made him seem like a helpless target. At that moment, the mysterious voice came again. Channel your inner energy throughout your body, concentrate it in your fists, and strike with force and decisiveness. Li Haoyuan had no choice but to obey. With a powerful punch, Li Haoyuan widened his eyes as the poisonous creatures in front of him were all turned into dust. My fists can be this powerful. Li Haoyuan looked at his fists and laughed, following the mysterious voice's instructions to wreak havoc among the venomous creatures. Wang Xie stood aside, squinting as he watched Li Haoyuan's actions gradually transition from clumsy to proficient. A cold gleam appeared in Wang Xie's eyes. Soon, the inn was littered with venomous creature corpses. Seeing this, Wang Xie clapped his hands, and the surviving creatures instantly fled. Li Haoyuan clenched his fists, a triumphant smile on his lips as he looked at Wang Xie. How about it? Are you convinced? Wang Xie's eyes flashed with reluctance. Then he glanced around at the crowd, clasped his hands together, and addressed them. I wonder which master has graced us with their presence. If I have offended in any way, please forgive me. Could the master show themselves so I can apologize in person? With that, Wang Xie looked around again. But after a long wait, there was no response. At that moment, Li Haoyuan looked triumphantly at Wang Xie. You brat, can't take a loss? If you're not convinced, let's go again? Hearing this, Wang Xie's eyes flashed with a killing intent, but it quickly hid beneath his gaze. His eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth and clasped his hands towards the air again. Since the senior doesn't wish to show themselves, then so be it. For today's offense, please forgive me. If there's a chance in the future, the Five Poison sect will certainly come to apologize. With that, Wang Xie snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and left the inn, leaving behind Lu Piapiao and the other three. Seeing this, Li Haoyuan let out a sigh of relief. As he wanted to find the person who had been giving instructions, the surrounding martial artists all stepped forward to praise Li Haoyuan. The hall was soon filled with flattery. On the upper floor, Wang Beihai smirked and stretched. Let's go back to sleep. Chapter 330. The Martial World Ranking List. The next day, Wang Beihai stretched and walked out of his room. As soon as he stepped out, he bumped into Lu Piapiao. Seeing Wang Beihai, Lu Piapiao's face turned red instantly and she said softly, "Thank you yesterday." Wang Beihai was taken aback at first, then pretended to be surprised and scratched his head. Yesterday? What happened yesterday? Why should I be thanked? Lu Piapiao narrowed her eyes and chuckled. It was you who secretly passed a message to Li Haoyuan yesterday, wasn't it? Li Haoyuan? Who is Li Haoyuan? Wang Beihai continued to feign ignorance. Seeing this, Lu Piapiao didn't press further and instead bowed slightly to Wang Beihai. The other two women have already left. I'm here to say goodbye to you. Oh, that's good. Wang Beihai nodded, looking calm. Lu Piapiao, instead of getting angry, smiled and blinked her big eyes at Wang Beihai. Someone like you should have already made it onto the martial world ranking list. I didn't expect even the all-knowing in the martial world to miss out sometimes. Anyway, thank you. With that, Lu Piapiao turned and took 2 steps before stopping and looking back. My senior sister would probably be very interested in someone like you. She then gave a sweet smile and walked downstairs. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, the martial world ranking list. What is that? As he turned around, Zhong Liang was standing behind him. The martial world ranking list. How could I forget about that? Zhong Liang slapped his forehead and pulled Wang Beihai into the room. The martial world ranking list is set up by the all-knowing Master Tianji in the martial world, updating the top 10 figures in terms of martial prowess. Oh! Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow with interest, immediately thinking of the hunter rankings on the dark web. Zhong Liang took a sip of tea and continued. There are 2 lists in the martial world ranking list. One is the heroes list, which disregards age and only ranks by strength. The other is the genius list, which includes only young talents under 30. He rummaged through his luggage and soon pulled out 2 lists from his backpack. This is a recent list I had someone find. Wang Beihai took the list with interest and glanced at the heroes list, stopping at a familiar name. Ranked second, the leader of the Martial Alliance, Li Yuanhao. Wang Beihai was shocked and looked at Zhong Liang, asking, Li Yuanhao's strength is only ranked second? He then looked at the first place and his pupils constricted. Ranked first, blank? Wang Beihai turned puzzled. Zhong Liang shook his head. Don't look at me. The first-ranked person has never been recorded in the martial world. The ranking is purely based on rumors. Hearing this, Wang Beihai became immediately interested, sitting down at the table with a handful of melon seeds, curiously looking at Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang smiled and continued. The rumor goes that when Li Yuanhao was renowned far and wide, he once met a mysterious person while strolling. The mysterious person didn't say a word and directly attacked. The two fought for 3 days and nights, incredibly intense. In the end, Li Yuanhao lost slightly and the mysterious person disappeared. Since then, Li Yuanhao voluntarily took second place, leaving the first place blank. With such a master, how could he be unknown in the martial world? Wang Beihai frowned and asked, Well, there's nothing strange about that. There are countless hidden masters in the martial world. You've seen The Legend of the Condor Heroes, right? It's like the sweeping monk in there. Besides, you're no different. With your current strength, getting onto the genius list shouldn't be difficult. Genius list. Wang Beihai nodded thoughtfully and looked at the other list. Ranked first, Lin Qingfeng of Wudong. Ranked second, Lin Qingshan of Wudong. Ranked third, Lin Qingyu of Wudong. Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes flashing with doubt again. Is this list made by Wudong? How come the top 3 are all from Wudong? Zhong Liang smiled and said, "These three are known as the Wudong Trio. They are not likely Hao Yuan. The Wudong Trio are around your age, born from the same womb, and since childhood, they have been spiritually connected. They practice the Wudong's Hunyuan Sanxian body technique, each mastering one aspect. In just 10 years, they have perfected this technique." Looking at Wang Beihai, Zhong Liang continued. Although their individual cultivation is not as high as others, they have a self-created sword formation. Many masters in the martial world have fallen to their sword formation. In this competition, they will be our biggest obstacle. We'll face them? Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened instantly. That's right. Unless it's a critical moment for breakthrough, and they have to close the door for cultivation, otherwise, every sect will send out their top masters for such a martial arts assembly. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll encounter everyone on the genius list. Zhong Liang looked at Wang Beihai and smiled. But you don't need to worry. With your current cultivation, even on the heroes list, you have a chance to compete, let alone among the younger generation. Hearing this, Wang Beihai did not show a happy expression. At noon that day, Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang finished their meal and set off on their journey. This time, the road was not as lonely as before. Looking around, there were teams moving on the mainland. Wang Beihai blinked, noticing that everyone in the front team was wearing sect attire, giving a sense of ancient martial world. Looking at himself, in a white t-shirt and jeans, he seemed out of place. Don't worry, except for some old monsters who rarely leave their sects, everyone else is from the modern era. We dress like this, no one will care. Zhong Liang, seeing Wang Beihai's concern, patted his shoulder and comforted him. I'm fine. Wang Beihai smiled, suddenly feeling something and looking ahead. Zhong Liang followed Wang Beihai's gaze, but saw nothing unusual. What's wrong? Zhong Liang asked, puzzled. There's someone there. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. The next moment, a sudden gust of wind blew, and a huge spatial rift appeared in the direction Wang Beihai was looking. Then, a hearty laugh echoed, and a figure flew out from it. Zhong Liang rubbed his eyes and was shocked. The fifth-ranked Xiao Yaozi on the heroes list. Before his voice had even finished, another cry rang out from the sky. Wang Beihai looked up to see a giant bird soaring overhead. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, a man wearing a mask and carrying a giant sword leaped down from the bird's back. The fourth-ranked divine eagle hero on the heroes list. Zhong Liang's chest heaved violently, his eyes filled with incredulity. How is this possible? We haven't even reached the assembly site yet. How could such figures appear? Zhong Liang was puzzled. Just then, several more whooshing sounds came from the sky, and several powerful figures arrived one after another. Chapter 331. The Gathering of Heroes. Goodness, what's going on here? Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhong Liang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Wang Beihai glanced around and noticed that almost everyone's expressions mirrored Zhong Liang's, filled with shock. Haha, Xiao Yaozi, it seems my giant eagle still can't outpace your time mirror. Yang Bugua slammed his massive sword onto the ground, the heaviness of it sending a jolt through everyone's hearts. It's just luck, pure luck, Xiao Yaozi replied. His face as calm as still water, nodding slightly. Haha, still the same old tight-lipped guy. But today I've won quite a few bets. Yang Bugua laughed loudly, then turned his gaze to the few people who had arrived later. We haven't even reached the assembly yet. What's there to be proud of? Just because your eagle is faster doesn't mean your combat prowess is superior. Let's see who's stronger on the arena. A sharp-featured man sneered, then with a light leap, his agile figure darted away, disappearing from everyone's sight in a few flashes. Hearing this, Yang Bugua laughed heartily, then whistled, summoning his giant eagle to his side. As they ascended, Yang Bugua bowed slightly to the crowd below. To all heroes and warriors, may your martial prowess flourish. I'll be waiting for you at Huashan. With that, the giant eagle flapped its wings vigorously, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. The others followed suit, each displaying their own skills to catch up. Seeing them leave, Zhong Liang and the surrounding martial artists all let out a sigh of relief. Finally gone, Zhong Liang said. leaning on Wang Beihai's shoulder and panting. No wonder they can rank on the hero list. Just their aura is enough to intimidate. Wang Beihai, however, showed little change in expression. For him, this journey was merely out of curiosity. In a real fight, martial artists would still lose to cultivators. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai smiled slightly and nodded to Zhongliang. After a brief rest, the two continued their journey. Although surrounded by people from different sects, everyone was in a hurry, maintaining a relatively harmonious atmosphere. That evening, Wang Beihai followed Zhongliang to another small town. The town scale was identical to the previous one, with the same facilities and shops. Seeing the same inn, Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes and looked at Zhongliang. Are we in a loop? Zhongliang couldn't help but chuckle at the question. No, it's just like this on the way. The resting places are all the same, and the distances are calculated. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately understood. Soon, they settled down at the inn and spent a quiet night. The next day, they set off again. As they walked, a flurry of paper flyers descended from the sky. What's this? Wang Beihai picked one up and saw the words, auction invitation, written on it, with nothing else. This is a good thing. Keep it safe, Zhongliang said, picking one up from the ground and giving Wang Beihai a meaningful look before hastily stuffing the invitation into his pocket. Wang Beihai, seeing this, didn't ask further and stored the invitation in his spiritual ring. Then, Wang Beihai glanced around and noticed many people frantically grabbing the flyers scattered from the sky. It seems not everyone gets one. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. That's right, Zhongliang adjusted his glasses and smiled. We're lucky. There aren't many people around. Otherwise, just grabbing this invitation would have led to a big fight. As he spoke, Wang Beihai's expression hardened, and he pulled Zhongliang behind him. Be careful, there's a murderous intent. Wang Beihai looked forward with a dark expression, seeing two shifty-looking men grinning maliciously at him. Heh, Beizi, hand over what you just picked up, or don't blame us for our swords being merciless. As they spoke, the two drew their long swords from their waists, glaring fiercely at Wang Beihai. What are you talking about? I don't know. Wang Beihai pretended ignorance. The two men were momentarily stunned before shouting at Wang Beihai. You think we're stupid or blind? We clearly saw you put the invitation away. Hand it over, or we'll cut you down. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's expression darkened immediately. He squinted at the two men and said with interest, And what if I don't? This response left the two men stunned again. After a moment's hesitation, they exchanged glances and charged at Wang Beihai with their weapons. Seeing this, Wang Beihai nodded to Zhongliang, who understood and stepped aside. Then, Wang Beihai rolled up his sleeves, his figure instantly turning into a blur as he dashed towards the two men. Smack! Smack! Two crisp slaps echoed, and the faces of the charging men immediately showed two bright red handprints. What's going on? The two men stared at each other in bewilderment. Don't know what's going on? Then let's try again. Wang Beihai's mouth curled slightly, his figure flashing again. Two more sounds rang out, and this time, the men's cheeks were swollen high. How about now, clear? Wang Beihai coldly looked at the two men. Seeing this, their hearts skipped a beat, and their eyes filled with fear. We're sorry, hero. We were wrong. Please forgive us. Almost simultaneously, the two men knelt before Wang Beihai. This sudden act of submission left Wang Beihai momentarily speechless. After a while, he finally reacted and shook his head with a helpless smile. There really are all sorts of strange people. Wang Beihai muttered to himself, then waved his hand at the two men. Get lost. Hearing this, the two men felt a great relief and scrambled away. Wang Beihai watched the two men's Langbei Talcan to Sun Ying, shaking his head, then looked at Zhongliang, who shrugged. Don't look at me. I don't know which sect these two belong to. As he spoke, Wang Beihai felt several malicious gazes on him again. Instantly, Wang Beihai released half of his aura, causing everyone around to show expressions of surprise. In Wang Beihai's perception, those malevolent gazes all retreated. By the way, what's this auction about? Feeling safe, Wang Beihai smiled at Zhongliang. Oh, this is organized by the Martial Alliance, another grand event held alongside the martial arts tournament. At this auction, there are always many rare treasures. It happens once every 10 years. Missing it would be a real shame. As Zhong Liang spoke, his eyes lit up. No wonder those monsters on the list are here. We need to pick up the pace. The auction won't wait for anyone. Even with an invitation, you won't get in if you're late. Without another word, Zhong Liang grabbed Wang Beihai and headed forward. After they left, several elders in the crowd exchanged glances, then waved their hands, and a few disciples followed them. Chapter 332, The Martial Capital. After 3 days of travel, Wang Beihai could vaguely see a city at the end of the road that did not resemble a small town in the martial world. From afar, the city stood like an ancient giant, quietly towering there. Finally here, Zhong Liang sighed, taking off his glasses and gazing at the distant city, his eyes flickering. What place is that? Wang Beihai's eyes were covered with a layer of purple mist as he looked towards the distant city. Vaguely, he saw a golden light flickering above the city. This city has the aura of an ancient emperor. Wang Beihai was startled. At that moment, Zhong Liang tugged at Wang Beihai's sleeve and pointed at the sky above the city. Look over there. Wang Beihai looked up and saw beams of light of different colors flying towards the city. Let's hurry up. Zhong Liang put his glasses back on and picked up the pace, heading towards the city with Wang Beihai. The seemingly distant journey took only half an hour under Wang Beihai's full speed. The two arrived at the foot of the city. Martial capital. Wang Beihai stared at the two large characters above the city gate, feeling an ancient and fierce aura with just a glance. After a long while, Wang Beihai shook off that feeling and looked around the city walls. The walls were built with hard green stones, clearly showing many sword and knife marks. What a martial capital! Wang Beihai exclaimed, then stepped into the city gate. As soon as they entered the martial capital, a strong atmosphere of a bustling market hit them. On both sides of the road were various shops and inns, with street performers, stalls, and vegetable vendors at the entrances. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. It feels like we've traveled back in time. Hearing this, Zhong Liang did not laugh at Wang Beihai but instead spoke seriously. According to my family's historical records, this city has existed since 1,000 years ago. Most of the residents you see now are the original inhabitants of this city. They rarely leave. So many things remain as they were. Wang Beihai's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhong Liang. So, are we really back in ancient times? You could say that, Zhong Liang nodded, and then entered a shop near the city gate. Moments later, he came out. What were you doing? Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. Here, modern currency is useless. They use this, Zhong Liang said, taking out a red crystal from his storage item. This is a fire crystal, used for forging and cultivation. For the people here, it's the universal currency. Of course, there are higher grade ones, but for daily use, fire crystals are enough. However, for auctions, my fire crystals might not be sufficient. Wang Beihai frowned and asked Zhong Liang, is there no other way? There is. You can trade items at auctions, like spirit weapons, elixirs, and martial techniques. But these are usually precious items, not something ordinary people would auction. Zhong Liang shrugged, admitting that while he might be a wealthy man outside, here, he had to be cautious. I see. Wang Beihai pondered, then his eyes lit up. Is there a place to buy medicinal herbs here? Of course. What do you plan to do? Zhong Liang nodded, surprised. Wang Beihai smiled. Take me there first, and you'll know during the auction. Without further discussion, Zhong Liang led Wang Beihai to a large pharmacy on the side of the road. As soon as they entered, Wang Beihai's nose twitched, feeling a rich medicinal aroma. What pure medicinal power! Wang Beihai's eyes sparkled. Naturally, Zhong Liang smiled. The herbs here are grown within this boundary, with rich spiritual energy and long years. Wang Beihai nodded and began to browse the pharmacy. As a medicinal store, its scale and display were quite high-end, with each herb clearly labeled with its age and use. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Beihai found a pile of what he needed. As he approached the counter to check out, he noticed a row of medicinal cauldrons behind the counter. They even have these. Wang Beihai was surprised. I had people search for these in Jiangnan and Jiangbei, but there was no trace. I never expected to find one here. He instructed the shopkeeper to take down several cauldrons from the counter. Seeing the various sized cauldrons in front of him, Wang Beihai was delighted. With these, refining elixirs will be much easier. Wang Beihai was pleased and carefully examined the cauldrons. The shopkeeper, seeing this, approached with a flattering smile. "Brother Beihai, are you an alchemist?" "An alchemist?" Wang Beihai murmured, then nodded. "I suppose so." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. "A young alchemist is rare. Brother Beihai, these cauldrons are top-notch. You can rest assured." "Oh, really?" Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, he heard Tian Shu's voice in his mind. He looked towards a corner, where the shopkeeper's feet were, and saw an old, black cauldron filled with trash. "Shopkeeper, I'll take that one." Wang Beihai pointed at the trash-filled cauldron. The shopkeeper's eyes widened, looking at Wang Beihai as if he were a fool. Even Zhong Liang stared in disbelief. "Are you all right, brother? That cauldron is too old and unusable. If you're short on money, you can choose a cheaper one." The shopkeeper questioned Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai remained firm. "Thanks, shopkeeper. I'll take the one on the ground." Seeing no further argument, the shopkeeper reluctantly picked up the cauldron, carefully emptied the trash, rinsed it, and placed it in front of Wang Beihai. At first glance, the cauldron was indeed old and worn. "Beihai, are you sure about this old cauldron?" "Yes, I'll take it." Wang Beihai nodded and looked at the shopkeeper. "How much in total?" The shopkeeper glanced at the herbs on the table and waved his hand. "The herbs are 5 fire crystals. The cauldron, I'll give it to you." "That's very kind of you, boss." Wang Beihai was delighted and took 5 fire crystals from Zhong Liang to pay. Afterward, he stored the herbs and cauldron in his spiritual ring. "Oh, and as a thank you, shopkeeper," Wang Beihai smiled, flicking his hand. A silver needle flew out and pierced the shopkeeper's body, then quickly retracted. The shopkeeper was stunned, then overjoyed as he found his chronic migraine was gone. When he looked up to thank Wang Beihai, he found that he and Zhong Liang had already left. Chapter 333. The Incident of Alchemy. After leaving the apothecary, Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang found an inn to stay in. As soon as they entered the room, Wang Beihai couldn't wait to take out the herbs and the medicinal cauldron. Seeing the dilapidated cauldron, Zhong Liang couldn't help but frown. "Beihai, I'm not criticizing you, but this cauldron doesn't look like a treasure at all. Even if it was given for free, it's just taking up space, isn't it?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Don't worry, you'll see soon enough." With that, Wang Beihai bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the cauldron. Then with a sharp gaze, infused his spiritual energy into the cauldron. In no time, the blood Wang Beihai had dripped was slowly absorbed by the cauldron. Under the influence of the spiritual energy, the black rust on the surface of the cauldron began to slowly peel off, revealing the glossy black body of the cauldron. It's changing. Zhong Liang exclaimed excitedly upon seeing this, while Wang Beihai just smiled faintly and continued to pour his spiritual energy into the cauldron. Soon, all the black rust on the cauldron had fallen off. The cauldron was now pitch black, its surface as shiny as if coated with crystals. As more spiritual energy was infused, a dark golden stripe gradually appeared at the edge of the cauldron. "Open!" At that moment, Wang Beihai shouted loudly, and the cauldron immediately emitted a golden light before gently landing on the table. "This is the true form of the cauldron," Wang Beihai said with a smile, waving his hand to make the cauldron fly to his side. Zhong Liang stared wide-eyed at the cauldron before him, which was a world apart from the rusty old trash can it had been earlier. "You can tell, impressive." Zhong Liang looked at Wang Beihai with admiration, who just smiled. "Uncle Zhong, help me find some jade bottles, the more the better." "Jade bottles?" Zhong Liang was taken aback, but didn't ask further and rushed out of the room. As soon as Zhong Liang left, Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and with a flick of his finger, the cauldron instantly enlarged. Then, with a wave of his hand, all the herbs on the table fell into the cauldron. Following that, Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and his hands began to move. Under his gestures, the herbs in the cauldron started to melt. What a unique cauldron! As he began to refine the medicine, Wang Beihai immediately felt the uniqueness of the cauldron. This cauldron can seal the medicinal properties inside without leaking, and unlike other cauldrons, it doesn't suppress my senses. Instead, it feeds back everything happening inside to me. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. With the cauldron's assistance, the medicinal liquids inside quickly began to merge, emitting a refreshing fragrance of pills. In an instant, the entire inn was filled with a rich medicinal aroma. Many strong practitioners, smelling the scent, opened their doors to search for its source. Soon, the door to Wang Beihai's room was surrounded by a crowd of strong practitioners. They stood at the door, each staring at the room with fiery eyes. Judging by the fragrance of the pills, the person inside must be a well-known alchemist. It would be unwise to approach them so rashly. An old man at the front narrowed his eyes and said. A fat man behind him immediately chimed in. I say, Song Lao-san, when did your dragon tiger sect start being so righteous? Upon hearing this, the old man glared at the fat man and retorted. What our dragon tiger sect does is none of your business, you fat pig. Don't forget, the status of an alchemist is very noble. If we disturb the esteemed master inside, not only will we not get the pills, but we might not even leave here alive. Everyone held their breath at this, and even the fat man who had initially provoked the old man kept his mouth shut. As Song Lao-san had said, in the martial world, alchemists indeed held a noble status. While the two were arguing, Wang Beihai inside the room smiled and waved his hand. The flames in the cauldron dispersed, and dozens of smooth pills floated in the air. Excuse me, please make way, make way. At that moment, Zhong Liang squeezed through the crowd, feeling a chill down his spine seeing their fierce expressions. He quickly reached the door, nodded to the crowd, and then slipped inside, closing the door behind him. Phew! Zhong Liang locked the door and leaned against it, his chest heaving heavily. What happened? Wang Beihai asked with a smile. You have the nerve to ask? It's all because of your alchemy. But on a side note, your technique is really impressive. I never knew you had it in you before. Zhong Liang said, glancing at the pills floating in the air with a hint of surprise. I didn't say it, but it doesn't mean I can't do it. Wang Beihai blinked and then extended his hand towards Zhong Liang. The jade bottles? Zhong Liang rolled his eyes at Wang Beihai and then took out a row of jade bottles from his storage bag, a total of 50. These cost me 100 fire crystals. Zhong Liang's eyes showed a hint of heartache. If converted to renminbi, it would be 10 million. Don't worry, you'll see when we get to the auction. Wang Beihai smiled and waved his hand, causing the pills to all fall into the jade bottles. Exactly 30 pills. Wang Beihai smiled, while Zhong Liang frowned. What about the other 20 bottles? Don't worry. Wang Beihai smiled mysteriously and then took out a drop of blood lotus essence from his spiritual ring. Bring me some water. Wang Beihai looked at Zhong Liang, who immediately complied, bringing a large basin of water. Then, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and the red liquid instantly merged with the water. Rise. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and the water in the basin instantly flew out, dividing into 20 portions that filled the remaining jade bottles. It's done. Wang Beihai let out a long breath and then waved his hand again, collecting all the jade bottles on the table. Let's go to the auction. Saying this, Wang Beihai led Zhong Liang towards the door. Wait. Seeing Wang Beihai about to open the door, Zhong Liang quickly stopped him, but Wang Beihai had already opened it. As soon as the door opened, a crowd of people was seen jostling at the doorway, staring wide-eyed at Wang Beihai who had opened the door. Seeing this scene, Wang Beihai took a step back and then slammed the door shut. What's going on? Wang Beihai looked at Zhong Liang, who shrugged and said, I told you earlier, the door is completely blocked. How do we get out? Of course, we go out through there. Wang Beihai glanced around the room and then pointed to the window, a smile appearing on his face. Was that young man the alchemist? The crowd was still in a daze when a noise came from inside the room. Realizing something was wrong, Song Lao-san at the front narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and pushed open the door. The crowd rushed in, but Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang were nowhere to be seen. Damn it, they got away. Song Lao-san looked at the open window and jumped out of it, followed by the others. After the crowd left, a noise came from under the bed. Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang crawled out from under the bed. Phew, it seems the attraction of these pills is quite strong. Zhong Liang patted his chest, while Wang Beihai smiled. That's natural. Let's go to the auction. With that, the two strode out of the inn. Chapter 334, A Grand Gesture. Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang quickly traversed the main street and finally stopped in front of a large building in the city. Why does this building look so familiar? Wang Beihai raised his eyebrows and then glanced at Zhong Liang beside him. Zhong Liang pushed his glasses and said seriously, "The treasure pavilion in Jiangbei was modeled after this Wanbao pavilion." No wonder. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and followed Zhong Liang to the entrance. "Halt! Do you have an invitation?" As soon as they reached the door, two burly men with fierce expressions blocked their path. "They're at the celestial realm." Wang Beihai was startled, clearly not expecting the gatekeepers to be so powerful. Zhong Liang, on the other hand, smiled slightly, quickly took out the invitation from his bosom, and then signaled to Wang Beihai, who immediately followed suit. The guards, seeing the invitation, let them pass without hesitation. Once inside the Wanbao pavilion, Wang Beihai immediately felt a refreshing coolness in his mind. A cleansing array. Wang Beihai looked up and saw runes engraved on the ceiling and the pillars around. Indeed, a grand gesture. Wang Beihai was startled again and looked around, realizing that all the materials used here were far superior to those in Zhong Liang's treasure pavilion. While Wang Beihai was curiously observing his surroundings, Zhong Liang came over from the other side, panting heavily. "Where did you go?" Wang Beihai looked at Zhong Liang in surprise. "I just inquired, the auction will start in half an hour. We can still stroll around. The first floor of the Wanbao pavilion is a hall, and the upper floors are trading areas. If we're lucky, we might find some good stuff." "I see." Wang Beihai nodded, looked up, and instantly became interested. Soon, they arrived on the second floor, which was different from the first floor. There were many martial artists setting up stalls, giving a feeling very similar to the black market in Jiang'an. Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang strolled around, finding that the items were mostly medicinal herbs and spirit tools gathered by these martial artists, which were quite ordinary for Wang Beihai. But for Zhong Liang, these items were quite different. Every time Zhong Liang saw one, his eyes would light up. If not for Wang Beihai's intervention, Zhong Liang's crystals would have been spent half before reaching the auction. "What do they sell on the floors above the second?" Wang Beihai looked curiously at Zhong Liang, who was playing with a newly bought spirit tool, and explained, "Starting from the second floor, there are more formal counters. The third floor sells high-grade spirit tools, the fourth floor sells precious medicinal herbs, the fifth floor sells martial arts techniques, and beyond the fifth floor, I don't know." Zhong Liang shook his head helplessly and continued, "To go to the sixth floor, there are identity restrictions. Usually, only elders from major sects or higher can go up, otherwise, only VIPs recognized by the Wanbao Pavilion can go up." "I see." Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, feeling a curiosity about the sixth floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. At that moment, a dignified voice echoed through the Wanbao Pavilion. "Welcome, martial artists, to the Wanbao Pavilion. The auction is about to begin. Please gather in the hall quickly if you wish to participate. May your martial arts prosper." As soon as the voice fell, the crowd around Wang Beihai began to stir. Many stall owners stood up, hastily packed their goods, and hurried towards the hall. "Let's hurry down too, or we might miss it." Zhong Liang looked anxiously at Wang Beihai. "No rush." Wang Beihai waved his hand and directly approached a guard. "Something wrong?" The guard at the second floor landing frowned as Wang Beihai approached, coldly asking, "I have something I want to auction. Who should I see?" Wang Beihai smiled. "We don't accept items before the auction starts. Come back next time." The guard snorted coldly, disdainfully looking at Wang Beihai. Oh, that's a pity. Wang Beihai pretended to be disappointed, took out 2 jade bottles from his spatial ring, and shook them in his hand, then shouted loudly. What a pity for my spirit-gathering pills and the bone-regenerating elixir. Hearing this, the guard's eyes showed a hint of surprise, then frowned and rebuked Wang Beihai. Lower your voice, the pills are good, but the Wanbao Pavilion's rules are strict, no exceptions after the deadline. That's what you said. Wang Beihai glanced at the hidden door not far away, then was about to put the jade bottles away. Brother Bei, wait. At that moment, a seductive voice came, and Wang Beihai's lips curled up as he turned to see a slender woman slowly emerging from the hidden door. Seeing the woman's appearance, Wang Beihai was stunned. The woman had bright eyes and white teeth, a celestial beauty with long, attractive legs. Manager Hu. Seeing the woman, the guard immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, you can leave now, I'll handle this. The woman stepped forward, waved her hand, and the guard immediately left. After the guard left, the woman turned to Wang Beihai, her gaze sweeping over the two of them before settling on the jade bottles in his hand. I'm Hu Mei, the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion. Can I take a look at what's in your bottles? Can you make the decision? Wang Beihai looked at Hu Mei and directly asked. Hu Mei was clearly unprepared and was momentarily stunned by Wang Beihai's question, then nodded. As long as it doesn't exceed my authority, I can make the decision. All right. Saying that, Wang Beihai handed the jade bottles to Hu Mei. Hu Mei opened the bottles, smelled them, and her beautiful eyes instantly shone with golden light. Looking at Wang Beihai again, her face was full of smiles. Brother Bei, what's your name? Seeing Hu Mei's fake smile, Wang Beihai responded with a fake smile. I'm Wang Beihai. How about it? Can these items be auctioned? The question made Hu Mei hesitate. At that moment, Wang Beihai snatched the jade bottles back. If you can't make the decision, then forget it. Saying that, Wang Beihai was about to leave with Zhong Liang. Wait. Seeing this, Hu Mei immediately panicked. That's not what I meant. Hu Mei directly reached out and grabbed Wang Beihai. We will of course accept the pills, but we need to confirm their actual effects first. Brother Wang, please wait a moment. That's more like it. Wang Beihai glanced at Hu Mei, then threw the jade bottles back to her. Please wait a moment, someone. Take these 2 esteemed guests to the rest room and serve them well. Shortly after, several beautiful women came out and led Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang to a luxurious room, while Hu Mei hurried upstairs with the jade bottles. After a long time, still not seeing Hu Mei's figure, Zhong Liang began to panic. Beihai, we might miss the auction. Don't worry, I have a plan. Wang Beihai calmly sipped his tea. As soon as the words fell, Hu Mei entered with a flattering smile, returned the jade bottles to Wang Beihai, and bowed to Zhong Liang behind him. Respected alchemist, I apologize for any offense earlier. According to our appraisal, these medicines and pills are of the highest quality and can be put up for auction. As for the starting price, 1 jade bottle will be set at 1 refined gold stone. How about it? Refined gold stone. Hearing this, Zhong Liang's face turned red with excitement. In contrast, Wang Beihai remained calm. All right, but I wonder how much they can be auctioned for? Naturally, the more the better. Hu Mei smiled, then looked at Wang Beihai in surprise, wondering how many more such high-quality items he had. The next second, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and a stack of jade bottles appeared neatly on the table. Chapter 335. Astronomical Price. So many? Hu Mei stared wide-eyed at the piles of jade bottles on the table, her chest heaving violently. What, can't your Wanbao Pavilion handle it? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and disdainfully asked. It's not that, I just want to know, who exactly is your master? A pill master with such strength, we at the Wanbao Pavilion would be very happy to make friends with him. As she spoke, Hu Mei threw a flirtatious glance at Zhong Liang, who immediately burst out laughing. Mistress Hu, you've got it wrong. It wasn't me who refined these pills. Zhong Liang shook his head, and Hu Mei was slightly taken aback. She then frowned and asked Zhong Liang, could you introduce me to your master? Upon hearing this, Zhong Liang laughed again and then pointed at Wang Beihai. Here, my master is right here. It's him. Hu Mei was so surprised that she covered her small mouth with her hands. By the way, can you auction these? Wang Beihai ignored Hu Mei and asked indifferently. Yes, all of them can be auctioned, just as we discussed earlier. Hu Mei pressed her chest, looking incredulously at Wang Beihai, then clapped her hands, and a maidservant brought in a card. This is your purple gold card. All auction proceeds will be deposited into this card. Of course, if you have anything you need to auction in the future, the required amount will also be deducted from this card. Hu Mei said, handing the card to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai took the card without hesitation, examined it for a while, then turned to Hu Mei and asked, "Can I go to the 5th floor and above of the Wanbao Pavilion with this card?" "Naturally, you can." Hu Mei smiled sweetly. At that moment, Zhong Liang glanced at the time and then said urgently, "Let's hurry. The auction should have started." "No need to rush." Hu Mei smiled and waved her hand, then continued, "I've already informed the pavilion master to postpone the auction until your items are arranged. Now, I'll take you to the auction. Please follow me." With that, Hu Mei led the way, taking Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang to a narrow room. She clapped her hands, and the room slowly descended. After a while, the room stopped. "We've arrived," Hu Mei said, opening the door of the room. Wang Beihai looked outside to see a sea of people, with a round platform in the center. On the platform was a table made of jade, on which a small hammer lay quietly. "Please follow me, esteemed guests." Hu Mei smiled and led Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang to a luxurious private room at a high vantage point. "Please, make yourselves comfortable." Hu Mei gestured for the two to sit down, then brought over a tablet. "If there's anything you like, you can bid directly on this. If you need anything, you can also order it here. If you want something special, you can also order the special services." As she spoke, Hu Mei winked at Wang Beihai. "All right, I understand. You can leave now." Wang Beihai frowned and waved his hand. Hu Mei's face darkened, and a hint of reluctance flashed in her eyes, but she still left. The Wanbao Pavilion sure knows how to play. Wang Beihai glanced at Zhong Liang, then turned his gaze to the scene below. Undoubtedly, the view from this private room was excellent, and every movement below was clearly visible to Wang Beihai. "By the way, what's this thing called Jing Jinshi that woman mentioned?" Wang Beihai looked at Zhong Liang, puzzled. "This Jing Jinshi is even more valuable than Hua Jingshi. One Jing Jinshi can be considered as 10,000 Hua Jingshi. With those 50 jade bottles, we're rich." Zhong Liang looked at Wang Beihai with excitement. Having been the head of the Jubao Pavilion for so many years, this was the first time Zhong Liang had ever shown such excitement about money. As the two were talking, the surrounding lights suddenly dimmed. "The auction is about to begin. Please be quiet." A solemn voice rang out, and everyone around fell silent. The auction hall became eerily quiet. At that moment, a spotlight shone on the central platform, and a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Wang Beihai looked at the figure, who was none other than Hu Mei. "Dear friends, welcome to the auction at the Wanbao Pavilion. Due to a recent incident, the auction has been slightly delayed. Please forgive us. Also, we have good news for everyone. Today, a large number of Zhu Lingdan will be up for auction. Those who want them, don't miss this opportunity." Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupted in a wave of surprise, and their eyes began to blaze with fervor. Even through the glass, Wang Beihai could still hear the heavy breathing of the crowd. "Next, we will auction the first batch of Zhu Lingdan. After being appraised by our pill master, Master Lin, this medicine can help improve cultivation and change one's aptitude. The extent of the improvement varies from person to person, but we guarantee that for martial artists below the celestial realm, after taking this medicine, their cultivation will at least rise by one level." As she spoke, a maidservant brought up a jade bottle, and everyone's eyes were glued to the bottle in the center, their breathing becoming heavier. "This is the Zhu Lingdan. The starting bid is 1 Jing Jinshi, with each subsequent bid increasing by 1,000 Hua Jingshi." As soon as Hu Mei finished speaking, an old man in the crowd raised his hand and shouted loudly, "I offer 2 Jing Jinshi." Hearing this, Zhong Liang in the private room widened his eyes in excitement, and looked towards the center. At that moment, Wang Beihai smiled faintly, tapped the screen in his hand, and instantly, a string of numbers appeared outside the private room. Humei looked at Wang Beihai's private room in surprise, then smiled and announced loudly, "The esteemed guest in the VIP room has offered 3 Jingjin Shi. Any higher bids?" Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and Wang Beihai felt many eyes turn towards him. "Are you crazy? Bidding on your own stuff?" Zhong Liang turned and looked at Wang Beihai, puzzled. "Don't worry." Wang Beihai calmly waved his hand. Sure enough, the next second, someone from another private room offered a staggering 5 Jingjin Shi. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in excitement, and those who had been competing before slumped back into their seats. The item was good, but one also needed the strength to compete for it. 5 Jingjin Shi. Is there any higher bid? Humei looked around excitedly, clearly not expecting the price to be driven so high. 5 Jingjin Shi was an astronomical price, even in the eyes of the Wanbao Pavilion. In the end, everyone was dissuaded by this sky-high price and reluctantly gave up the competition. Finally, Humei excitedly struck the hammer, selling the first batch of Juling Dan for 5 Jingjin Shi. All right, the next item to be auctioned may not have the miraculous effect of improving cultivation like the Juling Dan, but for martial artists, it is an essential artifact for traversing the martial world. As she spoke, the maidservant brought up another jade bottle. Humei held the bottle in her hand, her lips curling into a smile as she said, "This item is called Shangling Yi, with an extremely miraculous healing effect. Unless it's a mortal wound, even if you're severely injured, as long as you take this medicine, you can regrow flesh from bones and revive withered trees." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in another wave of surprise. Before anyone could bid, some martial artists had already started raising the price. In no time, the Shangling Yi was pushed to the astronomical price of 3 Jingjin Shi. Chapter 336, The Indulgence of Wealth. We've struck it rich, we've struck it rich. In the private room, Zhong Liang watched the people bidding fervently and excitedly hugged Wang Beihai. "Stay calm." Wang Beihai smiled slightly and then turned his gaze to the hall, his lips curling up. The best is yet to come. Indeed, after the atmosphere of the auction was ignited by the spirit-gathering pills and life essence, Humei waved her hand, and other items were subsequently brought up. Although these items were of good quality, with the previous 2 divine artifacts as a backdrop, even high-grade spiritual artifacts paled in comparison in the eyes of the martial artists. Gradually, the fervor of the martial artists began to wane, and many were discussing privately, their topics invariably revolving around the spirit-gathering pills and life essence. What a pity! The spirit-gathering pill, such a wonderful elixir, is gone. It can directly enhance one's cultivation without any side effects. Wherever it is, it's a much-coveted treasure, but it seems I have no luck with it. Exactly, that life essence is also amazing. With it, it's like having a second life. It's a pity. It seems this auction doesn't have much to offer anymore. Don't say that. Maybe there's more to come? What are you thinking? Such a miraculous thing is hard to come by. Its appearance here is already a blessing. For a moment, the crowd below the stage was in a hubbub. Even as the auction on stage continued, it was clear that the audience had lost interest in the items being auctioned. Seeing this, Humei did not feel disheartened, but instead revealed a mischievous smile. "I believe everyone here wants the previous spirit-gathering pills and life essence without me saying so, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone revealed a look of desire. "Now, I have good news for everyone. These 2 items are not just one set." After saying this, Humei clapped her hands again, and the maids brought up 2 more jade bottles. In an instant, the passion of the crowd was reignited, many clenching their fists with a determined look. "It's starting." Zhong Liang clenched his fists, excitedly watching the jade bottles in the hall. Sure enough, in Zhong Liang's expectant gaze, the 2 jade bottles were once again bought by people in other private rooms for the sky-high price of 6 gold essence stones. Humei seized the moment, bringing up the spirit-gathering pills and life essence again. This time, the The competition became even more intense, and soon another set of jade bottles was sold at a high price. And so, as time passed, all 30 bottles of spirit-gathering pills and 20 bottles of life essence were sold out. Although the prices given by the crowd became lower and lower towards the end, even so, as the beneficiary, Wang Beihai had transformed into the biggest gainer at the auction. Zhong Liang counted his fingers over and over again, finally staring blankly at Wang Beihai. 180 gold essence stones, exactly 180 gold essence stones. As he spoke, Zhong Liang's eyes revealed a glimmer of excitement, and he hugged Wang Beihai fiercely. All the assets of my treasure-gathering pavilion have never exceeded 10 essence stones, yet you have 180. Rich man, let's be friends. Hearing this, Wang Beihai smiled slightly, then narrowed his eyes and looked towards the hall. All his pills and elixirs had been auctioned off, but seeing Hu Mei's expression, it was clear the auction was not over yet. Thinking of the effects of the spirit-gathering pills and life essence, Wang Beihai looked with interest behind Hu Mei. Something more precious than my pills, it seems the finale is something very valuable. Wang Beihai's lips curled up as he looked towards the hall, anticipating what was to come. Sure enough, after the crowd's fervor subsided, Hu Mei tapped the stone table in front of her with a small hammer, and instantly, the auction hall resounded with that solemn voice again, and the crowd fell silent once more. The next item to be auctioned is a wisp of spiritual energy. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below the stage simultaneously let out a collective sigh. However, unfazed by the crowd's sighs, Hu Mei merely smiled slightly and clapped her hands, upon which dozens of guards carried a massive stone coffin onto the stage. What is this? The crowd immediately turned their gazes to the stone coffin on the platform, their eyes full of questions. This is something our treasure-gathering pavilion extracted from the ancient divine ruins, likely the remains of an ancient great being. Hu Mei glanced at the crowd, casually saying this, which utterly stunned everyone. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's heart trembled, and he immediately revealed a shocked expression. Vaguely, Wang Beihai even felt the energy within him fluctuating. What on earth is this? Wang Beihai frowned, his eyes immediately shrouded in a layer of purple energy. He looked towards the stone coffin, and instantly, an incredibly chilling black aura appeared within Wang Beihai's perception. Such intense malevolent energy. Wang Beihai's heart immediately jolted, and at that moment, Hu Mei in the hall smiled slightly and said, "Although we haven't opened it, our treasure-gathering pavilion's master has identified that it contains a wisp of ancient spiritual energy, which might be the primordial true energy." As soon as Hu Mei finished speaking, the auction hall fell into complete silence, and everyone's faces revealed incredulous expressions. Primordial true energy. What is that? Wang Beihai frowned, puzzled, and looked towards Zhong Liang, whose eyes were flickering with fervor. Remember what I told you about the wisp of spiritual energy in the world at the beginning of creation? That's the primordial true energy. If it's true, obtaining this true energy, with time, one will surely ascend to immortality. As Zhong Liang spoke, a price was directly shouted from a nearby private room. 20 gold essence stones. Hu Mei's beautiful eyes widened, clearly shocked by the price. Sure enough, as soon as this price was announced, most of the martial artists let out a collective gasp, followed by a helpless sigh. After all, the item may be good, but one must have the means to afford it. This isn't a good thing at all. At that moment, the voice of the Book of No Words echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. If my perception is correct, what's sealed inside is the legendary Ho. Hearing this, Wang Beihai felt a shiver run through his scalp. Ho was notorious as a harbinger of disaster. If it were to reappear in the world, it would surely bring about a calamity. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai frowned, stretched out his hand, and immediately input a string of numbers on the screen. A guest from the Supreme Private Room has bid 50 gold essence stones. Hu Mei's voice trembled, and the small hammer in her hand slipped from her grasp. In an instant, the entire auction hall exploded, and many were speculating who was in the private room. Too extravagant, simply beyond extravagance. The crowd was in a hubbub, and Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, instantly feeling at least 10 people using special methods to spy on his private room. 50, isn't that too much? At that moment, Zhong Liang also came to his senses from the shock and looked at Wang Beihai in amazement. Not at all. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, then leaned back slowly on the sofa's backrest, spreading his spiritual energy outwards, and then looked comfortably towards the hall. Chapter 337. The 100 Ghost Sect. Who exactly is sitting in that room? In another luxurious private room, an elderly man wrapped entirely in a black robe, with a face as pale as snow, coldly inquired. I don't know. The attendant standing beside him trembled all over, feeling a chill around her neck. Humph! The old man snorted coldly, then abruptly waved his hand, sending the attendant flying to the side. Her eyes filled with terror. She got up from the ground and hastily left, clutching her neck. Elder, should I go over now and finish them off? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a similarly pale face standing beside the elder made a throat-slitting gesture, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Not yet. The elder waved his hand, his cold gaze fixed on the room where Wang Beihai was. Anyone who dares to oppose the 100 Ghost Sect ends up poorly. Right now, in the Wanbao Pavilion, it's not appropriate to cause a conflict. The sect leader has instructed us to spare no cost in acquiring this item. How many gold essence stones do we have left? The elder asked, glancing at the middle-aged man. The man's face darkened, revealing a troubled expression. Elder, this time we only brought 100 gold essence stones. We used 30 to purchase elixirs and spiritual liquids, so now we only have 70 left. 70? How could you bid so high earlier? 30 gold essence stones, that's the sect's expenditure for 2 years. The elder gazed at the man before him with a look of disappointment, noting the middle-aged man's expression of grievance. This isn't my fault, elder. It was you who kept urging me to raise the bid, and I couldn't stop you. Upon hearing this, the elder coughed lightly. All right, I was still thinking for the sect. Slow down your bidding next time. The sect leader has instructed that this item must be acquired. If we can win it, we will, but if the price gets too high, we won't follow. But if we don't follow, and someone else wins it? The middle-aged man looked at the elder, puzzled. You're so dense. The elder knocked the man on the head in frustration. We just need to keep an eye on who gets it. If we can't buy it, can't we just take it by force? Hearing this, the middle-aged man suddenly understood. By the way, at that moment, the elder added, also keep an eye on the people in that room ahead. If there's an opportunity, deal with them too. After all, one life more or less doesn't matter to us. Achoo. As the 100 Ghost Sect plotted, Wang Beihai in his room inexplicably sneezed. While puzzled, he saw the room opposite him bid 51 gold essence stones. Interesting. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, ready to bid when a shout came from the crowd below. I offer 60 gold essence stones. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was startled, looking down to see a mysterious figure in a cloak and hat raising their hand. It's getting more interesting. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the elder of the 100 Ghost Sect in the opposite room stood up angrily, his pale face flushed with rage. Damn it! Who is he? Does he think the 100 Ghost Sect is easy to bully? With that, the elder pressed the bidding button, and the price instantly soared to 70 gold essence stones, which was his limit. Come on, raise the bid. After placing his bid, the elder glared at Wang Beihai's room, then looked at the mysterious figure below. Unexpectedly, the mysterious figure seemed to sense something, giving the elder a friendly international gesture, then waved and left the auction hall, slightly lowering his hat. Damn it, he's playing me. Realizing he had been tricked, the elder was about to chase after the figure, but was held back by the middle-aged man beside him. Elder, calm down, the auction is important. Hearing this, the elder calmed down. Well, do we still follow? In the other room, Zhong Liang looked at Wang Beihai with a dark expression. This was 70 gold essence stones, a fortune he could never dream of in his lifetime. Wang Beihai hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the opposite room. After pondering for a while, he placed the tablet back on the table. Seeing this, Zhong Liang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling almost suffocated in those few seconds. Let's go. Wang Beihai stood up, waving to Zhong Liang. Go where? Zhong Liang looked at Wang Beihai, puzzled. First, withdraw money, then rob. Wang Beihai walked out of the room calmly, leaving Zhong Liang stunned, then quickly catching up. Rob? Rob what? Wang Beihai didn't respond, just walked forward, then marked the door of the 100 Ghost Sect's room with a wisp of his divine sense. Elder, the people in that room seemed to have left. Seeing the lights in Wang Beihai's room go out, the middle-aged man immediately reminded the elder. The elder squinted and looked across, then snorted coldly, waving to the middle-aged man. Follow them, and if there's an opportunity, finish them off. Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately showed a bloodthirsty expression, then turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared from the spot. With Wang Beihai no longer bidding, the elder's offer of 70 gold essence stones remained unchallenged. After Hu Mei's inquiries on the stage, the new auction hammer was broken in two. Returning to the hall and completing the handover procedures, Wang Beihai didn't think much, directly pocketing the purple gold card and walking out of the Wanbao Pavilion. Where are we going? Zhong Liang followed closely, his eyes filled with confusion. Shoo. After walking for a while, Wang Beihai deliberately turned into an empty alley, then signaled Zhong Liang to be quiet. Although puzzled, Zhong Liang stopped and held his breath. At that moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew, and in Zhong Liang's terrified gaze, a shadowy figure appeared before them. Kakaka, Beihai, how did you find me? At that moment, a sinister laugh came, and the shadowy figure gradually took human form, revealing the middle-aged man from the 100 Ghost Sect. You were eyeing us back in the room, weren't you? Wang Beihai smirked, coldly looking at the middle-aged man. Anyone who opposes the 100 Ghost Sect meets only one fate, death. Blame yourselves for being too flashy. The man said, his eyes coldly staring at the two. Are you sure it's our death? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, smiling as he asked back. That bespectacled one there is just at the Earth Realm, and judging by your age, you're at most at the Heaven Realm. Killing you is a breeze. With that, the middle-aged man turned into a wisp of black smoke and charged at Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang. Looking for death. Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, and a red light flashed in the alley. The next second, Wang Beihai patted Zhong Liang's shoulder. Let's go. With that, the two slowly left the spot. In the alley, a cold corpse lay on the ground. Chapter 338, Li Muzi. After leaving the alley, Wang Beihai did not go far but instead arrived at a tea house diagonally opposite Wanbao Pavilion, where he ordered 2 bowls of cold tea and then directed his gaze towards the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion. Why are we still here? Do you know that the person you just killed was a disciple of the 100 Ghost Sect? Zhong Liang looked at Wang Beihai with great anxiety, his mind completely uninterested in the cold tea on the table. The 100 Ghost Sect, is it formidable? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, took a sip of the cold tea, and kept his eyes fixed on Wanbao Pavilion. There are countless demonic sects in the martial world, and the 100 Ghost Sect ranks second among them, just below the Ming Sect. You tell me, is it formidable? Even the 5 Poison Sect we encountered earlier can only be considered a younger brother in front of the 100 Ghost Sect. Oh, I see. Despite Zhong Liang's words, Wang Beihai remained calm and composed. Seeing this, Zhong Liang became even more anxious. Beihai, haven't you realized the seriousness of the situation? The person you just killed was a disciple of the 100 Ghost Sect. Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned and then nodded. It seems quite serious. Realizing that is good. Now listen to me. While they haven't discovered us yet, we should hurry. Before Zhong Liang could finish his sentence, Wang Beihai interrupted. There will be many people watching the 100 Ghost Sect members later. If we act rashly to snatch the stone coffin and the time drags on, The consequences could indeed be quite serious. Upon hearing this, Zhong Liang's eyes widened. Wait, you still plan to steal something from the 100 Ghost sect? Are we tired of living? While Zhong Liang was in a state of panic, Wang Beihai's eyes suddenly shifted, turning towards the second floor of the opposite tavern. There, the mysterious person who had been bidding earlier was seated by the window, also intently watching the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion. At that moment, the mysterious person seemed to feel Wang Beihai's gaze, instantly turning around to meet his eyes. For a moment, both were startled. Wang Beihai saw an abyss of endless depth in the person's eyes, and the person evidently sensed Wang Beihai's uniqueness but did not probe further. After a brief pause, he shifted his gaze back to the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion. Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, deep in thought. At that moment, a commotion arose, indicating that the auction had concluded. Soon, a large group of martial artists emerged from Wanbao Pavilion. Wang Beihai's mind stirred, and under his spiritual perception, a black-clad figure exited Wanbao Pavilion, glanced around, and then hurried away. Wang Beihai's mind moved again, and when he looked back at the tavern, the mysterious person had already vanished. So, he's also after the stone coffin. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then glanced at Zhong Liang, his expression shifting. You go back to the inn first. I'll be back soon. Seeing this, Zhong Liang was about to stop him, but Wang Beihai had already disappeared. That damn Beihai, how long does it take to kill someone? The great elder of the 100 Ghost sect swiftly navigated through the alleys, grumbling and gloating. Luckily, I got the stone coffin. Otherwise, I'd have a hard time explaining to the sect leader. Once that Beihai returns, with at least 50 gold essence stones we snatched, this auction will be a huge profit. Thinking of this, the old man's face showed a satisfied smile. As he pondered, the old man swiftly moved through the alleys and soon arrived at the city's edge. As soon as he stepped out of the city gate, the old man retracted his smile and his expression darkened. He shouted, "Come out, martial artists, there's no need to hide." As his voice fell, many martial artists emerged from the surroundings, evidently following him since his departure. It's impressive that you could keep up with my pace. The old man narrowed his eyes and stomped his foot, instantly releasing a black mist that emitted mournful wails, forming ghostly faces in the air. Seeing this, a chill rose in the hearts of the surrounding martial artists. You are from the 100 Ghost sect? Among the martial artists, some with extensive experience recognized the old man's display and cried out in fear. I am Elder Gu Han of the 100 Ghost sect. Do you all intend to oppose my 100 Ghost sect by blocking my path? The old man coldly said, and many among the martial artists began to waver. While they hesitated, the old man revealed a bloodthirsty expression. In the next instant, a black mist enveloped them, and within it came a series of shrill wails. In less than 10 breaths, the old man waved his hand, and the black mist returned to his body. The martial artists who had blocked his path had turned into piles of bones. Emph! Those who dare to oppose the 100 Ghost sect must be prepared to die. The old man sneered, ready to leave when his eyes suddenly turned cold, and his figure instantly moved aside. In that instant, several flying daggers appeared where he had stood. Who's there? The old man frowned, waved his hand, and a black energy shot towards a tree nearby, instantly exploding it. A figure leaped out from behind the tree. It's you. Gu Han narrowed his eyes. The person before him was the mysterious bidder from earlier. Who are you, and why are you blocking my path? Gu Han looked at the person in front of him, coldly asking, You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that today, you must leave the ancient demonic coffin behind. The mysterious person's voice was calm, yet it gave Gu Han an inexplicable sense of pressure. Emph, if you want the ancient demonic coffin, you'll have to see if you have the ability. Gu Han snorted coldly, then his body instantly turned into black smoke, rushing towards the mysterious person. Heretical tricks. The mysterious person snorted coldly, turned his cloak, and dozens of cold lights instantly flew out. Explode. As the cold lights entered the black mist, the mysterious person's eyes sharpened, and he shouted, causing the dozens of flying daggers to explode. Within the flames, a black energy suddenly appeared before the mysterious person. Seemingly prepared, he dodged the energy and then waved his hand, sending his flying daggers piercing into the black energy. In the void, a muffled groan was heard, and the next second, Gu Han's figure appeared, his mouth bleeding, the flying daggers piercing his waist. Willow Leaf Flying Daggers, you are Li Muzi, the third-rank swordsman on the hero list. Gu Han's eyes widened, then looked at Li Muzi in confusion. The 100 Ghost Sect has never had any grievances with you. Why are you harming me? I've said it before, today, you must leave the ancient demonic coffin behind. Li Muzi said, slowly removing his hat, revealing a resolute face. Have you thought it through? Although you are powerful, you will be facing the wrath of the entire 100 Ghost Sect. Aware of his slim chances of victory against Li Muzi, Gu Han, after careful consideration, brought up the 100 Ghost Sect. Sorry, even if your sect leader comes in person, you must leave the ancient demonic coffin behind. Li Muzi said, pointing with his finger. A cold light flashed, and Gu Han's expression froze. A small hole appeared in his throat, and the next second, his body collapsed and fell backward. Li Muzi retrieved his flying daggers, expressionless, and approached Gu Han's corpse. He waved his hand, searching the body and found a brocade pouch. Opening it, he confirmed that the stone coffin was indeed inside. Li Muzi smiled slightly, ready to leave when Wang Beihai stepped out from the side. Esteemed martial brother, may I ask if you could give me the brocade pouch in your hand? Chapter 339. The Ancient Demon Coffin. Who are you? Li Muzi narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Beihai with wary eyes, secretly surprised. It was evident that Wang Beihai had been hiding nearby for quite some time, and despite his reputation for perception, he hadn't sensed Wang Beihai's presence. After scrutinizing Wang Beihai for a while, Li Muzi's eyes lit up and he seemed to recall something. It's you. You were already watching Gu Han at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Correct, it seems your memory isn't too bad. Wang Beihai replied with a slight smile, then continued, since we seem to be quite compatible, how about we split the old man's belongings? I'm not greedy. You just need to give me the stone coffin in the pouch, and you can take everything else. As he spoke, Wang Beihai assumed an upright and righteous demeanor. Hearing this, Li Muzi let out a cold smile and his expression immediately darkened. He flipped his palm, revealing a sharp flying dagger in his hand. Tell me, who sent you here? Li Muzi glared coldly at Wang Beihai, his flying dagger seemingly ready to strike at any moment. You're such a serious person. Why the solemnity? Wang Beihai chuckled and then stepped forward. Seeing Wang Beihai's movement, Li Muzi's eyes immediately flashed with a cold light. He then lightly twitched his wrist, and a cold gleam shot out. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, his smile instantly disappearing. He then swiftly moved his foot and easily dodged Li Muzi's flying dagger. Surprised by this, Li Muzi threw off his cloak, and in an instant, dozens of flying daggers flew out in various trajectories towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai frowned, his eyes glowing with purple energy. At first glance, the flying daggers, which seemed like bullets, appeared to him as if they were slowed down 100 times. Impressive. The trajectories of these flying daggers are so intricate. Each one locks down my escape routes. Wang Beihai was inwardly startled and then smirked. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, and a red light flashed rapidly. In front of him, sparks flew. In the next second, Wang Beihai grabbed Qi Xiao and swung it in front of him, causing all of Li Muzi's flying daggers to land at his feet. Seeing this, Li Muzi's eyes widened, and his expression turned serious. You're strong, and your weapon is formidable. I don't know of anyone like you in the martial world. You're not from the martial arts realm. Tell me, who are you? Li Muzi slowly removed his cloak, revealing his robust muscles underneath. Upon seeing this, Wang Beihai was taken aback. Li Muzi's body was covered with flying daggers. Brother, I really didn't come here to fight. Wang Beihai spread his hands helplessly. To be honest, I only want the stone coffin in your pouch. It's better to have more friends and fewer enemies. Why resort to fighting? As soon as Wang Beihai finished speaking, Li Muzi snorted coldly. Let's fight. Everything else is negotiable, but not this coffin. With that, Li Muzi flipped his hands, producing two sharp daggers. He then leaped forward, his figure turning into a blur as he charged at Wang Beihai. You're really something, starting a fight before we've even finished talking. Wang Beihai shook his head helplessly and calmly placed Qi Xiao in front of him, just in time to block Li Muzi's attack. Phantom Shadow. Li Muzi's eyes darkened, and in the next moment, his figure became elusive. After several rounds, Li Muzi hadn't even touched the hem of Wang Beihai's clothes, let alone injured him. Damn it, close combat really isn't my forte. Li Muzi snorted coldly and then leaped into the air. Thousand-hand Azura, rain of pear blossoms. With a loud shout from Li Muzi, Wang Beihai saw a three-headed, six-armed phantom appear behind him. Li Muzi then spun rapidly in the air. As he spun, countless flying daggers mixed with tiny silver needles rained down. Facing such an onslaught, Wang Beihai's pupils constricted, and he dared not slack off. He quickly placed Qi Xiao in front of him and activated the Azura's indestructible body with a thought. Within 10 breaths, the surrounding trees were riddled with holes, and as Li Muzi landed, the trees around him turned into wood shavings that scattered in the wind. What a formidable technique! Among the wood shavings, Wang Beihai slowly lowered Qi Xiao and then shook his body. A series of metallic clinks sounded as countless flying daggers and silver needles fell from his body. Wang Beihai patted himself down and then looked unhappily at the holes in his clothes. He took out new clothes from his spiritual ring and changed while frowning. My clothes are very expensive. You'll have to compensate me. In response to Wang Beihai's words, Li Muzi stood motionless, staring in disbelief at Wang Beihai, who was unscathed. Impossible, impossible. After a long silence, Li Muzi shook his head in disbelief. In today's martial world, only Li Yuanhao could survive my reign of pear blossoms. Who exactly are you? Are you human or a ghost? Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and then smiled. It was clear that Li Muzi had lost his composure. It doesn't matter who I am. I just want to tell you that the stone coffin in your pouch not only lacks innate spiritual energy, but also brings endless calamity. So, if you give me the coffin, I can let you go. Wang Beihai looked earnestly at Li Muzi. Hearing this, Li Muzi was taken aback and then hesitated, but soon his expression hardened. No, the contents of this ancient demon coffin are too evil. Without absolute certainty, I won't open it. Besides, just because you say so, how do I know you're not a member of some evil cult? If this falls into the wrong hands, it will surely bring disaster to a region. Seeing Li Muzi's unyielding stance, Wang Beihai burst into laughter. I thought it was something serious. Since you're also dealing with this coffin, it seems we're on the same side. Just now, we've fought, and you couldn't even defeat me. How will you deal with the evil spirit in this ancient demon coffin? These words left Li Muzi frozen in place. He turned to look at Wang Beihai and said through gritted teeth, My master left me a formation years ago that can completely destroy the evil spirit in this coffin. Since you also want to eliminate evil, don't hinder me any further. With that, Li Muzi snorted coldly and turned to leave. Hey, wait. Wang Beihai furrowed his brow and hastily called out to Li Muzi. What now? Do you still want to stop me? Could it be that you're really a lackey of the demonic cult? Li Muzi glared coldly at Wang Beihai. What are you talking about? Why are you so stubborn? Wang Beihai shook his head helplessly and then compromised. All right, since you insist, I won't interfere anymore. But this matter is of great importance. Neither of us knows the true strength of the evil spirit in this coffin. How about this? You do your thing, and I'll stand by. In case anything happens, we can help each other out. Hearing this, Li Muzi's eyes flickered as he glanced at Wang Beihai and then snorted coldly, As you wish. Then, with a light step, Li Muzi disappeared from Wang Beihai's sight. Wang Beihai spread his hands helplessly and then quickly followed. Chapter 340. The Hoe. Wang Beihai activated his divine consciousness and firmly locked it onto Li Muzi. It was undeniable that Li Muzi's speed was indeed fast. His figure darted swiftly through the forest, making it somewhat challenging for Wang Beihai to keep up. Fortunately, he didn't flee directly earlier. Wang Beihai thought to himself, feeling relieved. If Li Muzi had turned and left immediately, without the aid of divine consciousness, Wang Beihai doubted he could have caught up to him in the forest. As he pondered, suddenly, Li Muzi reached a cliff at the foot of the mountains. Without hesitation, he leaped off the cliff. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and without time to think, he followed suit. What a unique movement technique! Wang Beihai marveled as he landed in the cliff. He was astonished to see Li Muzi swiftly advancing along the steep cliffside using only his feet, as if walking on flat ground. No wonder he is ranked behind Li Yuanhao. He does have some skills. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and summoned the red flare sword, stepping on it to fly. Li Muzi occasionally glanced back at Wang Beihai while running. When he saw Wang Beihai flying on the sword, he was shocked and immediately understood. So he is a cultivator. No wonder he is so powerful, Li Muzi thought, his previous defeat instantly forgotten. It's no wonder a martial artist can't win against a cultivator. Li Muzi smiled wryly and then felt elated. With this person's help, our chances of subduing the evil spirit in the coffin have increased significantly. With this thought, Li Muzi looked at Wang Beihai again and then quickened his pace. Soon, Li Muzi gave a powerful leap, performing a 360-degree spin in midair before landing straight into the bottom of the canyon. Seeing this, Wang Beihai retracted the red flare sword and followed, landing alongside him. In an instant, Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and his body halted, flipping to a stop just 10 centimeters above the ground. That was close. Wang Beihai exhaled, then looked forward, his eyes widening. Directly ahead was a vast open space. Around the open space were arranged fire crystal stones, with strange patterns drawn around them. This is the nine-winged divine thunder array. Wang Beihai leaped to a higher point, examining the array's lines for a while before his heart jolted, and his expression turned serious. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise echoed. Wang Beihai turned to see Li Muzi placing a stone coffin in the center of the array. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and instantly appeared in front of the coffin. What are you doing? Li Muzi instinctively became wary upon seeing Wang Beihai. Don't speak. Let me see, Wang Beihai said, unusually not engaging with Li Muzi, instead looking gravely at the coffin. Seeing Wang Beihai's serious demeanor, Li Muzi wisely kept quiet, realizing that Wang Beihai had no intention of taking the coffin. How is it? Li Muzi eventually asked out of curiosity. How much do you know about this coffin? Wang Beihai asked without looking up. Honestly, I don't know much about it. Li Muzi scratched his head and continued. I only know it's called the ancient demon coffin, used by ancient deities to seal evil spirits. If the seal is broken, the world will suffer. After hesitating, Li Muzi added, seeing Wang Beihai's impassive expression, these are things my master told me. Although we are not from a renowned sect, we have always defended justice in the world. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was surprised and glanced around. This place was clearly where Li Muzi practiced, spacious yet extremely simple. You've worked hard, Wang Beihai sighed, then patted Li Muzi's shoulder. Since ancient times, good and evil have been opposed. Eliminating evil spirits and defending the light of the world is our duty. There's no room for saying it's hard, Li Muzi said, looking at Wang Beihai. As a cultivator, you should understand this better than me. Naturally, Wang Beihai looked at Li Muzi, feeling somewhat moved, then turned back to the coffin and said slowly, this coffin is indeed the ancient demon coffin, and it does contain a sealed evil spirit. Li Muzi's eyes lit up, and he excitedly looked at the coffin on the ground. At that moment, Wang Beihai continued, in ancient times, countless deities were born, along with countless evil spirits. Among them was a man-eating beast resembling a dog, named the Hoe. This beast resembles a horse but has scales, breathes fire, and is extremely ferocious. It is said to feed on dragons. The Ho wreaked havoc in the world, consuming countless lives, until it was finally slain by Hao Yin, Fushi, and Yuhua. However, the Ho's resentment was strong, even escaping as a wisp after being annihilated. Seeing its stubbornness, the ancient deities could not refine its resentment. Thus, they combined their powers to create the ancient demon coffin, which seals the primordial ancestor, the Ho. Li Muzi's eyes widened in fear as he looked at the coffin in front of him, instinctively taking a few steps back. You can't be serious. How could something coexistent with the heavens and earth still exist today? Li Muzi looked at Wang Beihai in terror. If what Wang Beihai said was true, the being in the coffin was beyond his capabilities. Judging from the coffin's appearance and the inscriptions on it, it is indeed the Ho, Wang Beihai said seriously. Li Muzi hesitated for a long time before clenching his fists and asking Wang Beihai, "Can the array my master left possibly destroy it?" Wang Beihai was stunned and looked at Li Muzi, seeing both trepidation and a resolute determination to sacrifice himself. Have you thought it through? Once the array is activated, whether it succeeds or fails, you will perish, Wang Beihai warned, seeing Li Muzi's unwavering gaze. After a moment's hesitation, Li Muzi took out a pouch from his bosom and handed it to Wang Beihai. This contains my life savings, though not much, enough for a poor family to live on for a lifetime. After my death, please give it to those in need. Before that, I have one more request. Speak, Li Muzi said, glancing at the coffin on the ground, then biting his lip. I know I will surely die if I activate this array. If I can destroy the evil spirit in the coffin, it will be a joyous outcome. If not, please help me and ensure the evil spirit is destroyed. Do not let it escape, or the world will suffer, and I will die with regrets. Moved by Li Muzi's sincere gaze, Wang Beihai's heart stirred, and he shook his head. Li Muzi was initially stunned, then gave a self-deprecating smile. Right, this is not your affair. If I fail, you should just save yourself, he said, turning to slowly walk towards the center of the array. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly struck Li Muzi's back with a palm, causing him to black out and collapse to the ground. Wang Beihai sighed, looking at Li Muzi on the ground, his eyes filled with admiration. If all men in the world were like you, then why would people fear the so-called darkness? With your determination, I will save your life. Chapter 341. The Spirit of the Black Tower. After knocking out Li Muzi, Wang Beihai immediately stored him in his spiritual ring and then did not rush to open the stone coffin. After all, this ancient demonic coffin was created by an ancient great being. Although the seal's power had gradually weakened over time, judging by its current state, it could still hold on for another 3 to 5 years. How is it, Celestial Book? After circling the grand array set up by Li Muzi, Wang Beihai did not waste any time and directly summoned the Celestial Book. The 9 Wings Divine Thunder Array is extremely profound. This North boy managed to draw its talismans with perfect accuracy, impressive indeed. The Celestial Book circled the array once, and then spoke with admiration. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was also taken aback and then nodded with admiration. But unfortunately, at this moment, the Celestial Book spoke again. Although the 9 Wings Divine Thunder Array is powerful enough to eradicate all evil in the world, it has exceptionally high requirements for the array's core. Even with your current cultivation, you are not capable of unleashing the array's full power. If it were the North Boy, he would likely collapse from exhaustion before summoning the first divine thunder. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, feeling a bit fortunate. If he hadn't stopped Li Muzi earlier, not only would he fail to kill the evil spirit in the stone coffin, but he might have died in the array he set up before even seeing the evil spirit's face. Thinking about this, Wang Beihai frowned and turned his gaze to the stone coffin beside him. Celestial Book, what should we do now? There are several methods, actually. The Celestial Book leisurely said, First, we can open the coffin now, and I will help you activate the array. However, even though this ancient deity has been weakened over countless years, I do not have absolute certainty in annihilating it. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned and looked at the celestial book in disbelief. This was the first time he had seen the celestial book so uncertain. What about the second method? Wang Beihai quickly dismissed the first suggestion and asked urgently, "As for the second, do you remember the Black Tower you obtained in the Divine Tomb?" "The Black Tower, of course, I remember." As Wang Beihai spoke, he willed the small black tower to fly out from his body. The pitch-black tower slowly grew in size until it reached its normal size. This time, Wang Beihai was surprised to find that the black tower had acquired some dark golden inscriptions. This black tower is an ancient divine artifact, and its power is no less than, if not greater than, the 9 Wings Divine Thunder Array. The celestial book circled the black tower and then spoke leisurely. Wang Beihai nodded. After all, this black tower contained the true 9 Wings Divine Thunder. Then, he frowned and looked at the celestial book with confusion. Although that's true, how can this black tower eliminate the thing in the stone coffin? Wrong, not eliminate, but devour. At this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Devour? How? Since ancient times, everything has a spirit. This black tower is an ancient divine artifact, on par with me. If you can awaken the spirit within the tower, its power will double, and the tower's devouring function will also be activated. Because the spirit within the tower is also an ancient ferocious beast. Tao Tai. Wang Beihai blurted out subconsciously, and to his surprise, he was correct. The celestial book exclaimed in astonishment, "How did you know?" In an instant, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, feeling as if thousands of antelopes were galloping through his mind. Guessed it, guessed it. Wang Beihai weakly replied and then asked with confusion, Tao Tai is the leader of the ancient 4 ferocious beasts, said to have the power to devour the heavens and earth. How could such a beast be turned into a black tower? I'm not clear about that either. The celestial book circled Wang Beihai and then sighed. The means of that great being are still beyond anyone's comprehension. Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Another mention of the king? The celestial book remained silent, tacitly acknowledging. Wang Beihai helplessly spread his hands. Throughout his journey, everything related to the king had been like a stimulant, repeatedly stimulating Wang Beihai's brain. By now, Wang Beihai had become accustomed to it. After all, most of the unreasonable things were connected to the king. With this thought, Wang Beihai's mind felt much clearer. He frowned and pondered for a long time until the sun set, and then he slowly spoke. But who knows if this black tower can suppress the Ho? After all, although Tao Tai is powerful, he is facing a Ho that is thousands, even tens of thousands of years older. If the black tower fails to suppress it, and the Ho's spirit escapes to the human world, wouldn't I become a sinner? Seeing Wang Beihai's hesitation, the celestial book was silent for a moment, and then said leisurely, There are only these 2 viable methods now. It's up to you to decide. After a brief hesitation, the celestial book continued, Oh, and Beihai, there's something I should tell you. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was taken aback and looked at the celestial book with confusion. To him, the celestial book was like a good friend and brother, and it was the first time it had spoken to him in such a tone. Actually, this world experiences a massive calamity every 3,000 years. Each time a calamity strikes, a species goes extinct, which your ancestors called a reboot. This calamity destroyed the largest rulers of the earth until 10,000 years later when humans appeared, bringing a turn for the better. As the celestial book spoke, Wang Beihai's eyes moved, and he seemed to see countless meteors falling, piercing beams of light tearing through the sky, mercilessly striking life, leaving the earth scorched and countless lives lost. As time passed, not long after this calamity, the oldest humans began to appear. Unlike dinosaurs, they did not accept their fate. To fight against the calamity, many humans rapidly evolved, eventually breaking their limitations with the help of the gods. Even so, humans could not withstand the Creator's means. Until another calamity struck, the king finally stood up. He single-handedly shook the heavens and saved humanity from nature's grasp. Seeing Wang Beihai engrossed in the story, the celestial book closed its mouth and then flew to Wang Beihai's side. No matter how glorious the king was in the past, you are ultimately you. To be honest, the next 10,000 years are approaching. Now that the king is gone, who can step up to the plate? The tone of the celestial book was tinged with helplessness. Beihai, although you are the descendant of the king, everything you do and decide is under your own control. The only thing you need to figure out now is who you are and what kind of person you will become in the future. With that, the celestial book transformed into a beam of white light and flew back into Wang Beihai's body. Chapter 342. Encountering Li Yuanhao again. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. As Wang Beihai raised his head, the sunlight pierced through the thick fog of the canyon, shining directly onto his face. Wang Beihai blinked, and countless memories flashed through his mind throughout the night, some joyful, some sorrowful. I don't know what this so-called calamity of 10,000 years is, and I don't want to become someone as great as the king. I just want to be myself, to defend those I want to protect with my own life. No one can harm those important to me unless I die, not even the heavens. Wang Beihai's voice grew louder as he spoke, and then he stood up, sweeping his hand, causing a sudden gust of wind that instantly turned Li Muzi's painstakingly arranged 9 wings divine thunder formation into dust. So, have you made up your mind? At that moment, the voice of the heavenly book came. Yes, now I will deal with it in my own way. Saying this, Wang Beihai walked to the stone coffin, closed his eyes slightly, and awkwardly formed a spell with his hands. Immediately, the black pagoda flew above the stone coffin. Retrieve. With a loud shout from Wang Beihai, a bright light emerged from the pagoda, enveloping the stone coffin. In no time, the coffin flew into the pagoda. Instantly, Wang Beihai's mind moved, and his figure appeared inside the pagoda. This was the floor where Wang Beihai had encountered the divine thunder before. Although the 9 wings divine thunder here isn't as powerful as in nature, it should still be able to temporarily suppress the hoe inside the stone coffin. Thinking this, Wang Beihai pointed with a gleam of light, and the divine thunder instantly dispersed, revealing the center. Wang Beihai stomped hard and then lifted the stone coffin forcefully, slowly moving it to the center of the divine thunder and placing it down. He then took out many fire crystals from his spiritual ring. After some arranging, Wang Beihai set up a small formation around the stone coffin. With this small bagua formation, even if the hoe wakes up, it will be confused for a while inside the formation. After finishing everything, Wang Beihai raised the corner of his mouth, and with another wave of his finger, the divine thunder instantly enveloped the stone coffin. Done. Heavenly Book, how much time do we have left? Wang Beihai glanced at the stone coffin in the divine thunder, still feeling a bit uneasy. Judging by the energy in the stone coffin, the seal will disappear at the latest in a month. What you need to do now is to wake up the soul of the Taodai still asleep inside the Black Pagoda within the next month. The heavenly book spoke casually, but Wang Beihai was left confused. How do I wake up the soul of a Taodai, an ancient ferocious beast? Seeing Wang Beihai frown and ponder, the heavenly book burst into laughter. I don't know if you're really dumb or pretending. Taoya's nature is to devour everything. To wake it up, just find something for it to eat. Hearing this, Wang Beihai suddenly understood and then frowned again. What should I give it to eat? Ordinary things won't work. The fastest and most direct way now is to use fire crystals. Of course, if you have the means, feeding it gold essence stones is also good. Gold essence stones, how many should I feed it? That's hard to say. Depending on the current state of the Taoya's soul, it could be a few hundred or several thousand. Hearing this, Wang Beihai gulped, his voice trembling as he tentatively asked, several thousand fire crystals? Don't joke around, you need gold essence stones. The heavenly book's words thoroughly disheartened Wang Beihai. In an instant, he felt a sense of poverty surge over him. Originally thinking he was rich with his 100+ gold essence stones, he now realized even that wouldn't be enough to pick his teeth. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai resentfully glanced at the black pagoda in front of him and then dejectedly said, Little Black, you're a mature Taotai now, so you should eat less. The heavenly book couldn't help but let out a sound of disdain. Wang Beihai waved his hand dismissively. Go away. You don't know the value of money. Saying this, Wang Beihai didn't linger, standing up and putting the black pagoda into his embrace. Then, with a strong leap, his figure instantly soared into the air. On his way back to Wudu, Wang Beihai ran while thinking about ways to make money in his mind. Now that the auction is over, making money from elixirs would be a bit slow. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, pondering, when suddenly, a faint sound entered his ears. He immediately stopped, then carefully sensed the direction and quickly headed towards the source of the sound. Soon, Wang Beihai passed through the woods and arrived at a large waterfall. On the edge of the cliff, a man sat in the raging water, letting the torrent flow past him, calmly tuning his qin. It was the same familiar melody, but this time with a different mood. Wulin Alliance leader, Li Yuanhao. Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened as he looked at the man not far away and slowly said. Li Yuanhao's ears twitched, and the qin music stopped abruptly. Then he looked up at Wang Beihai and smiled at him. In the next moment, Li Yuanhao disappeared from the waterfall and reappeared in front of Wang Beihai. You really can hear it. Li Yuanhao looked at Wang Beihai excitedly, his fiery gaze making Wang Beihai feel goosebumps. Ahem, ahem. Realizing his lapse, Li Yuanhao laughed, his fingers moving slightly, and the ancient qin in his hand instantly disappeared. Spiritual ring. Wang Beihai was shocked to see the ring on Li Yuanhao's hand, which was identical to his own. Haha, little fellow, we meet again. After putting away the qin, Li Yuanhao directly patted Wang Beihai on the shoulder. It seems I was right. Earlier at Yujiarin, it was you who secretly passed a message to Beizi from Kunlun, right? Hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned and was about to speak when Li Yuanhao waved his hand. But that's not important. You've done a lot on this journey. Whether it's the Huanghu Valley or the Treasure Pavilion auction, the strength and mentality you've shown are enough to rank on that so-called Jianghu top list. Were you watching the whole time? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, not caring much about the Jianghu top list. You could say that. Li Yuanhao looked at Wang Beihai, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. If so, why didn't you, as the Wulin Alliance leader, take action against Huanghu Valley's atrocities? Hearing this, Li Yuanhao was first stunned, then laughed loudly. Huanghu Valley's actions are heinous, and I've already taken action. However, according to the informant I placed inside, there is a much larger force backing Huanghu Valley. To uncover the mastermind behind it, I didn't act rashly, only to have you destroy the sect first. Hearing Li Yuanhao's explanation, Wang Beihai felt embarrassed. Haha, it's fine. Li Yuanhao waved his hand, not caring at all. Fortunately, the leader of Huanghu Valley is still alive. At the martial arts conference, I'll capture him and interrogate him. As for you, you're young but already so capable. I appreciate you. Join the Wulin Alliance, and I'll make you a senior elder. Wang Beihai. Chapter 343, Martial Alliance Enforcer. Li Yuanhao watched as Wang Beihai remained unfazed, his eyes revealing a hint of admiration. He then looked at Wang Beihai with a deliberately regretful sigh. Our elders in the Martial Alliance are held in extremely high regard throughout the martial world. Wherever they go, they are respected by martial artists. Are you really not going to reconsider? Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and hesitated for a moment before looking at Li Yuanhao. Do elders get paid? Li Yuanhao was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. Yes, of course, and the salary is quite generous. As he spoke, Li Yuanhao extended a finger, lifting his head proudly. Once you become an elder of the Martial Alliance, not only will you have flexible working hours, but you will also receive a monthly allowance of a golden essence stone. How does that sound? Exciting, isn't it? Just as Li Yuanhao was basking in his pride, he opened his eyes to see Wang Beihai looking at him with disdain. Just one golden essence stone? It seems the benefits for being an elder in the Martial Alliance aren't that great. With that, Wang Beihai waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, saying he wasn't interested. You think one golden essence stone is too little? Li Yuanhao glanced at his finger, then slapped his forehead. Look at my memory. He can easily refine a pill that equals half a year's salary for an ordinary elder. How could he care about these trifles? Li Yuanhao cursed himself inwardly, then quickly moved to block Wang Beihai's path. Want a raise? Wang Beihai gave Li Yuanhao a sidelong glance. No, no. You know, although the martial alliance is powerful, there are many disciples under our command, and the monthly expenses are always a headache for me. Li Yuanhao spread his hands helplessly, and what he said was indeed true. The martial alliance's disciples were scattered across various places, each requiring significant resources to cultivate. Seeing this, Wang Beihai snorted coldly. If that's the case, it's reasonable for me not to want to stay in the martial alliance, right? That's true, but don't you want to contribute your modest strength to maintaining peace in this world? When Li Yuanhao said this, Wang Beihai was taken aback. In just over a day, he had heard similar words for the second time. I really don't understand what you people are thinking. I don't want to stand out or be a hero. All I want is to use my strength to protect those I care about. With that, Wang Beihai furrowed his brow and prepared to leave. At that moment, Li Yuanhao took out a guqin and lightly strummed the strings with his fingers. Soon, a melodious tune filled the air, and images appeared before Wang Beihai's eyes. Countless evil spirits descended from the sky, and scorching flames erupted from the ground, engulfing the human world in a haze of smoke. After the song ended, Li Yuanhao put away the guqin and looked at Wang Beihai with deep meaning in his eyes. These images appeared in my dreams. With your level of cultivation, you should also know about the calamity that befalls the world every 10,000 years. You know too? Wang Beihai looked at Li Yuanhao in surprise. He had learned about this from the heavenly book, but how did Li Yuanhao know? There's no need to be surprised. I am an ancient immortal, but due to the limitations of my cultivation, I could never break through that barrier in my lifetime. It was only on my deathbed that I chose to be reborn and start anew. Naturally, the memories of the ancient times were passed down. Hearing this, Wang Beihai looked at Li Yuanhao with a strange expression, immediately sensing a hint of loneliness in his eyes. In my previous life, I severed the emotional ties in my heart for the sake of cultivation. Even when I reached the supreme realm, I was still a lonely soul. In my past life, I was cold and bloodthirsty, a demon that struck fear into everyone's hearts. It wasn't until my rebirth that I realized the reason I couldn't break through. As he spoke, Li Yuanhao's gaze flickered as he looked at Wang Beihai. You are interesting. In you, I see kindness and perseverance. After observing you for a while, I realized that the essence of cultivation is to cultivate the heart. Although cultivation requires a clear mind and no distractions, when you think about it, isn't our cultivation ultimately to protect those we want to protect? Li Yuanhao's words struck a chord in Wang Beihai's heart, and he nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this, Li Yuanhao continued, The great way is formless. You protect those you care about, but what about others? Wang Beihai, have you ever thought that others might not be so fortunate? They also want to be protected, but let me ask you, how many people in this world have the ability like yours? Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai clenched his fists tightly, a new thought beginning to take root in his heart. Li Yuanhao seized the opportunity and continued, Do you think the martial alliance is just a group of idle people banding together to bully others? You're wrong. The martial artists who enter the martial alliance are all carefully selected. Each of them shoulders a responsibility. If the end of the world truly comes, it will be them who charge to the front lines. After saying this, Li Yuanhao's eyes revealed a hint of pride. He firmly believed this, that perhaps a few might falter, but he was confident that every disciple of the martial alliance was a brave and righteous warrior. For a moment, the surroundings were silent, with only the sound of flowing water covering all other noises. Seeing Wang Beihai still pondering, Li Yuanhao nodded. He believed that this young man in front of him wouldn't readily agree to join out of a momentary surge of passion, but he was more convinced that this young man would be the light of the future world. Think about it carefully. Li Yuanhao stepped forward, patting Wang Beihai's shoulder meaningfully. With a wave of his finger, the black tiger badge in Wang Beihai's embrace instantly flew out. Li Yuanhao caught the badge. Then with a flash from his spirit ring, another dark gold badge flew out. Wang Beihai reflexively caught the badge, which bore a large character Wu, martial, each stroke exuding a sense of ferocity. What is this? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. He could directly feel that this badge in his hand was far more exquisite than the previous one. Since you don't like being an elder, I'll take back that elder badge. Now, this badge represents the highest position in the Martial Alliance, the only one not bound by the Martial Alliance's rules. The Martial Alliance Enforcer, second only to me in status. Their duty is to oversee the Martial Alliance disciples. If a disciple errs, they punish the disciple. If an elder errs, they punish the elder. Although the position holds great power, it also invites retaliation. Over the years, no one has dared to take on this role. You should consider it carefully. There's no rush to give me an answer. With that, Li Yuanhao looked at Wang Beihai once more. Then with a light step, his figure drifted away. Wang Beihai stood still, gazing at the badge in his hand, his eyes flickering incessantly. Chapter 344, Huashan Sect. The next day, Zhong Liang was admiring a treasure he had purchased from Wanbao Pavilion, a completely transparent jade bottle. The texture of this item is exquisite, and holding it gives one a refreshing feeling, quite effective for nurturing the spirit. Wanbao Pavilion is indeed impressive. Such a treasure is only sold on the second floor. As Zhong Liang was enjoying himself, a sudden noise came from the window, and a figure abruptly landed in the room. Zhong Liang was startled, his hand instinctively loosening, and the jade bottle instantly fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Zhong Liang glanced at the intruder, who was none other than Wang Beihai. It's you. Why sneak in through the window so early in the morning? You scared me half to death. Zhong Liang patted his chest, then seemed to realize something, quickly looking down at the floor. The next moment, a wail of lamentation echoed from the room. Wang Beihai, this was a guanine jade bottle that cost me 10,000 fire crystals. Look at it now, all shattered because of you. I was planning to sell it for a good price. Wang Beihai brushed off the dust from his clothes and disdainfully glanced at Zhong Liang. You're the master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, yet you're so stingy. Stingy? That's 10,000 fire crystals. That's half a year's income for my treasure-gathering pavilion. You make it sound so easy. Zhong Liang looked at the fragments on the ground with deep regret. Seeing this, Wang Beihai shook his head. He could see through the old fox's intentions at a glance. All right. Here's the purple gold card. You can swipe it yourself. You can take whatever you want within 10 gold essence stones, okay? Wang Beihai approached Zhong Liang, handing over his purple gold card. Upon seeing the purple gold card, Zhong Liang immediately stopped his wailing, quickly grabbing the card with both hands, treasuring it as if it were a precious gem, carefully examining it. You said it, you can't go back on your word. Zhong Liang stood up, turning to face Wang Beihai with a serious expression. Come on, you're not a child anymore. Wang Beihai waved his hand, then his eyes darted, calling out to Zhong Liang. By the way, if you go to Wanbao Pavilion, buy some herbs for me and help me withdraw the remaining gold essence stones. Withdraw them? Are you crazy? So many gold essence stones, carrying them around is a burden. If anyone finds out, we'll become targets. Don't think these so-called righteous sects are any better. That much gold essence stone would drive them mad. Ren Yunfei looked incredulously at Wang Beihai, thinking for a moment before continuing, I don't get it. Why would you withdraw so many gold essence stones to carry around? Seeing Ren Yunfei's expression, Wang Beihai smiled gently. He knew Zhong Liang was concerned for his safety, but awakening the Black Tower indeed required a significant amount of gold essence stones. With this in mind, Wang Beihai patted Zhong Liang on the shoulder. I have my reasons. Don't worry, you can use those 10 as you please. Hearing this, Zhong Liang was stunned. Wanting to speak, but seeing Wang Beihai's resolute gaze, he swallowed his words. All right, if you insist, I won't stop you. Wang Beihai smirked, then said, I just want to see how strong these so-called righteous sects really are. Zhong Liang's eyes sharpened at once. There are many formidable experts in the martial world. We still have some distance to go before reaching Huashan. It's best not to draw too much attention to ourselves during this time." After saying this, Zhong Liang hesitated for a moment before rushing out. After Zhong Liang left, Wang Beihai retrieved the token left by Li Yuanhao from his bosom, his expression complex. A warden of the Martial Alliance, overseeing the villains of the martial world. This job isn't bad. 3 days later, on the road to Huashan, Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang were leisurely walking when suddenly a gust of chilly wind blew, and a group of burly men abruptly appeared, blocking their path. "Stop right there, Northie. This mountain is mine. This road is mine." The leader, wielding a pair of axes, stuttered as he spoke to Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang. "Boss, you got it wrong. It's this road is mine. This tree is mine." At that moment, a subordinate stepped forward to remind him, and the leader's face darkened, kicking the subordinate away. "Get lost. Stay out of my way when I'm speaking." With that, the leader pointed his axes at Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang. "Hey, Northie with glasses, I heard you have some gold essence stones. Hand them over, and I'll let you pass. Otherwise, don't blame my axes for being merciless." As he spoke, the leader swung his axes, displaying some prowess. Wang Beihai frowned, then coldly looked at the leader. "Which sect are you from?" Throughout this journey, many had coveted the gold essence stones Wang Beihai carried, and the reason everyone knew about this was entirely due to Wang Beihai's request to Hu Mei to deliberately spread the news. At the time, both Zhong Liang and Hu Mei were puzzled by Wang Beihai's decision, but after this journey, Zhong Liang had witnessed Wang Beihai's prowess. In these 3 days, over 30 sects had attempted to rob them, some of them quite powerful. Despite this, all sects were easily defeated by Wang Beihai, gradually making everyone aware of his terrifying strength. But as the saying goes, where there's great wealth, there are brave men. Although Wang Beihai's strength was frightening, there were always those who would jump at the chance for money. Seeing that Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang remained unmoved, the leader, enraged, roared and charged at Wang Beihai with his axes. Seeing this, Zhong Liang wisely stepped aside. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, ready to act, when suddenly he heard a faint whooshing sound. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, retracting his spiritual energy and placing his hands behind his back, standing motionless. "You dare to look down on me?" The leader, seeing this, was instantly furious, increasing the force in his swing. Just as the axes were 2 inches from Wang Beihai, a streak of light flashed in the air, and the leader's movements froze. Before the crowd could react, a soft thud was heard, and a tiny blood hole appeared in the leader's forehead. Then, the leader's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. While everyone was still in shock, a group of young men in blue Taoist robes appeared in the sky, flying on swords, their robes fluttering, exuding an ethereal aura. This is Huashan sect's territory. Those who engage in fights and brawls here will be executed without mercy. The leader waved his hand, his gaze cold as he looked at Wang Beihai. Upon hearing it was Huashan sect, the leader's subordinates panicked, ready to flee. At that moment, the leader's gaze turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, his disciples flew out, eliminating the leader's subordinates within 10 breaths. Cruel methods. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. In his view, these men, though vicious, did not deserve to die. "Are you the one with 100 gold essence stones?" The leader looked arrogantly at Wang Beihai, who glanced back, then proudly raised his head, refusing to engage. Quite arrogant. "The sect master of Huashan sect invites you to the main hall for a talk." With that, the leader gestured. Wang Beihai smirked, looking disdainfully at the leader. "And if I refuse?" Chapter 345. Do you think you deserve respect? Bei, this is the territory of my Huashan sect. Whether you come or go is not up to you. The young man snorted coldly, then waved his hand, and the surrounding Huashan sect disciples immediately surrounded him. Seeing this, Wang Beihai smirked coldly, glaring at the crowd. "Do you think you can forcefully detain me? Is this how the renowned Huashan sect behaves? We are merely following orders. If we have offended you, then bear with it." the young man said, waving his hand again. The disciples of the Huashan sect immediately formed a sword formation. The next moment, all the long swords in their hands flew out and stabbed towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai calmly activated his Xiao Luobu Mieti and stood motionless, allowing the swords to strike his body. In an instant, the onlookers heard a series of clanging sounds of metal against metal. Looking at Wang Beihai, they saw that the sharp swords could not harm him at all. How is this possible? The crowd's eyes filled with fear. The next moment, Wang Beihai stomped his foot forcefully, causing the ground to shake. The disciples of the Huashan sect, feeling a surge in their chests, took a few steps back and spat out blood, causing the sword formation to collapse. You bastard Bei! How dare you harm my fellow disciples? The young man's eyes widened in fury, his hand on the hilt of his sword, hesitating. I hit them. So what? Don't you like it? Then fight me. Wang Beihai looked at the young man with an arrogant and disdainful expression. You. The young man glared at Wang Beihai, pulling his sword halfway out and then pushing it back in. What? Is this the Huashan sect style? Wang Beihai sneered, taunting. That was just a test, young friend. Don't take it to heart. Just as the young man was feeling awkward, an old voice came from behind. Hearing it, the young man's face lit up with joy. As the voice fell, an elderly man with white hair, but a youthful face leisurely walked over from a distance. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wang Beihai. Grand Elder. Seeing this man, the young man immediately knelt down with one knee, respectfully bowing, and the surrounding Huashan sect disciples also knelt down to pay their respects. The elder nodded lightly, not even glancing at the disciples, his gaze fixed on Wang Beihai. Young man, you do have some skills, but I still advise you to be more restrained. The martial world is vast, with many talented individuals. I suggest you learn humility. Hearing this, Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, looking at the elder with disdain, but he did not respond. Seeing this, the elder snorted coldly. The sect master wishes to invite Brother Bei to our Huashan sect for a chat. Please don't make things difficult for me. Wang Beihai was about to refuse when the voice of the heavenly book echoed in his mind. Go with him. Wang Beihai immediately frowned, then nodded and said to the elder, Since your sect is so kind to invite me, I will accept. However, there was a small misunderstanding earlier, and I may have been a bit heavy-handed. I hope the elder won't take it to heart. The elder's eye twitched, and he forced a smile. Of course, come with me. After saying that, the elder coldly glanced at the injured disciples, and then flicked his sleeve and left. Next time, try harder. Wang Beihai looked at the angry crowd, made a gesture of encouragement, and then laughed loudly as he followed the elder away. Pfft, what's so great about him? The young man watched Wang Beihai leave, his anger boiling over, spitting on the ground. What's there to be proud of? With our grand elder here, he still backed down. Humph, even if you're a dragon in our Huashan sect's territory, you have to lie down, the young man said, glancing at the surrounding crowd, then shouted angrily. What are you looking at? Wanna fight? The crowd scattered at once. At this moment, Wang Beihai followed the elder directly to a clearing. Wang Beihai looked ahead and immediately saw through the illusion. The clearing in front was just an illusion, and there was clearly a barrier ahead. After some investigation, Wang Beihai smirked, pretending not to know and asked, there doesn't seem to be anything ahead. Hearing this, the elder immediately felt a sense of pride. Looking at Wang Beihai contemptuously, not quite. What lies ahead is the barrier of our Huashan sect. This barrier was established by the founding ancestor of our Huashan sect, and ordinary martial artists naturally cannot sense it. As he spoke, the elder puffed out his chest, walked to the barrier, and activated his spiritual energy, placing his palm on the barrier. Then, they saw ripples in the air in front of them. Come on. The elder turned around, looking at Wang Beihai with a triumphant smile. Wang Beihai deliberately showed a shocked expression, then walked forward, his body merging into the air. After passing through the air, the scenery in front changed instantly. The previous clearing no longer existed. replaced by towering mountains that reached the clouds. Wang Beihai looked up and saw small houses hidden among the mountains, and at the foot of the mountain was a vast square. In front of the square was a vermilion gate, and beside it stood a giant rock with the 3 characters Huashan Sect carved on it. Good calligraphy. Wang Beihai's eyes widened. The characters contained a sharpness like a sword. Brother Bei, this is our Huashan Sect. The elder stroked his beard, then slowly let his smile fade. Before meeting the sect master, I have one more thing. Oh, what is it? Wang Beihai frowned, then looked at the elder, who had a cold expression. You injured my disciples earlier, and this matter cannot be left unsettled. Seeing the elder's demeanor, Wang Beihai laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? This is the Huashan Sect. Before, I was afraid you'd run away, but now that you're here, you don't have a choice. The elder snorted coldly, and Wang Beihai asked, Aren't you afraid your sect master will blame you? Hee, our Huashan sect always settles grudges. If the sect master finds out, he certainly won't blame me. The elder laughed loudly, then pointed at Wang Beihai. Bei, I take pity on you being young. Today's matter, I won't make it difficult for you. As long as you kneel down, apologize, and hand over the golden essence stone in your possession, I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me. Before the elder could finish, Wang Beihai directly punched him in the face. The elder, caught off guard, was hit squarely in the face by Wang Beihai. Bei, how dare you? The elder staggered back, clutching his face, pointing at Wang Beihai and cursing. What's there to be afraid of? I was being polite to you before. Do you think you deserve respect? Wang Beihai sneered, his figure flashing as he launched another massive punch towards the elder. Chapter 346, Birds of a Feather. Wang Beihai moved with incredible speed, and before the elder could react, he was struck again in the face by Wang Beihai's fist. You scoundrel, this is Huashan. Before the elder could finish, Wang Beihai's fist was already coming towards him, forcing the elder to hastily dodge. I am the great elder. The elder ran while shouting, but Wang Beihai paid no heed, continuing to chase after the elder with his fist raised as if it were a pot. With no other choice, the elder ran towards the sect, where disciples were practicing martial arts in the plaza. The great elder's appearance immediately caught the attention of the disciples. At this moment, the scene was both bizarre and amusing. The great elder was scurrying with his head covered, while a young man chased after him with clenched fists. Wait, am I seeing this right? Isn't that the great elder? It seems like it is the great elder. No way. How could the usually imposing great elder be beaten like this? Who exactly is that young man? Quiet, that's indeed the great elder. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything, The disciples in the plaza began to murmur among themselves, and the great elder, hearing their words, turned red with embarrassment. Suddenly, the elder stopped and turned to face Wang Beihai. Why stop running? Wang Beihai looked at the elder, shaking his fist triumphantly. Almost fell for your trick, scoundrel. The elder dusted off his clothes and then raised his head, regaining his haughty demeanor. This is Huashan Sect, and I am the great elder of Huashan Sect. My strength is at the nirvana level, so there's no reason for me to fear you, a mere brat. With that, the elder closed his eyes slightly, and his entire aura suddenly erupted. The surrounding disciples gasped in awe. Goodness, is this the power of a nirvana-level expert? The pressure is too much. It really is the great elder. Just this aura is something we can only dream of. So the great elder was just playing around. No wonder such a high and mighty figure wouldn't be chased by a brat like him. The disciples became instantly interested and stopped their practice, surrounding Wang Beihai and the great elder in layers. This is the aura of our Huashan sect. Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, hand over all your treasures, admit your mistake, and sever your own limbs. Only then will I spare you. Otherwise, you won't leave Huashan sect alive today. At these words, the surrounding disciples erupted in cheers. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and said, So, in the end, you're after the treasures on me. Huashan sect, claiming to be a righteous sect, is no different from those bandits in the countryside. Wang Beihai snorted coldly, then exchanged a glance with Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang immediately understood, and Wang Beihai waved his hand, storing Zhong Liang into a spatial ring. An upper-grade spatial storage artifact. It seems you have quite a few treasures on you, brat. The elder's eyes gleamed with greed. The next moment, his figure moved, suddenly appearing in front of Wang Beihai. Prepare to die, brat. The elder's eyes flashed with a triumphant light as he struck a palm towards Wang Beihai's chest. However, instead of the expected scene of Wang Beihai spitting blood and flying back, he stood there calmly, taking the elder's strike head-on. How is this possible? The elder's pupils contracted, and he quickly retreated, stabilizing his body. Looking around at the crowd, he saw some confusion in their eyes. Brat, that was just a test. Now, I'm going to get serious. At these words, the surrounding disciples visibly relaxed. This time, the elder did not underestimate his opponent. He began to gather strength on the spot, and soon a strong wind swept through the plaza. The elder's veins bulged, and his appearance suddenly aged. This is the great elder's signature move, the Paiyun Palm. That brat is done for. Several senior disciples recognized the move, and the others looked at Wang Beihai with pity. Brat, this is your own fault, the elder said, stomping his foot hard, causing cracks to appear on the hard ground. Brat, take this. With that, the elder transformed into several afterimages and struck out with a palm towards Wang Beihai. Before the palm even arrived, the strong wind it generated blew Wang Beihai's hair. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, still looking calm. Flame demon armor. Wang Beihai raised a finger, and a red light immediately enveloped his body, forming a crimson armor. Defend. Wang Beihai's lips curled into a smile. The next moment, the elder's palm struck Wang Beihai's chest heavily. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through the entire plaza. After the wind subsided, Wang Beihai stood motionless, while the elder's eyes revealed disbelief. Without stopping, the elder turned and struck again, this time raining down a flurry of palms on Wang Beihai. After a series of cracking sounds, the elder finally leaped back, somersaulting in the air before putting some distance between himself and Wang Beihai. Even a god would shed a layer of skin after taking so many of my palms. Die, brat. The elder's eyes gleamed with cold light as he looked at Wang Beihai's position, only to widen his eyes in shock. How is this possible? Impossible. The elder staggered back a few steps, his voice trembling as he said, even the sect master wouldn't come out unscathed after taking so many of my palms. How did you manage it? Nothing special, just thicker skin. Wang Beihai stretched lazily, then looked at the elder with a mischievous smile. You've had your turn, now it's mine. With that, Wang Beihai began to gather strength, mimicking the elder's earlier stance. The elder immediately showed a disdainful smile. Ignorant brat. Do you think you can learn my Paiyun palm just by watching? While speaking, Wang Beihai stood in place and struck out with a palm towards the elder. In an instant, a transparent palm print appeared and shot towards the elder. How is this possible? The elder's pupils contracted. The familiar move was indeed his Paiyun palm, and judging from the power Wang Beihai displayed, it was far superior to his own version. Thinking this, the palm print arrived in an instant. Before the elder could react, he felt a heavy blow to his chest, as if struck by a 1,000-pound boulder. His body flew back, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air. As the elder's body flew, a powerful force suddenly appeared from behind, supporting him. Brother Bei, we are all practitioners of martial arts. Why resort to such deadly force? Accompanied by a magnetic voice, a handsome young man descended from the sky. Chapter 347. Shameless. Nian glanced at the weary old man and then turned his gaze to Wang Beihai, his face smiling but his eyes flashing with cold light. Brother Bei, my great elder merely wanted to spar with you. There's no need to go so hard on him, is there? The young man's words carried hidden meanings, causing Wang Beihai to furrow his brows. Who are you? Hearing this, the young man shook his head and smiled. I am no one of importance, just the head of Huashan sect, Hua Qingfeng. Wang Beihai was taken aback, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Hua Qingfeng for a moment before he suddenly understood. To have cultivated martial arts to the point of rejuvenation, you are indeed much stronger than that old man. Brother Bei, you flatter me. Hua Qingfeng smiled slightly, waved his hand, and a disciple quickly stepped forward to carry the great elder away. In fact, I have long heard of Brother Bei's heroic deeds along the way, but I didn't expect that your arrogance would surpass the rumors even. All are just hearsay from the Jianghu, not to be taken seriously. Wang Beihai chuckled and then continued. Standing to talk is tiring. Why don't we find a place to sit? Hearing this, Hua Qingfeng was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter and leading Wang Beihai towards the mountains. In no time, the two arrived at a pavilion halfway up the mountain. Our Huashan sect has always valued simplicity. This place is a bit crude. Please don't mind, Brother Bei. Hua Qingfeng ushered Wang Beihai into the pavilion with a smile. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. The wood used for the pavilion was high-quality Qingtan wood, and inside the pavilion, a tea table was set with tea that was neither too hot nor too cold, just right. Evidently, Hua Qingfeng had anticipated this. The sect head is being modest. Wang Beihai directly sat at the tea table, picked up a cup, and drank it all in one gulp. Hua Qingfeng's eyes flickered, then he calmly said, Brother Bei is indeed bold. Aren't you afraid I might have poisoned this tea? You wouldn't dare. Wang Beihai gave Hua Qingfeng a meaningful look, causing Hua Qingfeng to narrow his eyes but remain composed. Why do you say that? Wang Beihai smiled faintly, taking out the Martial Alliance badge from his spatial ring and placing it on the tea table. Upon seeing the Martial Alliance badge, Hua Qingfeng's eyes widened, staring at the badge for a full 10 seconds, spilling his tea in the process. Greetings, Martial Alliance Enforcer. Hua Qingfeng snapped back to reality and hastily knelt before Wang Beihai, his eyes filled with fear. It must be known that although Huashan sect had deep roots, the power of the Martial Alliance was enough to sweep through the entire martial world. Even with all the courage in the world, Hua Qingfeng would not dare to oppose it. So, you don't want to discuss the gold essence stone in my possession anymore? Wang Beihai calmly sipped his tea and coldly asked. Your esteemed possessions, I dare not covet. It was the great elder and his men who were blinded by greed and attacked you without my knowledge. I will severely punish them afterwards and hope you do not hold it against Huashan sect. Hua Qingfeng's guts turned to water, regretting deeply in his heart. I thought, how could an ordinary person have so much gold essence stone? This clearly belongs to the Martial Alliance. If I had known earlier, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't have dared to do this. With these thoughts, Hua Qingfeng's face was no longer smiling. Hee, sect head Hua is quite the master of passing the buck. But I wonder, this incident happened right under your nose. How come you only showed up now? Wang Beihai's eyes flickered, this question leaving Hua Qingfeng stunned for a full 10 seconds. You must understand, Enforcer, the martial arts conference is about to begin, and Huashan sect has been responsible for maintaining order here for a millennium. Earlier, I was inspecting the preparations, and the great elder deliberately deceived me, so I arrived late. This is all my negligence. If you wish to punish me, I accept it. Hua Qingfeng rolled his eyes, shifting all responsibility onto the great elder and his disciples. Wang Beihai looked at Hua Qingfeng's composed demeanor and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Impressive, sect head Hua, to be able to shift the blame so cleanly without blushing or skipping a beat. I suppose there's only you. With that, Wang Beihai stood up, exerting slight force with his hand, turning the teacup into powder. Seeing this, Hua Qingfeng's eyes widened. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly book resounded again. Wang Beihai's eyes focused, then he turned to Hua Qingfeng. All right, since it was someone else's doing, I won't pursue it further. But since it was someone from Huashan sect, and an elder at that, if I let this go, the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance probably wouldn't be happy. Wang Beihai said indifferently, pinching his fingers. Hua Qingfeng immediately understood and flattered with a smile. That's simple. Since it was Huashan sect's mistake, over the years we have collected quite a few valuable treasures. If you don't mind, you can choose one from our treasure vault to take away. Just one? It seems the sect head isn't very sincere. Wang Beihai sneered, turning to leave. Hua Qingfeng's eyes widened. Then he gritted his teeth. How about 3? Hearing this, Wang Beihai stopped in his tracks and then smiled. Hua Qingfeng immediately relaxed. As valuable as the treasures were, if they could appease the imminent sect-destroying crisis, it was worth it. Moreover, Hua Qingfeng had left a backup plan. Then, please follow me, Enforcer. Hua Qingfeng gestured with a smile and led Wang Beihai towards a higher place. Before leaving, Hua Qingfeng subtly flicked his fingers, a tiny stream of energy instantly shooting out from his fingertips. Wang Beihai, walking behind, smirked slightly, clearly sensing the subtle fluctuation, then snorted coldly and clenched his hand in midair, shattering the mental imprint Hua Qingfeng had sent. And for this, Hua Qingfeng was completely unaware. In no time, Hua Qingfeng led Wang Beihai to a cave near the summit. Seeing the few Huashan sect elders still guarding the entrance, Hua Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, thinking, how did they get it ready so quickly? Then, Hua Qingfeng stepped forward, signaling the guards with a glance. The elder looked puzzled, hesitating for a moment before responding with a glance. Receiving the message, Hua Qingfeng's face lit up with joy. Not thinking twice, he immediately instructed the elder to lift the cave's restrictions. Come, Enforcer. Hua Qingfeng led Wang Beihai into the cave. Wang Beihai looked into the cave, finding the space inside was larger than expected, filled with various spiritual artifacts. Just as Wang Beihai was surprised, Hua Qingfeng was also greatly surprised, retreating to the cave entrance, looking puzzled at the guarding elder. What's going on? Didn't I just send you a message to hide the few treasures inside? The elder's eyes widened. Sect head, are you confused? I've been guarding here, never received any message. You. Hua Qingfeng felt a block in his chest. At that moment, a cry of surprise came from inside the cave. Hua Qingfeng hurriedly ran in. Seeing Wang Beihai wielding a 7-star treasure sword, his heart shuddered. Chapter 348. The Axe of Creation. This sword is quite impressive. Wang Beihai swung the precious sword in his hand with a sudden force, and in an instant, the hard stone in front of him was split in two. So sharp. What kind of sword is this? Turning around, Wang Beihai asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingfeng's eye twitched involuntarily, and he said unwillingly, this is the ancient Qingyang sword, said to be forged from the celestial stone left behind during the creation of the world in ancient times. This sword is extremely sharp, capable of cutting through hair and leaving no trace on a person. So good. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and then he glanced at Hua Qingfeng, who had a gloomy expression, clearly heartbroken. However, the more Hua Qingfeng acted this way, the happier Wang Beihai felt. After a moment's thought, Wang Beihai didn't bother asking Hua Qingfeng and simply waved his hand, putting the Qingyang sword into his spatial ring. You scoundrel, you! Seeing this, Hua Qingfeng pointed angrily at Wang Beihai with a trembling finger. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, turned around, and deliberately showed the badge in his hand. What, Master Hua? Are you feeling regretful and want to go back on your word? Seeing the badge, Hua Qingfeng immediately backed down, his face instantly breaking into a smile. No, nothing. I just wanted to remind the Lord to be careful when holding the sword. Don't hurt yourself. Watching Hua Qingfeng's defeat, Wang Beihai felt extremely satisfied. He then waved his hand and turned around to continue searching. You scoundrel, just you wait. Standing behind Wang Beihai, Hua Qingfeng watched him search with eyes full of anger, but thinking of Wang Beihai's status as a martial alliance enforcer, Hua Qingfeng suppressed the fire in his heart and watched gloomily as Wang Beihai rummaged through the treasures. Can't find anything good, can't find anything good. Hua Qingfeng's eyes widened, his heart tightening. At that moment, Wang Beihai let out another exclamation, and Hua Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. Wang Beihai slowly turned around, holding a crystal ball the size of an egg in his hand. Seeing the crystal ball, Hua Qingfeng finally relaxed. That item was something he had accidentally obtained, but after studying it for a long time, he couldn't figure out its purpose. So, back then, he casually tossed it among these treasures. What is this used for? Wang Beihai asked curiously. This, I don't know either. This thing was an accidental find in my early years. Since you've taken it, you can't go back on it. Of course. Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction. He naturally didn't know the purpose of the crystal ball, but according to the heavenly book, it contained a trace of genuine primordial energy. If absorbed, his cultivation would definitely advance to an astonishing level. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai glanced at Hua Qingfeng, who was still smug, and felt quite pleased. I wonder if that old man will regret it to death when he finds out the value of this thing. Wang Beihai gave Hua Qingfeng a sympathetic look, then, following the heavenly book's guidance, walked towards an inconspicuous corner. Seeing Wang Beihai's direction, Hua Qingfeng immediately tensed up, then almost laughed out loud when he saw Wang Beihai heading towards a pile of scrap metal. This is the last one, you must consider carefully. Hua Qingfeng was secretly delighted, watching as Wang Beihai fished out a rusty axe from the pile of scrap metal. So heavy. Holding the axe in his hand, Wang Beihai, with his current strength, almost couldn't hold it steady. It's settled then. Wang Beihai swung the axe with difficulty, then looked at Hua Qingfeng. Hua Qingfeng's eyes immediately showed joy. Master, are you certain you don't wish to select another item? Yes, this axe looks quite old. I'll choose again. Following Hua Qingfeng's words, Wang Beihai said, and sure enough, Hua Qingfeng's eye twitched, almost wanting to slap himself. Sir, I was just joking with you. Hua Qingfeng forced a smile and said, to tell you the truth, this axe has been in this cave since the establishment of Huashan sect. Although it looks a bit old, it's extremely heavy. It must be some kind of divine weapon. You chose it, definitely not a loss. Seeing Hua Qingfeng's serious expression, Wang Beihai smiled and shook his head, then asked Hua Qingfeng, are you sure you won't regret it? No regret, whatever you chose is yours, but only these three, you can't choose any more. Agreed? Wang Beihai asked again. Agreed. Hua Qingfeng hurriedly said, fearing that Wang Beihai would change his mind. All right then. Wang Beihai smiled, then held the axe in his hand and tried to channel his spiritual energy into it. As soon as the spiritual energy appeared, Wang Beihai felt a strong suction from the axe, his own spiritual energy being absorbed like flowing water. Himph, idiot, do you think I haven't tried this method? This axe is a bottomless pit. I almost got sucked dry back then, and there was no change in the axe. Hua Qingfeng cursed in his heart and watched Wang Beihai's actions with schadenfreude. Sure enough, after a stalemate, Wang Beihai shook his head and gave up. At that moment, Hua Qingfeng stepped forward. Your Excellency, don't be disheartened. Such a divine artifact is not easily awakened. How about you try the blood recognition method? Hua Qingfeng urged, and Wang Beihai pretended to listen, then slapped his chest, spitting out 2 drops of essence blood onto the axe. The axe instantly absorbed the blood, revealing a faint red glow on the surface, but then it became dull again. Looks like it still doesn't work. Wang Beihai shook his head, but Hua Qingfeng beside him began to look unnatural. That's strange. I've tried the blood method countless times, and this is the first time I've seen the axe react. Thinking this, Hua Qingfeng looked at Wang Beihai again. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, holding the axe, his lips moving as he recited a strange spell. In the next second, the axe trembled slightly, and the cave began to shake. Outside the cave, the sky suddenly darkened, and countless lightning bolts swirled in the sky. This is a sign of heaven and earth. Feeling the commotion outside the cave, Hua Qingfeng felt a sense of unease, then looked at Wang Beihai, whose axe was no longer rusty. As the rust fell off, the axe revealed its true appearance, and the heavy feeling also became light. Wang Beihai swung the axe lightly, and the mountain in front of him was instantly split in two. Amazing! Wang Beihai was delighted, and at that moment, a few large characters suddenly appeared in his mind. The Acts of Creation. ####, Chapter 349. Earth-shattering. This thing is indeed a divine artifact, Wang Beihai muttered, gazing at the axe in his hand. In an instant, he seemed to see an impossibly towering figure before him, wielding the primordial axe and slashing it down with a force that cleaved chaos into two, thus giving birth to the concept of heaven and earth. Even though he had known the story of Pangu creating the world since childhood, seeing it manifest before his eyes now filled Wang Beihai with profound awe. The will of this axe is incredibly strong. Suddenly, Wang Beihai felt a tremor in his hand as the axe began to greedily absorb the energy from within him. When he looked down again, the small axe had doubled in size. Startled, Wang Beihai felt a strong fluctuation emanate from his ring, and then a golden short sword flew out. This is the blade of the sun. Wang Beihai's eyes widened as the golden sword enlarged and hovered in midair, emitting a sharp sword cry towards the primordial axe in his hand. What the hell is going on? The sudden appearance of the blade of the sun genuinely surprised Wang Beihai. This spectacle left Hua Qingfeng beside him dumbfounded. At that moment, the primordial axe in Wang Beihai's hand also slowly levitated, hovering in the air and emitting a resonant hum towards the blade of the sun. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt the ground beneath him shake violently, with sand and stones falling from above. No, if this continues, the cave will collapse. Squinting his eyes, Wang Beihai ignored the blade of the sun and grabbed the primordial axe, intending to run towards the cave entrance. However, no matter how hard he tried, the primordial axe remained as immovable as a mountain, hovering in place, locked in a standoff with the blade of the sun, like two kings. Divine intervention. Divine intervention? Hua Qingfeng, witnessing this incredible scene, was filled with excitement, kneeling on the ground. It is said that divine weapons have their own consciousness. I, Hua Qingfeng, have pursued this all my life, yet never expected to see it here, in the place I've lived for years, and to see not one but two. Haha, with such divine artifacts, what fear do I have of the martial alliance? Laughing wildly, Hua Qingfeng stood up and stared maniacally at the two divine weapons still in confrontation. Beihai, this is your fate. Don't blame me. With a ruthless glint in his eyes, Hua Qingfeng stomped his foot, transforming into a blur and charging towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai squinted, releasing his grip on the primordial axe and quickly retreating. Hua Qingfeng's palms suddenly appeared before him. Backing up, Wang Beihai was soon cornered against the wall. Publicly attacking a martial alliance officer is a capital offense. Wang Beihai snorted coldly, but Hua Qingfeng, having made up his mind, showed no hesitation and launched another series of attacks. Wang Beihai dodged Hua Qingfeng's attacks with swift movements, then coldly snorted, meeting Hua Qingfeng's palm with a punch, sending him stumbling back. Hua Qingfeng, are you out of your mind? Wang Beihai coldly glanced at Hua Qingfeng, who suddenly burst into laughter. Hemph! Not to mention whether the martial alliance will ever know if I kill you. Even if they do, I have no fear as long as I possess these divine weapons. Beihai, blame your good fortune. If you were to take these divine weapons, my Huashan sect would struggle to stand in the martial world. With that, Hua Qingfeng didn't waste any more words, pulling out a long sword from his sleeve and thrusting it towards Wang Beihai. Facing Hua Qingfeng's almost frenzied attacks, Wang Beihai found it difficult to extricate himself. Just as the two were locked in heated combat, the two divine weapons in the cave emitted another piercing sound and clashed against each other. The tip of the sword met the edge of the axe, causing the cave to shake violently. Seeing this, Wang Beihai no longer held back, activating the Azura indestructible body and summoning the Inferno armor to cover his body. Hua Qingfeng's seemingly fierce attacks all landed on the armor, sparking off countless sparks on Wang Beihai's body. How are you unharmed? After a series of attacks, seeing Wang Beihai standing unscathed, Hua Qingfeng retreated 2 steps, cautiously observing him. So it's armor close to a divine artifact. Hua Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, exclaiming in surprise at the armor on Wang Beihai's body. You little bastard. It seems you have quite a few treasures." As Hua Qingfeng spoke, a greedy glint appeared in his eyes. However, Wang Beihai's full attention was captivated by the two divine weapons battling autonomously in the air. There were no fancy moves, just hard collisions each time, causing the cave to crack further with every clash. After several more rounds, the cave finally couldn't withstand it and collapsed with a loud crash. Wang Beihai's heart raced as he quickly summoned Red Cloud in front of him and made a dash for it, escaping the cave just before it crumbled. Wow, just two weapons, and the commotion is this big. Wang Beihai dusted off the dirt on his body and complained. "Don't worry, the bigger show is yet to come." At that moment, the gleeful voice of the Book of Heaven echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. "What?" Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, but before he could think further, the mountain shook again, followed by a loud bang. Two beams of light shot out from the rubble, and then Hua Qingfeng flew out from the debris. Now, Hua Qingfeng was covered in dirt, his clothes tattered, but he didn't care, reaching out to grab the two divine weapons. "This fool is courting death." The voice of the Book of Heaven rang out again. Sure enough, the next moment, the blade of the sun and the primordial axe both emitted a resonant hum, just as Hua Qingfeng's hand was about to touch the primordial axe. Two dazzling lights flashed and disappeared instantly, followed by lightning and thunder, changing the landscape. When everything returned to calm, Hua Qingfeng had turned to dust, vanishing from the world. Seeing this, Wang Beihai was startled, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Hua Qingfeng is gone just like that? The might of these divine artifacts is truly earth-shattering, terrifying. Naturally, divine artifacts generally have already birthed a spirit, possessing their own pride, which is not something Hua Qingfeng could ever hope to touch. Moreover, these two divine weapons are both primordial, super divine grade weapons. Without restraint, killing Hua Qingfeng is as easy as playing. Listening to the Book of Heaven, Wang Beihai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the two weapons. Book of Heaven, if I were to approach, would my fate be worse than Hua Qingfeng's? That wouldn't be the case. The Book of Heaven slowly replied, "After all, they were awakened by your blood. In a sense, you are their half-master, but..." Before the Book of Heaven could finish, Wang Beihai burst into laughter, leaping into the air towards the two divine weapons. Chapter 350, Subjugation. In the sky, the two divine weapons seemed alive, facing off against each other with an aura that gave the illusion of a clash between mighty warriors. At that moment, a swishing sound broke the air, and Wang Beihai's figure swiftly appeared between the two weapons. "Let's see just how powerful these so-called divine weapons really are," Wang Beihai muttered, narrowing his eyes before reaching out to grab the creation axe. His sudden attack disrupted the atmosphere between the two divine weapons, which, being proud, were not about to let Wang Beihai succeed so easily. As his palm lightly touched the handle of the creation axe, it suddenly shrank to less than half its size and transformed into a streak of light, flying swiftly away. At the same time, the Sunblade launched its own attack, directly aiming at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's eyes widened in surprise as he turned around, his infernal demon armor and Azura indestructible body combining to withstand the Sunblade strike. Although he had been prepared, the instant the Sunblade pierced the armor, Wang Beihai was still startled. Undoubtedly, the sharpness of the Sunblade exceeded Wang Beihai's expectations. Its blade pierced through the infernal demon armor. If not for the protection of the Azura indestructible body, Wang Beihai would likely have been impaled by this strike. Though not seriously injured, the powerful impact and sharp sword energy still surged into his body, causing Wang Beihai to feel as if his insides were in turmoil. His once tranquil Dantian now felt like a storm-tossed sea. This is getting out of hand, Wang Beihai thought, his eyes narrowing in distress. As he caught his breath, a sudden flash of light appeared in the sky. Wang Beihai's instincts warned him, and looking up, he saw a massive energy in the shape of a blade descending directly towards his head. Seriously? The creation axe too? Wang Beihai sighed. Then, Realizing there was no time to dodge, he clenched his teeth and quickly descended. Just as the energy was about to strike, he flipped his palm, and a massive array appeared behind him. "How Tian Great Hand Seal!" Wang Beihai roared, and instantly, a giant palm print flew towards the energy. The collision was silent, as if the entire space had frozen. Then, the energies clashing coalesced into a small black dot. "What's happening?" Wang Beihai pondered, only to see the black dot expand rapidly, transforming into a small black hole. An unimaginable suction force emanated from the black hole, absorbing the surrounding dust and trees. Seeing the suction force grow stronger, Wang Beihai frowned. If this keeps up, the thousands of disciples of Huashan sect will be in trouble, he thought, gritting his teeth and summoning Red Cloud, slashing at the black hole with a powerful strike. The sword beam was immediately absorbed by the black hole. "What exactly is this thing?" Wang Beihai exclaimed, momentarily at a loss. "It seems this thing can indeed shatter the void," the heavenly book's voice echoed. "This black hole is the result of your energy collision. If you can truly subjugate the creation axe and the sunblade, with your current strength, you could even challenge a sovereign realm expert." "Emph, you make it sound so easy," Wang Beihai grumbled. Before he could catch his breath, the sunblade's attack arrived again, followed by the creation axe descending from the sky, aiming at both Wang Beihai and the heavenly book. "Summon the Black Pagoda," the heavenly book instructed. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai summoned the Black Pagoda and threw it into the sky, where a massive stone tower appeared. "Absorb," Wang Beihai commanded, and the Black Pagoda emitted a powerful suction force, drawing in the sunblade and the creation axe. After completing this, the heavenly book surprisingly flew out from Wang Beihai's body and into the Black Pagoda. Wang Beihai followed closely behind. Leading the way to the 5th floor, the heavenly book revealed a stone coffin and a layer filled with thunderbolts. The creation axe and the sun blade, now devoid of their previous spirit, floated motionless in the air. "Heavenly book, why have they suddenly become so docile?" Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. "The origin of the Black Pagoda is far more complex than you imagine," the heavenly book replied softly before continuing. "Now, it's time to subjugate them. Since we've encountered this opportunity, let's fully subjugate these divine weapons. Your strength will undergo a qualitative leap." With that, the heavenly book emitted a white light, which condensed into a fine thread, instantly wrapping around the creation axe. "Sit down and enter a meditative state," the heavenly book instructed. Wang Beihai immediately complied, soon entering a state of emptiness. Seeing this, the heavenly book trembled slightly, attaching the other end of the light thread to Wang Beihai's hand. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt a connection with the spirit of the creation axe. After an unknown period, Wang Beihai slowly opened his eyes, immediately radiating a sharp light. "It's done," Wang Beihai smiled, gesturing for the creation axe to fly into his hand. Unlike its previous violent state, the creation axe now seemed like a docile, obedient child. "Is this what it feels like to wield a divine weapon?" Wang Beihai thought, savoring the surge of power within him. Next, he turned his gaze to the sun blade still floating in the air. "What about it?" "That's easy," the heavenly book said, releasing an energy that sent the sun blade into the 9 wings divine thunder. "What are you doing?" Wang Beihai exclaimed, wide-eyed. Although the sun blade is also a divine weapon, its spirit has been influenced by its former master for a long time, leaving remnants of that master's imprint. If this imprint isn't removed, even if you subjugate it, there's a risk of being counterattacked. Hearing this, Wang Beihai felt a chill and glanced at the sun blade in the thunder pool before quickly exiting the Black Pagoda. "Absorb," he commanded, and the Black Pagoda disappeared. Smiling, he thought, divine weapons are formidable, but they must recognize their master. The Sunblade will stay there for now. Chapter 351, Confrontation. When Wang Beihai arrived at the plaza of Huashan sect, it was already crowded with people, including many martial artists from outside who had been drawn by the extraordinary phenomena in the sky. "Young friend, I saw you descending from above. Do you know what happened up there and why such a commotion occurred? As soon as Wang Beihai landed, someone approached and asked. I was just invited by sect leader Hua Qingfeng to chat above. As for what happened, I truly don't know. But before I came down, sect leader Hua Qingfeng went to investigate. I think he should know. Wang Beihai rolled his eyes and then made up a story. The surrounding people nodded and thanked him, not suspecting a thing, as no one would have thought that the phenomena were actually caused by Wang Beihai. After some conversation, Wang Beihai found an excuse to leave Huashan sect. 3 days later, Wang Beihai had reached the foot of Huashan. Although Huashan was not far from Huashan sect, Wang Beihai had been busy familiarizing himself with the newly acquired sky-splitting axe, so he deliberately slowed down his pace. During these 3 days, from the traveling martial artists, Wang Beihai learned that the martial artists were more concerned about the extraordinary phenomena in the disappearance of Hua Qingfeng 3 days ago than the upcoming martial arts tournament. Hey, have you heard? It's said that the sect leader of Huashan sect, Hua Qingfeng, broke through the martial barrier and ascended to immortality 3 days ago. That's why there were extraordinary phenomena in the sky above Huashan sect. No way, a martial artist ascending to immortality. That hasn't happened in thousands of years. In my opinion, Hua Qingfeng must have perished. Bah, who cares about that? As I know, Huashan sect is currently leaderless, with many elders forming their own factions. The sect is in complete chaos. If we are eliminated early in the martial arts tournament, we could form a team and take advantage of the situation. In the inn at the foot of Huashan, Wang Beihai, Zhong Liang, and Li Muzi sat at a table, sipping wine and listening to the discussions around them. Hmph! When did our martial artists of the Central Plains become such shameless scoundrels? Instead of offering help, they want to add fuel to the fire. Li Muzi slammed his wine cup on the table and said indignantly. The surrounding martial artists immediately cast unfriendly glances. Seeing this, Wang Beihai quickly gave Li Muzi a look and then smiled at the martial artists, who then let it go. You too. It's just a bunch of cowards. Why be afraid of them? Li Muzi looked at Wang Beihai, puzzled. Since ancient times, the weak are prey to the strong. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. If Huashan sect falls into someone else's hands, it can only be blamed on the incompetence of their elders. If they manage to hold on, it's entirely due to their strength. If others have the strength to join in, it's also a fair thing. There's no need for us to feel indignant about it. Hearing this, Li Muzi frowned and lowered his head, pondering Wang Beihai's words. Well said. I didn't realize in these few months, you've grown again. Zhong Liang, sitting beside them, now saw Wang Beihai as someone worthy of his admiration. You flatter me, Uncle Zhong. Wang Beihai smiled and then asked, By the way, Uncle Zhong, it's been so many days, why haven't I seen Imo? Don't worry. That girl knows her limits. I've been receiving her messages along the way. She's already at the foot of Huashan now. Probably busy with something, but she'll show up once the martial arts tournament starts. Zhong Liang pushed his glasses and smiled. Hearing this, Wang Beihai relaxed and then frowned slightly, thinking to himself, what could that girl be up to? Just as he was pondering, suddenly a group of people in black and white Taoist robes appeared in the inn. Strangely, as soon as they arrived, everyone around instinctively stepped back and looked at them with respect. These people seemed to enjoy the crowd's attitude. The leader, a man, raised his head proudly and walked into the inn. Zhang Yuanyang of Wudong, the first among the younger generation, ranked third on the hero list. He has some strength, but his arrogance is too much. If he encounters setbacks in the future, he will surely lose himself. Without even looking up, Li Muzi revealed the identity of the leading man. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and then understood the meaning behind Li Muzi's words. Although already at the peak of the heaven realm, his foundation is unstable, indeed something to watch out for. Wang Beihai took a sip of wine and said calmly. However, this seemingly innocuous remark just happened to reach Zhang Yuanyang's ears. Zhang Yuanyang sneered and without further ado, turned around and slapped the table with his palm. The slap seemed light, but upon hitting the table, not a single dish on it moved. Wang Beihai remained unfazed, slowly picking up his wine cup. Zhang Yuanyang retracted his hand, his eyes flashing with doubt, and then coldly said, "Break." Immediately after, there was a muffled thud, and the previously intact table instantly shattered into pieces. "Beihai, watch your words, or next time, this table will be your fate." Zhang Yuanyang patted his hands, thinking that this clever move would be enough to silence these three inexperienced people. I'm afraid, can't do it." Wang Beihai took another sip of wine, and then gently crushed the wine cup in his hand into powder. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanyang's eyes sharpened, and the surrounding disciples immediately drew their weapons, looking at Wang Beihai and his companions with arrogance. "What? Is the famous Wudong sect full of such bullies?" Li Muzi snorted and stood up, slamming the table. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanyang just laughed coldly, drawing his sword and placing it lightly in front of Li Muzi. "Bullying others requires a strong backing. I just like to bully people, what's wrong with that?" Li Muzi couldn't stand it and clenched his fists, but at that moment, several more figures approached. Li Muzi raised an eyebrow and relaxed his fists. "Zhang Yuanyang, when did Wudong become like this? If your great-great-grandfather knew, he might come down from the heavens to teach you this unfilial descendant." A mocking voice came, and everyone turned to see a group of graceful women entering the inn, the one speaking being Lu Piapiao, whom Wang Beihai had saved. Chapter 352. A stunning revelation. "Lu Piapiao, it's you again, you foolish woman. How did you end up here?" Zhang Yuanyang furrowed his brows as he looked at Lu Piapiao, his eyes showing no anger, but rather a hint of something else. "Yes, it's me, the eldest lady. What can you come, but I can't." Lu Piapiao frowned slightly and gave Zhang Yuanyang a cold glance. "Hmph, sharp-tongued." Zhang Yuanyang snorted coldly and then turned to look at Wang Beihai and the others. "This is a matter between our Wudong and them. Even if your Amei sect wants to meddle, it's none of your business, is it? Well, isn't it just unfortunate?" Lu Piapiao rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuanyang and then leaped lightly to stand in front of Wang Beihai, pointing at him. "He just so happens to be my savior, and I just so happen to be the next leader of the Amei sect. So, tell me, if you bully him, shouldn't we step in?" "Savior?" Zhang Yuanyang frowned and glanced at Wang Beihai, momentarily at a loss for words. How about that? I told you we'd meet again." Lu Piapiao patted Wang Beihai on the shoulder and gave him a charming smile. "Thank you." Wang Beihai smiled slightly, finding Lu Piapiao's personality somewhat endearing. Bastard! The intimacy between the two did not sit well with Zhang Yuanyang, who felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He cursed and then waved his hand, shouting, "All Wudong disciples, heed my command." These three have openly challenged Wudong. If we don't teach them a lesson, how will Wudong maintain its standing in the martial world? Seize them and punish them severely. "Who dares?" Lu Piapiao shouted, and in an instant, all the Amei disciples behind her drew their swords. The two major sects faced off, and the surrounding martial artists held their breath, their eyes fixed on the stunning scene, not daring to make a sound. How thrilling. At that moment, applause came from upstairs in the inn. Everyone looked up to see a young man in black holding a white fan, followed by several scantily clad maids, walking out with a smile. Who would have thought that the heirs of the two famous sects in the martial world would be so tense over a man? If this gets out, it would be quite amusing. "Lu Yu, you shameless thing. What are you blabbering about?" Lu Piapiao frowned the moment she saw the man and pointed her sword at the black-clothed youth. TSK, I wouldn't dare to lie. But Miss Lu, I like your fiery temperament. Why not marry me?" Lu Yu sneered and then, from somewhere, produced a bunch of wildflowers. With a flick of his wrist, the flowers flew towards Lu Piapiao. Disgusting, Lu Piapiao's face was as cold as ice as she swung her sword, turning the flowers into fragments. At that moment, Zhang Yuanyang also stepped forward, frowning as he looked at Lu Yu coldly. "Lu Laosi, if you have the guts, let's fight with real swords and spears. What's the point of just flapping your gums?" The atmosphere in the inn became interesting again with Lu Yu's arrival. Who is that guy? Wang Beihai nudged Li Muzi. Tongman's Lu Yu. His cultivation isn't high, but his footwork is top-notch, coupled with his special concealed weapon techniques. Among the younger generation, he's hard to find an equal. If not for the ban on using poison in the martial arts tournament, this guy might have had a shot at the top spot. Li Muzi's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Yu, seemingly mixed with some other emotions. I see. Wang Beihai nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, another figure entered the inn. This time, it was a young monk in a monk's robe, who didn't have anyone following him. In terms of presence and appearance, the monk didn't stand out compared to the previous few, but the moment he appeared, Zhang Yuanyang and the others' faces turned sour. Excuse me, please let me through. The monk squeezed through the crowd with difficulty, not paying any attention to the surroundings, as if he were just passing through, heading straight towards the second floor. Only when the monk entered the room did everyone relax. Shaolin's martial monk, Yuan Yi, has perfected the Diamond Sutra. During the last martial arts tournament, he had already reached the peak of the Heaven Realm and easily defeated all the younger generation, ranking first on the heroes list. Li Muzi's tone remained calm, and Wang Beihai nodded. No wonder those few looked so uneasy when they saw the monk. As they spoke, Zhang Yuanyang snorted and pointed his sword at Wang Beihai again. Beihai, today's lesson here would be criticized by some. Will you be participating in tomorrow's martial arts tournament? Wang Beihai smiled slightly but didn't respond. Too scared to speak? That's fine too. As long as you show up tomorrow, I'll find a chance to compete with you. I'll show you just how terrifying your so-called shaky foundation is. With that, Zhang Yuanyang waved his hand, and his disciples all put away their weapons. Oh, and if you're too scared to come, you don't have to. After all, the stage of the martial arts tournament isn't for just anyone. With that, Zhang Yuanyang glanced again at Lu Piapiao, then snorted coldly and led his disciples upstairs. Interesting. I'm looking forward to tomorrow more and more. Lu Yu opened his fan, revealing a mischievous smile, and then also returned to his room with his maids. Zhang Yuanyang is just so annoying. Tomorrow, you better not go to the martial arts tournament. Lu Piapiao stepped forward, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Wang Beihai. Although you're also very strong, Zhang Yuanyang practices Wudong's supreme arts, which are formidable. Better to avoid if you can. If you really go, my Amei disciples will protect you with all their might. Hearing this, Wang Beihai laughed heartily, his eyes bursting with a fierce fighting spirit. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Lu, but this battle, I must accept, and not just one. I aim to challenge everyone on the heroes list. His words stunned the audience. Are you crazy? How can you say such things here? Lu Piapiao was anxious and quickly covered Wang Beihai's mouth with her hand. However, Wang Beihai's words had already been heard by all the martial artists present. Zhang Yuanyang and Lu Yu, who had just reached the door, stopped in their tracks upon hearing him. Haha, what a boast! Zhang Yuanyang laughed, and then turned to look coldly at Wang Beihai. Remember what you said? I'll be waiting for you at Mount Huashan. With that, he laughed and left with his Wudong disciples. Lu Yu upstairs, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow, revealing a thought-provoking smile, and then also stepped into his room. Throughout this, Wang Beihai's eyes remained fixed on the door of Yuan Yi the monk's room. Chapter 353. The Past of Zhongliang. Wang Beihai's bold declaration stunned everyone and quickly spread among the martial artists. By the time the sun had not yet set, martial artists at the foot of Huashan Mountain were all aware of the arrogant young man who had proclaimed his intention to challenge all the top experts on the hero list. In an instant, martial artists flocked to the inn where Wang Beihai was staying, all eager to see what this arrogant man looked like. Despite the commotion, Wang Beihai remained as calm as still water. He sat calmly in his room, while Zhong Liang in front of him had taken off his glasses. His usually squinting eyes were now wide open, staring intently at Wang Beihai. Uncle Zhong, why are you looking at me like that? Don't your eyes hurt? Wang Beihai shook his head helplessly and took a sip of tea from the table. Listen to me. Listen to what's happening outside. You still have the heart to sit here and drink tea? Don't you remember what I told you before we came? Zhong Liang was so anxious he could hardly sit still, yet Wang Beihai remained composed. I know. Then why did you say such things? Zhong Liang rubbed his eyes and looked at Wang Beihai again. Don't worry, I have my plans. Besides, I came here to help you fight in the tournament, so it's inevitable that I'll face them sooner or later. It's fine to be a bit arrogant now. You. Seeing Wang Beihai's calm demeanor, Zhong Liang felt momentarily speechless. He picked up the teapot and poured the tea directly into his mouth. Moreover, Uncle Zhong, judging from the few people we've encountered so far, among this group, except for that young monk, none of them are my match. Wang Beihai smiled confidently, looking at Zhong Liang. You don't really think you'll only be facing people your own age, do you? Zhong Liang shook his head helplessly and continued, this martial arts tournament isn't judged by age. It's a battle royale with no age limits. To become the number one in the world, you have to defeat everyone who challenges you. As he spoke, Zhong Liang put his glasses back on and looked at Wang Beihai seriously. I didn't want you to be so bold before. If things went well, you would only need to help me defeat that person to avenge me in the early stages. Then, after the number one in the world appears, you could defeat him. But now, because of what you said, we've become the target of everyone's attention. Whether you win or lose, martial artists will come to challenge you. After all, you were arrogant first. Now, do you understand? Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze to Li Muzi, who was leaning against the window with a blank expression. Upon feeling Wang Beihai's gaze, Li Muzi immediately nodded. He's right. You've indeed become the public enemy of all martial artists. Judging by the current situation, not only do you have to challenge the hero list, but those on the heroic list are also very interested in you. As he spoke, Li Muzi's gaze shifted to the window. Wang Beihai walked over and looked out, spotting the individuals from the heroic list. Wang Beihai, however, was unconcerned. He calmly took a sip of tea and then asked Li Muzi, "Are you going to fight in the tournament?" Li Muzi shook his head. "As soon as I make a move, it's to take a life. This kind of match where the points are limited isn't suitable for me." "Then what do you think of me?" Wang Beihai pressed on. "You were able to defeat me. In this martial world, there are very few who can surpass you." As he spoke, Li Muzi gave Wang Beihai a complex look, thinking to himself, "You, a cultivator, coming to fight us martial artists? Isn't that bullying?" Thinking this, Li Muzi added, "But to be honest, what I said refers only to the obvious experts. As for those reclusive masters, it's hard to say. Your high-profile behavior now might attract the interest of these old monsters. If they make a move, the outcome is uncertain." Hearing this, Wang Beihai's lips curled into a smile. "That suits my intentions perfectly." In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. During this time, many martial artists gathered at the inn where Wang Beihai was staying, all eager to catch a glimpse of his arrogant demeanor. Little did they know that a day earlier, Wang Beihai and his group had already left under the cover of night and headed towards the mountain. "Beihai, why did we come up the mountain so early?" On the way, Zhong Liang looked at Wang Beihai with confusion. "Nothing much. With all this attention, it's better to hide for a while. As you said, one should be low-key." Upon hearing this, Zhong Liang immediately gave Wang Beihai a sidelong glance and muttered, "You call that low-key? Then the rest of us might as well disappear from the universe." Although his voice was low, it still reached Wang Beihai's ears. Wang Beihai smiled faintly and did not retort. He just glanced at the towering peak and quickened his pace. By noon, Wang Beihai and his group had reached a spot near the competition venue and found a pavilion to rest. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly looked at Zhong Liang. "By the way, Uncle Zhong, you mentioned before that you were framed, which led to your current state. Who framed you?" Hearing this, Zhong Liang's hand paused, and a hint of melancholy flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "It was the heads of all the treasure pavilion branches outside of China." Wang Beihai's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Zhong Liang. How could that be? Isn't the treasure pavilion supposed to be united and of one mind? Heh, that's only true for some. Zhong Liang let out a bitter laugh and looked up at the sky, filled with sorrow. Actually, when the treasure pavilion was first established, it wasn't just me. It was a gathering of various heroes from the martial world. The original purpose of the treasure pavilion was to participate in this martial arts tournament. Every time, we would become the group champions. Although we never claimed the title of the number one in the world, we still received quite a substantial reward. There's an unwritten rule in the treasure pavilion that no matter which branch wins the tournament, half of the reward must be shared with the others. 10 years ago, I won the group championship. On my way back, I was ambushed from behind by the treasure pavilion from Yingzhou. As our situation worsened, the treasure pavilion from Owanzu also betrayed us. As he spoke, Zhong Liang clenched his fists, his molars grinding. In the end, if it weren't for the help of the 2 treasure pavilions in China, I would have perished. Unfortunately, despite their assistance, my wife, in order to protect Mo, lost her life to those scoundrels. After saying this, Zhong Liang lowered his head and suddenly bowed deeply to Wang Beihai. Please, Beihai, I really want to take revenge. Chapter 354, Immortal, please bestow the elixir. In the pavilion at this moment, Zhong Liang knelt before Wang Beihai, who did not rush to make him rise. After 10 minutes had passed, Wang Beihai finally helped him up. Imph, a bunch of treacherous scoundrels. Even if you didn't beg him, I would have helped you, Li Muzi said. Seeing Wang Beihai's calm expression, his anger flaring up, he patted Zhong Liang on the chest and said indignantly, All right, that's not what I meant. Wang Beihai waved his hand and then turned to look at Zhong Liang. Do you want to take revenge yourself? Hearing this, Zhong Liang was stunned for a moment. Then a fierce fighting spirit burst from his eyes. Yes, I dream about it every night. Zhong Liang clenched his fists, then relaxed them and sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, my meridians are damaged, and my cultivation has stagnated. With that, Zhong Liang slammed his fist against a pillar beside him, showing a self-reproachful frustration. What if I could heal you? Wang Beihai's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Zhong Liang's face lit up with excitement, and he grabbed Wang Beihai's arms. Really? Seeing that Wang Beihai did not answer, Zhong Liang knew the hope was slim. He then released Wang Beihai's arms and shook his head. Forget it. I know you're trying to comfort me, but at this point, the conference will start in at most 3 days. Even if you miraculously heal me, my cultivation won't be up to par. With that, Zhong Liang sat down and leaned his head against the railing of the pavilion, letting out a helpless sigh. Although that's true, man proposes, and things can change. How can we know it's impossible without trying? Wang Beihai smiled faintly. Once upon a time, he too was a ridiculed fool. Yet who could have imagined he would now stand above the masses? Ah, forget it, wasting. Zhong Liang waved his hand, but the glimmer of hope in his eyes did not escape Wang Beihai's notice. Wang Beihai smiled and then directly took out a silver needle. Before Zhong Liang could react, he inserted the needle into Zhong Liang's acupoint. Zhong Liang suddenly felt his vision darken, a wave of dizziness overwhelming him, and then his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. What are you doing? Li Muzi looked at Wang Beihai in confusion. Less talk, help guard. Wang Beihai's eyes hardened, and in the next moment, he held dozens of silver needles in his hand. Li Muzi was stunned, looking at Wang Beihai in disbelief. This man's meridians are severed. Even if they can be mended, his cultivation cannot advance by leaps and bounds, let alone there are only 3 days left. Aren't you just fooling around? Li Muzi looked at Wang Beihai with doubt. Although he didn't understand medicine, he was somewhat aware of Zhong Liang's internal condition. Sure, just guard, Wang Beihai said indifferently, then helped Zhong Liang up and sat behind him, waving his hand. The dozens of silver needles instantly turned into tiny lights and disappeared into Zhong Liang's back. Although Li Muzi was puzzled, he was sensible and didn't interfere with Wang Beihai's actions, standing guard with his arms crossed, his eyes full of vigilance. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was evening. During this period, Li Muzi occasionally looked back at Zhong Liang's body, but after a long time, he didn't notice any signs of improvement. It seems even the immortal's intervention isn't effective, Li Muzi shrugged, thinking to himself. At that moment, Zhong Liang suddenly let out a muffled groan from his throat. Immediately, Wang Beihai's eyes opened, and with a wave of his hand, the silver needles flew out from Zhong Liang's back, black blood oozing from the spots where the needles had been. As the black blood flowed out, white smoke began to rise from Zhong Liang's head, the scene resembling a martial arts TV drama, albeit more alarming. What's going on? Li Muzi rubbed his eyes and looked at Zhong Liang again, but after that, Zhong Liang showed no further signs of abnormality. Soon, it was the next day. When Li Muzi looked at Zhong Liang again, Zhong Liang had already regained consciousness. How do you feel? Li Muzi immediately asked. Zhong Liang closed his eyes to sense, then his eyes flashed with disappointment. The blocked meridians are clear, but I still can't cultivate. The passage is too narrow. Zhong Liang let out a bitter laugh, then became optimistic. At least now, he could tangibly feel the presence of spiritual energy. I see. Li Muzi's eyes flashed with disappointment. It seemed his thoughts were correct. Even an immortal had limitations. By the way, where's Beihai? Zhong Liang looked around but didn't see Wang Beihai. He left mysteriously in the middle of the night, probably knowing he couldn't cure you and didn't have the face to see you, Li Muzi shrugged. Beihai isn't like that. He must have had something to do, Zhong Liang frowned. Just as he was speaking, a golden light beam shot into the sky, instantly turning the sky golden. What's that? There have been quite a few strange phenomena recently, Li Muzi and Zhong Liang said in unison, looking up at the sky. Shortly, the light beam disappeared, and a few minutes later, Wang Beihai's figure leapt out from the nearby woods. Beihai, where did you go? Zhong Liang frowned, connecting the recent phenomenon to Wang Beihai. It was me, Wang Beihai said calmly, and Zhong Liang and Li Muzi stared at him in astonishment, as if looking at a monster. Never mind that. How do you feel? Is it clear? Wang Beihai waved his hand, and then looked at Zhong Liang. It's clear, but... Zhong Liang gave a helpless smile. Before he could finish, Wang Beihai stuffed a golden elixir into Zhong Liang's mouth. Cough, what is this? Zhong Liang quickly backed away, opened his mouth, but found the elixir had already been swallowed. Great recovery pill. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and then collapsed to the ground, obviously exhausted. Great recovery pill. What's that? Zhong Liang frowned, not having time to think more as he felt warmth in his abdomen. This feeling. Zhong Liang was startled, feeling his dantian grow hot, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to rush towards his dantian. Li Muzi, sensing something was wrong, quickly turned to look at Zhong Liang, his mouth opening wide in astonishment. How is this possible? How is this possible? In Li Muzi's shocked gaze, Zhong Liang's aura rapidly ascended, soon breaking through the previous barrier and heading towards the peak of the heavenly realm, with the momentum hinting at a breakthrough to the nirvana realm. Sure enough, by the time the third day's sun rose, Zhong Liang had entered the nirvana realm, and the terrifying suction force disappeared. At this moment, Wang Beihai, who had rested for a day, woke up and glanced at Zhong Liang, who was still in meditation. He nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, the usually aloof Li Muzi knelt before Wang Beihai. Immortal, please bestow the elixir. Chapter 355, The Martial Arts Assembly. Wait, what immortal, what elixir? Wang Beihai pretended to be ignorant, which made Li Muzi extremely anxious. You know, the one you gave him yesterday, the elixir that can attract heavenly phenomena, the one that can boost cultivation rapidly. Li Muzi gestured frantically while anxiously watching Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai couldn't help but laugh at Li Muzi's comical actions. Then he shook his head, understanding that Li Muzi's urgency was justified, for the great recovery pill's effects were indeed astonishing. Not only could it directly elevate a martial artist level, but it also had the effect of strengthening the foundation. This way, the forcibly elevated level not only wouldn't result in a shaky foundation, but also made the realm more stable. If this great recovery pill were to be auctioned at the Wanbao Pavilion, I wonder what price it would fetch. Wang Beihai rubbed his chin, instantly having the idea of auctioning the elixir. At that moment, Li Muzi stepped forward again, looking pitifully at Wang Beihai with eyes full of piety. For Li Muzi, techniques like body arts and flying daggers were just skills that would gradually decline over time. Only comprehensive cultivation remained constant. However, Li Muzi's talent was limited, and he had been stuck at the celestial realm for years, never touching the threshold of the nirvana realm. This was the problem that had plagued Li Muzi for years. Now that he saw such a wonderful thing as the great recovery pill in the world, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Seeing Li Muzi's pleading eyes, Wang Beihai felt both amused and sympathetic. He waved his hand and said, "The great recovery pill is gone. Just this one." Upon hearing this, Li Muzi didn't feel disappointed but became even more excited. After all, if this divine medicine were always available, it wouldn't be called divine. So, Li Muzi directly grabbed Wang Beihai's arm. "It's okay, you just refined it on the spot, right? When you have time, refine another one for me, just one." Wang Beihai shook his head and waved his hand. "Do you think this is something you can just refine on a whim? Not to mention how hard it is to find the ingredients. The refining process almost drained all my energy." "You haven't drained it all yet, right? The materials are simple. If anything is missing, I'll find it." Li Muzi ignored Wang Beihai's words and felt elated upon hearing that it could indeed be refined. Seeing Li Muzi's shameless behavior, Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes. Who would have thought that the usually stern and righteous man would turn into this over a single elixir? Just as the two were exchanging words, a very low and deep bell sound came from the summit. Wang Beihai paused and then shrugged at Li Muzi. "See, you heard it. I'm busy, at least until this martial arts assembly ends." As Wang Beihai spoke, he gently tapped Zhong Liang's forehead. Zhong Liang slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. He was initially delighted, but soon suppressed the joy in his eyes, quickly calming his agitated heart. Seeing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but show a hint of surprise and nodded in approval. "No wonder you could win the group first place. With this mindset, your cultivation will surely be twice the result with half the effort." Zhong Liang smiled slightly and then knelt down to Wang Beihai, solemnly knocking his head 3 times. Wang Beihai didn't stop Zhong Liang. In his view, if Zhong Liang didn't knock his head, it would become an insurmountable gap in his life. Indeed, when Zhong Liang looked up again, his entire demeanor had undergone a qualitative change. "Now can we fight?" Wang Beihai smiled teasingly. Zhong Liang looked at his fist with satisfaction and laughed heartily. "I'm ready anytime." "Good." Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction and then glanced at the summit. "The bell has rung, let's go." "Yes." Zhong Liang nodded and then looked at Li Muzi, who was still in a daze. "What's wrong with him?" Zhong Liang asked in confusion. "I don't know, don't worry about him, probably in love." With that, Wang Beihai strode towards the mountain, and Zhong Liang let out a light hum, taking another look at Li Muzi before following. After a while, Li Muzi finally came to his senses and turned around to find that Wang Beihai and Zhong Liang had already gone far. "You're the one in love. By the way, you said you're busy during the assembly. Does that mean you'll have time after it?" Li Muzi stomped his foot and quickly caught up with Wang Beihai. "It depends on my mood." Wang Beihai smiled faintly and then stomped his foot, his body instantly turning into a phantom and disappearing from their sight. "Hey, what do you mean by depends on your mood?" Li Muzi shouted and then chased after Wang Beihai at full speed. "Those two." Zhong Liang smiled helplessly, but the next moment, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "I can't fall behind." With that, Zhong Liang also sped up. Soon, Wang Beihai leaped and instantly arrived at the summit. The top of the mountain was a vast flat ground, as if cut out by a sharp blade. At this moment, the square was already filled with many martial artists, each standing under different banners, looking fierce and confident. "Oh, isn't this my dear pavilion master Zhong? Long time no see, you're looking more spirited." As Wang Beihai surveyed the surroundings, a very unpleasant voice came. Zhong Liang frowned and turned to see a man with a sharp and mean face smirking at him. "Thanks to you. I'm living better than you. Seeing the man, Zhong Liang clearly got annoyed and retorted coldly. The man's face darkened immediately, then he clapped his hands, and several people walked over, obviously important figures from other Wanbao pavilions. Zhong Liang, you know our rules. To participate in the martial arts assembly, you need a wager. What's your wager? The man sneered and then glanced at Wang Beihai, showing a hint of disdain. If possible, I'd like to bet my life against yours. Zhong Liang stepped forward, took off his glasses, and looked sharply at the surrounding men. The men around were clearly caught off guard by Zhong Liang's boldness and took a few steps back. Silence. At that moment, a solemn voice rang out. With this voice, the previously noisy square immediately fell silent. Then, a sound of breaking wind came from the sky, and a group of people in white appeared in everyone's sight. In the middle, looking calm and composed, was the leader of the Martial Alliance, Li Yuanhao. Chapter 356. You all come up together. It really is him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Li Yuanhao. Suddenly, Li Yuanhao turned his head and winked at Wang Beihai, who was momentarily speechless. Even in this rather grand setting, Li Yuanhao remained as unorthodox as ever. Look, the Martial Alliance leader is winking at me. A pavilion master who had been antagonizing Zhong Liang excitedly shouted out. This outcry immediately displeased the other pavilion masters of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Who said he was looking at you? With your ugly mug, does the leader even notice you? Exactly. Why don't you take a look at yourself in a puddle? If the leader were to look, it would be at me. In an instant, several pavilion masters of the treasure-gathering pavilion were arguing among themselves. Seeing this, Zhong Liang frowned. Although he disdained associating with these insincere people, they were all part of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Not to mention, Zhong Liang's clothes still bore the emblem of the treasure-gathering pavilion. The esteemed pavilion masters of the treasure-gathering pavilion, who would have thought they'd act like such country bumpkins? Truly lacking in experience. Seeing Zhong Liang's sour expression, Wang Beihai patted his shoulder and loudly declared, "In my eyes, only you, Zhong Liang, are worthy of note in the treasure-gathering pavilion." This statement immediately sparked discontent among the crowd. You brat. Words carry responsibility. The sharp-featured man glared at Wang Beihai, snorting coldly, "Zhong Liang, you're really regressing. When did a country bumpkin like this have the right to stand with us?" Zhong Liang frowned and was about to speak when Wang Beihai stopped him, turning to face the man with a sneer. The Martial Arts Assembly is a grand event for martial artists to exchange and compete. When did it become a rule that country bumpkins can't participate? Moreover, in the martial path, strength is paramount. When did you, with your lack of prowess, get the right to criticize others? Wang Beihai's cold gaze bore into the man, his voice deliberately raised. Sure enough, as Li Yuanhao walked through the crowd, his ears twitched, and he immediately turned to look at Wang Beihai, his eyes filled with intense interest. The man's eyes widened, glaring at Wang Beihai, his chest heaving as he nearly choked on Wang Beihai's words. You brat, my conduct is none of your business. But you, with your big mouth, keep talking about strength being paramount. Let's see if your strength matches your words, or if you'll bite your tongue. Hmph, my strength will be evident on the arena. Well said, the arena will reveal all. As Wang Beihai finished speaking, Li Yuanhao appeared before them, clapping his hands. Upon seeing Li Yuanhao, the surrounding martial artists all bowed slightly, showing great respect, except for Wang Beihai, who stood unmoved. I'm not the emperor. Why are you bowing to me? Li Yuanhao impatiently waved his hand. The crowd straightened up. At that moment, the man noticed Wang Beihai hadn't bowed and saw an opportunity, quickly darting to Li Yuanhao's side and pointing angrily at Wang Beihai. Ignorant brat. This is the esteemed Martial Alliance leader, with a status so noble, we all bow. Why don't you? Then, turning to Li Yuanhao, he indignantly said, Leader, this brat has been reckless and disrespectful from the start. Judging by his character, he is truly a disgrace to the martial world. Please severely punish him, or it will be hard for the entire martial world to accept. Oh, is that so? Li Yuanhao raised an eyebrow, then deliberately glanced at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai smiled derisively at the man. So, if I lack strength, it's because I'm disrespectful? Even if I were reckless and disrespectful, what business is it of yours? Besides, isn't strength the ultimate measure? Am I wrong? Hearing Wang Beihai's words, the surrounding martial artists nodded in agreement. Indeed, without strength, no matter how old you are, you're just an ordinary old man. For a moment, the man was at a loss for words. At that moment, applause rang out from the crowd. Turning to look, Zhang Yuanyang led the Wudong disciples forward. Zhang Yuanyang bowed to Li Yuanhao, then looked coldly at Wang Beihai. This young hero speaks truly. In the martial path, strength is paramount. If that's the case, I humbly request the leader to place this person in our group. This statement caused a collective gasp from the crowd, many casting pitying glances at Wang Beihai. In their eyes, being grouped with Zhang Yuanyang and these prodigious talents meant even elders with more experience would struggle to gain an advantage, let alone this seemingly frail youth. Hee, what do you think? Li Yuanhao smiled, then looked with interest at Wang Beihai. I couldn't ask for more. Wang Beihai grinned, eliciting another round of jeers from the crowd. At that moment, Li Yuanhao clapped his hands, signaling for silence. After the crowd quieted, he slowly said, "It's settled then. Anyone who still has objections, I give you a chance to challenge him in this group." With that, Li Yuanhao glanced around, causing the previously vocal man to feel a bit uneasy. Feeling Li Yuanhao's gaze, the man took a step back, swallowing hard, then retorted, "You brat. Don't think I'm backing down just to intimidate me." Hearing this, Wang Beihai shrugged. "If you want to come, no one's stopping you. If you're too scared, then forget it." This response elicited another round of jeers, this time directed at the man. Feeling the scornful gazes around him, the man clenched his teeth and hesitantly raised his hand. "All right, one more. Anyone else?" Seeing the man raise his hand, Li Yuanhao didn't hesitate to include him. "Count me in." At that moment, an old voice came from behind the crowd, and an elderly man dressed in revealing attire slowly stepped forward. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, recognizing the man's attire. "Are you the Valley Master of the Hedonist Valley?" Wang Beihai coldly asked. "Hee, indeed. How unfortunate. Today, I'll use your blood to honor my disciples." The old man snorted, his aura fluctuating, ready to erupt. Seeing this, Li Yuanhao immediately coughed lightly, and the old man reluctantly restrained himself. "All right, since you're all so eager, today's opening match will be with you." This announcement caused a wave of cheers from the crowd, as the opening match was always a highly anticipated highlight. Then, several elders of the Martial Alliance appeared at the edge of the plaza. Li Yuanhao snorted, injecting energy into the central stone, and a transparent barrier instantly enveloped the plaza, with the elders as the focal points. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuanhao caused the center of the plaza to rise, transforming into an arena. "Sign this life and death contract, and decide how you want to fight." Li Yuanhao, clearly eager to see Wang Beihai in action, hastily pulled out a document from his robe and tossed it to the group before hurrying back to the viewing platform. Soon, everyone signed the life and death contract, and Wang Beihai was the first to leap onto the arena. Seeing this, the man's eyes lit up, and he quickly jumped onto the arena. "Hmph, as long as I defeat you, I'll concede to the rest. Brat, wait to die." As the man was gloating in his heart, Wang Beihai impatiently waved his hand, looking at the others below the arena. "This one-by-one approach is too slow. You all come up together." Hashtag chapter 357, Arrogance. As soon as Wang Beihai spoke, the surrounding crowd was immediately filled with expressions of shock. In the next second, the expressions on their faces varied. Some were filled with admiration, while others were disdainful. Is this Beihai guy crazy? Everyone in this group is on the ranking of heroes. Fighting one is already a stretch, let alone so many. Hmph. Beihai probably proposed this challenge out of fear of losing face if he were to lose individually. By doing so, even if he loses, he can still earn a reputation as a brave hero. Regardless of the outcome, Beihai's fearless spirit is indeed worthy of admiration. In an instant, the martial artists who were watching from the sidelines began to murmur among themselves. Even the elders of the martial alliance on the viewing platform started to discuss the matter privately. Himph, truly young and impetuous. To speak so recklessly without any consideration, how unsteady. On the viewing platform, a middle-aged beauty sitting next to Li Yuanhao snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain as she looked at Wang Beihai. The elderly man sitting on the other side of Li Yuanhao leaned over with a smirk. Alliance leader, is this the promising talent you mentioned? It seems his temperament still needs some refining. Li Yuanhao, upon hearing this, maintained his smile. Two elders, don't be too hasty to draw conclusions. Perhaps he really has that kind of strength? Upon hearing this, the two elders shook their heads. The beauty even showed a disgusted expression. Such arrogance, even if he truly has strength, he should at least know the strength of his opponents. Such recklessness, even if he has strength, is useless. After saying this, the other elders nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Li Yuanhao smiled faintly and then looked at the elders. His eyes lit up as he said, "Since you elders are so certain he will lose, how about we make a bet? What do we bet on?" Upon hearing Li Yuanhao's words, the elders immediately became interested. After all, betting with the leader of the martial alliance meant the rewards would certainly not be small. How about this? Let's bet 10 pieces of gold essence stones. How about it? 10 pieces. The elders all widened their eyes and looked at Li Yuanhao in unison. 10 pieces of gold essence stones were close to their annual stipend. The temptation was indeed substantial. 10 pieces it is. If Wang Beihai wins, you each give me 10 pieces. If he loses, I will give each of you 10 pieces. How about it? As Li Yuanhao spoke, he directly took out a small box from his spatial ring, which was filled with gold essence stones. We'll take that bet. How could we not? The elders' eyes lit up upon seeing the gold essence stones. The middle-aged beauty didn't even think twice before slapping her thigh and accepting the bet. What if we lose 10 pieces of gold essence stones? An elder sitting at the edge showed a hesitant expression. The beauty immediately stood up and shouted at the elder. Are you a pig-brained fool? This situation is clearly like an egg hitting a rock. Beihai is clearly courting death. You're afraid of such a sure win? If you're really scared, you can bet on Beihai. After the beauty said this, the other elders no longer hesitated and directly accepted the bet. The elder sitting at the edge looked at Li Yuanhao, who was calm and composed, and gritted his teeth. I bet Beihai will win. As soon as this was said, the other elders looked at him, their gazes as if they were looking at a fool. I trust the alliance leader. After all, it's just 10 pieces of gold essence stones. The elder's face turned pale. In fact, he regretted saying that the moment it came out, but out of face, he could only grit his teeth and place his bet. That's a good understanding. Li Yuanhao glanced at the elder and nodded with a smile. The elder forced a smile and then shifted his gaze to Wang Beihai on the arena, unconsciously clenching his fists. At this moment, while the elders of the martial alliance were placing their bets, Lu Yu was the first to leap onto the arena. With a flick of his folding fan, he gave Wang Beihai a cold smile. This warrior, there's no need to rush to challenge us. Some things need to be savored slowly. Wang Beihai's eyes were fixed on Yuan Yi, the monk below the stage, not even sparing a glance at Lu Yu. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing through them. With a wave of his fan, a tiny needle flew towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai still didn't look at Lu Yu. His body swayed, effortlessly dodging the needle. It seems you don't want to come up. Wang Beihai shook his head. In the next second, his body moved, instantly appearing in front of Lu Yu. Lu Yu's pupils shrank, feeling a chill down his spine. Before he could react, Wang Beihai's fist stopped right in front of his eyes. Lu Yu took a few steps back. At that moment, the master of the treasure-gathering pavilion seized the opportunity to strike at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's lips curled up. With a light grasp, he caught the man's fist and then flung him out of the ring. I'll give you another chance. Come up together. Wang Beihai looked at the crowd. Lu Yu swallowed hard and quickly moved his feet to create distance between him and Wang Beihai. He's not pretending. He's really strong. Lu Yu glanced at the crowd below the stage. Everyone was stunned. Even Lu Yu, who was usually proud and haughty, admitted this, so the strength of Wang Beihai on the stage was evident without needing further explanation. In an instant, the few people waiting below the stage put away their mocking expressions. Zhang Yuanyang jumped onto the stage first, and the others followed suit. In the end, only Lu Piapiao and Monk Yuan Yi remained below the stage. I can't beat him. I forfeit. Lu Piapiao pouted, and then walked back to the audience seats. You're not coming up? Wang Beihai glanced at Lu Piapiao, and then looked at Yuan Yi. Ba, the timing is not right. Yuan Yi monk said calmly, and then sat down to meditate, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Interesting. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, and then turned to look at the few people on the stage. Come on, let's get this over with. Seeing Wang Beihai's arrogant demeanor, everyone clenched their teeth and glared at him. Zhang Yuanyang looked particularly fierce. You stinky Beihai, today you will pay the price for your arrogance. Zhang Yuanyang shouted and instantly shot forward, his long sword aimed at Wang Beihai. The others also attacked Wang Beihai. In an instant, the arena was filled with flashes of swords and shadows, various moves emerging endlessly, causing the martial artists watching from the sidelines to gasp in amazement. However, as time passed, the expressions of the martial artists began to change, from initial excitement to shock. How is this possible? On the viewing platform, the middle-aged beauty stood up, her composure gone as she watched the arena. Impossible. How could Beihai possibly last this long? From the beginning to now, the situation seemed to be a one-sided defeat. However, 5 minutes had passed, and from Wang Beihai's calm expression, it was clear that he still had some strength left. Seeing this situation, the elder who had bet on Wang Beihai began to smile, as if seeing hope. You useless bunch, what are you doing? Can't even handle a stinky Beihai? A few more minutes passed, and the beauty completely disregarded her image, standing up and cursing. On the arena, Zhang Yuanyang and the others were utterly astonished. Despite their relentless attacks, each strike seemed to miss its mark. Wait. At this moment, Zhang Yuanyang shouted, and everyone stopped. You stinky Beihai, you rely on your unique footwork to dodge our attacks. How long can this go on? If you're a man, face us head-on. All right, that's what you said. Wang Beihai's lips curled up as he jumped into the air, his hands clasped together. In an instant, a huge formation appeared behind him, and a solid handprint appeared in the sky. What kind of martial skill is this? Witnessing this breathtaking scene, Zhang Yuanyang and his companions all wore solemn expressions, each unleashing their ultimate techniques. Haoyan Grand Palm, go! Wang Beihai snorted coldly, and the massive palm print immediately descended. Beside him, Monk Yuan Yi instantly opened his eyes, while on the viewing platform, Li Yuanhao's gaze sharpened, and his figure disappeared from his original spot in an instant. Chapter 358, A Clash of Titans. In the sky, Wang Beihai's hand slowly descended. The powerful moves of everyone on the arena crumbled before his hand, and with a loud boom, the entire square shook, followed by a slow rise of dust. Scatter! Wang Beihai gently landed on the arena, waving his hand to disperse the dust. Li Yuanhao stood there with his hands raised, covered in grime, while those behind him stared blankly at the sky, as if their souls had left their bodies. Clearly, if not for Li Yuanhao intercepting Wang Beihai's attack, the people around would have surely perished. The surrounding silence was eerie, with martial artists watching with their mouths agape. This state lasted for a long time until a long-standing elder, who had bet on Wang Beihai, let out an excited cheer, jolting the crowd back to reality. A wave of cheers erupted, immersing Huashan Peak in jubilation. Moments ago, they had witnessed a miracle. Wang Beihai's actions had utterly shocked the martial world. Among the crowd, many eyes flickered with excitement or relief. Is this the gap he spoke of? On the arena, Zhang Yuanyang took a few steps back and collapsed to the ground. Gazing at Wang Beihai's imposing figure, he felt a surge of regret. What a fool I am. How could I have provoked someone like him? Zhang Yuanyang's regret was profound. Such a person would be a coveted asset for any sect, yet he had failed to recognize this and had thoroughly offended him. He wasn't alone in this feeling. Lu Yu beside him was also pale with regret. You really don't know how to hold back, do you? Li Yuanhao frowned and looked at Wang Beihai. Isn't that what you're here for? Wang Beihai chuckled. All right, you always have something to say. But still, thanks for letting me make a big profit. Li Yuanhao shook his head with a smile, then turned to the others. You've lost, get off the stage. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanyang and the others dejectedly jumped off the arena. Just then, a figure among them suddenly charged at Wang Beihai. Emph! You must be exhausted after using such a powerful move earlier. Die now, and I'll avenge my Hahuan Valley. The shout came from the Hahuan Valley's master. Li Yuanhao narrowed his eyes but did not intervene. As the attacker's strike approached, Wang Beihai remained calm, his lips curling into a smile. A red glow enveloped him, and the attack hit him like striking a bronze wall, not making him budge an inch. Finally made your move. Hahuan Valley truly are despicable. Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, a red light flashed, and the next moment, a thin bloodstain appeared on the Hahuan Valley master's neck. Wang Beihai sheathed his sword and sighed, as the Hahuan Valley master's body collapsed. The crowd was once again shocked, especially the elders on the viewing platform. They knew the Hahuan Valley master well. It was due to his formidable strength that the martial alliance had not eradicated Hahuan Valley. Such a powerful figure was killed in one strike by Wang Beihai, indicating his terrifying prowess. You're too hasty. The forces behind Hahuan Valley haven't been uncovered yet. Li Yuanhao whispered to Wang Beihai. No worries, isn't maintaining peace in the martial world your duty? I trust you. Wang Beihai winked at Li Yuanhao, leaving him momentarily speechless. All right, you've won this match. Li Yuanhao spread his hands in resignation. Wait. Just as Li Yuanhao was about to declare the victory, Wang Beihai stopped him. What is it? Li Yuanhao looked at Wang Beihai with annoyance, fearing the martial arts assembly would turn into his personal showcase. Nothing much, just that he hasn't fought yet. Li Yuanhao followed Wang Beihai's gaze to see Monk Yuan Yi sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Oh right, Yuan Yi, do you wish to fight? Li Yuanhao asked. At that moment, Yuan Yi suddenly opened his eyes, pure and clear. He stood up, leaped onto the arena, and nodded to Li Yuanhao. Ba, if the master wishes to fight, then let us fight. Yuan Yi said, his eyes suddenly filled with fierce determination. Li Yuanhao jumped off the arena. Among the monks in saffron robes below, an elder leader watched Yuan Yi with excitement. After so many years, the golden cicada seems to be awakening. Hearing this, the surrounding monks were astonished. In the crowd's expectant gaze, Wang Beihai initiated the attack. With a stomp, the stone under his feet shattered, and in the next second, he appeared before Yuan Yi. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai kicked at Yuan Yi, who met the kick head-on with his body and then countered with a powerful punch. Wang Beihai hadn't expected this and was instantly hit in the chest by Yuan Yi. Both were forced back dozens of meters, stopping only at the edge of the arena. Wang Beihai wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at Yuan Yi with fierce determination, who returned the gaze. Good. You're worth my full strength. Yuan Yi looked excited, a golden mark faintly appearing on his forehead. That's the golden cicada of Buddhist reincarnation. The voice of the Book of Heaven suddenly appeared in Wang Beihai's mind. What's a golden cicada? Wang Beihai was taken aback. That's a story for another time. Right now, you've met a worthy opponent. The Book of Heaven laughed and then fell silent. Wang Beihai shrugged, not paying much attention. He was exhilarated to face an opponent like Yuan Yi, whom he had long dreamed of battling. At that moment, Yuan Yi's body suddenly shook, and a golden light enveloped him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. This move was similar to his own Azura indestructible body, Shaolin's diamond protection. Yuan Yi snorted, a formidable aura bursting from within him. I have one too. Feeling the long-lost pressure, Wang Beihai laughed and activated his Azura indestructible body. Fight! Both figures shot forward simultaneously, and on the arena, the red and golden lights clashed. Hashtag Chapter 359 Awakening of the Golden Cicada. Wang Beihai and Yuan Yi's fists collided, and instantly, a visible shockwave spread rapidly from the center of the arena. Goodness, is this still a battle between martial artists? At this moment, several heads of the treasure pavilion, standing beside Zhong Liang, were so stunned that their minds went blank. Zhong Liang stood by, watching their shocked expressions, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Didn't you just question him? It seems this country bumpkin is quite formidable, Zhong Liang said lightly, and the words of the treasure pavilion heads were a bit sharp to the ears, but with Wang Beihai's strength there, they exchanged glances and had to swallow their grievances. Oh, by the way, in the upcoming group battle, according to the usual rules, we are very likely to be grouped together. Even if not, I will apply to be in your group. Don't chicken out then. Zhong Liang pushed his glasses and looked coldly at the few in front of him. You? Just you? Hearing this, the group immediately revealed contemptuous smiles. Zhong Liang, after so many years, what are you still fantasizing about? We admit that Beizi is indeed formidable, but you are just a complete waste. We fear him, but that doesn't mean we fear you. I really don't know where you get the nerve from, you useless wretch. As the heads spoke, they all burst into laughter. To this, Zhong Liang did not respond much, just pushed his glasses and said calmly, whether I'm a waste or not, let's see on the arena. The air here is bad, let's go over there. After saying this, Zhong Liang followed Li Muzi away. Hey, do you think this guy has been cured? Watching Zhong Liang's retreating back, one of the heads narrowed his eyes and looked uneasily at the others. For 10 years ago, Zhong Liang had utterly crushed them with absolute strength. Himph, look at how scared you are. The injury I inflicted on him back then, unless a celestial being descended, even if he has healed the blocked meridians in his body, his cultivation cannot recover so quickly. With his current Earthrealm cultivation, we few Heavenly Realm peak experts can still suppress him. With these words, everyone relaxed. At that moment, a cheer erupted from the surrounding martial artists. They looked towards the arena to see Wang Beihai and Yuan Yi exchanging punches and kicks, using pure physical strength. Haha, this feels great. Wang Beihai's mouth was bleeding, and his body was covered in bruises, but there was no trace of retreat in his eyes, only a fierce fighting spirit. Yuan Yi, on the other hand, was in the same condition. Their fists clashed, producing sparks out of thin air. Again, Yuan Yi laughed loudly, his body glowing with golden light, then changed his fists to claws, the wind from his claws sharp. His footwork varied, each attack accompanied by dragon roars, striking from unexpected angles. Shaolin Dragon Claw Technique. When did Beizi learn the Shaolin secret art? The old abbot, watching from below the stage, let out a cry of surprise, then revealed a look of joy in his eyes. Facing such a formidable technique, Wang Beihai momentarily fell into a disadvantage, and after a few rounds, more bloodstains appeared on his body. What kind of monsters have we come across this time? At such a young age, what face do we elders have? On the platform, the elders of the Martial Alliance were stunned. Such a level of battle, even if they personally stepped in, might not be as spectacular. Ahem, the younger generation surpasses the older. Our vast China needs these young people. At this moment, Li Yuanhao coughed lightly, slowly walked to his seat, and extended his hand. Elders, the Martial Alliance's commandments, trust comes first. 10 gold essence stones, please. Hearing this, the elders were all taken aback, then painfully handed over 10 gold essence stones to Li Yuanhao. Just as the elders were sighing, the elder who had been sitting in the corner also walked up to Li Yuanhao, smiling and extending his hand. Sorry, everyone. Seeing this, the elders felt a dark cloud over their eyes, almost fainting. After handing over the gold essence stones, the elders had no mood to watch the match. In contrast, the elder who profited stood up and loudly cheered for Wang Beihai, making the elders gnash their teeth in anger. "Look, what is that?" At that moment, the elders suddenly shouted. The elders looked towards the arena to see a small tornado appear in the center. "Jiaolong Chu Hai!" Yuan Yi shouted, charging towards Wang Beihai with the tornado. Seeing this, Wang Beihai didn't dare to block directly. His eyes opened and closed, and a layer of purple mist covered his pupils. Yuan Yi's fierce attack arrived in an instant in front of Wang Beihai, who smiled, lightly swayed, and the powerful attack landed completely in vain. Such keen observation. Yuan Yi was startled, then lunged at Wang Beihai again with a claw. This time, Wang Beihai saw through Yuan Yi's attack pattern and directly punched towards Yuan Yi's claw. The collision of fist and claw saw Yuan Yi overpowered and sent flying by Wang Beihai's punch. "Let's use weapons, tired of hand-to-hand combat." Wang Beihai shook his wrist, and with a thought, a long spear appeared out of thin air. As soon as the spear appeared, a thunderbolt descended from the sky, accompanied by a white dragon's shadow. "That's a divine weapon." "No, it's a top-grade spiritual weapon, seemingly on the verge of advancing to a divine weapon." The surrounding crowd gasped, their breathing heavy. The elders of the martial alliance on the platform also stood up, looking at the long spear in Wang Beihai's hand with both surprise and desire. "I didn't expect you to have such a weapon. I underestimated you. Abbot, lend me your staff." After saying this, Yuan Yi's eyes sharpened, and with a wave of his hand, the staff in the old abbot's hand instantly flew into the air. Instantly, the originally plain staff emitted a dazzling golden light, and the golden mark on Yuan Yi's forehead fully manifested. In an instant, a golden light pierced through the clouds, directly illuminating Yuan Yi. "He's awakened, truly awakened." The old abbot watched the scene before him with excitement, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, Yuan Yi did not know what had happened to him. With a wave of his hand, the staff in the air flew into his grasp, and as soon as he held it, a dazzling golden light burst forth from his body. The golden light instantly illuminated the entire square, and everyone felt a sense of spiritual upliftment. Golden light flashes, the golden cicada takes its place. Wang Beihai's mind echoed the voice of the heavenly book, his eyes glowing purple. Looking up, he saw a huge golden figure slowly opening its eyes above the clouds. Wang Beihai's gaze met the figure's, feeling an invisible pressure. Then, with a hissing sound, black smoke began to rise from his body. "Young man, your sins are too heavy, and you will surely become a great calamity in the future. If you turn to good, I can save you. If you turn to evil, I will kill you." After saying this, the figure turned into a golden light, descending from the heavens and entering Yuan Yi's body. In an instant, the golden light receded, and Yuan Yi collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, the old abbot leaped onto the arena, shielding Yuan Yi behind him, looking at Wang Beihai. "Umidba, benefactor, we admit defeat in this match." With that, the old abbot prepared to leave with Yuan Yi. "Wait." At this moment, Wang Beihai called out to him. "Please inform him when he wakes up that our battle is not yet over. I will definitely find him again in the future." Hearing this, the old abbot bowed to Wang Beihai, then left the arena with Yuan Yi. It seemed they had given up on the martial arts competition and hurriedly left Huashan with the Shaolin disciples. Clearly, in this contest for the hero list, the victor is Wang Beihai. On the platform, Li Yuanhao announced, and instantly, the summit of Huashan was engulfed in a wave of cheers. Chapter 360. Who said I'm crippled? It's finally over. Wang Beihai took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The duel with Yuan Yi was not yet decided, and Wang Beihai still had some anticipation in his heart. Moreover, through this battle, Wang Beihai's strength had improved slightly, though minutely. This was the first time since leaving the ancient divine ruins that Wang Beihai felt a tangible advancement in his realm. It seems there are people in this world who are not inferior to me. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, then glanced around and immediately sensed Zhong Liang's location. He jumped off the platform and landed beside Zhong Liang, and the other person. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists immediately took a step back and looked at Zhong Liang with envious eyes. When their gazes fell on Li Muzi, many were even more taken aback. Isn't that Li Muzi, ranked third on the hero list, just behind the Li Alliance leader? How did he end up here? And it seems he's quite familiar with that bespectacled guy. Incredible, incredible. What kind of background does this bespectacled guy have to have such powerful friends? The martial artists began to wonder about Zhong Liang's identity. Many recognized him and came forward to greet him politely. Zhong Liang smiled faintly, responding politely, feeling quite moved. He had never received such treatment when he was down on his luck. It truly is a case of overnight success lifting all boats. Zhong Liang pushed his glasses up and then looked at the other treasure pavilion masters beside him. Their faces were as dark as could be. How about it? It's your turn soon. Do you have confidence? Wang Beihai patted Zhong Liang on the shoulder and asked with a smile. Zhong Liang looked at his fist and then revealed a confident smile. It's been a long time since I've exercised. I need to stay on the platform for a while. Seeing this, Wang Beihai nodded in relief. At that moment, Li Yuanhao jumped to the center of the arena, coughed lightly, and waved his hand. 9 more platforms rose around the square. All right, the next round will be fought within each sect, selecting the winner to advance. Only the final victor will have the right to challenge those on the hero list. Elders and above from each sect will gather on platform 10. As for those not affiliated with any sect, form groups according to their respective factions. Lone wolves will gather on platform 9. As he spoke, Li Yuanhao waved his hand, and numbers appeared on the platforms. I'll reiterate once more. If you wish to fight to the death on the platform, sign a declaration of life and death first. As his words fell, the martial artists quickly moved to their respective platforms according to Li Yuanhao's instructions. Li Yuanhao glanced around and noticed that quite a few had signed the declaration of life and death. It seems there are many disputes in the martial world. Li Yuanhao narrowed his eyes, then glanced at Wang Beihai and returned to his seat with a wave of his sleeve. I'm going. Below the arena, Zhong Liang took a deep breath, then looked at Wang Beihai, took off his glasses, and handed them to him. Go for it, crush them. Wang Beihai smiled, and Zhong Liang understood, laughing loudly as he walked towards the other pavilion masters. Seeing Zhong Liang approach without a hint of fear, the pavilion masters were all wavering in their hearts. I didn't expect you, the so-called Fei Wu, useless one, to really dare to come. Why not sign this declaration of life and death? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll kill you without any explanation. One of the masters sneered, and the others around him laughed. However, Zhong Liang didn't waste words with them, simply pressing his handprint on the declaration of life and death. Seeing this, the laughter of the pavilion masters abruptly ceased. You're really courting death. The master who had spoken earlier glared coldly at Zhong Liang. Only the weak talk so much. Zhong Liang finished, directly jumping onto the platform. The few below exchanged glances, their eyes showing hesitation. What are you afraid of? A worthless person like him scares you? At the moment of hesitation, the leading master pressed his handprint first, and seeing this, the others followed suit. Settle all past grudges today. Come on, all of you. On the platform, Zhong Liang gestured for them to come forward, his voice light but like a boulder crashing into their hearts. Zhong Liang, who do you think you are? Hearing this, one of the masters jumped onto the platform. Want to imitate your brother Bei? You'd better see if you have the ability. This person looked disdainfully at Zhong Liang, but in the blink of an eye, Zhong Liang's figure had vanished from his sight. Where is he? The person was startled, and at that moment, the others below shouted, Be careful. However, it was too late. By the time he regained his senses, Zhong Liang had already appeared before him. With red light flashing in his eyes, Zhong Liang reached out and grabbed the person by the neck, lifting him up. I remember you were part of the siege that day. Zhong Liang looked coldly at the person before him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Spare me, Zhong Liang. Forgive me. It was all instigated by a scoundrel that day. It had nothing to do with me. Feeling the terrifying murderous intent in Zhong Liang's eyes, the person immediately struggled to beg for mercy. Spare you? When I begged for mercy that day, who spared me? With that, Zhong Liang exerted force with a sudden jerk, and a crisp, snapping sound followed. The person's head tilted, and he instantly lost his breath. Seeing this, the other masters all took a sharp breath, finally realizing something was amiss. I said it. All of you come up. Seeing the hesitant ones below, Zhong Liang waved indifferently. Come on, brothers. That one was killed in an instant because he was careless. Let's all go up and finish him off first. With that, the leader jumped onto the platform first, and the others nodded and followed, creating a scene of one against many once again. On the viewing platform, Li Yuanhao couldn't help but laugh, then looked at the surrounding elders. How about it? Are you betting this time? Hearing this, the elders all shook their heads like electric fans, except for the beautiful woman sitting next to Li Yuanhao, who looked unconvinced. There are few in the world like that brat, and this one is named Zhong Liang. 10 years ago, he was crippled by someone. A cripple wants to fight many. It's simply a pipe dream. I'll bet with you, 20 gold essence stones. The woman clapped her hands, and the elders all looked at her in astonishment. Haha, good, let's bet on that. If I lose, I'll give you 30. After saying this, Li Yuanhao turned his gaze to the platform. At this moment on the platform, Zhong Liang faced the attacks of several masters without falling behind. After a round of fighting, the previously aggressive masters had lost their arrogance and instead looked grave. This is wrong. You're clearly a cripple. How could you withstand our attacks for so long? The leader looked at Zhong Liang in confusion. Zhong Liang's mouth curled up, and the aura of the Nirvana realm in his body erupted instantly. He looked at the terrified crowd and said coldly, "Who said I'm crippled?" Chapter 361. Vengeance Fulfilled. This aura. You've actually reached the Nirvana realm? The leader of the group looked at Zhong Liang in terror, while those around him felt a suffocating pressure. Impossible. 10 years ago, I crippled your meridians. Even if you had 10 years, you shouldn't be able to repair your meridians and improve your cultivation. The man staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with despair. Sorry to disappoint you, Zhong Liang said with a faint smile, slowly approaching the group. Seeing this, the others trembled in fear. In the stands, the elegant woman sitting next to Li Yuanhao crushed the sphere on her chair upon sensing the aura emanating from Zhong Liang. How could this be? This northern child was supposed to have recovered. Back then, he was clearly reduced to a useless man. The woman gazed at Zhong Liang with deep resentment. Li Yuanhao raised an eyebrow and then extended his hand towards the woman. Sorry, 20 pieces of gold essence stones. The woman was momentarily stunned, then snorted and handed over 20 pieces of gold essence stones to Li Yuanhao. Don't be upset. Compared to the bribes you've received over the years, these gold essence stones are just a drop in the ocean. Upon hearing this, the woman was taken aback and then turned to Li Yuanhao, coldly asking, "What do you mean by that, Li League leader? Although my status is not high, I am at least a senior elder of the Martial Alliance. When have you ever seen me take bribes? Although you are the esteemed leader, you still need evidence for everything. Such groundless accusations are hardly convincing." After saying this, the woman signaled to another elder, who immediately stood up in agreement. All right, just a casual remark, Li Yuanhao chuckled, then waved his hand and stood up, whispering softly into the woman's ear, 10 years ago, you were in charge of investigating the case of Zhong Liang's injury. The matter was later dropped. Why is that? Hearing this, the woman was stunned, her eyes rapidly darting around. At that moment, Li Yuanhao continued, over the years, you've also been shielding the secret transactions of the Joyful Valley, haven't you? After saying this, Li Yuanhao didn't elaborate further, just patted the woman's shoulder and then flew towards the center of the arena. The woman trembled and slumped into her seat, her eyes flickering with thoughts. Meanwhile, on the arena, the Treasure Pavilion masters facing Zhong Liang all felt an unprecedented fear. Brothers, don't be afraid. Let's attack together. I don't believe we can't take him down. the leader shouted, but none of the others behind him obeyed. Turning around, they saw their companions looking at him with disdain. Why are you just standing there? We have so many people. He's just one Nirvana realm cultivator. We can handle him. The leader was getting desperate. Just then, a voice came from behind. The difference between each level of a martial artist is an insurmountable chasm. Now that he's reached the Nirvana realm, he's no longer someone we can defeat just by sheer numbers. If you want to die, we won't stop you. Upon hearing this, the other pavilion masters all knelt down, surrendering. Seeing this, the leader felt some resentment. In a blink, Zhongliang had already reached him. We surrender, Zhongliang. I was blind. You've won this match. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. The man's legs went weak, and he knelt before Zhongliang, a cold sweat dripping from his forehead. What if all I want is your life? Zhongliang said coldly, his expression unchanged. Hearing this, the man felt a chill down his spine and quickly shouted, I surrender. Then he looked at Zhongliang. The martial arts conference has rules that even if we signed a life and death contract, as long as I surrender, you can't take my life. Zhongliang frowned upon hearing this. There was indeed such a rule in the martial arts conference. Thinking of this, Zhongliang felt the ghostly screams of his deceased wife in his ears. Scoundrel, Zhongliang roared, then threw a punch at the leader's face, shattering his nose. Before the man could react, Zhongliang lifted him up. Scoundrel, who else was involved in the attack that day? Speak. Zhongliang glared at the man with hatred. Hee, I won't tell you. Go ahead and kill me if you have the guts. The man sneered. At that moment, a martial alliance member in charge of order approached. This contestant, your opponent has surrendered. According to the rules, you no longer have the right to attack on the stage. Zhongliang's eyes flashed with reluctance. He glared at the man in his hands for a long time before finally letting reason prevail over impulse. He flung the man aside with force. The man was helped down by the others, giving Zhongliang the middle finger and jeering loudly, Ha ha, you're just a coward. 10 years ago, you couldn't do anything to me, and 10 years later, you still can't. As the words fell, Zhongliang paused, his eyes flashing with a cold light. From afar, a bullet pierced through the bustling crowd, swiftly entering the man's skull. The man's smile froze, his expression still arrogant, but with a bloody hole in his head. I said, I would settle old scores today. Bit by bit, Zhongliang snorted, slowly raising his hand. Another gust of wind sounded, and several bullets instantly pierced through the heads of some pavilion masters, all of whom were involved in the plot against Zhongliang. What are you doing? At that moment, the martial alliance members maintaining order noticed the anomaly and immediately stepped forward, intending to subdue Zhongliang. Wait! Wang Beihai leaped in front of Zhongliang. The martial alliance member immediately recognized Wang Beihai and, knowing he was no match, spoke sternly. He openly killed someone, violating the martial alliance's regulations. If this continues, it won't benefit either of us. Please step aside, young hero. Don't make things difficult for me. Wang Beihai then pulled out the enforcer badge given by Li Yuanhao from his waist. I am a martial alliance enforcer. He is merely assisting me with my duties. You may leave. Upon seeing the badge, the martial alliance member's expression turned respectful, bowing to Wang Beihai before still standing there, looking troubled. All right, you can go back. You did well. At that moment, Li Yuanhao descended from the sky. The man, relieved, quickly ran to another arena. Hee, how's the use of the badge? Li Yuanhao squinted at Wang Beihai. Not bad. Wang Beihai weighed the badge in his hand before looking at Li Yuanhao. Aren't you going to intervene? Martial world disputes are settled in the martial world. Some matters, once off the stage, need not be interfered with. Hearing this, Zhongliang bowed to Li Yuanhao. Li Yuanhao waved his hand and then looked at Zhongliang, saying, Not so fast, there's still one more person. Chapter 362, Dialogue. There's another person? Upon hearing this, both Zhongliang and Wang Beihai were startled. Zhongliang furrowed his brows, puzzled. That's impossible. I've thoroughly investigated everyone who attacked me back then. All of them are among the dead. There can't be any omissions. At that moment, Li Yuanhao chuckled and said, the outsiders from the treasure pavilion who participated in the ambush against you were indeed all killed by you. But what about those outside the treasure pavilion? Have you considered that? Zhongliang was instantly shocked and looked at Li Yuanhao. In fact, regarding the incident where you were ambushed, my martial alliance had already sent someone to investigate it. After all, the incident occurred at the foot of Huashan, which was our negligence. But later, all matters concerning you were suppressed. I also had urgent matters to attend to outside the Divine Land, so I didn't get clear information about what happened afterward. Therefore, your case was left unresolved. As he spoke, Li Yuanhao cast an apologetic glance at Zhongliang. You mean, my case back then was suppressed by the Martial Alliance? Zhongliang's eyes turned icy. He couldn't believe that the Martial Alliance, known for punishing evil and promoting good, would do such a thing. You don't need to rush. Ordinary disciples of the Martial Alliance were just following orders. Only someone with significant authority in the Martial Alliance could suppress the matter. During my absence, the affairs of the Martial Alliance were always managed by the Grand Elder Yin Ruoyu. This matter is undoubtedly connected to her. Li Yuanhao said, glancing towards the Martial Alliance's viewing platform, where he met Yin Ruoyu's gaze. Upon seeing this, Yin Ruoyu immediately averted her eyes, looking extremely unnatural. Zhongliang, seeing this, clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, Li Yuanhao patted Zhongliang's shoulder and shook his head. Yin Ruoyu is the Grand Elder of the Martial Alliance and comes from a powerful background. Taking action against her could bring you trouble. Moreover, she has some shady dealings with other sections. I know you want to avenge yourself now, but the timing isn't right. This time, leave it to me. Li Yuanhao looked into Zhongliang's eyes, feeling deeply guilty. How can I trust the Martial Alliance? How can I trust you now? Zhongliang's eyes were red as he questioned Li Yuanhao. Li Yuanhao furrowed his brows and then looked at Wang Beihai beside him. You can choose not to trust me, and you can choose not to trust the Martial Alliance, but can you not trust your own good brother? Beihai is now an executive of the Martial Alliance, overseeing the entire organization. Once the evidence is conclusive, he will personally handle the matter. Hearing this, Zhongliang was stunned. Combining it with the badge Wang Beihai had shown earlier, he quickly understood. All right, I'll wait for your answer. Zhongliang turned to look at Wang Beihai, his eyes filled with pleading. Don't worry if it's true, I won't be lenient. Wang Beihai said firmly. Zhongliang stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Thank you, I'm tired. I'm going to rest. After saying that, Zhongliang walked dejectedly towards the outer edge of the square. Seeing Zhongliang leave, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and asked Li Yuanhao, who was behind him, Li Alliance Master. This matter concerns the reputation of the Martial Alliance. You could have kept it hidden. Why did you choose to reveal it in front of so many people at this moment? Li Yuanhao was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, the Martial Alliance has always upheld the principle of upholding justice. How could I stand idly by when there is such injustice in the world? Heh, what a righteous stance. Then where have you been for the past 10 years? Wang Beihai sneered, turning to look at Li Yuanhao. 10 years is a long time to do many things, but you chose to reveal this at such an important occasion. It's hard not to arouse suspicion. Li Yuanhao covered his face and shook his head, then waved his hand, and the surrounding sounds instantly disappeared. Domain. Wang Beihai couldn't help but be surprised. This was a skill that only those who had reached the Saint Realm and comprehended the power of laws could possess. It seems your cultivation is indeed formidable. Li Yuanhao heard this and just smiled faintly. Wang Beihai, Yin Ruoyu comes from the largest family in the spirit realm, the Yin family. If we were to punish her rashly, it might provoke retaliation from the spirit realm, and it wouldn't just be the Zhong family that would suffer. As the Alliance Master, I have to consider some things. The spirit realm? Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened. But why did you choose to reveal this today? With so many people knowing, can you guarantee that your Grand Elder won't retaliate? Heh, you are still young and don't understand the power of public opinion. Li Yuanhao smiled lightly and then looked at Wang Beihai. Once Yin Ruoyu's misdeeds are confirmed, it will be time to bring her to justice. Even the Yin family from the spirit realm won't dare to say anything. After all, those who can come to the human realm from the spirit realm have limited cultivation. What we need now is just a legitimate reason. And you are the most suitable person to do this. Li Yuanhao pointed at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Why me? Firstly, you have performed brilliantly in this martial arts tournament. Without a doubt, you are now at the top of the heroes list. With such a reputation, the Yin family from the spirit realm wouldn't dare to move against you easily. Secondly, you have already revealed your identity as an executive of the Martial Alliance today. In terms of qualifications, only you can justly punish Yin Ruoyu within the Martial Alliance. As he spoke, Li Yuanhao gave Wang Beihai a meaningful look and continued. Thirdly, your background and origins will inevitably lead you to the spirit realm. If you show fear of the spirit realm now, your journey there will be fraught with difficulties. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he was about to ask further when Li Yuanhao waved his hand, lifting the domain and allowing the surrounding sounds to return. Some things will become clear when the time is right, Wang Beihai. After the martial arts tournament, you can act according to your own will. Don't disappoint me. With that, Li Yuanhao patted Wang Beihai's shoulder and then leaped towards the viewing platform. Li Yuanhao, what kind of person are you exactly? Wang Beihai murmured softly, watching Li Yuanhao's retreating figure. He's very strong, but his mind is too intricate. I don't like it. At that moment, Li Muzi, who had been standing still, spoke up. Wang Beihai turned to look at Li Muzi. Aren't you going to compete? Kids fighting. It's boring. Li Muzi shrugged and said, normally, the top experts on the heroes list only take the stage when challenged. Wang Beihai nodded and then looked towards the Martial Alliance's viewing platform, where Yin Ruoyu was looking down haughtily. Li Muzi, would you like to join the Martial Alliance and protect the peace of the martial world? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and suddenly said. Li Muzi was taken aback and then looked at Wang Beihai, saying indifferently, I'm willing to follow you. Good, now I, as an executive of the Martial Alliance, approve your entry. From now on, you will only take orders from me. Li Muzi thought for a moment, then leaned close to Wang Beihai's ear. That's fine, but what about my medicinal pills? I'll give them to you when I have time. Wang Beihai shook his head, thinking that Li Muzi was still obsessed with the medicinal pills. As the two were talking, not far away, Zhong Liang walked over with a graceful figure, which was none other than Zhong Imo. Chapter 363. The Conclusion of the Gathering. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes as he noticed Zhong Momo walking beside Zhong Liang. It had been quite some time since he last saw her, and in just 2 months, her demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. If Zhong Momo had previously exuded an air of nobility, now she radiated a cold, sharp aura of killing intent. As she walked by, all the men around couldn't help but turn their heads. Momo, where have you been these days? Wang Beihai asked with a smile as she approached. I was entrusted by my father to handle some matters, Zhong Momo replied, her eyes flickering as she tried to suppress her excitement. Handling matters? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, then recalled the sudden bullet that had appeared in the sky not long ago, and a thought crossed his mind. Realizing this, he was startled. Judging from the trajectory of the bullet, the shooter must have been an experienced assassin. If it really was Zhong Momo, then she either possessed exceptional talent or had undergone rigorous training since childhood. Seeing Wang Beihai's silence, Zhong Momo wasn't surprised. Instead, she said indifferently, don't think too much. Since my mother's death, my father has been training me strictly, all for the purpose of allowing me to personally avenge my mother's killer today. As she spoke, a cold glint flashed in her eyes, and the killing intent emanating from her very bones made Wang Beihai gasp in astonishment. At first glance, she seemed like a completely different person. However, in the next moment, Zhong Momo retracted her killing intent and gave Wang Beihai a smile, instantly transforming back into her usual self. What? Have you missed me after so long? Wang Beihai was still caught off guard and hadn't reacted yet. Seeing this, Zhong Momo immediately patted his shoulder. I'm talking to you. Wang Beihai finally snapped back to reality, looking bewildered at Zhong Momo. Oh, what did you just say? Seeing his reaction, Zhong Momo couldn't help but smile. Forget it, I was just joking with you. The surrounding martial artists watched as Zhong Momo and Wang Beihai interacted so intimately, their eyes filled with envy. However, after considering Wang Beihai's strength, they all understood. After all, there's an old saying that beautiful women should be with heroes. Wang Beihai and Zhong Momo, being a perfect match in both talent and appearance, made for a wonderful story. Standing far away, Lu Piapiao pouted her lips, her heart filled with envy as she watched their close interaction. Zhang Yuanyang, standing within his own sect, glanced at the beauty beside Wang Beihai, then at Lu Piapiao, who was clearly jealous and couldn't help but frown, muttering sourly, "Why does Beihai attract so many girls?" Observing Zhang Yuanyang's expression, Lu Yu chuckled and taunted, "What? Feeling boo-foo? If you boo-foo, why not step up and challenge him? Hey, are you saying Beihai's itching for a fight? Haven't you experienced his strength yet? What would you use to fight him back?" Zhang Yuanyang shot a glare at Lu Yu before turning his gaze back to Wang Beihai. You know, how did someone as strong as him appear in the martial world? This is the first time anyone has single-handedly swept through the entire hero list. Heh, we used to call ourselves the heroes of the younger generation, but it seems we forgot the saying that there's always someone stronger out there. Hearing Zhang Yuanyang's reflections, Lu Yu narrowed his eyes and asked, "So, losing like this, do you feel content?" "Of course not." Zhang Yuanyang smiled faintly, then looked at Wang Beihai alongside Lu Yu, their eyes burning with an unprecedented fighting spirit. "We'll wait 10 years. Achoo." While the two were discussing, Wang Beihai suddenly sneezed twice, then frowned in confusion, unaware that someone was aiming to catch up to him. Later, Wang Beihai and the others had no interest in watching the fights anymore. They found a place to sit down and started chatting. The conversation continued until evening, at which point all the martial arenas had concluded their matches and determined the victors. At this juncture, Li Yuanhao reappeared, beginning by presenting the preliminary arena winners with their first prizes, followed by announcing the rankings of the hero list. As expected, Wang Beihai ranked first. When Li Yuanhao mentioned the opportunity to challenge the hero list, Wang Beihai declined to participate. Even Li Muzi, who ranks just behind Li Yuanhao, has been taken under my wing. There's no need to waste time and energy on the others. After all, we should still leave some face for the seniors. Wang Beihai said lightly. Next to him, Li Muzi frowned slightly, then relaxed again. The subsequent procedures became very simple. Many still participated in the hero list competition, but it must be said that the martial artists on the hero list were all monstrously powerful. For challengers, they were essentially Malsa, instant defeats. After several rounds, no one dared to challenge anymore, and Li Yuanhao didn't bother with any more formalities. He directly distributed the rewards and then announced the end of the gathering. Is it over already? Wang Beihai still looked puzzled even after the gathering ended. The legendary once-in-a-decade Grand Assembly, is it really over just like that? Yes, Zhong Liang spread his hands and said with a smile, given Li Yuanhao's personality, this kind of hasty ending is exactly what he likes. This is probably what they call the carefree life of the martial world. Hearing this, the surrounding few burst into laughter, leaving only Wang Beihai with a black expression. All right, I was just teasing you. Seeing Wang Beihai's reaction, Zhong Liang patted his shoulder and said, in fact, every gathering is timed. As he spoke, Zhong Liang glanced at his watch, then looked up at the sky. It's about time. What's about time? Wang Beihai asked in confusion. Look up, it's coming. Zhong Liang shouted, and Wang Beihai looked up. He saw the sky above Mount Hua transform into a colorful hue, followed by the appearance of a massive dragon silhouette above everyone's heads. As the dragon silhouette appeared, countless light spots began to fall from the sky. Wang Beihai stood in a daze, and as the light spots landed on him, he suddenly felt a surge of comfort in his bones, as if all his fatigue had been swept away. What a comfortable feeling. What is this? Wang Beihai's eyes lit up in surprise, not expecting such a miraculous event at the end of the gathering. I don't know either. We call this divine rain. Legend has it that bathing in the divine rain brings many benefits. After the rain, we'll hold a banquet here. How's that for a grand finale? Zhongliang smiled faintly, and Wang Beihai nodded. The divine rain lasted for a full half-hour, allowing everyone to enjoy a rare moment of peace and tranquility. Meanwhile, Li Yuanhao had already instructed the members of the Martial Alliance to prepare the banquet. When everyone awoke, Li Yuanhao promptly raised a bowl of wine and addressed the crowd with a loud voice. The legacy of martial arts is a long and arduous path. Martial practitioners must remain steadfast and resolute, adhere to the righteous way, eliminate injustice, uphold justice, and live a life of freedom and ease in the martial world, promoting our martial arts and illuminating our divine land. After speaking, Li Yuanhao downed the wine in his bowl in one gulp, then smashed the bowl on the ground, shattering it into pieces. Promote our martial arts, shine a light on our China. The martial artists also raised their cups one after another, shouting 3 times before downing their wine and smashing their bowls on the ground. Chapter 364, Defy and Die. The next day, Wang Beihai slowly opened his eyes. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and a cold breeze swept past, making him shiver involuntarily. Indeed, the air atop Huashan still carried a bit of chill. Wang Beihai rubbed his hands, circulating his spiritual energy to stay warm, then glanced at Zhong Momo, who was still asleep in the tent. From his spatial ring, he took out a coat and tiptoed over to cover her with it. Afterward, he looked at Zhong Momo again, shook his head, and left the tent. Only when Wang Beihai was out of earshot did Zhong Momo open her eyes slightly, glancing at the coat on her body and immediately smiling. The dagger she had been holding in her hand slowly retreated. But all of this was completely unknown to Wang Beihai. So many people have already left. Wang Beihai glanced around. The plaza, which had been filled with people the previous night, now only had a few scattered sleepers, mostly from various sects, who had already departed. Yes, sect affairs are quite cumbersome, so it's better to return early. At that moment, Li Yuanhao appeared behind Wang Beihai, unable to help but let out a sigh. Wang Beihai immediately turned around. I said, "Why do you appear like a ghost, suddenly popping up?" As he spoke, Wang Beihai felt a bit of surprise. Logically, with his current spiritual awareness, even if he didn't actively use it, his perception was extremely sharp. Yet, he still hadn't sensed Li Yuanhao's arrival. Just a habit, a habit. Li Yuanhao chuckled awkwardly, then collected himself and looked seriously at Wang Beihai. What are you planning to do about Yin Ruyu? I have my own arrangements. Wang Beihai gave a mysterious smile, then clapped his hands, and Zhong Liang slowly emerged from the tent. We're going to find her right now. Just as Wang Beihai was about to set off, he was stopped by Li Yuanhao. That woman returned to the Martial Alliance headquarters yesterday. Aren't you worried you won't find her if you go now? Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Wang Beihai smiled faintly. After learning that Yin Ruyu was the mastermind behind the scenes, he had sent Li Muzi to follow her in secret. Now, Yin Ruyu's every move was under Wang Beihai's control. Well, Beihai, I underestimated you. Since you're now a Martial Alliance enforcer, you'll handle the punishment. As long as the matter remains within controllable limits, I won't intervene. But I must remind you, Yin Ruyu's rise to the position of Great Elder isn't just because of her family background. You all need to be careful with her. After saying that, Li Yuanhao didn't linger, leaving only a good luck before disappearing. Li Yuanhao, as the Alliance Master, he sure has it easy. Wang Beihai muttered, watching Li Yuanhao's retreating figure. Just then, Zhong Momo slowly emerged from the tent, stretching and revealing her alluring curves. Thanks for the coat, Zhong Momo said, tossing the coat back to Wang Beihai. Why not sleep a bit more? Wang Beihai smiled. Sleep? It's time to settle the score, Zhong Momo said, her ring glowing, and a heavy sniper rifle appearing in her hand. Seeing this, Wang Beihai looked at Zhongliang. Let her go. Zhongliang didn't hesitate, immediately agreeing. Seeing Zhong Liang's approval, Wang Beihai didn't say more. Then, his eyes flickered, and he took out 2 jade stones from his spatial ring. After some manipulation on the jade stones, Wang Beihai handed them to Zhong Liang and Zhong Momo. What is this? Zhong Momo was a bit puzzled, while Zhong Liang looked gratefully at Wang Beihai. Don't worry about what it is, just remember to keep it on you. After saying that, Wang Beihai led the 2 of them on the journey to the Martial Alliance. Following the instructions left by Li Muzi, they quickly descended from the other side of Huashan. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, they were blocked by a group of people. What do you want? Wang Beihai frowned. These people were all dressed in black, clearly assassins who had been lying in wait. We don't want anything. Someone paid us to stop you here. The leader, a burly man, stepped forward, waving his broadsword with cold eyes. Looks like these are the people Yin Ruyu hired. Zhong Liang narrowed his eyes, took off his glasses, and stepped in front of Zhong Momo. Be careful when we start fighting. As Zhong Liang was about to make a move, a long sword flew from the sky and landed in front of the burly man. Wang Beihai and the others turned to see Lu Piapiao, leading a group of disciples rushing over. Luckily, I was waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. Lu Piapiao smiled, then walked up to Wang Beihai and kissed him on the cheek. Wang Beihai's face immediately turned red, unaware that Zhong Momo behind him was slightly angered. All right, my debt of gratitude has been repaid. Lu Piapiao chuckled, then handed a phone number to Wang Beihai. This is my phone number. Remember to contact me when you're out. Leave this to us. You all should hurry up and leave. After saying that, Lu Piapiao waved her hand, and the Amei disciples immediately charged at the masked men. And us. During the melee, footsteps approached, and Zhang Yuanyang and Lu Yu also arrived. Wang Beihai, wait 10 years, and we will definitely defeat you. The 2 said simultaneously, then joined the fight with the black-clothed assassins. Seeing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile, then bowed to the group, thank you. With that, he led Zhong Liang and Zhong Momo in a hasty departure. After a short run, Wang Beihai and his group quickly left the martial world boundary and returned to the real world. Will they be all right? Zhong Liang looked back, worriedly asking. With their skills, they will be. Wang Beihai smiled, but the next moment, the smile froze. Wang Beihai felt a sharp pain in his waist, turning to see Zhong Momo glaring at him. What did I do to offend you, Missy? Wang Beihai cried out in grievance, but Zhong Momo only snorted and walked ahead on her own. You deserve it. Zhong Liang chuckled gloatingly, then also walked ahead alone, leaving Wang Beihai standing helplessly in place. A few minutes later, Zhong Liang, relying on the convenience of the treasure pavilion, quickly found a car. The 3 of them got into the car and soon arrived at the city center. That's the headquarters of the Martial Alliance. Zhong Liang pointed ahead, and Wang Beihai looked over to see a towering building with a large Wu character emblazoned on it, exuding an imposing presence. Shortly after, Wang Beihai, along with Zhong Liang and Zhong Momo, walked directly into the building, addressing the crowd loudly. All Martial Alliance disciples, listen up. Find that old woman, Yin Ruyu, now. Anyone who dares to defy this order, kill. Chapter 365. Who do you think you are? Wang Beihai's domineering words instantly stunned the crowd of Martial Arts Alliance disciples in the hall. At that moment, 2 burly Martial Arts Alliance disciples stepped forward, sized up Wang Beihai and his group, and then shouted angrily. Who are you to dare address our Grand Elder by name like that? This is the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance, and outsiders are not allowed to be insolent. Saying this, one of them took out a whistle, blew it, and many Martial Arts Alliance disciples gathered around, glaring fiercely at Wang Beihai and his group. Seeing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and directly showed his enforcer badge. I am an enforcer of the Martial Arts Alliance. Those who resist can be killed on the spot. Now, can you let us pass? The crowd glanced at the badge in Wang Beihai's hand, and then at his sharp gaze, their eyes immediately becoming respectful. The 2 leading disciples even knelt down on one knee directly. That's more like it. Tell me, where is that old woman, Yin Ruyu? Wang Beihai snorted coldly, assuming an arrogant posture. Reporting to the enforcer, the Grand Elder is currently receiving guests in the restroom on the top floor. One of the disciples pointed upwards tremblingly, and Wang Beihai immediately understood. Just as Wang Beihai was about to take Zhong Liang and his daughter upstairs, an extremely discordant voice came from behind. "Hold on." Wang Beihai stopped and turned around to see an old man walking in from the door. The Martial Arts Alliance disciples, upon seeing the old man, all bowed to him and shouted in unison, "Great Elder." The old man nodded haughtily, then walked up to Wang Beihai, glanced at the badge in his hand, and said sarcastically, "Since I joined the Martial Arts Alliance, I've never heard of an enforcer position. Now, with the alliance leader absent, a so-called enforcer suddenly appears out of nowhere, which is truly suspicious." Saying this, the old man waved his hand and shouted, "Martial Arts Alliance disciples, listen up. These people are trying to impersonate our enforcers. Quickly apprehend them now." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd showed hesitant expressions. Seeing this, the old man shouted again, "Are you all deaf? Why aren't you moving?" Hearing this, the surrounding disciples gritted their teeth and surrounded Wang Beihai and his group. After all, this enforcer badge was the first they had seen, while the Great Elder was the real deal. "Do you know what you're doing?" Wang Beihai looked coldly at the old man. The old man gave a smug smile. "I'm doing what I should be doing. You few are impersonating Martial Arts Alliance enforcers and publicly insulting our high-ranking members. I'm merely defending the dignity of our Martial Arts Alliance." Seeing the smug old man before him, Wang Beihai gave a cold laugh, then looked around at the crowd and shouted loudly, "Do you really think you can stop me?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was shocked. Many disciples who had participated in the arrangement of the martial arts tournament knew Wang Beihai's formidable strength, and many took a few steps back. Seeing this, the Great Elder frowned and then shouted harshly, "As Martial Arts Alliance disciples, how can you be afraid?" Then, the Great Elder looked at Wang Beihai coldly and said, "Beihai, I know you're strong, but this isn't the martial arts tournament. This is the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, with thousands of disciples. Do you really think you can cause a stir here with just a few of you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned. If he really wanted to, even the entire Martial Arts Alliance combined wouldn't be his match, but he had no reason to harm innocent Martial Arts Alliance disciples. Moreover, from the moment they entered, the Great Elder's attitude had shown absolute resistance, which was quite strange. Thinking this, Wang Beihai calmed down and then looked at the Great Elder. "Whether this enforcer badge is real or fake, having your alliance leader verify it will tell." The alliance leader is away on business. Where would we find him? You're clearly just evading." The Great Elder snorted coldly and directly rejected Wang Beihai's suggestion. At that moment, one of the disciples stepped forward and whispered. When the alliance leader was here, he also showed the badge, and the alliance leader clearly acknowledged it. Before the disciple could finish, he saw the cold gaze of the Great Elder and immediately shut his mouth, no longer speaking. Seeing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. The more the Great Elder resisted, the more Wang Beihai felt that something was amiss. Just as the situation was at a stalemate, a message came from Li Muzi. Wang Beihai took out his phone to look and immediately frowned, striding forward. "Stop, do you think I'm invisible?" The Great Elder frowned and immediately stepped forward to block him. "Get out of the way." Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, and a stunning aura instantly erupted from his body. The Great Elder was taken aback, and by the time he came to his senses, he was already sitting on the ground. "Wang Beihai, this is the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. You can't act recklessly here." The Great Elder, humiliated, stood up again and directly threw a punch at Wang Beihai's vital spot. "Who do you think you are to stop me?" Without even turning his head, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and the Great Elder was immediately sent flying. "Is there anyone else who wants to stop me?" Wang Beihai looked sharply at the crowd, who glanced at the Great Elder, now lying on the ground in a disheveled state, and all swallowed hard. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately took Zhongliang and his daughter forward. The martial arts alliance disciples in front trembled and hesitantly made way, watching as the three entered the elevator. Useless. A bunch of useless people. You can't even stop one person. I don't know what you're good for. The great elder struggled to get up from the ground, berating the disciples, and then his eyes flashed. Instead of chasing after Wang Beihai and the others, he hurriedly ran out of the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, taking out his phone and dialing Yin Ruyu's number as he ran. However, before the call could be answered, someone suddenly appeared in front of the great elder. The great elder collided with that person and was knocked to the ground. Who is it, blind? The great elder cursed and looked forward, his pupils suddenly shrinking, his body involuntarily trembling. Great elder, where are you in such a hurry to go? Li Yuanhao looked at the great elder with a smile, then directly reached out and lifted the great elder as if picking up a chicken, leaping towards the Martial Arts Alliance building. At this moment, on the rooftop of the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, Yin Ruyu opened the door to the rooftop and hurried out. Yin Ruyu took out her phone and saw that the great elder's call had not been answered, so she hung up, her heart suddenly sinking. Then, Yin Ruyu hurried towards the helicopter that had been prepared in advance. Go, hurry up, to Mount Juqin. Yin Ruyu shouted for the helicopter to take off, but no matter how much she urged, the pilot showed no sign of moving. Are you deaf? I told you to go. Yin Ruyu shouted loudly, and at that moment, Li Muzi turned around with a smile. Sorry, my boss said you can't go anywhere. Chapter 366. Madness. You think you can stop me? You're delusional, Yin Ruyu said coldly, her eyes filled with disdain as she looked at Li Muzi. Li Muzi was taken aback, and then looked at Yin Ruyu with confusion. I don't understand, even at this point, what are you still hoping for? Do you really think someone will come to save you? Yin Ruyu narrowed her eyes slightly and snorted coldly but did not speak. Hemph, playing tricks, Li Muzi sneered, but suddenly felt a tightness in her chest and a wave of dizziness washed over her. No, there's poison, Li Muzi thought in shock and turned to look at Yin Ruyu. When did you poison me? I've been on guard the entire time. How could you have had the chance? Hemph, I told you. Thinking you could catch me with such petty tricks is too overconfident, Yin Ruyu retorted, standing up and dragging Li Muzi out of the cockpit. Li Muzi tried to resist, but every time she exerted strength, a piercing pain surged through her heart, rendering her as weak as a pile of mud. In the next moment, Yin Ruyu kicked Li Muzi out of the helicopter with a cold snort. Hemph, a mere ant dares to capture me. Enjoy the pain brought by my Black Widow. Yin Ruyu sneered disdainfully and then took the pilot's seat, starting the helicopter with a series of operations. At that moment, Wang Beihai and his team arrived on the rooftop. Seeing Yin Ruyu about to escape by helicopter, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and, with a leap, appeared beneath the helicopter. He then shouted and grabbed the landing gear with both hands, halting the rising helicopter. Uncle Zhong, it's your turn, Wang Beihai said, veins bulging on his face. Zhong Liang immediately jumped onto the helicopter and pulled Yin Ruyu down with a strong tug. Yin Ruyu landed on the ground with a grunt, looking up at Zhong Liang with a twisted expression. You bastard! You hurt me. Does it hurt? Compared to the disaster you brought upon my Zhong family 10 years ago, this pain is less than a millionth of it, Zhong Liang said coldly, his eyes fixed on the woman before him. Despite the situation, Yin Ruyu remained composed, flicking her fingers to release an invisible fragrance. Zhong Liang approached Yin Ruyu, but just as he reached her, his legs gave way, and he knelt before her. What did you do to my father, you witch? Zhong Momo, seeing Zhong Liang fall, rushed over in panic. Don't go, there's poison. Wang Beihai warned, dropping the helicopter and rushing forward, but he underestimated Yin Ruyu's poison. As soon as Wang Beihai's fingers touched Zhong Momo, she collapsed to the ground. Such potent poison, Wang Beihai thought in shock, retreating a few steps and eyeing Yin Ruyu warily. Hee, I didn't expect you to remain conscious even after inhaling my soul-stealing fragrance. You're the first in all these years, Yin Ruyu said, frowning as she saw no discomfort on Wang Beihai's face. However, they won't be so lucky. Without my antidote, they won't survive an hour. Wang Beihai, you have no choice now. Only I can save them. Yin Ruyu approached Wang Beihai slowly, revealing a sharp needle on her ring, glowing with a purple hue. However, Yin Ruyu didn't expect even such a subtle action to be noticed by Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai smirked, and the next second, he waved his hand, instantly binding Yin Ruyu with an invisible force. Saint Realm? Your cultivation has reached the Saint Realm, Yin Ruyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is it so surprising that I've reached the Saint Realm? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, walking up to Yin Ruyu and slapping the ring from her hand. Ha ha, no wonder you've always been so confident. No wonder Li Yuan Hao, that old fox, let you take over the position of the Martial Alliance's enforcer. Yin Ruyu cackled, then looked at Wang Beihai. But your friends' lives are in my hands. Given your character, I believe you won't watch them die. Let me go, and I'll give you the antidote. How about it? Yin Ruyu threatened, her eyes no longer filled with contempt, but with the lives of Zhong Liang and others. Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned and glanced at the people lying on the ground, then smirked. I'm sorry, but it seems you'll be disappointed again. Wang Beihai chuckled coldly and quickly went to Li Muzi's side. Li Muzi, now purple all over, lay on the ground foaming at the mouth, barely breathing. Wang Beihai first checked her pulse, then helped her sit up and lightly tapped her back with his fingers. He then took out silver needles and inserted them into different acupoints. Immediately, Li Muzi winced in pain. Seeing this, Wang Beihai promptly took a drop of blood lotus essence from his spirit ring and fed it to her without hesitation. In the next second, Li Muzi's body jolted violently, and she spat out a mouthful of black, toxic blood. Witnessing this, Wang Beihai quickly grabbed Li Muzi's hand, wrapping his fingers with spiritual energy and pressing from her dantian to her palm. Open, Wang Beihai muttered, piercing Li Muzi's palm with the silver needle. A thin stream of black blood flowed from her palm, and soon, her complexion turned rosy and her breathing stabilized. Yin Ruyu, trapped nearby, watched everything with her mouth agape, astonished by Wang Beihai's miraculous techniques. Impossible, this is my deadly poison. Black Widow, you're just a country bumpkin. How could you possibly know how to detoxify? This must be fake. Fake. Yin Ruyu finally lost her composure, shouting at Wang Beihai. However, after Wang Beihai used the same method to save Zhong Liang and his daughter, Yin Ruyu's last shred of hope shattered. How about it? Still want to poison more? Wang Beihai panted slightly and walked up to Yin Ruyu, asking coldly, tell me, was it you who did it 10 years ago in the Zhong Liang case? So what if it was? Back then, I asked him for 10 gold essence stones, but he was so stingy that he was eventually overtaken by others. People like him deserve this suffering. Yin Ruyu spoke with righteous indignation, while the just-awakened Zhong Liang glared at her with reddened eyes. For just 10 gold essence stones, you destroyed a perfect family. How can you bear it? Hee, how can I bear it? You lowly human beings are meant to be our stepping stones. I'll tell you, it was me who has been secretly trading with the Joyful Valley, providing them with channels to sell women. Yin Ruyu revealed a twisted face and cackled piercingly. Standing beside her, Wang Beihai's eyes were cold, as if the person before him was not Yin Ruyu but a mad, heartless lunatic. Chapter 367. The Yin family arrives. Let me out, you lowly creatures, you filthy beings of the human realm. I am from the Yin family of the spirit realm. You dare to detain me, and the human realm will surely face the wrath of my Yin family. From within the confinement cell of the Martial Alliance, the shrill screams of Yin Ruyu echoed incessantly. The few Martial Alliance disciples guarding the area exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear and impatience towards the sound. Fortunately, someone arrived with cotton, and they seized it eagerly, stuffing it into their ears. Feeling the noise diminish, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this Grand Elder still doesn't realize the severity of her crimes, Wang Beihai remarked, looking through the window of the interrogation room at the commotion in the confinement cell, then shaking his head helplessly. Just an hour ago, Wang Beihai had nearly been tempted to end Yin Ruyu's life. Such a wicked demon, existing for even a second, made Wang Beihai feel uncomfortable, let alone the deep hatred Zhong Liang held for her. Despite the rage burning within him, Wang Beihai recalled Li Yuanhao's words and suppressed his fury. After all, judgment and execution were two different matters, and it also involved the retaliation from the spirit realm. Thus, Wang Beihai had to retract his fist and confine Yin Ruyu in the confinement cell, awaiting trial. From then until now, an hour had passed, during which Yin Ruyu had been incessantly cursing. If words could kill, the entire martial alliance would have been wiped out countless times. Uncle Zhong, rest assured, the heavens are just. This madwoman will pay for her actions. Wang Beihai glanced at Zhong Liang, who sat silently in his seat, then stood up, walked over, and offered a word of comfort. After a long silence, Zhong Liang turned to look at Wang Beihai. I know, don't worry, I'm fine. Despite his words, Wang Beihai could still see the suppressed killing intent in Zhong Liang's eyes. Wang Beihai shook his head helplessly, then his eyes flashed with a cold light as he walked directly towards the confinement cell. Along the way, many martial alliance disciples who saw Wang Beihai revealed expressions of awe. Soon, Wang Beihai stood at the door of the confinement cell, his gaze cold as he looked inside and shouted sternly, Yin Ruyu, do you admit your guilt? Instantly, the cursing from within the cell ceased, and after a few seconds of silence, Yin Ruyu burst into a wild, arrogant laughter. Admit guilt? I am sent by the heavens to save you ignorant creatures. What guilt do I have? You lowly beings deserve to be toyed with by me. Wang Beihai, you're still here. Good, very good. When my Yin family arrives, even your martial alliance will face annihilation. Hearing Yin Ruyu's words, Wang Beihai shook his head, his eyes glaring fiercely. A shrill scream echoed from the confinement cell, followed by a thud, and then silence. Seeing this, the surrounding martial alliance disciples couldn't help but gasp. With such inhuman methods, Wang Beihai's strength was evident. All martial alliance disciples, listen up. From today onwards, I will thoroughly investigate the entire martial alliance. Anyone with improper conduct will be severely punished. Wang Beihai snorted coldly, his words amplified by spiritual energy, reverberating throughout the martial alliance headquarters. In an instant, all the elders were shocked, scrambling to find Li Yuanhao, demanding justice. Just as the elders arrived at Li Yuanhao's office, he appeared before them as if he had anticipated their arrival, with the Grand Elder kneeling fearfully beside him. Realizing the situation was dire, the elders wanted to leave, but Li Yuanhao waved his hand, and the doors closed instantly. The escaped fish has finally come, Li Yuanhao smirked. Then a figure stepped out from behind the door. It was Wang Beihai. It was not easy. I really feared I might lose control and kill Yin Ruyu, that madwoman. Wang Beihai's cold eyes fixed on the few elders before him as he asked indifferently, Elders, how much did you participate in Yin Ruyu's vile deeds? Beihai, don't think the leader's favor gives you the right to spout nonsense here. As elders of the martial alliance, we naturally act with integrity. You're sowing discord between us and the martial alliance. Your intentions are malicious. Before Wang Beihai could finish, an elder, slightly older in age, immediately retorted. Oh, is that so? Li Yuanhao raised an eyebrow, glanced at Wang Beihai, then turned his gaze to the elder, slowly taking a file from the drawer and slamming it on the table. Then how do you explain this? Seeing the file in front of him, the elder's pupils constricted, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible. We always acted with utmost secrecy. How could you gather evidence? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the elder realized his mistake and clamped his mouth shut, inwardly cursing. Sure enough, the next moment, Wang Beihai and Li Yuanhao exchanged a glance, both revealing triumphant smiles. Is there anything else you want to say now? Li Yuanhao coldly stared at the elder, who was already sweating profusely. The Grand Elder knelt silently beside them, having been tricked by Li Yuanhao in a similar manner just an hour ago. At that moment, one of the elders suddenly stood up. Li Yuanhao, over the years, we have dedicated ourselves to the martial alliance. Even if there is no merit, there is still hardship. Is this how you treat your old subjects? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Hearing this, Li Yuanhao sneered. Divine retribution? Those who should fear divine retribution are you. Over the years, how many heinous acts have you committed under Yin Ruyu's leadership? How many families have been torn apart because of you? If not for old ties, you would already be dead. With that, Li Yuanhao glared at the group, who felt like they had fallen into an ice pit, their faces turning pale. If you were merely misled by Yin Ruyu and subdued by her tyranny, I might let it go lightly. But you chose to aid the wicked, not only failing to repent but worsening your actions. Where do you place the principles of our martial alliance? How dare you say such things? With that, Li Yuanhao snorted coldly and waved his hand, the doors opening instantly as a group of martial alliance disciples rushed in, surrounding the elders. Bastards! One of the elders gritted his teeth, pointing at Li Yuanhao. Don't think you can catch us like this. The Yin family will come to save us. As soon as the words left his mouth, a fragrant scent drifted in from outside. Upon smelling it, Wang Beihai's pupils constricted. This scent is poisonous. Before Wang Beihai could finish, the surrounding martial alliance disciples and the elders collapsed to the ground, twitching before losing their breath. The Yin family. Li Yuanhao frowned, and at that moment, a figure slowly walked in from the door. Chapter 368, Trial. Well, such a heavy killing intent so early in the morning. Chairman Li, the visitor remarked, a white-haired elder with an air of superiority in his narrow eyes. Elder Yin. Li Yuanhao frowned upon seeing the elder, then waved his hand, dispersing the fragrance in the room instantly. It seems these people were killed by you, Elder Yin. Li Yuanhao said coldly, glancing at the dead bodies on the ground with a flicker of pain in his eyes. Wang Beihai, standing beside him, also furrowed his brows. Oh, I just thought you couldn't bring yourself to do it, so I helped you out. No need for thanks. My Yin family despises such scoundrels as well, Elder Yin said, half smiling, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Li Yuanhao. So, according to you, I have one more person here who is even more vicious than those you killed. What do you think, Elder Yin? Wang Beihai stepped forward at this moment, looking at the elder coldly. Elder Yin was taken aback upon seeing Wang Beihai, then raised his head and said disapprovingly, You withstood my poison. You have some skill, but that doesn't qualify you to speak with me. Speaking of which, Chairman Li, when did you start associating with these cats and dogs? Aren't you afraid it will dirty your place and lower your reputation? Elder Yin said without hesitation, showing his disdain clearly. Li Yuanhao remained silent, and Wang Beihai did not mind. Oh? So, according to you, what kind of qualification is needed to speak with you? Wang Beihai retorted with a smile. Elder Yin didn't even look at Wang Beihai, but the next second, an overwhelming powerful aura suddenly filled the office. Elder Yan's face changed, feeling a numbing sensation in his legs, almost causing him to kneel. You are a saint-level expert. Elder Yin struggled to stand under the pressure, then glared at Wang Beihai. Do I have the qualification now? Wang Beihai asked coldly. This time, Elder Yin no longer dared to underestimate Wang Beihai. I didn't expect there to be such a young saint-level expert in the human realm besides Li Yuanhao. You do have the qualification to speak with me. May I ask the name of this young friend? Elder Yin bowed slightly to Wang Beihai, his tone no longer contemptuous. Hee, Elder Yin, your change of face is faster than a weather change. Wang Beihai said with a mocking smile, then continued, I know someone who is truly heinous. Her actions are truly unforgivable. What would you do if you encountered such a person? Hearing this, Elder Yan's eyes narrowed, and he slammed his hand on the table, saying sternly, If such a criminal falls into my hands, I will surely dismember her with 1,000 cuts, leave her body in the wilderness, and let her suffer eternal damnation. Seeing Elder Yan's righteous demeanor, Wang Beihai and Li Yuanhao exchanged a complex glance. I wonder what expression he would have if he knew the person Wang Beihai mentioned is a member of his own family, Li Yuanhao thought, suppressing a laugh. At that moment, Elder Yin turned to Li Yuanhao and said slowly, "Let's put the matter of the villains aside. A few days ago, I received a distress signal from my niece, Yin Ruyu. I thought she might be in danger, so I came here today to check. That girl is my beloved niece. If anything happens to her, not only the person who harmed her, but even your martial alliance will not be able to withstand the wrath of the Yin family." Elder Yin said arrogantly, looking at Li Yuanhao. "Don't worry, your niece is fine." Li Yuanhao and Wang Beihai exchanged a glance, then comforted. Wang Beihai seized the opportunity to approach Elder Yin and continued, "Wait, Elder Yin. Your righteous demeanor earlier is truly a model for us. But I still have some doubts. What if the perpetrator has a powerful background?" Elder Yin snorted coldly, disdainfully, saying, "Since ancient times, the law applies equally to all, regardless of status. No one is above the law. If everyone fears such power, the world would be in chaos. Young friend, you are still young. You cannot submit to such authority," Elder Yin said, patting Wang Beihai's shoulder. "With Elder Yin's words, I am reassured," Wang Beihai said with a knowing smile, then gestured for Elder Yin to proceed. "Since Elder Yin is so reasonable, you can preside over the trial later." Elder Yin was taken aback, then looked at Li Yuanhao, who only smiled slightly and led the way forward. Although Elder Yin felt strange, he followed, asking about Yin Ruyu's whereabouts along the way. Wang Beihai and Li Yuanhao remained silent, only telling Elder Yin that he would see Yin Ruyu during the trial. Thus, Elder Yin followed Wang Beihai and Li Yuanhao into an elevator, arriving at a dark room. As they entered, the spotlight focused on the center, where Yin Ruyu sat waiting for her trial. "Ruyu, why are you there?" Elder Yin exclaimed, trying to approach. At that moment, Wang Beihai blocked his path. "Please, Elder Yin, this is the criminal I mentioned. Please do as you said." Li Yuanhao then had someone bring a file, which indeed contained evidence of Yin Ruyu's crimes. Elder Yin didn't even look, knocking the file out of Li Yuanhao's hand. At that moment, Yin Ruyu seemed to hear Elder Yin's voice, struggling to escape the platform while calling for help. "Uncle Yin, save me." Hearing Yin Ruyu's plea, Elder Yin was extremely anxious, threatening angrily, "Li Yuanhao, do you really dare to harm a member of the Yin family? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the Yin family? We are merely upholding justice, as you said, Elder Yin, punishing evil and rewarding good, without leniency." Li Yuanhao said calmly, causing Elder Yin to pause, recalling his earlier words, feeling momentarily speechless. While Elder Yin was stunned, Wang Beihai stepped forward and announced loudly, "Yin Ruyu colluded with factions, distorted the truth, trafficked virtuous girls, causing families to be torn apart. Her crimes are universally condemned, and she shows no remorse. From now on, her position as a major patron of the Martial Alliance is stripped. According to the Martial Alliance's rules, this crime warrants execution." "You dare, Wang Beihai." Elder Yin turned around, but Wang Beihai's hand had already swung down. The next second, a flash of fire appeared in the darkness, followed by 2 gunshots. 2 bullets pierced through Yin Ruyu's forehead and heart, and she bowed her head. Elder Yin stepped back and fell to the ground, only regaining his senses after a while. Fine, Li Yuanhao, fine Martial Alliance. Just wait and see the wrath of the Yin family." With that, Elder Yin flicked his sleeve and left angrily. In the trial room, Zhong Liang and Zhong Imo stood in the darkness, holding smoking guns, tears streaming down their faces. Chapter 369. Returning to Yingzhou. On the day of Yin Ruyu's execution, Li Yuanhao convened all the Martial Alliance disciples at headquarters and the heads of various branches, announcing Wang Beihai's position as an enforcer. Hearing that Yin Ruyu had been executed, everyone was shocked. Many branch heads who had been associated with Yin Ruyu quickly distanced themselves from him. That night, after comforting Mr. Zhong and his daughter, Li Yuanhao sent a message to Wang Beihai. "What's the matter?" When Wang Beihai rushed to the Martial Alliance headquarters, Li Yuanhao was sitting with a furrowed brow, gazing at the city's nightscape through the window, lost in thought. Did the Yin family come? Wang Beihai looked puzzled at Li Yuanhao, who turned around, smiled at Wang Beihai, and then said, "Beihai, look at that sky. Doesn't it seem like it's about to crack open?" Wang Beihai let out a soft sound of surprise, then raised an eyebrow and looked up at the sky. The sky was full of stars, but after a closer look, he still couldn't see the crack Li Yuanhao mentioned. "You're really something, the leader of the Martial Alliance, yet you still worry like this." Wang Beihai patted Li Yuanhao's shoulder and laughed heartily. "I guess it was just my imagination." Li Yuanhao self-mockingly smiled and took out several photos from the drawer, placing them in front of Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai took the photos and immediately frowned. Where were these photos taken? Wang Beihai immediately looked at Li Yuanhao. These were taken on a cruise to Yingzhou. Recent news reports that many people from Shenzhou have been attacked on these cruises, and there have been numerous mysterious disappearances of Shenzhou tourists within Yingzhou. Li Yuanhao spoke seriously, indicating the severity of the situation. As the protector of the martial world, although we can't interfere too much publicly, someone needs to protect the people of Shenzhou. You've been to Yingzhou before, so this time, I'm counting on you. Hearing this, Wang Beihai didn't hesitate and nodded, tightening his grip on the photos. The creature in the photos, neither human nor ghost, was the very person he had a grudge against in Yingzhou, Miyamoto Takashi. Wang Beihai instinctively felt that this encounter with Miyamoto Takashi would be a fateful confrontation. Moreover, this trip to Yingzhou was also to find Ling Ruiying's father. Go! Yingzhou is not like Shenzhou. Be careful over there, and you can use the hidden chess pieces we have there as you see fit. Li Yuanhao surprisingly didn't say much, just waved his hand, letting Wang Beihai prepare to leave. Then he turned back, looking at the sky and sighing. It seems the world is about to be thrown into chaos. As Wang Beihai reached the door, he paused for a moment, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then left the office. At that moment, Li Yuanhao's eyes sharpened. Beneath the countless stars, a tiny crack appeared in the dark sky, from which a beast seemed to roar. The next day, Wang Beihai returned to Longquan County, settled all the affairs of the group, and then visited Ling Tianyu, informing him of his trip to Yingzhou. Ling Tianyu wanted to go with Wang Beihai but was refused. That noon, Wang Beihai had a meal with Yang Li and a few others before embarking on his journey back to Yingzhou. Yang Li had a few complaints about this. Back again. It feels nostalgic. Sitting on the cruise, Wang Beihai gazed at the endless sea and couldn't help but smile, thinking, hopefully, there won't be any ghost ships this time. Soon, Wang Beihai spent 2 boring days on the cruise, everything calm and seemingly without danger. That evening, Wang Beihai stood on the deck of the cruise, looking at the setting sun in the distance, feeling a bit puzzled. We're almost at Yingzhou. Why hasn't anything happened yet? Miyamoto Takashi, do you know I'm coming? As he thought this, suddenly, the clear sky was instantly swept by a fierce wind, dark clouds covering the sun, and waves crashing violently against the cruise. Immediately, a danger alarm sounded on the deck. People who had been relaxing on the deck a moment ago scrambled into the cabins, shouting in terror as they ran. He's here! He's here! Seeing this, Wang Beihai frowned and did not return to the cabin. Instead, he walked to the center of the deck, squinting his eyes and cautiously observing his surroundings. Just as Wang Beihai was on guard, a black shadow rushed towards him with the waves, and Wang Beihai deftly dodged the attack. The shadow, seeing its strike miss, disappeared from Wang Beihai's sight. Yingzhou's ninjutsu. Wang Beihai smirked, then moved his body and threw a punch into the void. The next moment, a scream was heard, and a black shadow suddenly appeared. Who are you? Wang Beihai shouted. At that moment, the shadow froze, then disappeared into the waves again. Hee, Wang Beihai, you've finally come. With the shadow gone, a piercing laugh emerged. Wang Beihai immediately recognized the voice and looked around, frowning as he shouted. Miyamoto Takashi, if you have the guts, come out and fight fairly. Hiding like a turtle isn't your style. After saying that, Wang Beihai released his spiritual sense to sense around, but it seemed Miyamoto Takashi had some secret treasure that could block Wang Beihai's spiritual sense. Don't waste your effort, Wang Beihai. If you want to save the missing people, come to Ingzhou and find me. I'll be waiting for you in Ingzhou." After saying that, Miyamoto Takashi let out another chilling laugh, and then the surrounding clouds dispersed, and the sea returned to calm. The next morning, as the sky began to lighten, the port of Ingzhou appeared before Wang Beihai. From afar, he could see a black mist lingering above the port. "Ingzhou, Miyamoto Takashi, what exactly are you doing?" Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Soon, the cruise docked, and Wang Beihai disembarked. After a few steps, he felt that everyone around him seemed to be in a daze, like walking corpses. At that moment, a figure flashed past Wang Beihai, and he was stunned. The person was Ling Tianyu, who had been missing for a long time. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai took off in pursuit. Chapter 370, The Strange Couple. Wang Beihai pursued the shadowy figure through several streets. Just as he was about to catch up, the figure disappeared into a narrow alley. Wang Beihai extended his spiritual senses to detect the presence, but something seemed to block his perception. "Strange," Wang Beihai muttered, furrowing his brow. He looked around and suddenly realized that he hadn't encountered a single person during his chase. Realizing this, he quickly circled the area, only to find that the previously bustling streets were now deserted, with doors tightly shut. At the end of the street, he discovered a small Chinese snack shop. Wang Beihai's eyes darted around before he walked straight into the shop. The proprietors, a middle-aged couple, greeted him warmly as soon as he entered. "One bowl of ramen, please," Wang Beihai said, glancing around. Upon hearing this, the couple's faces lit up with joy. The shop owner laughed heartily and looked at Wang Beihai with delight. "Are you from the Divine Land?" Wang Beihai nodded after glancing at the shop owner. The owner's joy intensified, and he hurriedly asked his wife to prepare the noodles while he sat down in front of Wang Beihai. "I'm also from the Divine Land. It's just that life forced us to live in Ingzhou for over 30 years. It's a pleasure to meet a fellow countryman." The owner enthusiastically poured tea for Wang Beihai, chatting with him as he did so. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and, after the man finished speaking, asked directly, "Why is there no one on the street?" The shop owner's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a look of terror. "You don't know, do you? A strange disease erupted at the port a month ago. Anyone infected turns into a flesh-eating monster at night. The shopkeepers are all afraid and have moved away." Wang Beihai scrutinized the man before asking, "Then why are you still here?" The man's face showed a helpless expression. "We also want to move, but we can't bear to leave our small shop that we've worked so hard for all these years. Plus, we have a son who is paralyzed. How can we survive if we move? And these monsters only come out at night. We open the shop during the day to make some money. So, after discussing with my wife, we decided to stay." The man smiled at Wang Beihai. At that moment, the shop owner's wife brought out a steaming bowl of noodles. Seeing her husband talk so much, she glared at him, placed the noodles on the table, and then returned to the counter. The shop owner then said to Wang Beihai with a smile, "We haven't made much money lately. She's a bit unreasonable. Please forgive her. I'll go talk to her. Eat while it's hot." After saying this, the shop owner stood up and walked towards the counter. Wang Beihai glanced at his retreating figure and then smirked coldly. Without hesitation, he picked up the noodles and began to eat heartily. Soon, however, Wang Beihai felt a wave of dizziness and slumped over the table, unconscious. "Humph, it seems this guy isn't very smart," the shop owner said coldly as he walked out and looked at Wang Beihai. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and carry him inside. It'll be dark soon. What about our son?" The shop owner's wife came out from the side and nudged the man. He immediately understood and walked over to Wang Beihai, bowing slightly. "I'm sorry, brother. Since we're both from the Divine Land, please help me out." "I'm forced to do this," the man said as he bent down to lift Wang Beihai. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed the man's hand. The man let out a cry and tried to resist, but Wang Beihai exerted force, causing a crack to sound from the man's wrist. The pain made the man half kneel on the ground, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Seeing this, the woman rushed to the counter, grabbed a kitchen knife, and slashed at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and kicked the woman in the stomach. She groaned in pain and fainted. "Tell me, who exactly are you?" Wang Beihai asked coldly, looking at the man. "We really are the shop owners here," the man groaned, looking at Wang Beihai in confusion. "You ate our noodles. How could you still be so awake?" "You don't need to worry about that. Who are you, and why did you drug my food?" Wang Beihai asked, frowning at the man. He sensed no martial artist aura from the man and detected no murderous intent in his eyes. The man glanced at the woman on the ground, knowing he couldn't escape. He then knelt before Wang Beihai. "Hero, I was wrong. I only wanted to save my son. I never intended to harm anyone. Everything was my doing. It has nothing to do with my wife. If you want to kill me." The man's eyes reddened as he begged Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai frowned and released his grip on the man's hand. "Explain. What's the whole story?" Wang Beihai gave the man a meaningful look. The man understood that if he didn't explain, there was no way he could leave. So, he began to cry bitterly in front of Wang Beihai. "It's all my fault. We stayed here not because we didn't want to move. Half a month ago, my son was infected with that virus. He needs to eat human flesh to survive. At first, we thought of killing him, but how could we bear to do that? We tried feeding him pork and beef, but he wouldn't eat. In the end, we had to open this shop to pretend to do business while secretly finding food for our son." By the end, the man was in tears. Wang Beihai, however, frowned deeply and looked coldly at the man. "You did all this just for your son, feeding living people to him?" "We didn't want to, but life is unpredictable. You don't understand unless you're a parent. I'll take full responsibility. This has nothing to do with her. If you want to kill me," the man said, picking up the kitchen knife to commit suicide. Wang Beihai knocked the knife out of his hand. "Don't think it's that simple. Take me to see your son." The man's face showed a desperate expression. "I said it was me. It has nothing to do with them. If you want to make things difficult for them, you'll have to kill me first." Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned and flicked his wrist, sending a silver needle into the woman's body. She let out a soft cry and slowly opened her eyes. "I'm a doctor. Take me to see him. Maybe I can cure your son. Of course, you can choose not to believe me." With that, Wang Beihai turned and walked out of the shop. Chapter 371. Zombies. The man hesitated as he watched Wang Beihai's retreating figure. Seeing the woman wake up, he immediately rushed over to help her up. Upon seeing Wang Beihai standing at the doorway, the woman shouted loudly, picked up a kitchen knife, and was about to charge forward again. This time, the man stopped her. "Don't go. He knows everything already." Hearing this, the woman was momentarily stunned, then gritted her teeth. If he knows, he must die. With that, the woman was about to act again. Seeing this, the man grabbed her firmly. "Don't be impulsive. This man says he can save our son." Upon hearing this, the woman dropped the kitchen knife with a clang and looked at the man excitedly. "Is this true? Can he really save our son?" "I don't know, but I want to try." The man shook his head, seeing the woman's forlorn expression, and directly held her hand. "You don't want our son to be like that, do you?" The woman's eyes flashed with sorrow, then she leaned into the man's embrace, nodding and quietly sobbing for a while. After exchanging a glance with the man, he immediately understood, pulling the woman to the entrance of the small shop, looking at Wang Beihai. "I can take you there, but if you can't cure him, help us, send us on our way together." Without waiting for Wang Beihai's response, the man directly pulled the woman and walked away. Watching the couple's retreating figures, Wang Beihai felt a pang in his heart, but he still followed them. Not long after they left, a shadowy figure swayed and appeared at the entrance of the snack shop. After lingering for a while, it followed Wang Beihai and the others. Wang Beihai and the couple crossed 3 streets. Throughout, the couple remained vigilant, looking around. Seeing the gradually darkening sky, they quickened their pace. Soon, they stopped in front of a house. "We're here." The man cautiously took out a key and opened the door. As soon as Wang Beihai stepped inside, a pungent smell of blood hit his nose. Wang Beihai frowned, then followed the man upstairs without changing his expression. The closer they got to the second floor, the stronger the smell of blood became. At that moment, a roar came from the room on the second floor, causing the man to freeze and slow down his steps. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately spread his consciousness. In his perception, at the topmost room on the second floor, a person radiating powerful energy stood at the door. Wait, don't open the door yet. Seeing the man about to open the door, Wang Beihai quickly stopped him, but the man had already unlocked it. The next second, a blood-covered, hideous figure jumped out from behind the door. The man standing at the doorway hadn't reacted when he was bitten on the neck. Instantly, the man let out a horrifying scream, and blood spurted from his neck. I'm your father, Xiao Ming. The man's eyes showed despair. Then he shouted loudly, but the inhuman monster in front of him had lost all humanity. Instead of stopping, it became even more violent under the stimulation of blood. Seeing this, Wang Beihai stepped forward, grabbed the monster, and threw it aside with a strong force. Looking at the man again, a large chunk of flesh had been bitten off his neck, and blood was continuously seeping from the wound. The man's wife, hearing his scream, came up and saw the scene, immediately collapsing to the ground with a painful wail. Wang Beihai frowned, then bent down, taking out silver needles to prick the man's neck, barely stopping the bleeding. Roar! At that moment, the monster thrown by Wang Beihai roared and attacked him with agile movements. Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, and with a grasp, the monster stopped in midair. Then, Wang Beihai approached to inspect, feeling the violent aura from the monster from afar. After observing for a while, Wang Beihai couldn't help but shake his head. How is it? Can my son be saved? The woman rushed forward, carefully supporting the man, and asked with great expectation. Wang Beihai's eyes showed a hint of reluctance, but he still shook his head. Seeing this, the woman's hope was instantly extinguished, and the man beside her silently shed tears. How could this be? You must have a way, right? After a moment of grief, the woman grabbed Wang Beihai's clothes and begged bitterly. Wang Beihai let out a long sigh, then shook his head and said, It's too late. The virus has spread too fast. I can only save your husband now. Upon hearing this, the woman was stunned, then looked at her son who had turned into a monster and wept bitterly. You go, Brother Bei. I'm not a good person, but I still beg you, protect my wife well, send her back to Shenzhou. I owe her too much over the years. While the woman was weeping, the man grabbed Wang Beihai's hand and weakly pleaded. I've been bitten. I'll soon turn into a mindless zombie. While I still have my consciousness, let us father and son find peace. Hearing this, the woman hugged the man tightly, shaking her head frantically, while Wang Beihai remained silent, directly inserting several silver needles into the man's various acupoints. The man's body stiffened. Then with a hiss, a puff of black smoke rose from his head. Gradually, the man's violent eyes began to disappear, and his constricted pupils returned to normal. All right, the zombie poison in your body has been cleaned up. Rest for a few days and you'll be fine. Wang Beihai retracted the silver needles, then turned his gaze to the man's son, his eyes filled with sorrow. You were just infected, it's treatable, but your son, there's nothing I can do. With that, Wang Beihai lowered his head. This was the first time he had encountered an incurable illness, and for a moment, an inexplicable sense of distress filled his heart. Upon hearing this, the couple hugged each other and wept uncontrollably. After a long time, they stopped crying. The woman walked to her son, looking at the zombie son with love and reluctance. The man hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and looked firmly at Wang Beihai. Thank you, the man said, then turned to his son, taking out a pistol from his waist and aiming it at his son's head. Find peace, my son, the man said, then pulled the trigger. Instantly, the blood-soaked body collapsed. Hashtag chapter 372, The Zombie Horde. As the couple was lost in their sorrow, Wang Beihai felt a tremor in his heart. He sensed a large number of violent presences around them. Shoo! Wang Beihai immediately gestured for the couple to be quiet. They exchanged glances and instantly showed expressions of terror. At that moment, a series of footsteps came from downstairs. The footsteps were light, and when you listened closely, you could hear heavy breathing accompanying them. Zombies! The woman immediately showed a look of fear, then her eyes widened. Oh no, I forgot to lock the door when we came up. Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned and then gestured for the couple to stay calm. Wait for me upstairs, I'll go check it out. With that, Wang Beihai quietly walked to the staircase, peeking down to see a figure moving aimlessly below, as if searching for something. Wang Beihai turned his eyes and then walked down the stairs, only to find the shadowy figure gone when he reached the first floor. He frowned, cautiously moving into the hall. Suddenly, a horrifically twisted face lunged out from behind Wang Beihai. A strong zombie opened its bloodthirsty mouth to bite. Wang Beihai was prepared. Before the zombie could get close, he took 2 steps back, causing the zombie's attack to miss. Then, with a sharp elbow strike, he sent the zombie flying. Taking the opportunity, Wang Beihai turned around, glancing at the zombie's eyes before shaking his head. Clearly, there was no hope of saving this one. As he thought this, the fallen zombie got up again, clawing towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold. He pointed forward, and a red light pierced through the zombie's forehead, leaving a bloody hole in its head. You can come down now. Seeing the zombie was completely motionless, Wang Beihai called upstairs. The middle-aged couple then came down cautiously. Seeing the zombie on the floor, they were both shocked and looked at Wang Beihai in awe. Before they could speak, footsteps came from outside the door. The man looked out the window and realized it was already dark. Oh no! The man shouted and quickly rushed to the door. At that moment, a large number of zombies were already rushing towards the house. Without hesitation, the man slammed the door shut and locked it with a large, prepared lock. Just as he finished locking, the door was violently hit, but fortunately, it was sturdy and didn't break. Then, growls came from outside. The man, listening to the howls outside through the door, felt a sigh of relief. Luckily, we made it in time. Now that it's dark, the zombies are out. The man patted his chest, walked over to Wang Beihai, and lifted a corner of the curtain. Instantly, he saw zombies of all sizes filling the streets. Why are there so many? Wang Beihai frowned. We don't know. The spread of the virus is faster than we thought. The man drank some water and looked out the window at the still howling zombies, his eyes filled with hatred. Do you know who spread the virus? Although he felt the hope was slim, Wang Beihai still asked the question. The couple looked at each other and then shook their heads. What are you planning to do now? Seeing this, Wang Beihai asked again. The man's eyes showed a hint of sadness. After thinking for a moment, he said, Since our son is already gone, we won't stay here anymore. When the rescue team comes next time, my wife and I will leave. The man held his daughter's hand tightly and then looked at Wang Beihai. Brother Bei, you're a good man. Let's go together next time. Although you're very strong, you can't fight off 4 hands with just 2 fists. In response to the man's kindness, Wang Beihai smiled and shook his head. I still have things to do here. Before Wang Beihai could finish his sentence, a loud explosion came from outside. The group was startled and quickly pulled back the curtain to look outside. A fully armed squad had appeared on the street, shooting at the zombies, quickly reducing their numbers. Rescue! The rescue has arrived. The man immediately showed an excited expression and quickly went back to the living room, taking out a red flare. The couple then waved the flare at the window. Sure enough, the armed squad quickly noticed them and rushed over. With a series of gunshots, the zombies surrounding the man's house were all eliminated. The man opened the door, and the armed squad rushed in. Hands up! As soon as the squad entered, they pointed their guns at Wang Beihai and the others. Wang Beihai frowned. 2 burly men from the squad cautiously approached Wang Beihai and the others, searching them thoroughly. When they saw the wound on the man's neck, the squad members immediately stepped back, aiming their guns at him. The man, seeing this, was instantly scared to his knees. Officers, I'm fine, really? Look. The man panicked and tried to step forward, but the next second, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced through his thigh. "Don't come closer." At that moment, an arrogant voice came from behind the squad. Wang Beihai looked over and saw a tall figure stepping forward, a charming woman. "Are you from Shinjo?" The leading woman walked in front of the squad, blew on her gun, and looked coldly at Wang Beihai and the others. "Yes." The man, pale-faced, nodded at the woman, while his wife was obviously frightened, trembling behind him. "Humph, wasting resources." The leading woman snorted coldly and then turned around, saying coldly, "Our mission doesn't include rescuing you Shinjo people. Take care of yourselves." With that, the woman prepared to leave with the squad. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly. Wang Beihai's eyes widened. He sensed a horde of zombies, even larger than before, heading their way. "What's going on?" the leading female officer shouted. The next second, countless zombies poured out from the alleyways. Everyone showed expressions of terror. "Close the door, close the door." The female officer was so frightened by the zombie horde that her face turned pale. She quickly led the squad back into the room. Only when the door was closed did the officer breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 373, The Song. How did so many zombies suddenly appear? Inside the room, the female commander stared wide-eyed at the horde of zombies surging towards the window like a tide. Wang Beihai, however, paid no attention to her. He walked straight to the man who had been shot, examined the wound on his leg, and signaled him not to move. Then, he stood up and headed towards the kitchen. "Stop, where are you going?" Seeing Wang Beihai move, the female commander immediately raised her gun and shouted sternly at him. "I advise you not to point that thing at me." Wang Beihai turned around, his cold gaze making the female commander's breath catch. Without another word, he walked into the kitchen and soon emerged with a fruit knife. The female commander's face flushed with embarrassment at the sight. "Damn it, he made me lose face in front of my subordinates." She bit her lower lip and then strode up to Wang Beihai, looking down on him imperiously. "Bazi, what purpose do you have coming here from Shinjo? I suspect that the zombie virus was brought here by you Shinjo people." Wang Beihai seemed not to hear her words. "Excuse me, you're in my way," he said coldly and moved to the side, passing by the female commander. She was taken aback by his blatant disregard for her and trembled with anger. "Are you all right?" Ignoring the commander's state, Wang Beihai crouched in front of the man, poking at the injured area with his fingers and then using the knife to measure the bullet wound. "I'm going to remove the bullet from your thigh now. Stay calm." As he spoke, he looked up at the man, who hesitated for a moment before nodding, reassured by Wang Beihai's confident gaze. "You don't seriously think you can remove the bullet with that broken fruit knife, do you? It's laughable." The female commander sneered at Wang Beihai's actions. "It seems my father was right. You Shinjo people are all incredibly stupid." With that, she and her team members burst into laughter. Ignoring the mockery and doubt, Wang Beihai calmly instructed the man's wife. "It might hurt a bit. Hold your husband." The wife nodded and did as Wang Beihai said. In the next instant, Wang Beihai lightly stroked the fruit knife with his hand, and it turned red under the influence of spiritual energy. Then, a layer of purple mist covered his eyes, and he instantly located the bullet. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and swiftly slashed with the knife, cutting open the man's leg. Strangely, the man felt no pain. By the time the pain hit, Wang Beihai had already pulled the bullet out with a silver needle. Then, he took out a bottle of diluted blood lotus essence from his spiritual ring and handed it to the man. "Drink it." Without hesitation, the man opened the jade bottle and drank the liquid. As soon as it entered his mouth, he felt a warmth emanating from the wound. When he looked down again, the bullet wound had healed by about 70 to 80%. Touching his neck, he found that the previous bite mark was also healing. The woman supporting the man widened her eyes at the transformation, and within 10 minutes, the man stood up healthy and hearty in front of the astonished soldiers. The female commander looked at the man, who showed no signs of injury and instead seemed full of energy. "How is this possible?" She narrowed her eyes, looking incredulously at Wang Beihai, feeling her face burn. In less than an hour, Wang Beihai had gone from being ignored to slapping her in the face, which made her extremely unhappy. "You stinky Bazi, what sorcery did you use? What did you give him to eat?" The female commander approached Wang Beihai, and seeing that he still ignored her, she aimed her gun at him and signaled her team members to aim at the couple. At this, Wang Beihai frowned, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "I said, it's best not to point that thing at me. And we Shinjo people are not as weak as you think." With that, his figure blurred, and in the next second, he had disarmed the female commander. She was startled, her body trembling, and Wang Beihai's hand slipped to her chest. Instantly, he felt a soft sensation. The female commander's face turned crimson, and Wang Beihai coughed lightly, disarming her and pushing her aside. You scoundrel." She was both embarrassed and angry, and the surrounding team members, seeing this, cocked their guns, aiming at Wang Beihai with burning eyes, indicating the high regard they held for their commander. "You brought this on yourself." Ashamed as she was, Wang Beihai still hated being pointed at with a gun. He then flashed forward, and in an instant, all the guns were in his hands. "You." The female commander tried to step forward, but Wang Beihai pointed the guns at them. "Now the guns are in my hands. Move again, and I won't hesitate to make a hole in you." At this, they had no choice but to stop, and the female commander looked at Wang Beihai, feeling both embarrassed and angry. "Hey, stinky Bazi, my father is the head of a special forces unit. You pointing a gun at us like this, aren't you afraid of my father's retaliation?" Wang Beihai gave a disdainful smile. "We're all under the same roof now. Say one more word, and I'll throw you out the window." Seeing how calmly Wang Beihai spoke, the female commander swallowed hard and stood quietly with her team members. Before long, it was deep into the night, but none of them could sleep. The roars outside not only didn't disappear but grew louder, occasionally accompanied by the sounds of the door being pounded. It doesn't make sense. Usually by this time, the zombies would have moved elsewhere. The owner of the house, struggling to stay awake, frowned and voiced his confusion. At that moment, Wang Beihai also frowned. He signaled everyone to be quiet and then quietly approached the window, listening carefully. Soon, a unique humming sound clearly entered Wang Beihai's ears. He felt a momentary dizziness, shook his head to regain clarity, and narrowed his eyes in disbelief. This song, someone is controlling these zombies. Chapter 374, Dawn of the Hunt. Is someone controlling these zombies? Upon hearing Wang Beihai's words, the female commander immediately stood up from the sofa, then crossed her arms and looked at Wang Beihai as if he were a fool. "These zombies have no humanity, no thought. How could they possibly be controlled? I think you're just scared out of your wits by these things," she said. Facing the female commander's skepticism, Wang Beihai did not respond. Instead, he turned to look at the man beside him and asked, "Before today, were there this many zombies around here?" The man was startled and began to recall. "It seems not. And the zombies in front, if they didn't find anyone, would leave on their own. But today, for some reason, they just won't go away." Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed. Associating it with the previous song, he had a hunch. "It seems like it's aimed at me," he thought to himself. At that moment, the man patted Wang Beihai on the shoulder. "Don't worry, in 2 hours, it will be dawn. The zombies will hide themselves then, and we can leave." Wang Beihai smiled and found a place to sit down, closing his eyes to recall the events of the day, feeling something was amiss. "Hey, my name is Yoshima Masako. What's your name?" Soon, the female commander slowly approached and sat down in front of Wang Beihai. Seeing him with his eyes half closed, she touched him gently and softly introduced herself. "Wang Beihai," he replied without even lifting his eyelids. Yoshima Masako snorted coldly and continued, "We were a bit rough earlier, Mr. Wang Beihai. Do you still have the medicine you used to treat the illness?" Masako's large eyes looked at Wang Beihai expectantly. In her mind, if she could obtain the miraculous medicine Wang Beihai possessed, it would be a great boon for the whole of Yingzhou. "It's gone," Wang Beihai replied coldly. Even without thinking, Wang Beihai could guess that Masako's sudden change in demeanor was only for the blood lotus essence in his possession. Why are you so heartless? Masako complained, wanting to leave but feeling unwilling. She clenched her fists and looked at Wang Beihai again. Mr. Wang, I know that elixir is precious. How much do you want? As long as it's not too outrageous, I can agree. Wang Beihai snorted disdainfully and turned away, ignoring Masako. You. Humph. Masako snorted, dissatisfied, and returned to the sofa. Time quickly passed into the early hours of the morning. Despite the roars outside, fatigue set in, and everyone except Wang Beihai and Masako fell into a drowsy sleep. At that moment, Masako wasn't giving up. She walked over to Wang Beihai again, puffed out her chest, and gave him a flirtatious glance. Mr. Wang, if you give me the formula for that medicine, you can have anything you want. As she spoke, Masako reached out to touch Wang Beihai. In an instant, Wang Beihai, who had been half asleep, opened his eyes and pounced forward, pinning Masako under him, then covered her mouth with his hand. What are you doing, you scoundrel? How dare you? Masako was clearly taken aback by Wang Beihai's directness and was about to scream in panic. Shoo! Be quiet. Wang Beihai glared at Masako and covered her mouth. At that moment, a huge shadow passed by the window, and through the gap in the curtains, Wang Beihai saw a pair of glowing red eyes. After the shadow left, Wang Beihai released Masako. What was that? Masako's eyes were filled with fear. I don't know, but today probably won't be that simple, Wang Beihai said, his brow furrowed, feeling a sudden pain in his waist. How long do you plan to keep me pinned down like this? Wang Beihai looked down to see Masako glaring at him with her beautiful eyes. Oh, sorry. Wang Beihai quickly stood up, his face turning slightly red. Masako also stood up, her face flushed, no longer showing her previous seductive demeanor. Don't tell anyone about today's incident. Masako glared at Wang Beihai and then tiptoed back to the sofa. Wang Beihai shrugged. At that moment, the familiar song echoed again, and this time, even Masako heard it. The song woke everyone up. What's going on? How can there be someone singing? The house owner rubbed his eyes, and the next second, his eyes glazed over as he slowly walked towards the door. What are you doing? Masako, seeing the man about to open the door, wanted to stop him, but her teammates held her back firmly. Wang Beihai acted quickly, darting to the man's side before he could open the door, striking him on the back of the neck with a chop, causing him to instantly faint. Seeing this, the others around them lunged at Wang Beihai, but with a swift movement, he knocked them all unconscious. So strong! Masako marveled at Wang Beihai, feeling a sense of relief. If she had directly clashed with Wang Beihai earlier, she and her teammates might now be lying on the ground. What's wrong with them? Masako looked puzzled at her fallen teammates. The song has a hypnotic effect. Once you hear it, you'll be controlled, Wang Beihai explained, giving Masako a curious look. Why are you unaffected? Masako looked equally confused. I don't know. Maybe some people are immune. Besides, you're not affected either. Seeing this, Wang Beihai didn't press further. He turned to the living room, rummaged around, and soon brought back a large wad of cotton. Here, plug their ears. Wang Beihai handed some cotton to Masako, and the two quickly plugged the ears of the others. When everyone woke up, the sky had already begun to lighten. After hearing Wang Beihai's account, they all felt a lingering fear. Luckily, it's almost dawn, one of the team members said, patting his chest and looking out the window. Indeed, the zombies began to retreat. By the time dawn arrived, the zombies around the house had vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there. Finally gone. I don't want to stay in this hellhole for another minute, one of the team members shouted, reaching for the door. At that moment, Wang Beihai's ears twitched, and he immediately stopped the man. Wait, you can't open it yet. The team member raised an eyebrow, looking displeased at Wang Beihai. Are you picking a fight, Beihai? Considering you saved our lives, I won't hold it against you. With that, the team member grabbed a gun from the table, walked to the door, peeked through the peephole to confirm there were no zombies, and then yanked the door open forcefully. See? There's nothing. With your cowardice, you Chinese are just weaklings, he said, stepping out the door. But in the next second, A shadow swiftly passed over his head, and the man froze in place, motionless. Chapter 375. Facing the Enemy Alone. Yamamoto-kun, what's wrong? Yoshino Yako noticed the man standing motionless at the door and immediately sensed something was amiss. She hurried over, reaching out to touch the man at the door. To her horror, as soon as her fingers made contact, the man's body split in half and he fell stiffly to the ground. Ah! Yoshino let out a terrified scream. In her beautiful eyes, a dark shadow was rapidly approaching her. At the critical moment, Wang Beihai dashed to her side and with a strong pull, dragged Yoshino back to safety. The next second, a deep scratch appeared at the door. What happened? Yoshino was so frightened that she froze in place, while the others, bewildered, also showed expressions of extreme terror. Wang Beihai waved his hand, and the door of the house instantly closed. It seems things are not as simple as they appear. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then walked over to pour a cup of water and handed it to Yoshino. Yoshino tremblingly took the water. Perhaps due to the shock, her face remained ashen. What exactly was that thing? The owner of the house, looking pale, had clearly not yet recovered from the recent scare. I don't know, but it seems our enemies are not just the zombies. Wang Beihai furrowed his brow. The shadow that had appeared earlier, even he had not clearly seen. It felt vaguely like the Grim Reaper from hell. It's that same feeling again. I can see it, but I can't detect any fluctuations. After sensing with his divine consciousness for a while, Wang Beihai's brow furrowed even deeper. This feeling was exactly the same as when he encountered Miyamoto Takeo on the cruise ship. Could it be Miyamoto? Wang Beihai secretly speculated. Recalling the previous singing, he felt that someone was targeting him. Thank you just now. At that moment, Yoshino approached Wang Beihai and softly said her thanks. Then she looked at the deep scratch at the door, still feeling a lingering fear. If not for Wang Beihai, she would have met the same fate as the corpse at the door. It's nothing. Wang Beihai smiled. After all, the matter seemed to be aimed at him. In essence, he had implicated the people inside. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai walked to the door. Just as he was about to open it, the familiar singing echoed once more. This song disrupts the mind. Everyone, cover your ears and don't listen. Wang Beihai frowned and shouted to the people behind him. Following his instructions, the singing eventually ceased, and the surroundings fell into silence once again. The singing has stopped. The owner of the house slowly uncovered his ears and cautiously approached the window to peek outside through a crack. Suddenly, a terrifying face appeared before the man, its hollow eyes like black holes. Just a glance and the man was startled, stumbling back and collapsing to the ground. Wang Beihai stepped forward to check. The man's face was pale, his eyes dull. When Wang Beihai touched his forehead, a chill spread. Fortunately, he took the essence of the blood lotus before. Otherwise, he would surely be dead now. Wang Beihai gently tapped the man's forehead, infusing him with spiritual energy. Gradually, the man's complexion improved. Seeing this, Wang Beihai withdrew his hand. Yoshino stood by, her beautiful eyes fixed on Wang Beihai. The mystery surrounding this man was enough to captivate Yoshino, especially the miraculous way Wang Beihai healed people. Even the well-traveled Yoshino couldn't help but be amazed. Who exactly are you? After a while, Yoshino approached Wang Beihai, curiously examining him. In just one day, her view of this man had changed more than twice. If Yoshino had initially approached Wang Beihai for the elixir in his possession, now she was genuinely intrigued by him. I am who I am. Wang Beihai's response remained as calm and unruffled as ever. After glancing around at everyone in the room, he stood up and said, I'll go out first. All of you stay inside. No, it's too dangerous outside now. Upon hearing Wang Beihai's intention to go out, Yoshino and the house owner immediately objected. I have a feeling they are after me. Wang Beihai's gaze was resolute. And I feel that staying here, we will eventually be worn down by those things. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Soon, a member of the team stepped forward. If what you say is true and these monsters are after you, then please leave. As soon as these words were spoken, Yoshino glared at him. Nakamura-kun, how can you say that? Mr. Wang is my savior. The house owner also came to Wang Beihai's side, looking at him and saying, whether these things are after you or not, it's too dangerous to go out now. While they were arguing, the sound of a gun being cocked came from behind them. Everyone turned to see another team member aiming a submachine gun at Wang Beihai. You get out. Seeing this, Yoshino immediately stood in front of Wang Beihai. Matsushita-kun, are you crazy? I absolutely forbid you to treat Mr. Wang like this. Miss Yoshino, I think those things are after him. Only by him leaving do we have a chance to survive. He's just a man from the Middle Kingdom. We can't sacrifice ourselves for him. Matsushita spoke, and several other team members quickly stood up, all looking maliciously at Wang Beihai. You all, be careful, I tell my father. Seeing everyone's attitude, Yoshino brought up her father. Miss Yoshino, don't force us. Matsushita spoke again. In the face of disaster, there was no room for sentiment. Seeing this, Wang Beihai patted Yoshino's shoulder and smiled slightly, saying, they're right. Only by me leaving can you all be safe. With that, Wang Beihai ignored the others' pleas and turned to open the door. Sure enough, the shadow attacked again. This time, Wang Beihai did not back down. With a wave of his hand, the red cloud sword instantly appeared in his grasp. Then, with a fierce swing, the sound of metal clashing rang out as Wang Beihai blocked the shadow's attack. Stay here. Wang Beihai smiled back at everyone, then closed the door and strode out into the street with the red cloud sword in hand. Everyone rushed to the window to watch. Immediately, the mysterious singing echoed again. Wang Beihai frowned and looked towards a nearby tower, where he saw someone singing atop it. Just as Wang Beihai was about to charge towards the singer, a bustling sound of footsteps came from around him. Then, countless zombies emerged from the surrounding alleys, roaring as they charged at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, instantly activating the Azura's indestructible body. With a leap, he dashed towards the horde of zombies. Chapter 376, The Concerto of the Undead. Oh my god, is this the end of the world? As they watched the undead pouring out of the streets like a flood of rabbit fur, both Yameyako and the others inside the house were filled with horror. At that moment, the team members who had previously driven Wang Beihai out of the house all wore expressions of relief. That Beihai is indeed the source of these undead attacks. It seems right to have driven him out of here. Matsushita glanced triumphantly at Yameyako, but she ignored his gaze, her attention entirely focused on Wang Beihai. Beihai-kun, you must be all right. Yameyako stared wide-eyed, her hands tightly clasped at her chest, praying for Wang Beihai's safety. Humph, with so many undead, even if he were a god, he would be hard-pressed to survive. Miss Yako, we should find a way out now. Seeing this, Matsushita snorted coldly and began organizing the team to find another exit. Just then, as Wang Beihai was about to be engulfed by the undead tide, he slowly raised his long sword and, with a forceful swing in front of everyone's astonished eyes, a dazzling red light flashed. In an instant, all the undead within 10 meters in front of Wang Beihai were beheaded, their bodies collapsing to the ground. My goodness, this man truly is a god descended. The owner of the house immediately pulled his wife to their knees. Such powerful means and extraordinary medical skills could only be described as divine by the man. Yameyako stared with wide eyes, her small mouth agape. Amidst the rain of blood, Wang Beihai walked leisurely forward, holding his sword with one hand. Somehow, this bloody scene seemed to Yameyako to have an unusual elegance. What is that thing in Beihai's hand? When did China create such a formidable weapon? Matsushita squinted at Wang Beihai, then shifted his gaze to the crimson sword in Wang Beihai's hand, his eyes flickering with a trace of fear. He then quietly tapped a few times on his walkie-talkie. However, despite Wang Beihai's stunning initial attack, the number of undead he killed was negligible compared to the terrifying tide. Wang Beihai glanced at the rapidly approaching undead tide, then frowned and stomped his foot, instantly soaring into the air. He's flying. Inside the house, the couple was even more convinced that Wang Beihai was a god, while Yame Yako's eyes sparkled as she followed Wang Beihai's figure. Seeing Wang Beihai ascend, the undead below could only raise their heads and let out unwilling howls. Wang Beihai, however, paid no attention. He glanced at the distant tower, then stepped on the crimson sword and flew directly towards the mysterious figure there. Upon witnessing this, the mysterious figure took a deep breath, and the previously serene melody suddenly became intense. With the change in the song, countless eerie shadows suddenly appeared in front of Wang Beihai, each wielding a scythe and charging towards him. Himph! Mere petty tricks, daring to show off here. Wang Beihai snorted coldly, then waved his hand, and a dragon's roar echoed through the sky, followed by a streak of silver light. Wang Beihai caught the silver light, then with a fierce glare, he threw it out. The silver light cut through the air, leaving a giant dragon's shadow in its wake, and wherever it passed, the shadows let out painful screeches before turning to dust and dissipating in the air. What kind of weapon is this? How can the Chinese possess so many divine weapons? Matsushita stood in the house, looking at Wang Beihai in the sky like a war god, his eyes filled with envy. He, it's been so many years, Wang Beihai, and your strength has improved so much. As Wang Beihai steadied himself, the mysterious figure on the distant tower suddenly burst into laughter. Miyamoto Musashi, what madness drives you to this extent? Wang Beihai squinted at the mysterious figure, recognizing the voice as Miyamoto Musashi's. How do you like my greeting gift? Miyamoto Musashi let out a sinister laugh, and Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold as he looked at the figure on the tower. Just to deal with me, you've harmed so many people. They were all living beings. Don't you feel any guilt? Miyamoto Musashi, however, showed no concern for Wang Beihai's anger, continuing to laugh coldly. Guilt? What is guilt? Humans, these inferior creatures, should have been eliminated long ago. Wang Beihai, if you want to save them, come to Kyoto. I'll be waiting for you there. With that, Miyamoto Musashi's voice disappeared, and the mysterious figure on the tower began turning purple, his veins bulging as he sang to the sky. The high-pitched song instantly shattered the glass of the surrounding houses. Those hiding in the house, despite covering their ears, still felt an excruciating pain as if their heads were being torn apart. The remaining undead, hearing this sound, instantly turned red-eyed and began to devour each other. What is this? Wang Beihai's heart tightened, and he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. After a moment's thought, Wang Beihai suddenly turned into a blur and attacked the figure on the tower. In an instant, Wang Beihai's spear pierced through the figure's body, and the mysterious figure's cloak slowly slipped off, revealing an unfamiliar face. You're not Miyamoto Musashi? Wang Beihai was greatly surprised. Just then, the dying figure gave a sinister smile, his eyes bulging as his body exploded. Despite his immortal body of the Azura, Wang Beihai was still splashed with sticky blood. In an instant, Wang Beihai felt dizzy. This blood is poisonous? Wang Beihai was shocked and immediately activated his spiritual energy to resist the potent toxin. Wang Beihai, are you ready? This is the climax of the opening movement. Wang Beihai, you must hold on and enjoy the concerto I've prepared for you. Miyamoto Musashi's voice flashed by, and just as Wang Beihai was about to trace its source, a tremendous force suddenly struck his foot. Looking down, he saw a giant hand gripping his foot. Wang Beihai tried to resist, but the hand unleashed terrifying strength, instantly throwing him away. Chapter 377. The Zombie King. What is that thing? Yamagishi Miyako's mouth gaped open as she pointed tremblingly at the figure that had flung Wang Beihai away, the figure itself shaking incessantly. Monster! It's a monster! One of the cowardly team members, upon seeing the terrifying figure, was instantly frightened out of his wits and ran out of the house screaming. As soon as the team member rushed out, the monster in the distance heard the commotion and turned its fierce gaze towards him. In the next second, the monster leaped, its enormous body landing right in front of the team member. The team member's face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground in fright. In the next instant, the giant zombie opened its mouth wide and swallowed the team member whole. Seeing this extremely gory scene, even the seasoned team members couldn't help but vomit. Just then, the giant zombie sensed the presence of the group and roared towards the direction of the house, causing a sudden gust of wind. No good, close the door quickly. Yamagishi Miyako was the first to react. One of the team members, upon hearing her, quickly got up to close the door. However, before he could reach it, the giant zombie had already crashed through. The team member who had been leaning against the wall was instantly thrown out, crashing heavily into the wall, his life extinguished. It was then that everyone got a clear look at the zombie in front of them. The zombie stood at a towering 5 meters, its limbs as thick as oil barrels, and its head adorned with dozens of faces. Its entire body was covered in bloody stumps and limbs, clearly the result of all the zombies devouring each other to form a zombie king. Run! Yamagishi Miyako snapped back to reality, shouted, and then grabbed a nearby submachine gun, firing a burst at the zombie king's head. However, the headshots that usually worked flawlessly had no effect on the zombie king, only angering it further. Roar! The zombie king let out a huge roar, and in an instant, everyone felt a powerful pressure surge, their bodies being thrown back by the pressure. Run! Yamagishi Miyako struggled to crawl out from the debris, waving for the others to retreat while firing to hold off the zombie king. The other team members followed suit, and under the intense barrage of bullets, the zombie king's movement slowed considerably. Is there a back door here? Yamagishi Miyako turned to look at the house's male owner. The man shook his head, then added, "There's a window in the innermost bathroom. You can escape through there." Upon hearing this, Yamagishi Miyako's eyes lit up. She gestured to the team members and, while suppressing the zombie king, made her way towards the innermost corner. Sure enough, upon opening the bathroom door, a small window appeared before them. However, to their dismay, the window was quite narrow, only allowing one person to pass through at a time. Seeing this, Matsushita instantly rushed into the bathroom. "What are you doing, Matsushita?" Yamagishi Miyako immediately turned to question him. Without a word, Matsushita pointed his gun at the others. "I'm no hero. That monster will be here soon, and I don't want to die. You have to let me go first. Anyone who tries to stop me, I'll shoot them dead." With that, Matsushita's eyes hardened. He shot out the window glass, and then jumped out. With Matsushita taking the lead, the other team members began to argue, each not wanting to die here too soon. Enough! Seeing the cowardice of the group, Yamagishi Miyako felt her heart sink. "Line up and go. Leave your guns behind. From now on, you are no longer under my command, nor are you soldiers. You are not worthy." Apparently, the team members didn't care about Yamagishi Miyako's words. When disaster strikes, everyone looks out for themselves. At this moment, they were all just thinking about escaping quickly. Thus, the team members threw down their guns and jostled each other to squeeze through the narrow exit. Yamagishi Miyako couldn't help but let out a self-mocking smile. This was the elite team she had always been proud of. Thinking of this, the image of the young man walking through the rain of blood with a sword appeared in her mind again, and a smile appeared on her face. That Wang Beihai, he's indeed a remarkable person. At this moment, the male owner of the house squinted, tightly grasping his wife's hand, and then calmly took out a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket, lighting the cigarette. At the moment the cigarette was lit, the woman beside the man's body suddenly trembled, and she looked at the man with tears in her eyes. The man turned to look at Yamagishi Miyako. "Give us the guns, Yugo. My wife and I have lost our son. We don't want to live anymore." Yamagishi Miyako was stunned, hesitating for a moment, but seeing the man's determined gaze, she finally nodded, leaving the bombs and guns with the couple, and then giving them the highest military salute. In the brief moment of respite, the zombie king had already pushed aside the crowded walls, forcing its way in. Seeing this, the man took a deep drag on his cigarette and fired a burst directly at the zombie king, while his wife, without idle, helped load bullets for him, exuding the aura of a hardened soldier. "Go quickly." But despite the man's explosive combat power, the attack was still like scratching an itch for the Zombie King, clearly not able to hold it off for long. Seeing this, Yamagishi Miyako no longer lingered, turned around, and saw that the previous team members had already climbed out of the window and fled in a hurry. "Take care, sir, madam." Yamagishi Miyako's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke, then she skillfully jumped out of the window. Just then, the Zombie King also arrived in front of the couple. "Wife, I've been a coward for most of my life, but today, I can't be one. There are no cowards in my Shinjo. Even if I die, I'm a good son of Shinjo," the man shouted, and the woman tightly held his hand. Then the man pulled the pin on a grenade. In an instant, a loud explosion rang out, and Yamagishi Miyako turned to see the entire house turn into ruins. "Whether you are from Shinjo or Ingjo, you are all my heroes." Yamagishi Miyako stood to the side, watching the burning house, and saluted again. However, before Yamagishi Miyako could recover from the sadness, a violent tremor came from under the debris. In the next second, the debris was pushed aside, and a huge figure roared as it leaped out of the debris. At this moment, the Zombie King had a clearly visible hole in its body, the surrounding area charred black, clearly the effect of the grenade. However, Yamagishi Miyako knew that now was not the time to celebrate. The injured Zombie King would undoubtedly become even stronger. With that thought, Yamagishi Miyako turned and ran towards the surrounding alleys without hesitation. Even so, Yamagishi Miyako underestimated the speed of the Zombie King. With a powerful leap, it instantly landed like a small mountain in front of Yamagishi Miyako. The Zombie King roared, and its huge palm came down towards Yamagishi Miyako. #### Chapter 378. Savior? Threat? Farewell, North Sea. As she gazed at the looming giant hand, Yame-Yako closed her eyes in despair. In her final moments, the silhouette of that man once again appeared before her. However, after a moment, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, a loud crash echoed beside her, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. When she opened her eyes, a familiar figure stood before her. North Sea. Yame-Yako's eyes sparkled. The person before her was none other than Wang Beihai, who had been thrown away earlier. Now, Wang Beihai's clothes were tattered, and blood still stained his head and mouth. Despite his disheveled appearance, he looked like the Prince Charming in Yame-Yako's eyes. "Are you all right, North Sea?" Yame-Yako reached out to touch the scars on Wang Beihai's body, causing him to flinch and take a step back. "I'm fine. Are you okay?" Wang Beihai asked. "Yes," Yame-Yako replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, like a shy maiden. Then, Wang Beihai turned his gaze to the destroyed house, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Where are they?" At this question, Yame-Yako trembled, her eyes instantly turning red as she sobbed. "They were heroes. They didn't disgrace your Shinjo." After hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned. Then his eyes flickered with guilt. Ever since hearing Miyamoto's provocation, Wang Beihai had fully understood that this so-called crisis was a trap set by Miyamoto for him. In other words, the deaths of everyone present were closely linked to him. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai's eyes turned red. Roar! At that moment, the fallen Zombie King stood up again, roaring and swinging its fist towards Wang Beihai. "Be careful," Yame-Yako screamed. Wang Beihai, however, paid no mind. His body trembled, quickly enveloped in a red glow. With a flash of red in his eyes, he raised his hand, and the dragon's heart instantly flew out, piercing through the Zombie King's arm. The Zombie King was once again knocked to the ground by the impact. "Go to the side," Wang Beihai instructed emotionlessly. Yame-Yako was stunned. Seeing Wang Beihai's eyes, she felt as if she were looking at a bloodthirsty beast. Wang Beihai's gaze filled her with an instinctive fear, a deep-seated dread that even the Zombie King had not instilled in her. As she thought about it, Yame-Yako backed away until she reached the destroyed house. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai, holding a spear, coldly stared at the Zombie King before him. The Zombie King, sensing the overwhelming pressure from Wang Beihai, did not attack. "Today, you must die. Even Jesus can't save you," Wang Beihai snorted. then put away the dragon's heart and charged at the zombie king with his bare fists. The zombie king roared in defiance and swung its massive fist towards Wang Beihai. Their fists collided, and Wang Beihai was pushed back dozens of meters. In contrast, the zombie king, though not retreating much, had its entire arm bloodied by Wang Beihai's punch. Roar! The zombie king roared, but Wang Beihai was already in a frenzy. He stomped his foot and swung his fist at the zombie king again. The zombie king had no choice but to retaliate with its own fists. For a moment, the two monstrous figures clashed in the street, each strike aiming for the other's vital points without any defense. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of intense fighting, Wang Beihai shouted and his eyes blazed with ferocity. The sky darkened, and a massive fist descended from above, turning the zombie king into a pile of flesh. Heaven-shaking fist, Wang Beihai muttered, his body steaming. He knelt on the ground, the previous dizziness returning. Earlier, it was this sudden dizziness that had allowed the zombie king to ambush him. I wonder what poison Miyamoto used to have such a potent effect, Wang Beihai frowned. Not only did he feel dizzy, but his strength was also suppressed by 50%. I must find a way to detoxify quickly, Wang Beihai thought, then forced himself to stand up. Seeing this, Yame Yako rushed forward to support him. North Sea, you're amazing. You alone defeated such a terrifying monster. You're a savior. I must report your deeds to my father, Yame Yako said excitedly. Wang Beihai shook his head. All he wanted now was to detoxify and had no interest in these matters. Savior? I see him as a potential threat to our land, a discordant voice said as Wang Beihai prepared to leave. Engines roared and propellers whirred, and when Wang Beihai looked up, they were surrounded by a formidable armed force. Matsushita, what are you doing? North Sea has already eliminated the zombies. There's no need for such a large deployment, Yame Yako warned, sensing the situation's gravity as she shielded Wang Beihai. No need, Matsushita sneered, pointing at Wang Beihai. The weapon in this man's hand is the reason he defeated the zombies. Miss Yako, think about it. If one day, the people of Shinjo attack us with such weapons, what will we use to resist? Hearing this, Yame Yako's face turned pale. She had clearly seen Wang Beihai and the zombie king fight with their bare bodies. If there was any terrifying weapon, it was Wang Beihai's own body, which few in the world could match. Realizing this, Yame Yako couldn't help but sneer. Matsushita, you're a coward. You're no longer fit to be in this team. Get out of here now. Matsushita's eyes flashed with displeasure. Then he waved his hand, and countless guns pointed at Wang Beihai. He's a hero. He saved me, saved everyone. I won't let you harm North Sea, Yame Yako said, stepping in front of Wang Beihai. In the standoff, a spirited middle-aged man stepped out from the ranks. Whether he's a savior or a threat, since he's on our turf, he must cooperate with our work. With that, the man drew a pistol and aimed it at Wang Beihai. Chapter 379. You have no right. Father, how could you treat my benefactor this way? When Yame Yako saw the man's actions, her eyes immediately turned cold, and she directly questioned him. However, the man ignored Yame Yako and merely gave her a glance. Upon seeing that look, Yame Yako's body trembled instinctively, showing a fearful expression. Yako, I am your superior. Insubordination is punishable. The man's words were icy, as if Yame Yako was just an ordinary soldier in his eyes. Feeling Yame Yako's emotions, Wang Beihai frowned and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, leave it to me. After saying this, Wang Beihai stood up, and the Haotian Jingqi in his body began to operate rapidly, trying to expel the poison. However, the specially made toxin seemed to have a life of its own, eroding Wang Beihai's body while evading his efforts. Filthy Chinese, take your dirty hands off my daughter. Seeing Wang Beihai's actions, the man shouted loudly and then directly pulled the trigger of his gun. Yame Yako's beautiful eyes widened. She had not expected her father to shoot at her without hesitation. Wang Beihai, seeing this, instinctively wanted to dodge with Yame Yako, but a strong dizziness struck him. In a hurry, he pushed Yame Yako away with force, taking a bullet himself. Wang Beihai collapsed to the ground. Yako, lucky to escape the shot, stood there in shock for a moment before rushing to Wang Beihai's side, her eyes filled with guilt and panic. Himph, what a so-called god, nothing before a Japanese soldier. The man coldly looked at Wang Beihai lying on the ground, showing a smug smile, completely oblivious to his daughter's emotions. Yamataro, you bastard. Yako turned to look at the man who was laughing coldly and couldn't help but curse. After cursing, she felt much better. All along, she had grown up under Yamataro's manipulation, never daring to disobey his orders. But this moment was the first time Yako confronted Yamataro directly, and she felt a new world unfolding before her eyes. Compared to Yako, the usually arrogant Yamataro's face darkened instantly, as if it could squeeze out water. Yako, who gave you the courage to confront your superior, your father like this? Yamataro shouted harshly, causing Yako's face to turn pale momentarily before quickly returning to calmness. She remained silent, only staring at Yamataro with her beautiful eyes, her gaze resolute, showing no intention of backing down. Seeing this, Yamataro was first startled, then his gaze shifted to the unconscious Wang Beihai, his eyes filling with intense killing intent. Beihai, only your death can best protect Yako. As Yamataro spoke, he waved his hand, and Matsumoto immediately led a group of soldiers to charge at Wang Beihai. Meanwhile, the helicopter in the air aimed its guns at Wang Beihai. He, Beihai, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you silent now? Beg me, and I might give you a quick death. Matsumoto led the charge, surrounding Wang Beihai, and then began to insult him with a spear in hand. However, at that moment, Matsumoto felt his vision blur, and then Wang Beihai's figure appeared before him. When did he? Matsumoto's thought flashed in his mind, and then he was hit in the chest by Wang Beihai's punch. Matsumoto's body flew out and crashed heavily against a nearby wall. On the verge of losing consciousness, he heard Wang Beihai say indifferently, "You're not worthy to be my opponent." In the blink of an eye, Matsumoto lost his life, a situation that completely stunned everyone around. Just a martial artist, what are you afraid of? Can't they withstand our aircraft and cannons? Yamataro's face darkened, and he roared, then waved his hand, and countless bullets flew towards Wang Beihai. Chapter 380, Ronin Swordsman. Do you really think these things can hurt me? Wang Beihai sneered, then waved his hand, and Yazi was instantly absorbed into his spiritual ring. Just as the bullets were about to hit Wang Beihai, he stomped his foot hard, and a powerful aura immediately spread out. His body was enveloped in a layer of red light, and when the bullets struck him, sparks flew. After the sparks, everyone gasped in shock. Wang Beihai stood unharmed, his clothes riddled with holes, but his skin unscathed. Could he really be a god? Seeing this, the team members who had been with Wang Beihai in the room earlier all revealed fearful expressions, losing their will to fight and unconsciously stepping back. Bang! At that moment, one of the retreating team members was shot through the head. Everyone turned to see Taro blowing on the smoking barrel of his gun before shouting harshly at the crowd, "A warrior's spirit knows no retreat. Anyone with such thoughts will be forced to commit seppuku by me." Hearing this, the soldiers all felt a chill down their spines and turned their fierce gazes back to Wang Beihai. They would rather face a powerful opponent than the cold-blooded Taro. "You're a beast," Wang Beihai said coldly, his voice just loud enough to reach Taro's ears. You should worry about yourself first," Taro retorted, then waved his hand violently, unleashing another wave of even stronger attacks. This time, he had replaced ordinary bullets with armor-piercing ones, and some soldiers even brought out grenade launchers. Even Wang Beihai, with his formidable skills, did not dare to be careless. After all, no matter how high one's martial arts, they fear the kitchen knife. Before absolute destructive weapons, even Wang Beihai had to take it seriously. His figure shifted, and the dense bullets all landed in vain. Should I intervene, this North fellow? Inside the helicopter, a Ronin with a katana in hand, eyes half closed, asked with a cold smile. Not yet, Taro frowned, then said unhappily, He's just a more agile monkey. Just sit there and watch. The Ronin snorted disdainfully. Don't underestimate a martial artist, Taro-san. However, the arrogant Jime Taro ignored him, focusing all his attention on the battlefield. In the next second, Wang Beihai's figure completely disappeared from Jime Taro's sight. What's going on? Jime Taro widened his eyes in panic. Where is he? Just as everyone was puzzled, a shadow suddenly appeared in mid-air. Jime Taro's pupils constricted. Wang Beihai was right in front of him. Damn it, you're courting death. Jime Taro gritted his teeth, quickly aiming his gun at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai turned, dodging the incoming bullets, then transformed his fist into a palm, lightly tapping Jime Taro's chest. The action seemed light, but to Jime Taro, it felt like being struck by a sledgehammer. He felt a stifling pressure in his chest and took 2 steps back. This time, I spare you for your daughter's sake. The next strike, you die. Wang Beihai said, glancing at the Ronin napping nearby, then directly struck at Jime Taro. This time, Jime Taro was truly terrified, desperately retreating to the edge of the helicopter and shouting, Isekai, save me. By then, Wang Beihai's fist was already before Jime Taro. Friend, let it go. In the next second, the Ronin who had been leaning on the seat suddenly appeared between them. A flash of cold light passed, and Wang Beihai was forced to withdraw his hand. When he looked back at the helicopter, the Ronin had already jumped to the ground with Jime Taro. As soon as they landed, the seemingly normal helicopter suddenly split in 2 in mid-air and exploded violently. A huge fireball rose into the sky. Wang Beihai squinted at the Ronin in front of him, secretly astonished. What a fast and sharp sword. Aizu, you bastard. This is the 10th helicopter you've owed me. Jime Taro, looking at the fire in the sky, was instantly furious. All right, I'll cut him down, and we'll call it even, okay? The Ronin dug his ear, said impatiently, then pointed his katana at Wang Beihai. Hearing this, Jime Taro pretended to hesitate, then reluctantly nodded. Then, Aizu turned around, lazily looking at Wang Beihai, and said with a cold smile, Sorry, little friend, you're quite unlucky. As he spoke, Aizu's eyes widened, instantly turning bloodthirsty. For a moment, Wang Beihai seemed to see a giant wolf behind him. Sorry, I don't plan to let you off either. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then waved his hand, and Qishao immediately appeared in his hand. Kakaka, your weapon is quite good. How about you give it to me, and I'll make an exception and let you go. Seeing Qishao in Wang Beihai's hand, Aizu's eyes widened, revealing a greedy expression. At his words, Jime Taro beside him instantly changed his expression. After all, this guy really might do something like that. Just as Jime Taro was anxious, Wang Beihai spoke first. Dream on if you want my sword. With that, Wang Beihai stepped forward, his figure instantly shifting, leaving countless afterimages with sharp sword intent rushing towards Aizu. Yo, starting a fight without a word. I like it. Aizu sneered, then sidestepped, one hand gripping the katana's hilt, the other pressing on the scabbard. Just as Wang Beihai's attack reached him, Aizu shouted and drew his sword in an instant. A silver light flashed, and all of Wang Beihai's afterimages were annihilated. With a crisp clang, the sword blade and the sword body collided fiercely, instantly raising a gust of wind. Good footwork, but your swordsmanship is a bit rusty, Aizu said with a smirk, then suddenly exerted force, and Wang Beihai was immediately knocked aside. Humph, talking nonsense, take this. Wang Beihai snorted coldly, then his figure began to waver, and soon, a series of green sword auras surrounded him. This is... Feeling the sword intent, Aizu's eyes widened instantly, then he dared not be careless and unleashed another draw cut. However, the overwhelming sword light was evaded by Wang Beihai with an extremely uncoordinated movement. Gradually, a green lotus composed of sword intent blossomed before everyone's eyes. Looking at the lotus, Aizu's expression was complex. Go! Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened. Then he swung his long sword forcefully, and the lotus flew towards Aizu. ##### Chapter 381. Li Bai's Request. The seemingly ordinary green lotus concealed an incredibly sharp sword aura. As it passed by, it tore countless tiny rifts in the space around it. Facing such an attack, Izong naturally did not dare to be careless. With a wave of his hand, another katana appeared in his grasp. Then, with one hand holding each blade and the hilts touching, he focused his gaze. A surge of dark energy emerged from the blades. Izong let out a loud roar, causing his clothes and hair to instantly rise. Behind him, a shadowy image of a deity wielding a long sword vaguely appeared. Notoryu, Benru. Izong shouted and swung the twin blades forcefully. In an instant, a solid-looking black giant wolf howled and charged straight towards the lotus. The collision between the two caused a sudden burst of strong winds, sending soldiers nearby flying dozens of meters away. Two streaks of cold light shot out from the whirlwind, cutting through everything in their path, slicing even tanks in half. When the winds finally settled, Yashitoshi and the soldiers were left gaping in astonishment. The surrounding buildings looked as if they had been bombed, and the soldiers were nowhere to be seen. Yashitoshi's once formidable force had now diminished by 2/3. Is this the battle between warriors? Yashitoshi narrowed his eyes and his gaze flickered, lost in thought. After a long while, Yashitoshi snapped back to reality, glancing at Wang Beihai and Izong standing in the battlefield. He then waved his hand and shouted, "All soldiers, retreat 500 meters immediately and do not approach the battlefield." With that, he turned and led the way, followed by the rest of the soldiers. Soon, there was no one left near Wang Beihai and Izong. What is your relationship with Li Bai? Seeing everyone leave, Izong pondered for a moment before asking. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai was startled and narrowed his eyes at Izong. Who are you, and how do you know Li Bai? Izong's suspicion was confirmed by Wang Beihai's reaction. So you're also his fan? This statement left Wang Beihai stunned, looking puzzled. Seeing this, Izong sheathed his katana and waved at Wang Beihai. No more fighting. Since we're both Li Bai's fans, there's no need to fight. As he approached, Wang Beihai tensed up, but Izong merely patted his shoulder and laughed. Why are you so afraid of me? I said we're not fighting. Don't tell me you're not a fan of Li Bai? Well? Wang Beihai scratched his head, then put away the red cloud sword, his eyes rolling as he said, I guess so. What do you mean, guess so? Izong patted Wang Beihai's shoulder again, his earlier hostility completely gone. You must be a hardcore fan, right? Otherwise, how could you have learned his Qinglian sword intent? I've been trying to comprehend that for 30 years without success. You're so lucky. Izong looked at Wang Beihai with envy. Wang Beihai looked at Izong, who didn't seem to be lying. His mind was filled with questions. How could this be? Li Bai has long ascended to the immortal realm. How could Izong know him? Seeing Wang Beihai frown, Izong laughed and said, When I was young, I followed my parents to the Central Plains and had the fortune to see Li Bai's tomb. You might not believe this, but in front of his tomb, I suddenly felt dizzy and found myself in another world. There, I saw the elegant Li Bai, and it was there that I embarked on the path of a warrior. Wang Beihai was completely shocked. He never expected that this man had actually received Li Bai's legacy. At that moment, Izong's eyes flickered with regret. Unfortunately, my comprehension is too low, and I'm not from the Central Plains. I could never grasp Li Bai's free and unrestrained realm, so I had to find my own path and comprehend the blade intent. Wang Beihai frowned, understanding Izong's pain. Didn't Li Bai tell you anything? Curious, Wang Beihai asked. In his view, Li Bai wouldn't help someone without reason, especially a person from the East Sea. Of course. Izong looked at Wang Beihai as he spoke. He told me to wait here for someone. Who? Wang Beihai immediately asked with curiosity. You. Izong's expression was calm, but Wang Beihai's eyes widened in disbelief. Me? Yes. Izong nodded and glanced around. This isn't the place to talk. Let's leave first. With that, Izong drew his sword again and, after saying, Follow me, he left shouting. Wang Beihai quickly understood and summoned the red cloud sword. pretending to fight while secretly following Izong away. Seeing the two fly away, Yashitoshi quickly returned to the scene, looking around at the empty surroundings. He felt a sudden suspicion. Is that Central Plains warrior really that tough? As he thought, Yashitoshi suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Yazuko is still with that warrior." He cursed himself and quickly gathered his soldiers, rushing towards the direction the two had left. Meanwhile, atop a nearby tower, Izong and Wang Beihai sat, watching the distant army with smiles. It seems Yashitoshi isn't entirely indifferent to his daughter. Wang Beihai sighed and then took out Yazuko from his spatial ring, noticing her pale face. Without hesitation, he fed her diluted spirit essence liquid, and soon her complexion improved. "Master, why did Li Bai tell you to wait for me?" Wang Beihai helped Yazuko to the side and then turned to Izong. He didn't say much, just that in the years to come, a fan of his would appear in the East Sea. "If I met you, I must protect you." He also mentioned that your journey here would be fraught with danger and that I must protect you at all costs. Did he really say that? Wang Beihai was stunned, never expecting Li Bai to foresee his journey to the East Sea. Yes. Izong nodded. What do you think? Wang Beihai pondered Li Bai's words and then looked at Izong. Although this was his request, it was in a dream. You don't have to get involved in my affairs. Heh, since I owe him a favor, I must protect you. Izong smiled and stood up, looking at Wang Beihai. At least, as long as you're in the East Sea, I'll protect you. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he'll have to ask me first. Chapter 382, Pointing the Sword at Sakura City. Where are they? Who can tell me? Where did they go? The next day, in a secret war room, Yoshitaka Kimi's face was dark as he furiously threw the coffee on his desk to the ground. With over 100 of you, just to find a port, just to find 2 people, and you couldn't do it. Tell me, what use am I keeping you for? What's the point of giving you all these advanced devices? The soldiers in the room all kept their heads down, letting Yoshitaka Kimi's spittle land on their faces. At this moment, they dared not express any resentment, but each of them was filled with confusion about where Wang Beihai and Izo had gone. Just as Yoshitaka Kimi was venting his anger, Yoshitaka Masako slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she did, she saw a ray of sunlight rising from the sea, and a faint scent of the ocean wafted over. Where am I? Masako shook her head, sat up from her covers, and only then noticed that a white bandage was wrapped around her shoulder. To her, this was unusually calm. The thought of being with Wang Beihai at the end made Masako's face turn red. You're awake? At that moment, Wang Beihai pushed the door open and walked in. Masako was startled and instinctively grabbed the blanket to cover her shoulder. Last night, I had to remove the bullet for you, so I had no choice but to do that. I swear, I didn't see anything. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately said seriously. Masako was secretly delighted and then nodded lightly. Wang Beihai then sighed in relief and handed the fish soup in his hand to Masako. This is the fish soup made by the elder. Drink some. It's delicious. After saying that, Wang Beihai turned and walked out. Masako didn't hesitate and directly drank the fish soup, which was indeed very fragrant. Soon, Masako pushed the door open and walked out, only to find that they were on a small wooden boat by the sea. Masako, long time no see. Hearing Masako's footsteps, Izo turned around and gave her a smile. Masako saw this and immediately became happy. Uncle Izo, why are you here? As she spoke, Masako rushed forward and gave Izo a big hug. Izo laughed heartily, gently patted Masako's head, and then said, It's all thanks to your father for bringing me here. Upon hearing this, Masako's face darkened, and she quickly rushed to Wang Beihai's side, shielding him behind her. Uncle Izo, he's my savior. Since you love me so much, please let him go for my sake. Oh ho ho, little Masako, are you sure? Just being a savior might not save his life. Seeing Wang Beihai about to speak, Izo quickly spoke before him. Masako's expression immediately turned flustered, and in a rush of emotions, she directly wrapped her arm around Wang Beihai's. Uncle Izo, He's my boyfriend. If you kill him, I'll never marry in my life. Do you really want to see your niece be a spinster all her life? As she spoke, Masako turned and whispered to Wang Beihai's ear, "Don't be afraid, just pretend for now. My uncle is very powerful. You might not be able to beat him, but as long as you're my boyfriend, he won't make things difficult for you." Seeing Masako's actions, Izo couldn't help but laugh heartily. Then, looking at the two of them with a serious expression, he said, "Well, if that's the case, I really can't make a move. Beihai, if you ever mistreat Masako, I'll cripple you." All right. At this moment, Wang Beihai shook his head and then walked up to Izo. "If we keep acting like this, we'll end up getting married. Stop fooling her." With that, Wang Beihai gave Masako a gentle smile and then told her what had happened afterward, intentionally omitting the matter about Li Bai. After hearing this, Masako felt her face burn, glared at Wang Beihai and Izo, and then covered her face and ran into the room. You really don't understand romance." Izo watched Masako's retreating figure, knowing very well what the little girl was thinking, but considering Wang Beihai's identity, he could only shake his head and sigh. "All right, let's not talk about this. We've basically shaken off Yoshitaka Kimi's pursuit. Where do we go next?" Izo put away his fishing rod and then looked at Wang Beihai with interest. "Haven't thought about it yet." Wang Beihai shrugged and then sat down by the side of the boat, facing the direction of the sunlight and closing his eyes, as if in meditation or enjoying the sun. "What are you doing?" After observing for a while, Izo asked curiously. "Sure." Wang Beihai made a gesture to be quiet and then said, "I'm waiting for someone." "Waiting for someone? Who's there?" Izo scoffed, but the next second, the smile on his face disappeared, and he quickly grabbed his sword, his eyes alertly fixed on the shore not far away. A figure was staggering and slowly heading towards the boat. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Masako poked her head out and, seeing the tense atmosphere, asked anxiously. "You go back inside," Izo instructed, and just then, the figure on the shore stopped and gestured for Wang Beihai to come over. "Another trick?" Wang Beihai sneered, then stood up, and with a light leap, he arrived in front of the figure. Up close, Wang Beihai could see that this person was also a zombie, and judging by its movements, it was indeed being manipulated. Seeing Wang Beihai, the zombie immediately looked up, its cloudy eyes staring at Wang Beihai. Its mouth opened and closed as it slowly said, "Wang Beihai, I didn't expect you to be able to handle the zombie king so easily. It seems you've made significant progress these days. But I haven't had enough fun yet. If you want to save Ling Tianyu, come to the place in Yingzhou with the most cherry blossoms. We'll settle our score there. Oh, and this zombie is a gift for you. Don't disappoint me." As soon as the words were out, the zombie in front of Wang Beihai's eyes bulged, and its entire body began to swell. Just then, a flash of red light cut through, and the zombie was split into two by the red mist. "Humph!" Wang Beihai snorted, and then leaped back onto the boat. "Where in Yingzhou has the most cherry blossoms?" Once on the boat, Wang Beihai asked. "The place with the most cherry blossoms is naturally Sakura City at the foot of Mount Fuji." Masako peeked her head out from behind the door, her eyes twinkling as she looked at Wang Beihai. "Sakura City, alright, next, we're heading to Sakura City." Chapter 383, Sea Beast. Kyoto, now that's a wonderful place. After hearing this, Izo burst into laughter, and then the three of them set off in a small boat towards Kyoto. At this moment, at the foot of Mount Fuji in Kyoto, in a castle, Takizo Miyamoto sat sinisterly on a throne, surrounded by a horde of zombies of various sizes. In a cage nearby, Ling Tianyu was imprisoned. From time to time, a black crow flew into the castle from outside the gate. Upon seeing it, Takizo Miyamoto reached out and grabbed the crow, which was immediately sucked over. After listening to the crow for a moment, Takizo Miyamoto revealed a sinister smile. "Hee Wang Beihai, you've finally come. Don't forget, I've left you a gift in the sea. I hope you can survive and reach Kyoto." As Takizo Miyamoto spoke, Wang Beihai and his group had already left the city where they had boarded the boat. "Beihai, is there something urgent you need to do in Kyoto?" Izo approached the bow of the boat and, seeing Wang Beihai's pensive expression, couldn't help but ask. To save someone, and to settle some old grudges. Upon hearing this, Izo shrugged and said, "That sounds interesting. If I don't move this old body of mine, it'll rust." With that, Izo turned his gaze forward, where the horizon where the sea met the sky was covered with dark clouds. It seems this trip to Kyoto won't be so boring after all. Izo chuckled, then turned to look at Wang Beihai, who had his eyes closed as if in a meditative state. At that moment, Wang Beihai also felt an inexplicable sense of summons, as if the battle with Takizo Miyamoto was a fate ordained by heaven, unavoidable. "Sit tight, we're going to speed up." Perhaps dissatisfied with the slow pace of the boat, Izo suddenly shouted, then pulled out an oar, rolled up his sleeves, and plunged the oar deep into the water. With a fierce push, the boat shot forward like an arrow. Before they knew it, the sky gradually darkened, and Wang Beihai remained in his meditative state, while Izo stopped his actions. Yashimyako slowly emerged from the cabin. Evidently, the effects of the spirit liquid had been significant. Her complexion was not only not pale but had gained a few shades of redness. "Uncle Izo, what is he doing?" Yashimyako blinked her big eyes, curiously asking. Izo raised an eyebrow and looked meaningfully at Yashimyako for a long time before saying, "Yako, it's been a long time. And you've changed? What do you mean?" Yashimyako was momentarily stunned, then her face flushed again. "You didn't used to blush, and you wouldn't have proactively cared about others' states. Now, you're much gentler than before, like a girl lost in love." "Uncle Izo, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't talk to you anymore." Yashimyako's face turned red to the roots of her neck, and she glared at Izo. Izo chuckled, wisely dropping the subject, then glanced at Wang Beihai. This Beihai, even in such circumstances, can remain calm as water. Impressive. "Yako, until we reach Kyoto, we mustn't disturb him." Although Yashimyako didn't fully understand, she still nodded lightly. And so, several more hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Yashimyako had fallen asleep in the cabin. Standing at the bow of the boat, Izo frowned tightly. "It's too dark." Izo put a blade of grass in his mouth, muttering while keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings, his hands always on his katana. At some point, the boat was covered by dark clouds overhead, swaying precariously in the vast sea, appearing exceptionally small. "Watch out ahead." At that moment, Wang Beihai, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze coldly fixed on the sea ahead. Hearing this, Izo's eyes also turned alertly towards the front. Two red lights suddenly lit up on the pitch-black sea surface, followed by a flash of lightning from the sky. Only then did they see clearly that the red lights were from a giant fish. The fish faced the boat where Wang Beihai was, and with a single gulp, the water flow became turbulent, dragging the boat towards the fish. "I'll handle it." At that moment, Izo jumped forward first, gripping the hilt of his katana with both hands and slashing fiercely at the fish. Instantly, a black blade of light flew out, directly splitting the fish's head. In an instant, the turbulent water flow ceased, and the fish stopped its suction action, frozen in place. Izo landed back on the boat and slowly sheathed his katana. With a clang, as the long sword slid into its scabbard, the fish was instantly split in half. Wang Beihai and Izo exchanged a glance, both revealing expressions of surprise. Wang Beihai was astonished by Izo's speed and power, while Izo admired Wang Beihai's keen perception. Just as the two were exchanging glances, suddenly, the previously calm sea surface was whipped into giant waves, and then dozens of mutated giant fish emerged from the water, revealing their ferocious faces. "What's going on?" Yashimyako, half asleep, came out of the cabin, and upon seeing the grotesque faces of the fish, she screamed in fright, her face turning pale. "Go back inside." Wang Beihai waved his hand, and then looked at the dozens of sea monsters in front of him, revealing a cold smile. "Hee, Takizo Miyamoto, you really do think highly of me." With that, Wang Beihai turned to look at Izo, his dragon's tear spear instantly appearing in his hand. "How about a contest?" Izo